Shepherding Humanity Chapter 579 to Chapter 627. In this city, the noisy crowd on both sides of the street did not dare to approach. They consciously opened up a path and hid in the shops on both sides of the street. At this very moment, these two white porcelain gods were clearly right in front of them. They clearly didn't emit any pressure, but all the living beings felt a terrifying aura of crushing life level rushing over. It was thick and broad. Want to eat? Suji picked up a string of radiation roasted fruit from a roadside food stall and handed it over. Vacuum fruit, there is also energy inside. Although it is not as delicious as the other world, it is still very special. Carolyn was startled. She took a bite of the fruit and laughed. The taste is very good. When you eat it, there is gas coming out. Because of the strong radiation, it is a little spicy. It can replace chili. She savored it carefully. Suji explained. Spiciness is a kind of pain. Radiation will also produce a similar taste. This world is a spicy world, but these vacuum food are super poisonous to other worlds. Carolyn was not surprised. She just smiled. I have to say that you really know your stuff. I didn't expect you to spend so much effort to deliberately guide the development of food civilization in this era. It is 10,000 times better than the crude food of planet Berton. Speaking of which, I met you for the first time in a milk tea shop. When it came to food, Carolyn was quite impressed. She carefully thought about it and found that it seemed that every world related to the ancient gods would have a unique world food culture. The Ishidar peoples love a food flavor. Not to mention the 6 paths of reincarnation, the entire world was delicious. Especially in front of her. He was clearly in a shocking bet with her, a competition to develop civilization, but at the same time, he was skillfully guiding the radiation of this world's vital energy food. She could not help but admire this. She was even a little tempted. After all, to capture a person's heart, one must first capture a person's stomach. Suji naturally did not know what Carolyn was thinking. He still confidently introduced, when it comes to eating, I have some research. I have tasted many of the world's delicacies. Eat more if you like it. Vital energy fruit, with the unique spiciness of radiation, numbs the throat. It is really delicious. His joy was to bring people to eat delicious food. Food was only interesting when it was shared. He calmly grabbed a roasted fruit and took a bite. He asked the old white dwarf grandmother, how much? God. God actually. The old granny white dwarf was so weak that she couldn't say anything. Suji didn't say much either. He just left the money and continued to walk forward with Carolyn. The expressions of the surrounding people inexplicably changed. The two supreme creators of all things had actually descended on this planet, leisurely strolling the streets, chatting with each other like two tourists, and eating roadside snacks. This was completely inconsistent with the image of the indifferent, supreme God who overlooked the universe in their eyes, the omniscient, omnipotent God who created all things and planets, and the ultimate God who wandered the past and the future. Suji looked at the crowd and shook his head. What is a real God? Was it a deliberate display of indifference and dignity, unapproachable, and disregard for human life? Take Carolyn for example. She was usually kind and gentle to people. She smiled at the old granny of the fruit stall, chatted with the spicy hot pot boss, and even teased the other party. She was so gentle to everyone, but if one looked closely, they would discover a kind of real indifference, as if she was living in gentle peace with ants. Although Suji was far from Carolyn's open-minded state of mind, as a high-level true God, looking down on the river and time, he had seen many times like this, so he behaved more relaxed and indifferent. For the two of them, this trip was really so indifferent. It was just a leisurely stroll and travel, even though it would be a violent shock to the entire era and would leave a deep mark in this era. This was the gap between their horizons and vision. Any casual action of a true God would cause a huge historical tide. They are coming, Suji said suddenly as he continued to eat. Planet High Green, the Great Elder's round house. The fat and broad old Great Elder's body was wrinkled like a dark green fat worm, and the two antennae on his head were swaying slowly. He slowly opened his eyes, and his expression was full of fear. I can feel the joy of this planet, and the cheers of the Dragon Balls, as if their ancestor has arrived. He stood up. It's the whole god, he has once again descended on this planet. White Dwarf. Frost Demon Martial Arts Palace. A short white dwarf was sitting on a small hovering chair. He was snow white, less than a meter tall, with a pair of spiral demon horns on his head, and two thin tears at the corners of his long and narrow eyes. Frost demons and white dwarfs are two different races. If you want to be as strong as me, you must have the determination to die. The bloodline of becoming a frost demon can be passed on. The children you give birth to will be a new frost demon race, even though our reproductive ability will be greatly reduced to an unimaginable level. His eyes suddenly moved slightly, revealing a solemn expression as he looked at the distant Arctic Ocean city. What a powerful life, this incredible aura, whoosh, his body shook and grew taller. After a series of transformations, he directly transformed into his final form. He was slender, tall, and handsome. He turned into a snow-white meteor and soared into the sky. Dr. Red Beetle was talking to Android 18, conducting research and improvement. God? 18 suddenly sensed something and also quickly soared into the sky, clenching her fists. The aura of the bloodline, I feel that this planet is cheering, the Dragon Ball is cheering. And I, who was created by the Dragon Ball, is also cheering. My ancestors, the color of my snow-white skin is from the whole race. The androids modified with clay cells were also the descendants of the whole race. She took Dr. Beetle with her, turned into a ray of light, and flew away. Boom, 3 streams of light quickly shot over and slowly landed on the ground. The 3 of them had already landed on the ground, and they really saw the 2 full gods who were shopping and chatting in the distance, extremely leisurely. For a moment they did not know how to describe the inexplicable shock in their hearts. Because it was because of the help of this mysterious existence that the countless failures of the world had been able to avoid the end of the world and live to this day, and what was even more strange was that there were actually 2 full gods. Could it be that one was the past, and the other was the future? A long seaweed represented the future, and a short seaweed represented the present? One stood at the beginning of the world line, and the other stood at the end of the world line? The black seaweed on the heads of the full gods, are they world lines? The full gods of the future are very long, and the full gods of the present are very short, respectively representing the length of the world line? This is too scary, the future of a planet is on top of their heads. The 3 of them could not help but speculate. After all, they were the full gods who created the universe, the planets, and the living beings. The length of the hair was too eye-catching, and it was likely to represent some kind of essential law of the world. Because in their eyes, this extremely noble supreme true God, every piece of skin may be the embodiment of the law, let alone such an eye-catching part. The 3 races of this world did not have the concept of hair at all. Red Beetle had 2 insect whiskers, White Dwarf had 2 horns, and High Green Star had 2 antennae. In their eyes, a bald head must have 2 things growing on it, which was the normal racial aesthetic. Almighty God, welcome, thank you very much, Zack whispered. Although he had seen it many times before his death, this was the first time he had seen it. No need to thank me. Suji turned around, put down the fruit in his hand at a roadside stall, and said leisurely as if he was chatting with someone, I once said that all the miracles bestowed by fate have a price tag behind them, and you have paid enough. Zack was silent. He did not expect that such a mysterious supreme true God who overlooked the destruction of worlds would appear so easily in the eyes of the mortals of this planet. He was so friendly, and he felt flattered. Suji said again, in the future, you will no longer see the past. Fate is up to you, and there is no medicine for regret in this world. Suji glanced around. And now, this time, I have come to this planet about the God who rules this planet. God, the God who rules the planet. There was a commotion in the surroundings. Every planet was ruled by a god? Was this some kind of inevitable rule? Generally, the god who rules and protects the planet will be taken over by the descendants of the entire race. In other words, the 7 Dragon Balls are the 3 generations of the entire race. They are the descendants born by this planet. However, you have erased their consciousness. Cold sweat began to appear on the Great Elder's forehead. Suji said again, since there is no god in charge of maintaining order, then the Dragon Balls can only replace it. Great Elder, are you willing to take on the responsibility of the god of this planet? With the help of the Dragon Balls, the order of the entire planet will be perfected? I am willing. The great elder knelt down. This was an opportunity, and also a way to not pursue his own mistakes. Suji nodded. This matter was over, and he said again, this world, in the future, will still welcome a new Armageddon, but there will be no more opportunities. Zack's pupils rapidly expanded, and his mouth opened wide. A new Armageddon. This time, they had to pay an immeasurable price to resolve it, and the next one would come again, and it would be impossible for them to start over. The so-called crisis still requires planning, development, and preparation. Suji did not say much. His intention was to let the great elder replace the entire race to maintain order, and at the same time, let them be prepared. Let's go. Suji and Carolyn ate fruits as they turned and disappeared into the streets. Zack, number 18, and the great elder looked at each other. Suddenly, they gritted their teeth and made up their minds, revealing a determined expression. Ding, civilization deduction complete. Do you wish to delete other files and confirm the future? Yes. Suji thought about it. Seeing that the matter was settled, he looked down at the entire vast planet. This is the future 200 years later, but in reality, it is still a barren wasteland. We still need another 200 years to develop to that era. The future of these 200 years had already been decided in advance. They only needed to wait for 2 days to develop as planned. Carolyn said, after these 200 years, we will connect to our current timeline and defeat Cell. In these 200 years, the other ascended planets will not be static. They will also develop, but they will definitely not be able to compare to this stone planet. They must stand at the forefront of this universe. Suji nodded. Between high and low civilizations, it is nothing more than invasion, domination, and exploitation. Don't think that they are the heroes of their own stone planet. In reality, to other races, they might be very terrifying. They might very well be tyrants. After all, this is a food chain. Just like how humans eat fruits, aren't humans also tyrants to fruits? Heroes of our race, tyrants of other races. Are you talking about me? Carolyn smiled faintly. Suji did not answer. The world was so big. Who wouldn't want to live a happier life for their race, family, and friends? It was just human nature. Perhaps Zack would really have the power to rule other planets in the future, becoming a universe emperor whose power covered 1/3 of the universe. Frisia, no one knew what would happen. He had to wait for 2 days before he could connect to this track. Suji developed the foundation of the early civilization sandbox system and did not continue to wait. Instead, he let Carolyn continue to fabricate planets and fly them. He took advantage of these 2 days to go out. This was because he was about to break through to the middle stage of Heavenly Emperor. In the living room, a porcelain girl was cleaning the kitchen and wiping the floor with a linen cloth. The table was already filled with delicious dishes, dazzling and appetizing. Not bad. I inputted relevant culinary information into her brain. The dishes are delicious. Suji sat on a chair and moved his chopsticks. He felt that life was quite fulfilling. After eating and drinking, Suji stretched his back, his gaze gradually turning serious. The era of Stone Planet will have to wait for 2 days to connect to reality again. But the deduction of the little universe world has been completed. The gains naturally need not be said. This trip was a huge harvest. This was a brand new world line deduction, breaking Suji's original deduction method. This also led to the potential of this system being so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. After more than 200 years, the 3 races of 18, Zack, and Dragon Ball technology had become relatively mature. To be honest, when this system was completely revealed and he carefully observed the battle between Zack and Cell, he naturally knew its terrifying potential. Suji was a little envious and wanted to train. Even Carolyn had now begun to try to train, and she also began to walk on the old path of biting off more than what was possible with Suji, training in various systems at the same time. But obviously, Carolyn could still hold on. It was normal for strong people to train in 2 or 3 systems at the same time. Suji felt a bit of a pain in the ass if he had more systems. Was it better to train or not to train? There was no doubt that this was a part of the body. He sorted it out and found that it was perfectly superimposed. brain, magic core, lower abdomen, 9 revolutions, mysterious art, body, martial arts, not trained, blood, true energy, not trained, cell, clay cell, not fused. After a careful calculation, each system almost perfectly covered his whole body, and there was no rejection at all. If all of them were fused together, it would undoubtedly be the ultimate grand unification technique. As for the specific implementation, unless he wanted to become another Medusa. It's really hard for me. Suji felt helpless. He suddenly felt that the 5 genes were not enough. If he wanted to train his true energy, he had to use the true energy gene, and the clay cell gene was also very invincible. Your dessert. The porcelain girl walked over, put down the small dessert cake made from materials produced in the gourmet world, and turned to leave. Suji picked up the cake with one hand, picked up the spoon, and took a bite. After a moment of silence, he said to the subbrain of the Zerg, "Bring out my gene sequence." Ding, 1. Human gene, eternal, 2. Evil eye gene 3. Magic cube gene 4. Magic core gene 5. Empty, the evil eye gene at the very beginning should be eliminated. After all, the evil eye gene is not the crux of the sorcerer system. The evil eye gene is just a gene that makes one's mental energy stronger. As long as one's mental energy is strong, one will be able to perform mental spells. The magic core gene can also do this, and it's even more perfect. It's overlapping. After some contemplation, Suji decided to eliminate the evil eye gene that had been with him for a long time. As the original gene evolution talent, it was very powerful in the early stages of the era. It had followed him all the way, but now, it could no longer keep up with the times. The magic core gene had perfectly overlapped, and he could still perform sorcery. As an ultimate Zerg hero with 5 genes, the biggest difference between him and others was that he could perfectly control the genes, and he could eliminate and modify them. As for the last empty gene that had not been used yet, could he delete the evil eye gene in the future? Suji did not consider it. Because the stronger he was, the longer it would take to modify the origin of his body, and the greater the risk. Therefore, he planned to make a huge adjustment to his body before he broke through to the mid-stage Heavenly Emperor. As for deleting the others, magic cube gene? The inner world system was the crux of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. He could not delete the magic core gene either. In that case, since there are 2 empty genes, I'll choose the true energy gene and the clay cell gene. Suji took a deep breath, and after careful consideration, he made his choice. After all, as long as he fused these 2 genes, even a heavenly emperor would be able to travel in space. Without a doubt, this was the biggest surprise this time. In the future, when he went to Mercury to farm, he would not need to bring along the mechanical battle armor. He was a creature of vacuum. As for the 2 air cavities and hearts? Carbon dioxide heart and oxygen heart? True energy flowed in his blood vessels, and his entire body was made of clay cells? Would he become completely non-human? This was no longer important. He had stopped being human long ago. Taking a deep breath, Suji quietly returned to his room and sat on the bed. He closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, beginning to integrate the 2 genes that he had evolved. Suji said goodbye to Carolyn and returned. This time, he had successfully entered the vacuum sandbox era, which meant that the Zerg civilization had entered a new era. It also meant that his genes had entered a new era. The benefits were huge. The 2 new bloodline talents in front of him were the biggest changes to him. After all, what was the biggest component of a life? Cells. Blood. Technically speaking, blood was a type of cell. However, from today onwards, blood was no longer a cell. Blood was air, and cells were special clay radiation cells. They absorbed nutrients and radiation through the skin and carried out photosynthesis. They were special cells that were half animal and half plant. Remove the evil eye gene. There was no hesitation. In an instant, he felt as if his brain was being dug inch by inch with a spoon. The world was spinning, and he was about to faint. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He instantly discovered a terrifying thing. Removing genes was far crueler than integrating genes. It was like digging out a complete person's limbs and heart. This kind of pain was comparable to the cruelest torture in the world. Huff huff huff, a moment later, Suji collapsed weakly on the bed. He looked at the sky with his limbs facing the sky and gasped for breath. I was almost killed. Fortunately, he did not have many useless genes. The evil eye gene was the only one he had. The evil eye gene has come to an end. Although it is not strong now, it has accompanied me through the most primitive period of accumulation. Suji's expression calmed down. He stood up and stretched his body. It was as if he had recalled the days when he would fry fish by the river and practice his war air hammer. Thinking about it, he still felt a little nostalgic. Although only 3 months had passed, the exploded riverbed and shattered trees were still in the same place. There was not much change. He closed his eyes and said with satisfaction, next is the whole body transformation. First, integrate the clay cell gene. Boom, although it was a full body transformation this time, the pain was far less intense than before. After all, the integration of genetic modification was a gradual process. Suji only felt that some of the cells in his body were dividing and growing new sprouts, constantly replacing the original cells. The pain of being torn apart spread to every corner of his nerves. It was painful, but it wasn't a one-off. Waves after waves of pain slapped against him rhythmically, washing over him. After an unknown period of time, the tide gradually subsided. Suji only felt that the transcendence energy in his entire body was quickly drained. This kind of modification wasted a lot of magical energy. With this foundation, the next gene will be simple. I have to recuperate and recover my strength. Otherwise, it would be a joke if I failed here. There are many celestial emperors who died from cultivation deviation. He quickly sensed the condition of his body. At this time, his skin was soft like a normal person's, but it was extremely delicate and flawless. There were no pores or wrinkles on his skin. His skin was as white as jade, full of a healthy and delicate luster. It looked like soft porcelain. This is the real young Master Jade, a peerless beauty like porcelain. Suji mocked himself. Even up close, there are no pores on his cheeks, blackheads on his nose, pimples, and he's a Prince Charming who doesn't need to go to the toilet. Whoosh. His skin moved slowly, forming palm prints and other wrinkles. If one didn't have close contact with him, one wouldn't find it strange. One would only feel that this person was as handsome as porcelain, as if he had walked out of a fairy tale. He clenched his fists. This is different from the cell structure of a normal human. This cell structure isn't similar to the nucleus or cytoplasm, but a type of higher energy transcendent cell that is more compact and of greater mass. This is the transformation of the essence of life. He felt that he was at the celestial emperor realm. He clearly didn't cultivate martial arts, but his weight was already close to 2,000 kilograms. The most obvious point about high-quality cells was that they were heavy, very heavy. Right now, 2,000 kilograms was almost comparable to a martial emperor of the same tonnage. If he cultivated martial arts, it would probably be more than 100,000 kilograms, about 10 times heavier than a celestial emperor of the same level. What kind of concept is this? If I cultivated martial arts with the same body size? Suji's eyes flickered, and he suddenly laughed. My weight alone is comparable to half of the Valkyrie Palace. I can squash those bunny-like muscular ladies alive. He sensed his body again. His internal organs, intestines, and ribs had all disappeared. This is Carolyn's calculation. In her calculation, this is complete, one is complete. A higher cell structure doesn't need all kinds of differentiated cells, liver cells, and insulin cells. This effect was not so deep in the beginning as a member of the entire race. Only as other life forms and personally integrated into the clay cells could they understand the huge difference between the two. The ceramic race had special clay transcendent cells that could absorb radiation and create life. But this was not his main intention. His main purpose was to match the vital energy gene, because the two complemented each other. The main goal was to walk freely in space. After resting and recuperating, he spoke again. Then integrate the vital energy gene. Whoosh! Suddenly, the clay cells in Suji's body swelled up, turning into dense meridians and blood vessels. 2 beating hearts sat on the left and right sides of his heart, perfectly symmetrical. After a long time, Suji slowly opened his eyes and clenched his fists. It's a success. Ultimate 5-gene life form. He stood up and poured himself a cup of hot water. Then, he asked the porcelain girl to make him something to eat again. He seriously replenished his energy before he made the decision to break through to the middle stage celestial emperor. Boom! Half a day later, the power that had been accumulating for a long time brewed, and he broke through to the middle stage celestial emperor. His entire inner world rapidly expanded again. Boom, boom, boom. It expanded by 30%. The earth was stretched, the mountains were stretched, and the soil kept collapsing. The houses and the earth kept tearing apart as if there was an earthquake. It's updated. It's updated again. Countless players were shouting in the human realm. Brothers, the version has been updated. Buddhist system, who is the real son of this version? Suji stretched lazily. He was very calm and relaxed. The harvest this time was too great, and he felt a lot more relaxed. He looked at the howling trees and strange-looking animals, and he also felt that he had become much more handsome. He turned his head and looked out the window. The bright winter sun shone through the curtains and formed a golden color on the ground. It was especially dazzling. He felt that the years were peaceful. He looked at the sunlight outside the window and stretched out his hand. He smiled. Maybe, I'll be able to catch the light soon. Although he didn't have the Frost Demon's 3 transformations, he could still use some radiation. There are still 200 years on the other side. I can take a look at your side first. Suji's eyes lit up. He realized that these guys had really researched the embryonic forms of the 2 major systems of Buddhism and Taoism. They had walked a different path from Xianxia. Had the Xianxia god system really been born? I can learn from them. Suji opened the forum and went to see what schemes they had during this time. He also went to the forum to learn the Xianxia cultivation methods. After all, compared to the gas cannon on Xianxia, he was more inclined to be a righteous Xianxia person who cultivated Buddhism and Taoism. Suji stretched out his hand and pulled the tablet over. Let me see how the Xianxia god system has developed during this period of time. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed leisurely. His figure was straight and fair as he elegantly ate the cake sent by the porcelain girl. He pondered softly. The biggest difference between the two is that the civilization of planet Xur is the Qi canon, which is a rough path of Qi and light fusion. It's relatively simple and direct. However, the 2 systems in front of me are divided into 2 types. They are very delicate, and each has its own extreme path. After all, the Xianxia style was delicate and gentle. Currently, they were also developing the ancient style based on this aspect. Although it was refined, it was no longer suitable for those joking players on the internet. However, the Xianxia god system was still everyone's dream. Suji was no exception. He was still very interested in this development of Buddha's light illumination and Xiantian Qi. There were some sentiments in it. At the same time, he had also fused with 2 genes. It could be said that he had 2 more cultivation systems, radiation and inner Qi. At the same time, a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. It was quite good to study and cultivate these 2 systems. Suji took a closer look at the current development of his inner world. Even though he had only gone out with Carolyn to perform some deductions, and 200 years had not truly passed, it was still a relatively long period of time. The players had already started a big commotion. They had researched the Buddhist system and faced the praying mantis. Most of the players started to launch surprise attacks. Although Yuan Qinghua and Bai Xiaojun were the main targets and it was impossible for them to escape successfully, most of the players had died. Some players still managed to escape. This batch of players was now only left with over 100 people, and they were scattered all over the place. Now that they are wandering in the wilderness, they have become relatively independent. After some training, they finally know how to rely on themselves. Suji looked at the general situation and felt very gratified. After all, it didn't matter how many died. Those who were left were all elites. The second batch of PvP fighting competition was about to begin, and new players were about to enter. Although it's not as majestic as a small universe, this small world is small but refined. It's indeed not developed well. Suji casually glanced at them and found that these people's imaginations were simply off the charts. There were all kinds of cultivation branches of Buddhism and Taoism. At the same time, there were all kinds of comments. F*ck me, F*ck me, the Taoist priest is the real son of the planner. What can this little bit of radiation do in the early stages? Become a third wheel? I can't even burn my skin. What the F*ck radiation hot chilly skin? Everyone, don't panic. We're late-stage cultivators. Stay calm and don't act recklessly. It's already cold, picking nose, obviously. After cultivating for a while, everyone immediately noticed the difference. Buddhist cultivators were a miserable profession. They had no resources, and their combat power was low. Where did the radiation come from? It was very difficult to obtain. Even if one managed to obtain it and cultivate it, its early combat power would not be as great as the others. Brothers, don't panic. We've already started looking for ores and are preparing uranium. Someone shouted. Learn physics well, then you can cultivate Buddhism. Everyone, they were completely dumbfounded. Big brother, in order to cultivate Buddhism, you have to build a nuclear reactor. He was too hardcore. He couldn't afford to offend him. When Suji saw this, he was also dumbfounded and felt very speechless. I haven't seen you guys for such a long time, and you guys are already playing such a big game behind my back. Feelings are not your own world, right? He kept feeling that there were major research institutes secretly providing technology and stirring up trouble. They were trying to blow up his inner world. Although Suji also thought of their thoughts, after all, a controllable humanoid nuclear reactor, a person in a kasaya sitting cross-legged with a halo behind him, standing there and generating electricity could benefit a city. That scene was too beautiful to look at. Although Buddhism appeared in reality, it was also a world similar to the combination of Isidal technology and transcendence. It seems that I have to think of a way to put the radioactive residue inside, or else it really won't be able to develop. Suji waited for a while and randomly clicked on the most popular post. It was a post about cultivation. While the Buddhist faction was still suffering and complaining, a group of top chi refinement cultivators had already begun to thoroughly form an alliance. They discussed and researched the fusion of secret cultivation techniques and began to establish a sect. The first sentence after opening the post was, "The Blue Sky sect opens up the path of cultivation, recruiting disciples from all over the world to enter our sect. Our sect is recruiting new players who are about to enter the sect. As long as you enter the sect, you will be given a true energy bloodline potion. At the same time, you will be taught the true energy circulation method of our sect's Blue Sky art. There is no limit to aptitude, and there will be no discrimination. There are only 100 spots, first come, first served." There was a promotional video inside. "My name is Elder Qingshan. Everyone knows that only rank 6 can fly, but in my sect, as long as you have a physique for true energy cultivation, you can fly at rank 1. Innate Qi, condense a sword in the void." There were green mountains and clear waters, and the ground was a wide stream. A tree man in a green leather shirt, holding a peach with red sword in one hand and a gourd of wine in the other, flew in the sky, slowly dancing with the sword, drinking as he did so, giving off a sense of elegance. A sonorous poem sounded, "We only drink here, do not wander freely between heaven and earth. Wine enters the intestines, 7 parts are divided into moonlight, the remaining 3 parts are whistling into sword chi. 1 breath from the embroidered mouth is half of the universe." Boom. There are 3 peaks and 3 lineages in our sect, each with a hall. Let's see one of the 3 lineages' fire-controlling technique. This sword immortal suddenly opened his mouth and a large amount of flames gushed out, turning into a round of red fireball. It was a spectacular sight. The fire of desire can burn everything, the world can burn, this spiritual fire can be used to refine pills, it has endless potential. He raised his hand. Second lineage, energy explosion technique. Boom, an explosion was produced from his hand, and an invisible translucent wave of air quickly exploded. True energy can split everything, it can split mountains and rivers. Water manipulation technique. He stretched out his hand again, and a slow stream of water appeared out of thin air, spiraling from his hand. It was clear and gentle. It can attack enemies when advancing, and it can nourish things when retreating. This spiritual water can nourish the growth of spiritual plants and cure many diseases. Flying in the air, creating fire and water out of thin air, and creating explosions? Everyone in the forum was shocked. This promotional video was too explosive, the players were very attentive, and it was too real. Moreover, these three phenomena were very unbelievable, it was simply not in line with modern science. Conservation of matter, how did they do it? Creating fire was one thing, but creating water out of thin air was too magical. TSK, this posture is so cool, it's so interesting. Blue Sky Sect, the blue sky seeks the way, I, Xianxia fan, will definitely join it in the future. Yeah, think about it, you can soar into the sky at level 1, it's very cool, and there are 3 lineages of the sect, fire, water, and explosion spells, you can choose one of them to join. Wow, so cool. We really did it. Shouting excited. JPG, I used to believe in science. At this moment, all the netizens looked at the screen and found it hard to imagine that the players could really do something like the ancient myths. They had already developed the true energy system to be no different from the ancient times. As for the players who cultivated in the Buddhist lineage, their faces were completely black and bitter. B** starred, how can they be so cool? Normally, shouldn't the most handsome be the ones who cultivated in Buddhism, with a large halo behind them? Their bodies were bright, everywhere they went was a land of Buddhism, and they could even save people. They were simply the embodiment of justice. One must know that many players chose a profession based on how handsome they were. After all, there was a famous saying in the online gaming world, strength is a matter of a moment, but being handsome is a matter of a lifetime. We're going to switch to Taoism. They cried bitterly. Daddy Planner, please be a man. Balance the professions. But no matter how the netizens wailed and discussed, this was undoubtedly a symbol that transcended time. The foundation of the Huaxia celestial system was completely laid, a cultivation system that used qi. Although the first batch of players had suffered countless casualties, they had started to develop and were preparing to recruit the next generation of players. This was the prelude to the rise of the ancient qi cultivation sections. History would forever remember this important moment. But soon, some people on the forum disagreed, especially the Buddhist lineage players. They could not stand the Taoist cultivator, the son of the planner team, and directly came out to undermine them. Do you know why they can fly? It's because of the inner qi in their bodies. Other than carbon dioxide and oxygen, I guess they used hydrogen. Hydrogen, everyone immediately lost their composure. There was originally an oxygen heart, a carbon dioxide heart, and then a third hydrogen heart. Everyone was silent for a moment. It turned out that 2 hearts had achieved internal circulation, the real innate qi, a breath of vitality to live for a lifetime, and just by cultivating this breath, one could become immortal. And now there was an unnecessary addition of hydrogen. Wasn't this superfluous, complicated from the simple? In terms of practical effects, it was not added out of thin air. This was a special kind of reform of the true qi lineage, and the effect seemed to be very shocking. Because when hydrogen and oxygen burned, there would be flames, so it was controlling fire. As for water? According to 2H2 plus O2 equals 2H2O, water would be formed. With fire, there would be water. As for explosions, when hydrogen and oxygen burned, at a certain concentration, there would be a hydrogen explosion. Everyone was stunned. Thinking about it this way, it did make sense. So all the incredible miracles just now were actually due to this. They could not help but tremble. Was this the principle of ancient cultivation and qi training? Hydrogen probably isn't in the internal circulation of yin and yang qi. It's still carbon dioxide and oxygen, self-sufficient. These 2 types of inner qi contain the energy carriers for one's cultivation, and are a type of spiritual qi to begin with. By using hydrogen as a catalyst, spiritual fire and spiritual water will be produced when it's burned. It's very powerful. Everyone thought about it and agreed. Oxygen was responsible for combustion, and carbon dioxide was responsible for extinguishing the fire. It was really one yin and one yang. And hydrogen was indeed a trigger between the 2 kinds of gases. Is the end of theology really science? Shocking. JPG, in other words, they used test tubes and various chemical materials to produce hydrogen? Put it in the body as the 3rd internal qi cycle? Learn physics well, and you won't be afraid to travel the world? Science, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. I spent 9 years of compulsory education for nothing. Crying, everyone could not calm down. They felt that this operation was very exciting and imaginative, but they could not help but feel that this was one of the best cultivation methods of the true Qi lineage. This was an inevitable development that had been figured out by the players. It's probably an advancement. I think so too. After the advancement of the third kind of Qi, there will be all kinds of changes. This cultivation faction will become stronger and more changed. Indeed, these two kinds of Qi were originally ordinary internal circulation, but with hydrogen, they can fly, ignite, produce water, and explode. This is the advancement of Qi trainers. Everyone was crazily swiping the screen in a fast way. However, the next sentence completely blew everyone up. Could it be that this is the highest realm of the legendary innate Qi of Taoism? 3 hydrogen and 1 gas? Everyone, 1. Qi. Transform. 3. Hydrogen, their pupils widened. When they heard this word, their minds were spinning. 1 gas into 3 pure ones was the highest profound meaning of Taoism. It turned out that this was the truth. After all, fate could not be so coincidental. True Qi was real Qi, and 1 gas into 3 pure ones was naturally the real 3 hydrogen. Many people felt that ancient theology and myths really existed and could be effectively explained by modern scientific theories. At this time, this explanation was undoubtedly very appropriate. The ancient people might have used such a form to achieve Tao and soar. So, true Qi is real Qi. It's really what it means on paper. Using hydrogen to fly is the hydrogen body technique that the ancient Qi trainers often talked about. It's like flying 1,000 miles in a day. I hate that we modern people understand it too late. Speaking of which, I also remember the ancient Qi trainers. They also said that they collected Qi from the clouds. Maybe they collected hydrogen. After all, hydrogen is very difficult to replenish. It's not like the normal breathing of carbon dioxide and oxygen. When they were at a low level, they could use hydrogen to soar. How did they change direction? Everyone began to discuss enthusiastically. They felt very excited and couldn't be more excited. This was like opening the door to ancient history and discussing the truth of ancient history. They were all archaeologists. Using hydrogen to fly, they probably used farts to change direction. Suddenly, everyone's face darkened. Someone immediately pointed out. I don't know about the ancient people, but look, this player immortal cultivator is moving in the sky. It's obvious that he's releasing gas from the back. He's using a structure similar to a jet to push back the reaction force. In simple words, he's making himself into an old-fashioned jet plane. Obviously, different from the players who only knew how to talk nonsense, this person was obviously a professional. Pooh. 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 Everyone, look carefully at the image. It's also obvious that it's a series of low-power farts below 10 kg m/s. It's very rhythmic, just like the exhaust of a car. Moreover, I personally think that if a third hydrogen heart is made into an internal combustion tank, it can release a lot of energy and can also spray fire behind it. It's simply the latest humanoid rocket, Astro Boy. Everyone's teeth were aching, and their expressions were completely off. This person was too serious, and his analysis was extremely logical. Flying in the sky with an ancient bronze sword in his hand, an immortal in a green robe, with fire coming out of his buttocks. That scene was too beautiful to look at, but in the next second, before this discussion was over, another piece of news completely ignited the entire Huaxia pantheon. It was a complete uproar. Wait, the Buddhists play physics. The players over there have built physics laboratories and are also scientifically preparing uranium-235, radioactive isotopes, and conducting nuclear reactions. The Taoists play chemistry. The players over there have built chemistry laboratories and are also scientifically preparing hydrogen and conducting chemical reactions. The Buddhists play physics, and the Taoists play chemistry? As soon as these words fell, everyone felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed in the pitch-black darkness in their minds. They immediately fell silent, and only felt their hair stand on end. The Buddhists in physics and the Taoists in chemistry? In front of the computer, the netizens felt their hearts in their throats. They were so frightened that some people even knocked over the cups placed beside them. We originally thought that the ancient struggle between the Buddhists and the Taoists was essentially a struggle between light and gas. I never thought that it was a war between ancient physics and ancient chemistry. They suddenly thought of the generations of battles between the masters of Qi and the sword of the Huashan sect. They reckoned that it was also a terrifying situation. It turns out that the long-lasting struggle between the concepts of physics and chemistry has been going on since ancient times. The middle-aged man who had just spoken was a university professor. He happened to have no classes at the moment, so he sat in his office and murmured with his chin in his hand. His eyes were blurred. Maybe I should go and try to reconcile with the stubborn old man in chemistry next door. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and couldn't help but post another sentence on the internet. After all, as a professor, it was necessary for him to guide the new generation of flowery flowers to grow up and make them more serious. He immediately posted, "The ancients were particular about understanding things and reasoning." I see. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva should be a great expert in physics. He was proficient in nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, and various kinds of gamma rays. But then again, it makes sense. Which expert in the previous world wasn't knowledgeable? The foundation of knowledge determines the realm and combat strength, as well as the ability to conquer the world. The physics and chemistry in front of us are part of the analysis of the principles of nature. I see. I see. Sob sob sob, this is really a game of love learning. I'm crying. I wanted to cultivate Buddhism, but I'm too bad at physics. I wanted to cultivate Taoism, but I'm not good at chemistry. The world is so big, but there's no place for a bad student like me. I see. Suji's brows relaxed. Indeed, they are the representatives of the two factions. He felt that the Huaxia god system that they had established was indeed earth-shattering and had a very bright future. Now that they had researched the foundation of this civilization system, it really didn't disappoint him. Even the big shots couldn't stay calm. They were discussing it in their private chat groups, feeling that it was very scary. Previously, they hadn't completely deduced the two major systems of Buddhism and Taoism. They had only seen some clues and thought that it was a battle between light and qi. But now that they had completely deduced it, they only felt their hair stand on end. The veil of the ancient Huaxia god system, the Buddhism and Taoism in the myths, and the ancient times turned out to be the battle between ancient physics and ancient chemistry. Unbelievable. When the vast ancient history of Huaxia and the mysterious ancient myths were explained with modern scientific theories, everyone felt a sense of horror. At this moment, the real Huaxia gods had appeared on the internet, causing a huge uproar. The two ancient cultivation systems had taken shape. This was a historic moment with far-reaching consequences. Many Huaxia people became more nervous as they analyzed, but there was also a sense of pride in it. Many people from the research institute were shocked. They didn't expect the ancient Huaxia people to be so logical. Light and qi, physics, Buddhism and chemistry, they were stunned. Not only them, but the people in the group were also uneasy. It turned out that our 5,000 years of history was so deep and mysterious, containing too many shocking secrets. The Alchemy Emperor, when we reach our level, we realize that the gods we used to worship, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and Lord Daoda, are just ancient people with great knowledge. The Mother Ivy, indeed, all the powerful people are the same. These so-called powerful people are not ordinary people on the streets who only know how to fight. They have all lived for a long time, analyzed the rules of the world, and turned knowledge into combat power. Thinking about our experiences, we should have guessed it long ago. It's just that our ancient Huaxia history made us unable to see things from the perspective of bystanders. They were all sighing. According to their knowledge, they should have guessed the essence of physics, Buddhism and chemistry a long time ago, but now they realized it. They had indeed shamed their ancestors. They were ashamed and felt that they had let down the ancient gods like Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the Huaxia heroes who had walked out of Earth in the past 5,000 years. This was the ancestral land of Earth. They were full of shame. At the same time, they were proud of the revival of the ancient Huaxia gods' cultivation civilization. Mount Akina, but it's a bit unrealistic to say that 5,000 years of ancient times was a battle between ancient physics and ancient chemistry. That's because the ascended masters like Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva didn't have a complete transmission system when they returned to reality. It should be said that this kind of ideological war happened in the world they ascended to. Also, the world they ascended to didn't have this kind of standardization. There was no specific classification of physics and chemistry, all kinds of numbers, equations, and laws. They all nodded, agreeing with that. The supernatural powers in ancient reality were indeed not as detailed and systematic as modern science. Mount Akina, but I personally don't think 3-hydrogen gasification is that simple. The cute girl was startled and quickly said anxiously, did they misunderstand? Not wrong, Mount Akina said, but my understanding of 3 pure ones is a bit different. What's different? They quickly asked. After all, the speed of Mount Akina was recognized as the most imaginative demon in the entire player circle. He could understand the hidden meaning of the development team the best, and it was very likely that he could see the profound mysteries that normal people could not. Akina Yamaguchi said, my understanding is different. The 3 pure ones is the highest realm in Taoism. I think their understanding is a little low. Of course, I think that it is indeed one gasification of 3 hydrogen, but according to the literal meaning, it is probably self-produced hydrogen. After all, this was called 3-hydrogen gasification? It's a breath that turns into oxygen, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen. Everyone was stunned and nodded. It was a bit far-fetched for them to say that they could vaporize 3 hydrogen with their method just now. Therefore, I think that their method of gasifying 3 hydrogen is not the orthodox method. The orthodox method should be to produce the 3 gases themselves. Hydrogen should be self-produced like oxygen and carbon dioxide. You mean? The group went dead silent. How could hydrogen be produced? Everyone's first reaction was, electricity. Could it be? Tribulation transcendence. In the small room, the 2 sisters, Pan Shuaxian and Pan Yuxian, were breathing rapidly. They stared at the screen nervously, knowing that by joining the exchange in this group, they could get a lot of shocking secrets that outsiders did not know. Yes, self-produced hydrogen, but how to produce it? According to the chemical equation, it is naturally water electrolysis. Akina Yamaguchi's voice fell. It was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, it fiercely hit the depths of everyone's heart, confirming everyone's guess. Water electrolysis equals hydrogen plus oxygen. It was undeniable that this was indeed the simplest and most direct chemical method to produce hydrogen. Akina Yamaguchi continued to bombard everyone's heart. Then, electricity is obvious, right? Why did the ancient cultivators call it tribulation transcendence, flying to the sky and being struck by lightning? I personally think that this is related to their ultimate realm of Taoism, one gasification of 3 hydrogen. Everyone's mind was buzzing. Sure enough, ancient Taoism walked the path of chemistry. The chemical reactions of various energy substances, no wonder there were enthusiasts for alchemy and various forms of alchemy furnaces. Now that they thought about it, they understood. The legendary Taishan Laojun, the alchemy furnace, wasn't it a modern chemistry laboratory? Taishan Laojun was clearly an ancient almighty chemist, Akina Yamaguchi continued, it is very likely that they used the method of tribulation transcendence to achieve some kind of spell and energy conversion, allowing themselves to completely comprehend the Thunder Dharma and realize the true internal circulation of the 3 pure ones. Because this third gas, hydrogen, is especially important, there is the saying of 3 hydrogen. The analysis was logical. If one was a coincidence, 2 were coincidences, then what about the one in front of them? Could it be a coincidence as well? The mystery of tribulation transcendence, another perfect and fitting ancient myth and legend. It seemed that all the myths could be explained based on this. Everyone was silent. There was only dead silence. They also thought that Buddhism did not have the saying of tribulation transcendence, but Taoism did, and it was common. Tribulation transcendence was because they used qi. Tribulation transcendence, so that was it. The mother green vine suddenly felt very emotional. It is indeed a completely different and new and amazing system. The ancient people were indeed cultivators, they used qi to the limit. The system distributor said, then should we announce it? After all, cultivators have to undergo tribulation transcendence when they reach the later stages of cultivation. Akina Yamaguchi sighed. Let's announce it later. After all, they are now shocked by the truth of the ancient times and can't say anything. Let's wait for a while. Indeed, after all, it is difficult to accept the truth of the ancient times. Everyone nodded. After all, it was for the rise of the ancient civilization system of Xianxia, 3 hydrogen. Suji slowly put down the tablet, and his expression began to change. He even felt that there seemed to be a group of ancient cultivators in the ancient times. After all, this analysis was too much of a coincidence. However, whether they existed or not had nothing to do with him. It seems that the foundation of the Xianxia civilization has been laid. The cycle of yin and yang in the body, plus the hydrogen as a catalyst, the 3 types of qi can be said to have developed the qi system to the extreme. This qi was an energy carrier, constantly circulating in the meridians and blood in the body. It was rich in energy. The fire that burned was indeed spiritual fire, and the water that was produced was indeed spiritual water. Moreover, this qi could also have all kinds of variations, such as methane, biogas, helium. As long as it was filled with energy, it would have all kinds of extraordinary characteristics. A system that uses qi to the peak. Suji thought about it and was very satisfied. He looked down at the animals who were working hard and preparing to build nuclear reactors, ready to fight for the rise of radiation in Buddhism. He felt helpless. I still have to think of a way to do an activity and put these radiation sources in their hands. Otherwise, without energy to absorb, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. It was indeed necessary to balance the professions. These netizens made logical deductions, restoring the mythical truth of ancient history, the truth of ancient lightning tribulations, the gasification of trihydrogen, the battle between ancient chemistry and ancient physics. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But it was undeniable that it was very feasible. But in the end, their brilliant deductions only made chemistry flourish. Buddhism still couldn't flourish. This is not good. Suji rested his chin on one hand as he sat on the chair, his slender fingers slowly swiping the tablet as he read the comments. Even Taoist cultivation has shown the gasification of trihydrogen. Buddhism should have some ideas, right? Now that Carolyn had deduced the future, it would take another 200 years to completely turn the future into reality. These 2 days were just the right time to busy themselves with the development of the 6 paths of reincarnation. After all, both are cultivation systems of radiation and qi. Naturally, they have to develop at the same pace. Although Carolyn said that the 2 realms will communicate with each other in the future, there is no official plan for them to communicate in 2 days, but they still have to develop. After all, the flourishing of the Buddhist system was also the foundation of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even at this time, the divinities of the divine realm were already observing the Azura path and began to cultivate their ancient ancestors' system. Suji glanced at Emperor Yun, Lord Yun, and the other divinities. They were also shocked by the gasification of trihydrogen. Celestial realm. At this moment, many powerful beings were sitting in the temple at the top of the clouds, looking down at the mirror. Everyone, do you know the principle of the gasification of trihydrogen? Emperor Yun's gaze was dignified as he looked at the ministers around him who were kneeling. At this moment, the burning lava hell, the tear-stained gods, the ancient temple, the lone bronze lamp, and the glowing remains still touched their hearts. And now, the Azura path had actually recovered the principle from their ancestors' relic inheritance, recreating the ancient qi cultivation technique from hundreds of millions of years ago. Such an earth-shattering ancient opportunity naturally had to be coveted. Moreover, Emperor Yun clearly saw that in the murals in the ancient temple, the peerless geniuses of each era entered the ancient temple in hopes of obtaining the inheritance, but did not. Now that it was the Azura path's turn to obtain a heaven-defying opportunity, how could they not be excited? The best way was to seize the opportunity to steal the opportunity from the side. Furthermore, there were all kinds of techniques for controlling fire, controlling water, and exploding true qi, as well as techniques for accumulating energy in the true qi circulating within one's body, all of which were not inferior to their talents. Naturally, I know the cultivation method for the 3 hydrogen transformation. Emperor Feng shook his head and said to the celestials in the hall, for example, we can already imitate the preparation of hydrogen they mentioned. This must be a kind of alchemy furnace technique of their ancient ancestors. It controls the principles of matter in the world and is very mysterious. However, we only know the surface, we don't know the underlying principles. That's right. He only knows how to follow orders, but he doesn't understand the principles of cultivation. Those Azure Path all understand the principles, as expected of their ancestors' inheritance. It's a pity that we can't torture them. Otherwise, it would be easy to force a confession out of them. The surrounding officials all sighed. Let them cultivate, and they could cultivate according to the instructions. After all, they had been secretly observing for a long time. However, not knowing the principles made them feel like there was a fishbone stuck in their throats. It's hard to paint the skin and bones, but it's hard to paint the soul. Not understanding the principles of cultivation, the fundamental principles. This will be a huge hidden danger. Emperor Yun sat high up and looked down. Everyone, do you have any suggestions? Your Majesty, this is their ancient inheritance. As the current generation's inheritors, they naturally have their own principles and foundations. It's not surprising. Lord Yin Zhongjuan knelt down and said coldly, this official has observed them in secret. In their own research, they often say that this is the glory brought to them by the 9 years of compulsory education. They thank school for making them love knowledge. They also often mention chemistry, mathematics, physics, and other mysterious subjects. According to what was revealed, they have to study since young, studying for 8 to 9 hours a day. Love Goddess by Hua's beautiful eyes trembled. She covered her mouth and said in shock, 8 to 9 hours a day, doesn't that mean that apart from eating and sleeping, they have to spend all their free time studying? That's right. Lord Yin Zhongjuan's face was full of praise. It said that they have new textbooks, exercises, and test papers every year, to test their knowledge. In the original world of Azure Path, every child starts cultivating from a young age. Cultivating Buddha. How pitiful. Is this the world of the strong? In the Azure Path, every single one of them is an iron-blooded warrior. They have never had a childhood, and every single one of them is a natural-born warrior. Love Goddess by Hua's heart was overflowing. She was completely shocked. Then if they start cultivating from a young age, cultivating Buddha and Tao, then their world must be filled with strong warriors. She had a curvaceous figure and was dressed elegantly. She wore a tight-fitting dress, and a colorful flower garland hung on her slender and perfect legs. She was an aesthetically pleasing flower fairy. Love Goddess by Hua guessed to the people around her, it's very likely that after completing the 9 years of compulsory education and learning mathematics, all of them will be able to fly. Hiss, the surrounding celestials took a deep breath. Their expressions were no longer calm. Celestials were incomparably proud, but they also felt somewhat convinced by the warriors of the Azure Path. The warriors of the Azure Path were hot-blooded, unyielding, and loved learning from a young age. Every single one of them could endure such complicated and boring learning and cultivation. No wonder they were all natural-born warriors. One must know that the Celestials were the same as the mortal realm. Although they had private schools from a young age, they were far from having a standardized process. They seemed extremely primitive. The more they understood this mysterious foreign race, the more the Celestials present were deeply shocked by their powerful transcendent civilization system. In comparison, us Celestials are a bit crude when it comes to our descendants. An old man with a white beard sighed, this kind of education method makes them train in the combat system from a young age. This is the foundation of a powerful race. Yun Zhongjuan looked at the old man and spoke of the terrifying information he had obtained. Indeed, this causes their foundation to be extremely solid. It is said that they are also extremely hard-working, only resting for 2 days out of every 7 days. What? Only resting for 2 days? Love Goddess by Hua was shocked. She felt that this was very scary. However, Emperor Feng shook his head. How could it be so easy? It is said that in the later stages, those 2 days are not used for rest. Usually, they only rest for half a day. Especially at night, they have to continuously train. I also heard that in the early stages, they are dual cultivators of the arts and sciences. In the later stages, they are split up to cultivate the arts and sciences according to their talents. So hard-working, cultivating both Buddhism and Taoism. When the surrounding officials heard this, they were all incomparably shocked. It was as if every single one of them was a cultivator. Even the high and mighty Emperor Yun became restless. His brows revealed a serious expression as he pondered. In the imperial court, everyone was shocked. All the celestials felt uneasy, but they also felt that this was a great opportunity. They could use this as a reference for future generations. With the unveiling of the mysterious veil of the Azure realm, many things happened in their world that subverted their common sense. Someone asked hurriedly, "I understand, it's the truth of heaven and earth." They said that in ancient times, they understood the knowledge and rules of heaven and earth, and focused on the two major systems of Buddhism and Taoism. Then what is literature? Yun Zhongjuan smiled. Reason is combat talent, literature is strategic talent. Their children are also divided according to talent like us celestials. Literature is said to cultivate wisdom and knowledge. Everyone is a wise person. Everyone fell silent. It was actually such a precise subdivision. In the world of the Azure Realm warriors, they had to constantly fight and learn from a young age. They had to cultivate Buddhism and Taoism, understand the knowledge and rules of heaven and earth, condense them into a kind of chemical equation and physical equation, calculate the rules of the world, and embark on the path of Buddhism and Taoism respectively. It was no wonder that they could so easily revive the cultivation civilization of their ancient ancestors. It turned out that their foundation was so profound. In their eyes, the mysterious world of a high-level extraordinary civilization was slowly opening. The theory of Buddhism and Taoism was indeed an ancient system that had existed since ancient times. Even in the future, it was so glorious. It was hard to imagine how brilliant their ancient era was. Suji glanced at the reaction of the natives, and his face darkened. He sat in the living room and glanced at the structure of the 6 paths of reincarnation, looking at the structure and changes of both sides. How long had it been since he left it, and it had become like this? These esteemed celestial emperors looked down on these sneaky living beings from the celestial realm, peeking into the laboratories of those idiots, and all kinds of cultivation techniques, all with the intention of secretly learning them. But it was fine if they secretly learned, but what about now? He was a little confused. Was it really that embarrassing? You natives have been with them for too long, and your intelligence has been assimilated, and you have been beaten to the ground. But while he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, Suji also realized that this looked very funny, but in fact, it was a very normal scene. Yes. Different structures, different perspectives, and different ways of looking at problems. You think they are stupid, and the style has been distorted, but in fact, this is the most correct speculation. Since it was physics, Buddhism, and the Tao of chemistry, in their eyes, wasn't 9 years of compulsory education a very powerful cultivation from a young age? Was this not a mysterious and perfect advanced transcendent civilization world? Now that I think about it, it does make sense from this perspective. The major subjects on Earth are studied for the sake of being successful when they grow up. It's all for the sake of cultivating Buddhism. Suji felt that these players were showing off too much, so much so that his scalp went numb. This was changing the era. This was a connection between ancient and modern civilizations. These people, cough cough cough, so they also had the idea of secretly learning. Forget it, I'll ignore them. Suji had a strange expression on his face. With a flash, he reappeared in the underworld. Under the pitch-black sky. A large city of Fengdu stood towering on the ground. The ground was dark red, and the sky was pitch black. It was distant and spacious, and it gave off an extremely tiny feeling. The Fengdu necropolis had been constructed in an orderly manner. Many residences had appeared in the city, and many people were living there, waiting for their turn to be reincarnated. Independent facilities such as combat pavilions and newspaper stands allowed them to get rid of a lot of loneliness. At the same time, they also absorbed a lot of incense and faith. The Hell Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation had been completely formed. It was located in the land of the dead, and it was a place for the dead to rest and wait before they reincarnated. Even the arcade hell has been completely formed. Suji looked down and looked at the arcade machines. In the eyes of these natives, it was like a mirror image of the depths of hell through a glass cell. Ju Wuxian, Qi Tiandi, already have their own intelligence, and they're even becoming stronger in battle. It had to be said that Shangguan Man was very competent as Mengpa. At the same time, during this period of time, Shangguan Man had also successfully found Judge Cui to be in charge of the trial of the case. She had also completely freed herself, and in the future, she would simply be in charge of feeding soup. Just like that, the black and white impermanence, Judge Cui, Mengpa, and Truth Listener had completely formed the basic structure. Recently, Oxhead and Horseface had also been found. Although they could be considered to have more people, their responsibilities overlapped with the black and white impermanence, so it was not particularly necessary. Whoosh, Suji shook his body and sat on the Samsara divine throne again. Mengpa slowly bowed. "Welcome, Your Majesty. Have there been any changes during these years?" asked Suji. He was dressed in a black dragon robe and wore the Yama crown. His body was surrounded by a strange, distorted halo, and he had a captivating aura. Mengpa said slowly, according to Truth Listener's many years of listening to the voices of the dead in the three realms, he learned that the heavenly Tao has the intention of reversing the netherworld, attacking it, and wiping out the Book of Life and Death. Oh? Suji was curious. He had just taken a look and did not see such a movement. A large number of celestial thearchs of the heavenly Tao had been born. There were now more than 70 of them, and they were already thinking of attacking the netherworld. More than 70 celestial thearchs were not strange, because there were more than 600,000 reincarnations. The first batch of top ones had already experienced the Great Explosion, and they were all born in the heavenly Tao. They just have some ideas. Mengpa smiled sinisterly. They know that their strength is insufficient, so they are just thinking about it. At the same time, the Buddhist Tao system that has just appeared has completely attracted their attention. Originally, their realm was stagnant, and they did not want to wait for death, so they had these ideas. Now that they can cultivate and become stronger, they began to immerse themselves in the new two systems. Interesting, said Suji softly. This was not surprising. The new Buddhist Tao system eased their desire to break through in the celestial arch realm, because this was an accident of talent, a truly solid orthodox cultivation system. Of course, this was human nature. The heavenly Tao wanted to pursue higher, so they thought about the mysterious netherworld and wanted to live longer. The living beings of the mortal Tao wanted to pursue higher, so they wanted to counterattack the heavenly Tao, so there were Li Sanqing and Zhang Xiao. Everyone wanted to overthrow the rule of a higher level. The world is a circle. Suji smiled and pondered for a while. He found it interesting. There is still some time for them to completely rise in realm. Mengpa lowered her head. She did not know what His Majesty was thinking, nor did she dare to try to figure it out. If it were her, she would definitely kill it in the cradle. How could she allow it to develop? However, if His Majesty really did as she thought, then His Majesty would not be the supreme existence that ruled the world hub and was in charge of the netherworld samsara hall. Mengpa lowered her head and continued, Fengdu is built, and the order is not as chaotic as before. A few days ago, the black and white impermanents have already reincarnated in the lower realm. They are very interested in the true energy technique of yin and yang qi. Suji thought about it. It was not bad for the people in the netherworld to reincarnate. After all, during the black and white impermanence's vacation, Oxhead and Horseface would take over their duties. What about you? Asked Suji. What cultivation technique are you interested in? Buddha. I've heard of the story of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, she said, not hiding anything. Suji pondered for a moment. I happen to have a batch of Buddhist cultivation resources that can be placed in the underworld. If you want to try cultivating them, you can. After all, it was his job, and he had to do his duty, much less as the mastermind behind the scenes. Naturally, he had to bring in his role. The strength of his subordinates had to be improved. The black and white impermanence cultivated Taoism while Mengpa cultivated Buddhism. It seemed like the various yin gods in the underworld were about to embark on the right path of cultivation. But of course, the underworld was going to prosper eventually. Moreover, the three realms were going to rebel in the future. What if they really wanted to invade the underworld? They couldn't just start with the final boss, could they? Wasn't it normal for the final boss to be surrounded by all sorts of peerless experts? According to this situation, the other party would take advantage of the era of Buddhism and Taoism to soar into the sky. The forces on his side naturally had to take advantage of this and do something. It seemed like he had to let Mengpa, the black and white impermanence, and the others go down to the mortal world to gain experience. After all, before I became a god, there were no gods in the world. When I reached my peak, the path to immortality would be cut off and there would be no immortals in the mortal world. It would be normal for them to fight. Suji sighed softly. After some thought, he felt that it was time to increase the forces under his command. Mangpa, you guys handle your own problems. If you have time, you can enter the cycle of reincarnation to gain experience. Suji reminded Shangguan Man and stood up. You're leaving? Mangpa asked. I'm going to the mortal world, Suji said. After all, he had to send some radioactive cultivation resources to the mortal world. After all, how could he cultivate Buddhism without God's source? He still had to balance the professions. This was not for the sake of the players, but for the sake of the light system to rise and display potential that was no weaker than the true energy system. After sending Mangpa away, Suji pondered for a moment. As for these radioactive sources, Suji stretched out his hand. Semi-transparent tree sap dregs floated in the air. They were like pebbles, orange-yellow and translucent, flowing with divine light. These were the resin condensed from the tree sap, which was also known as amber. Perhaps I should put something special inside. Suji reached out and rubbed. The amber quickly melted into a semi-liquid. Walala, he rubbed it into a round shape. Suji tossed the remains of all sorts of creatures into it. There were ancient creatures dressed in all sorts of clothes, glowing with eternal light. Let's make some more images and let these things appear. This will not only promote the development of Buddhism, but also not arouse suspicion. I've broken through to the middle stage Heavenly Emperor, and the entire inner world has expanded by 3 levels. The entire land and mountains have been stretched and torn apart. It's time to let some ancient things appear in the present world. The mortal world. The earth trembled for several days. In fact, some of the mountains and rivers were like torn pieces of cloth, becoming full of wrinkles, covered with trees, and some of the earth was fiercely torn open. The originally small world had become increasingly vast. According to the records of the ancient ruins, there was once such an expansion. A young girl sat in front of the window, looking at the torn earth outside. She couldn't be considered extremely beautiful. Her looks could only be above average, but she had a unique heroic temperament. Her charm was outstanding, and it made men feel an inexplicable feeling. If Yun Zhongjuan was here, he would definitely remember this woman's temperament. She was the reincarnation of the woman who had planted an inner demon in his Tao heart, the woman called Hero who stood in front of everyone and stood tall without falling. If Li Sanqing was here, he would immediately realize that this was the person he had been waiting for several lifetimes, but he had missed her every time. In this life, Suing Luo was a woman of the Shushan clan deep in the mountains. She lived in a town and stood aloof from worldly affairs. She had been like this for many lifetimes. Although her talent was terrifying, her personality and talent were like water, letting nature take its course. If she didn't encounter any pressure, she naturally didn't have any motivation and lived in peace. Therefore, Yun Zhongjuan's deep figure was also one of the oldest reincarnated beings, but he was still neither high nor low. He didn't have any great achievements and lived in the mortal world. Suing Luo took a deep breath. 3 days ago, messengers from the various courts spread news through their talent, covering the entire land and telling us not to go out. These torn and expanded lands seem to be an ancient land map that has been deliberately folded by someone. Now it's completely unfolded, and the land has expanded by 3 levels. Our era has undergone a drastic change. Among them, these lands have revealed many great horrors, emitting terrifying light. Most living beings have died, and those who can't die have begun to mutate and become deformed. It has already been regarded as a forbidden area by the major dynasties. Within the forbidden area, there were many unknown and mysterious mutated life forms and many mysterious phenomena. Some people said that it was an ancient divine mountain that buried the corpses of gods. There were some who said that this was an ancient war that shattered the entire great earth, turning it into a dead zone. It was extremely dangerous, which was why an unknown existence used great magical force to seal and fold it up. Today, for some unknown reason, the sealed great earth was opened. According to the news that came in the past few days, there was actually a great emperor who had encountered a calamity inside. That was a great emperor. It was said that in the entire mortal world, there weren't many great emperors born in these years. They each ruled a piece of the mortal world, and they were peerless existences that could challenge the deities. They were the strongest people in the mortal world. But now, they disappeared without a trace, like a pebble thrown into the sea. Not even a ripple was raised. "Mother, I'm going to the mountains to take a look." Luo lowered her head and looked at her mother, who was lying on the bed. Her mother was the priest of the entire village, and her battle strength was very strong. But a few days ago, the earth was torn apart, and the mountains and rivers shook. In order to save people, she was also seriously injured. "You can't go," the beautiful woman with a pale face said, grabbing her hand nervously. "The earth is torn apart. According to the imperial court's messenger flying in the sky, the entire mortal world has expanded to 3 layers, and it's all forbidden areas. There are indescribable life forms living inside. If our town goes out, it'll be a dead end." The earth was torn apart and expanded, causing it to be divided into pieces. Many of the original roads were cut off by the mysterious forbidden areas. Their town was located in the wrong direction, so they were directly blocked by a forbidden area and were trapped in this mountain range. Not only them, but the entire land had fallen into an extremely inconvenient situation. It was divided into pieces, and it was difficult to communicate with each other. "We'll have to explore it sooner or later. The entire imperial court is in chaos, and it's unrealistic to wait for them to open up a path for us. Our town can't be trapped here." She said goodbye to her family, and carried her bow and arrows. She called a few hunters in the town who were considered strong, and strode into the mountains. Gradually, she entered the depths of the mountains, and only felt strange. The surroundings were covered in dust. The trees grew crookedly, and there were even some mutations. Many of the animals were nowhere to be seen. The group continued forward, and the closer they got to the depths of the mountains, a horrifying atmosphere enveloped the entire land. The hunters in the surroundings looked around in horror. "Whoosh! You're having a nosebleed." Suddenly, a hunter pointed at another person and said, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, "Your ears are also, me?" The other hunter was stunned, and did not respond. He silently touched his nose and ears, and his palms were bright red. Instantly, his eyes widened, and he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. "All of you, leave quickly. There's something ominous about this place." Luo growled, telling them to leave quickly. "Then you?" "I'm fine. I feel that I can still hold on." She pursed her lips, chased away the hunters, and continued forward. This is what it means to be a person without talent. Without talent, one is born weak, and will never be able to become strong. If only people without talent could also cultivate, that would be great. Her surroundings were gray, as if she had entered an ancient graveyard. The surroundings were clearly lush and green, but there was a strong sense of unease. The animals here seemed to have all died like this. The plants are more resistant to this ominous aura. She lowered her head and touched the soil, looking around cautiously, and continued forward. Suddenly, she saw a cave in the distance. Just as she was about to size it up, she saw 4 figures dressed in black and white, as if they had come from a distant time and space. They were actually 4 great emperors. They carried a sedan chair, and a terrifying aura that transcended everything rushed over. Wisps of emperor's aura from the sedan chair could suppress the ages, as if they were standing above all things in the world. Whoosh! The 4 great emperors carried the sedan chair while sprinkling white underworld coins into the sky, and slowly walked through. "What is this?" Luo was so frightened that she took a few steps back, and hurriedly curled up in a corner. 4 great emperors with heaven-defying battle strength are carrying a sedan chair. What kind of terrifying ancient existence is in the sedan chair? Whoosh! The 4 people carrying the sedan chair slowly walked into the depths of the cave. The forbidden zone was really too terrifying. She was scared out of her wits, and her hair stood on end. She felt that the one sitting inside should be a great emperor, because she was fortunate enough to see a great emperor before, and she remembered the aura. But how could it be a great emperor sitting inside? This kind of aura that could suppress the ages, and at the same time made 4 great emperors carry his sedan chair. She did not dare to enter, and silently lay at the entrance of the cave, watching the mysterious existence go away. Only the last words from countless years ago came. I was really born at the wrong time. In this era where the path of cultivation has been broken, I can only continue the path of cultivation with my fellow Taoists. Her eyes were cloudy, and they shook violently. Could it really be a great emperor? But how could a great emperor be so heaven-defying? She opened her eyes again, and where was the sedan chair and the 4 sedan chair-bearers? In the depths of the cave, there was an oval. Orange-yellow transparent amber. There was a snow-white severed hand wrapped in it, clutching a wooden bead chain. It lay quietly in the rock, emitting a terrifying and oppressive aura. The hand of an unknown existence, holding the mysterious bead chain, was sealed in the ancient source of God? She had goosebumps all over her body. Such a terrifying aura, and it was just an arm? In the pitch-black cave, she looked at the white broken hand sealed in the ancient amber. It was holding a string of Buddhist beads, slender and beautiful. At the same time, it was extremely terrifying. The surrounding light and shadow changed, flashing with colorful lights. Suing Luo seemed to hear the whispers from the distant years, and the shadow of the broken arm appeared. In a trance, she seemed to see an ancient mysterious existence from the distant mountains and rivers. Its body was shining, and there were lumps on its head. It was holding a wooden bead in one hand, standing in the sky, with an aura that could crush the ages. Some sleeping existences in the ancient forbidden area are becoming restless again. The most ancient of them came from the chaotic ancient era, the era where the path to immortality was severed. They were the losers of that era. The most recent ones, who have been sleeping since the previous era, are going to cause trouble again. They want to absorb the lives of the living beings on the earth, waiting to live until the next era. After all, there are not enough strong people in each era. They want to replenish their strength and continue to sleep. They want to accumulate enough talents of each era. When the number is enough, they will step on the path to immortality together and fight for a chance to become immortals. What? Suing Luo felt her heart pounding violently. She couldn't help but be shocked. There was too much information in this short sentence. It directly pointed out the whole truth of the ancient myth. The ancient forbidden area was not only full of these incomplete mysterious corpses sealed in the mysterious gelatinous substance, but there were also some ancient forbidden existences living and sleeping in it, appearing regularly to absorb the living beings on the earth, causing the great calamity of each era. Suing Luo's mind exploded. She suddenly had an incomparably strong premonition. She felt that the forbidden area that was now spread out was really a battlefield from the ancient times. Just the aura alone could shock mortals to death. Therefore, in the early years, this piece of land had been folded and condensed into a small world. What was revealed at this moment was the true boundless land of the ancient times. However, those powerful people folded these forbidden areas. It seemed that it was for the mortals to reproduce and live, but in fact, it was for hurting. They could appear regularly and slaughter all living beings. And now, the forbidden area suddenly appeared and tore the earth apart. Could it be that those ancient great sages were going to wake up and appear in the world again to bring about a great calamity? This truth was too despairing. She gazed at this dusky and mysterious restricted region, completely feeling cold. Her heart was full of bitterness, feeling like there were many ancient monsters hidden here. That's right. Our history only goes back a few hundred years. Where did the humans of the past go? All the living creatures of that era were eaten by the monsters in the Forbidden Zone. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. Devoured an entire era. When she thought of those mysterious ancient existences that were slumbering countless eras ago, continuously eating people in each era, struggling at death's door, accumulating power, and waiting for the opening of the path to immortality, she felt horrified. Why couldn't he break through to become a deity of the eighth realm when the celestial path was severed was another mystery. At this moment, the vast voice was still murmuring. Should I stop the existence of those ancient forbidden areas? As the holy land of the eastern lands, it is our duty to protect the common people. However, they once told me with a smile that this was the norm. Several epochs ago, the path to immortal ascension hadn't been severed. Back then, when the great emperor wanted to immortal ascension, he bathed all living beings in blood and broke through to become a lofty immortal god. Protecting all living beings is something the ancient gods never did. That's just what we laughable people of the later generations think. We've really forgotten a lot of history. It's just that after the ancient era of chaos, the path to immortality was severed, and immortal ascension was no longer possible. No matter how many people they ate, they just barely extended their slumbering lifespans. That's because our true names are controlled by the mysterious existence of reincarnation. That is our essence, and only by retrieving our true names can we become immortals and obtain supreme freedom between heaven and earth. They don't want to die, and they don't dare to die. After all, if they die, they will fall into the hands of the taboo and be thrown into the 6 paths of reincarnation. They will lose all their memories and will no longer be themselves. The voice seemed to pass through endless space and time. The forbidden zone is where they slumber. When Suing Luo heard this, she felt a chill run down her spine. It was as if she were looking at the bloodiest part of ancient history. Regardless of whether the path to immortality was severed or not, the ancient gods all ate people. Their eyes were cold, and they devoured all the living beings that prostrated and worshipped them. That was the cruelest and bloodiest of ancient eras. It was too cruel. It was simply an uncivilized legend of eating raw meat and drinking blood. According to it, it seemed like a mysterious existence had appeared out of nowhere and cut off the path to immortality during the most chaotic epoch of the chaotic era, preventing the martial monarchs from achieving immortality. Did it mean that the martial monarchs could not achieve immortality? This was equally terrifying. That most mysterious taboo existence was still vaguely shrouded in the fog and darkness. It was the dark hand that controlled the many eras that came after. Those taboo existences were shepherding, and that existence from the underworld was shepherding the gods? Just as Su Yingluo felt a chill run down her spine and was thinking about what happened in the eras that came after, the murmurs of time came again. They want us to ignore them. They came into being and slaughtered all living beings to accumulate power and fall into slumber again. In the future, we will also fall into slumber like them. After accumulating power for a few eras, our power should be enough. Don't. When Su Yingluo heard this, she was completely immersed in it. She couldn't help but roar in her heart. That was because she could hear the hesitation in his voice. He was at a loss. If this existence also joined in the evil, or joined them from one era to another, then wouldn't the entire world? Her expression became more and more complicated as she looked at the severed hand. Then what exactly happened in the end that led to the fall of this supreme existence? Did it lie dormant with those ancient existences, destroy the eras, and fall into slumber until they finally took action together and stepped onto the path to immortality to face that terrifying ancient taboo existence, leading to its own defeat and death? Or did they choose to fight against those ancient taboo existences, leading to their defeat and death? But no matter what, she looked at the severed hand that was holding a string of wooden beads. The beads were like the wooden wheel of history, and she felt the vast sorrow of the past. Mythical history, ancient times. This world of the 6 paths of reincarnation was not simple. Previously, unknown people had secretly spread rumors about the underworld, the bridge of helplessness, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the structure and rules of the world. She vaguely felt that the entire world was very unusual. At this moment, the voice was still indifferent, but it carried the vicissitudes of time. Time passes slowly. May I ask if there are true immortals in this world? Immortal ascension? This kind of bloody freedom, I don't want it. Before we could speak, Zhu Wuxian spoke. That was a peerless god of death, a famous tyrant of the divine dynasty in our era. In just a few years, he enslaved millions of people, establishing the imperial paths that stretched for thousands of miles. Even countless powerful divine arts practitioners died from exhaustion. He personally stood guard in front of the darkness forbidden region, using the imperial paths to stop ancient existences one after another. Even though those ancient existences had slept for too long and their strength had weakened, they were still powerful and exceptional, the proud sons of heaven of their respective eras. The son of heaven guards the country, the monarch dies for the country. We couldn't bear it and tried to stop them together. Fortunately, our great world has many geniuses. Great saints of the present age took action one after another, activating their emperor weapons and forcing them back into the depths of the forbidden region. However, we don't have long to live, humans. If no one advances into the saint realm, do not enter the forbidden region, do not explore the path to immortality. All of you, remember this. A cold voice slowly rang out. She vaguely saw this existence roar angrily, turning into a world-shocking divine rainbow, falling into the depths of the underworld abyss, fighting while bathed in blood. Blood dyed the world. At this moment, countless people were weeping. It was as if the entire world's backbone had collapsed. The earth mourned, and hundreds of millions of people prostrated themselves on the ground, mourning. Such a supreme existence, was it really dead? She felt suffocated. The scene of the apocalypse made her feel an urge to howl and cry. Her mind trembled violently, and a feeling of suffocation washed over her. The ancient ominous, mysterious forbidden region, great terror, the path to immortality severed, the saint realm, the ancient taboo wanted to step on the path to immortality, and blood dyed the sky. Suing Luo looked at the severed arm, crying and laughing at the same time. Every single word is truly frightening. The amount of information contained within is simply too great. Her characteristic was water, benefiting all things without competing, but she also became stronger when facing strong opponents. Is this some of the origin of the ancient forbidden region? Her expression turned cold. She knew that this was the information left by this existence for the future generations. In the era when the path to immortality was severed, there was no way to become an immortal. Thus, in the Emperor realm, one could only explore the ultimate Emperor battle strength, far surpassing ordinary emperors. A realm that is mixed between Emperor and Immortal is called Saint? Sage? She had a vague premonition that if it wasn't for the fact that the path to immortality was severed, these ancient great sages would have long become immortals, and they would be the unprecedented kind of immortals. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive through the generations. Ordinary great emperors definitely couldn't do this. This kind of great sage wasn't unable to reach the realm, but the path to immortality was severed. They could be called mortal immortals, and their battle strength could be heaven-defying. The earth in front of me is torn apart, and the forbidden regions are eerily reappearing. The ancient land has completely recovered, and I'm afraid that the great calamity of heaven and earth is about to rise again. She slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. She thought about it, but she didn't despair. She felt that although the aura emitted by the mysterious amber was terrifying, she could barely approach it. I have to find the power of the ancient people. She tried to touch her arm lightly, but before she could get within 3 meters, she felt her hand rapidly rotting. She could only silently withdraw her arm and say coldly. Too terrifying, too domineering. No wonder the entire area was turned into a forbidden land. It's a mysterious ancient power of death. It's not our current talent, but a cultivation method. I can't touch it now, so I can only leave it here to study. It turns out that the people of the current world don't know how to cultivate at all. We're just using the boorish people with extraordinary talent. Not bad. Suji silently watched this scene from the side, hiding in the shadows. Not only could he put in these god source to let people enter the radiation zone to cultivate, but he could also make up for history. The birth of the forbidden regions was a long-term investment. As for the forbidden regions eating humans, was it to become immortal? This was the most common thing, and also the most reasonable pattern of ancient myths, because this was a direct way to obtain energy. Many gods were like this. In the past, Ermin also relied on the energy of eating humans to become a god, and opened up the netherworld. In Daluo Heaven, the 12 ancestors of sorcery and Diki wanted to break through, and they also had to slaughter the common people. Even in the ancient lava land, Carolyn also ate humans, but she ate hundreds of millions of zombies. Therefore, Meng Mei, who came from the modern world, did not have the thought of disregarding human life, and did not take it for granted like these experts in the transcendent world. She followed equality, mutual help, and love, and could not bear the suffering of the common people. By opening up the Earth's dragon vein, Suji said that it was a development that transcended the era, breaking away from the bloody mythological era of eating raw flesh and drinking blood. From eating common people to eating common people's incense, they walked the path of sustainable development. Great Sage was a new celestial emperor realm he created, used to measure some special monsters. Monsters like Medusa, who had an extremely high upper limit, and monsters like Dao Chongqing and Diki, who beat up dozens of celestial emperors in the same realm. These were all great sages. Since there was no way for them to break through and become immortals, then let them continue to explore and dig out the potential of the 7th realm. After all, they had accumulated enough now. When they break through and become immortals in the future, they would probably be invincible among Stage 8 immortals, and it would not limit the potential development of this world. This is for the sake of developing the Buddhist path. The Forbidden Lands are all radiation zones. In fact, the Saint Realm can be said to be another attempt at a new path of physique. They're building up their foundations in this realm and see what their future achievements will be. Suji looked at the shocked Suing Luo below and smiled. After all, the ancient forbidden areas of the mythological era were enough to make the whole world go crazy, afraid, and terrified. Many times, the tide of history just needed a gentle push, and it would go from calm to exciting mythological era. The golden curtains of the Buddhist, Taoist, and mythological era have been completely opened. Suji looked down at Suing Luo, chuckled, and completely disappeared into the depths of the darkness, as if he had never appeared. On the other side, over the next few days, all the mortal dynasties in the world were shaken. As the major places were torn apart, many nobles and emperors roamed around, observing the phenomenon. They found similar remains of unknown ancient creatures in the depths of the forbidden areas, emitting a terrifying aura of death, making it difficult to approach. The truth of the ancient myths was faintly discernible. Although it was not as complete as Suing Luo's, with only a few ancient fragments known, under Suji's secret operation, the whole world was shaken. Forbidden areas? Possible danger? This is the real world, the ancient land that was folded open. They began to feel a sense of pressure, and began to explore the ancient cultivation system. But how could ordinary people enter those radiation zones? That kind of radiation was simply a zone of death. Even the talented Suing Luo could not do anything, and for a while, they fell into a deadlock. They could not study the radiation, until a celestial emperor came to the animal realm, to see if there were any forbidden areas in the animal realm. It seems that there are no forbidden areas in the animal realm. As for the celestial realm, I secretly tore open the void and did not find any. These strange and mysterious forbidden areas only appear in our mortal realm. His expression froze. These days, the celestials of the celestial realm also secretly entered the mortal realm, clearly interested in these terrifying areas. In the entire three realms, it seemed that the mortal realm had become the center of the storm because of this. Powerful figures of the animal realm and celestial realm continued to descend. Huh? This human celestial emperor was startled, and when he flew past a lush green mountain, he looked down. These creatures actually have a hint of the ancient system of those forbidden areas. At this time, the players were still hard at work in the animal path. But they were all talents with liver cirrhosis. In the traditional online games, they did daily quests crazily. It was boring, but now they were also crazily cultivating. Previously, the first echelon of cultivation was rank 4. Now, the first echelon of cultivation was rank 5. Even the top ones were at the peak of rank 5, about to break through to rank 6. It was not only because they were hardworking, but also because this Ashura clan in Suji's settings was constantly evolving. It was a short-lived clan that advanced by leaps and bounds. Their cultivation speed was fast, but their lifespan was short. Because evolution greatly reduced their lifespan, ordinary celestial emperors had a lifespan of 800 years, but their average lifespan was only 80 years. In the self-built tiled-thatched house. Brothers, the chemistry group over there has begun to establish a sect. We've only managed to get our hands on a small amount of uranium ore. We got it from the high radiation zone in the Hell's secret realm. Fortunately, someone had foresight at that time. Don't panic. Don't think that this is a small amount. When the nuclear reactor is released, it will be terrifying. It will be enough for us to practice Orthodox Buddhism. Damn it. The next batch of new players is coming. I wonder if anyone will come for such an unpopular profession? I don't know. Anyway, we have already issued an announcement. This Buddhist profession welcomes the mighty people of physics to come and revitalize it. Anyway, the high-level talents who study advanced physics basically have balding hair. There is no problem shaving it. A group of people were playing with test tubes. They were wearing lab coats and whispering to each other. They felt sad and felt that it was too difficult for them. But they had no choice. They were already used to hardcore. They could only hope that the next batch of players should have many mighty people of physics who heard the news and come to revitalize the Buddhist profession. After all, it was one of the two ancient pantheons of China. They welcomed Chinese players with dreams. Tap tap. Suddenly, a figure noiselessly appeared in the room. It was an imposing middle-aged man, and the might around his body was as vast as the ocean. He looked very divine, and he said coldly, "Could it be that you are the legendary Azura Path? What are you researching?" This celestial emperor spoke in the animal path language. The surrounding players did not react on the spot. Although they were learning, how could they learn all of it? Fortunately, a player who was truly proficient in the animal path language stood up. He silently started the live broadcast. "You're a celestial emperor from the mortal realm?" the player asked directly. The celestial emperor nodded and looked at them. He had also heard of the stories of this mysterious race. He clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "The auras on your bodies are actually somewhat similar to the forbidden areas of the mortal realm." Forbidden Zone, the few of them didn't react because news from the mortal world couldn't reach here. Is this a new main storyline quest, job quests after class advancement? After all, in traditional online games, an old NPC would tell you, "Young lad, the aura of your profession is similar to that of an ancient place. I suggest you go there and take a look." Usually, this kind of cliché MMORPG storyline wasn't common. The Celestial Emperor glanced at them and didn't hide anything, because there was nothing to hide. He simply described the current situation. The Forbidden Zone of Darkness was in chaos. An ancient taboo had appeared. The world changed drastically. There was also an ancient divine spring in the restricted region, a translucent gelatinous amber. There were a few ancient unknown creatures sealed within, and there might even be sleeping taboo creatures. There were also a few strange branches and fruits. Then, the players were completely excited. "Can you describe those shapes?" The Celestial the Arch described them one by one. They communicated with each other. Some of those clothes were similar to the Huaxia style, so it might really be related to ancient Huaxia. It might be some ancient people, even some of the artifacts sealed inside were of the Huaxia style, especially some of the branches and fruits. They were actually the fruit of the Bodhi tree in the underworld. Could this be the elixir of immortality in the divine spring? If it were in the past, they would definitely be very excited when they saw such a traditional fantasy world with a vast and magnificent background setting. Isn't this the ancient Huaxia Xianxia world? But now, sir, times have changed. Have you watched into science or legendary stories before? We've been reading these scientific declassified files since we were young. The so-called ancient mythological forbidden region revealed an auspiciousness. Didn't they encounter misfortune in their later years because of the radiation zone? All radiation was like this. He had died without a sound. The celestial origin masters studied the divine spring all day long, and there were strange legends about them dying tragically in their later years. They encountered inexplicable disasters, and there was a high incidence of cancer in their later years. What was the sacred body of the ancients? The light emitted from its body shone through the ages. It must be a body of radiation that was heavily inherited. What connate holy body Tao fetus? It was very likely that it was a true Qi genetic body passed down by the descendants of two Taoist almighties with abundant inner Qi. They had to look at everything from a scientific perspective. To tell you the truth, those ancient forbidden regions are related to our ancestors. But in the end, a player stood up. Look at this move. Mahavirokana palm. Whoosh. The light in his palm bloomed, and he gently pressed a plant next to him. In an instant, the bark of the plant withered and became lifeless. It's indeed this aura. The Celestial Emperor's eyes lit up. He was a little excited, and he could clearly feel that he didn't use his talent. This was an ancient method that everyone could cultivate. The players were also a little excited. This Celestial Emperor was still inexperienced. He was already so excited after seeing their trashy tricks. What would happen if he saw the true Qi next door that could fly in the sky and use fire, water, and explosions? They were immediately interested in performing. After all, like the players of the true Qi lineage, they had studied fancy moves to attract new players. That move just now, when cultivated to the extreme, can suppress all things with one palm. Take another move of mine, Buddhist realm in the palm. He stretched out his hand slightly, and a small golden palace vaguely appeared in his palm, shining like a light bulb. Just like this Buddhist realm, the forbidden regions you see have existed for thousands of years and are also a kind of Buddhist land. It's just a dark Buddhist land that has been polluted. True Buddhas are a kind of regenerative power of light. Buddhist land, those forbidden regions of death were a kind of destructive Buddhist land? And there was a corresponding land of light. It sounded as beautiful as an ancient myth, The celestial emperor was shaken. He didn't expect such an ancient inheritance to be so terrifying. It turned out that the people of their era had never set foot on the true path of cultivation. In that case, the dark forbidden regions were chaotic. It was necessary to cultivate this kind of cultivation method to have the current great emperors fight against those dark existences. I wonder if... the great emperor exclaimed. He slowly cupped his fists and looked at the azure path around him with a solemn expression. You want to learn? Of course, we can teach you. We teach you regardless of background. The few of them were overjoyed. With a celestial emperor involved, would they still have to worry about cultivation resources? They quickly took out a book that netizens had compiled for them, Introduction to Physical Buddhism, Preparation of Uranium-235 to Depression. The celestial emperor was completely moved. Such a peerless secret book was handed over so easily. His expression became strange. Wait, isn't the power in your hands also the power of destruction? Isn't it the land of light that represents vitality? The players, his face darkened, and he couldn't help but shed tears. He held a flask. Big boss. It's not that we don't want to. It's because we don't have the energy to cultivate Buddhism. You know, this cultivation method requires a lot of resources. Without resources, we can't study the power of our ancestors. It's a kind of benign radiation. We can only create destructive ones at the moment. Look at this flask. Sulfuric acid. Bah. Abyss divine liquid. With snot and tears, he said, do you know how long it took us to purify this thing in the wilderness? Without these basic materials, we can't do nuclear reactions at all. Everything has to start from scratch. Sob sob sob, Buddhism is indeed the Tao. We who play physics have to be proficient in chemistry. The celestial emperor, he was a little stunned. He felt that something was wrong. The celestial emperor pondered for a moment and said directly, I'll take you to the mortal world and see the ancient mythical forbidden area. How about it? Let's see the ancient Buddhist lineage you mentioned. Are you willing? The group of players looked at each other and were instantly overjoyed. Done. The class instance dungeon that belonged to their Buddhist lineage was about to open. Moreover, it was the map of the mortal world. That was not simple. It was the real world of human society. Beautiful young ladies in ancient costumes and all kinds of green uniforms. Just the thought of it was wonderful. He knew that Daddy Planner would balance the classes. When they reached that forbidden area and radiation zone, would they be afraid of not having cultivation resources? Now that he had received the promise, this peerless celestial emperor from the human realm was overjoyed. The heavens had not forsaken the human realm. He originally thought that he would not be able to escape. But who knew that after entering the animal realm, he would coincidentally encounter the ancient Azure realm's mysterious tribe. They were actually in the dark, continuously restoring the ancient ancestors' immortal cultivation method. Moreover, after telling the outside world about their encounter, they generously gave such a precious secret to others to cultivate. Education without discrimination. Not to mention this precious ancient method that everyone could cultivate. In the human realm, even the innate hammering method was treasured by the major forces. The sectarian bias was extremely serious. And not only did they impart it, they were also willing to come out and accompany them into the terrifying ancient mythical forbidden area. This celestial emperor slowly bowed. I am Celestial Emperor Xian. My brother is the current emperor of the Shun dynasty. Thank you, everyone, for your righteous actions, for saving the people of the human realm from the abyss of suffering. Their human realm had once used their special talent to eavesdrop on some unnecessary information about the Celestials, heard the description of the Azure realm of the Celestials, as well as the birth of the hungry ghost realm. At first, he did not believe it. How could there be such a hot-blooded, iron-blooded, righteous race in this world? In a race, everyone was a heroic figure, without bending their backs, even in death, they would not frown. Now, he believed it, he was extremely sure, this was truly a respectable race. Even though he was a celestial emperor of the human realm, he could not help but admire the benevolence of these weak beings. Don't worry, even if we have to go through fire and water, we will definitely save this world. Seeing this, a player immediately said righteously, living for the benefit of the human realm, how can we avoid it because of misfortune or fortune? Living for the benefit of the human realm, how can we avoid it because of misfortune or fortune? Celestial Emperor Xian murmured, instantly feeling the resolute and heroic momentum in this poem. In a daze, he remembered that in the depths of the forbidden area, he saw the remains of a great sage of the human race, which also roared valiantly. In order to save tens of thousands of people, a hero shed his blood and met his end. The great calamity of the era was about to arrive. At this time, there were already some geniuses and monsters emerging. Many saints and saintesses, under the protection of their protectors, roamed the earth to face the calamity. As for these ancient tribes of the Azure Path, they should also be the geniuses of the younger generation who had appeared in response to the calamity. As expected of the descendants of those ancient existences. Huaxia's divine system? He sighed, his expression not calm. This was a very ancient sect. The players cupped their hands and said with a smile, "It's just going through fire and water. This is the responsibility of us since ancient times." But in their hearts, they muttered that this was an old trick. The players were saviors from another world, and the main storyline was to save the world. However, he was already used to it. Immediately, the few of them excitedly gathered people and ran outside to call their friends. In the blink of an eye, they had gathered a bunch of scattered Buddhist players. When they heard this, they immediately burst into tears. "Mommy, we finally reached the end." Go. How could he not go? No matter how dangerous it is, it's better than being humiliated by those arrogant Qi condensation fellows. Shoo, let's go secretly. Don't tell the people next door. Right, we can't let them freeload on our great fortune. A group of people gathered together, tears streaming down their faces. This heavenly emperor was silent for a moment. Although he couldn't understand what they were saying, he couldn't bear to see their tears streaming down their faces. Was this a sign of his tragic fate? He pondered for a while and couldn't help but ask. I can sense that there are still some Azure Path people in the distance. Their auras seem to be extraordinary. Should we also inform? No need. A player immediately said. Then, he reacted and almost burst into tears. In the end, we have to leave some roots for our Azure Path. Heavenly Emperor Xian was a little silent, feeling disappointed. A bald rabbit, whose cultivation was obviously very high among them, with his full strength, there was already a golden halo behind his rabbit head. He bounced and said, "We don't need to say goodbye. After all, it wouldn't be good if we were reluctant to part. A good man's ambition is to travel far and wide. Why would we cry and get through the pain of parting? Let's go." Yeah. Let's go. We don't need to wait for those of the same race. Instead, they have to go with us and sacrifice themselves. We have to leave some of our race behind. Heavenly Emperor instantly sighed, feeling extremely impressed. He bowed and said, "I can't thank you enough. Everyone has gone through fire and water for our human realm, saving billions of dawn. It's truly admirable." He waved his hand and a white cloud covered everyone, flying straight into the sky. Suddenly, a group of strange-looking living beings ran over from far below. They shouted from the ground. They roared at the sky, feeling both grief and anger. Some even flew over. Instantly, the players' faces turned black. Bastards, they actually came over? There's a high chance that there's a spy from the Taoist faction hiding among us. Who is it? A bald rabbit leading the group looked at the surrounding players warily. Damn it, even a traditional spy routine in online games has appeared? Sneaking into our sect and leaking information during the sect battles and city battles? Originally, when they realized that it was a hidden mission, they immediately told each other to turn off the live broadcast. They didn't expect that the people next door would still find out. The surrounding players looked at each other, confused. All of them were innocent. The Taoist faction spy was probably a movie king, they couldn't tell. Who? Bald Rabbit immediately ignored these players. After all, he was a veteran in the game and had experienced many things like this. He immediately burst into tears, tears streaming down his face. Lord Heavenly Emperor Xian, leave quickly. Don't let them accompany us, stay below, we have to, leave some roots for our race. Sigh. The world is difficult, it's full of life and death separations. Heavenly Emperor Xian's expression changed. He looked down and hesitated. The azure path below was still roaring in anger. He gritted his teeth and directly brought them into the human realm. The human realm. The land was fragmented. The dead zones were like mountain ranges and broken belts, splitting and tearing apart the originally complete land. A group of strange-looking players entered a vast city. There was a bustling flow of people hawking their wares on the streets. Occasionally, some scholars and even some beauties in ancient costumes passed by. Little sister is so beautiful. Fortunately, we didn't bring those cultivators. After all, it's good to cultivate with a pure heart and few desires. Their eyes instantly turned red. It was like Granny Lou entering the Grand View Garden. This was the transcendent world that they yearned for. Where did they live before? They were almost playing single-player games. Now, it was a real world full of living people. They had entered the real big map. Cough cough cough. Heavenly Emperor Xian saw that the azure path was not calm and asked, "Shall we rest for a while and directly enter the forbidden area, or directly enter?" The rabbit head coughed twice. "We hope to recruit some geniuses from the various sects and holy lands. We will teach them some cultivation techniques for free. As long as they are fated with our Buddhist faction, we will teach them without discrimination." Heavenly Emperor Xian was slightly shocked and knew the terrifying meaning. "Let us prepare and inform the various families and geniuses of the younger generation." The few of them nodded and took out a star tree seed and handed it to Heavenly Emperor Xian. "This is the seed of the Bodhi tree. Plant it in the forbidden area and the juice inside will be refined into a medicine. It's the key to cultivation." This was the gene of radiation. Without it, one couldn't cultivate. These players knew that time was of the essence. After all, there was a repulsive force and it was hard to stay for too long. They could only race against time and develop the Buddhist faction system. In just a few days, a piece of news shocked the world. An ancient cultivation system has appeared. It can resist the ominous effects of the forbidden area. Immune to corrosion? Not only those with innate talents, but even ordinary people with decent bloodlines can cultivate it? Everyone in the world was astonished by this. There were even rumors that the Jiang clan's goddess was already on her way. Rumor has it that this woman was a peerless beauty with shocking natural talent. Xianling Jiutian was accompanied by a strange phenomenon. She was only 20 years old and was already comparable to some elders of the older generation. I heard that the current young master of the Ji clan is also on his way. In just a few days, powerful cultivators swarmed over. Some even crossed over countless forbidden areas. It was a grand scene. Somehow, many felt that this was an ancient system that could revive civilization. It couldn't be missed and would establish a cultivation system for the entire world. This day finally began. Are we going to go on stage and give a speech? The bald animals and trees looked at each other in dismay. These days, they had figured out the source of radiation and could be considered to be on the right track. Their bodies were deformed and their hair was sparse. However, the time was still very short. They still didn't know how to change the structure of the radiation and change it to positive radiation. Will it really work? Someone asked. Cough, cough, cough. Although we have the speech that countless netizens have made for us, claiming that it has been carefully crafted and has more than a dozen revisions, will we be beaten to death if we say that? Don't worry. Everyone has a responsibility to announce our Huaxia God system. How can we be beaten to death? This is a combination of many ancient people's thoughts, the study of the heart, the study of things, and all sorts of basic ancient methods of dialectics. It perfectly matches the world of Xianxia. It's fine if we play around with other systems, but how can we mess around with our roots? We must restore the original Huaxia God system. The bald rabbit coughed and said. It will definitely work. If we spread it out in advance, the cultivation system next door won't be able to beat us. Let's carry it forward. Work hard. The best way to defeat fear is to face it. Today, we will restore the glory of our Huaxia God system to this Xianxia world. The bald rabbit slowly put on a kasaya. With a dignified expression and a hazy halo behind him, he slowly walked up to a high place and looked down. Whoosh, the geniuses of the current generation were all sitting there. The bald rabbit looked down, its body glowing, and it had the charm of an almighty being. Many people think that the forbidden area exudes a terrifying ominous aura. It is formless, intangible, and untouchable. It will corrupt everything living and bring death. It is an ancient taboo power. It was bustling below. The bald rabbit said with a solemn expression, "This power is a kind of dark Buddhist land that has been tainted. It will contaminate all things, distort them, and turn them into dark beings." The people below nodded. That was indeed the case. However, the bald rabbit changed the topic. But what is this tainted essence domain? You must look at the problem from the correct modern perspective. Your era is too backward. From a physical point of view, that place actually emits a kind of light, a kind of energy. It is called the Buddhist origin. After countless debates, the netizens decided to use the word Buddhist origin instead of the word radiation to make it easier for the people of this land to understand. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The forbidden area emitted a special kind of light, Buddhist origin. What was physics? Many people were puzzled, and many questions erupted in their hearts. Let's talk about the concept of physics first. First, what is reason? The bald rabbit looked down, its eyes calm. May I ask, does anyone below know? The people around frowned silently. Reason, this was a rather mysterious topic. The bald rabbit continued, do you know about reason? Everyone nodded. Reason roughly referred to the operating rules of the weather. What about geography? Everyone nodded again. What about human reason? What about reason? What about reason? What about reason? The people around them vaguely understood, and the concept of reason was vaguely clear. However, they still felt that it was unfathomable. Was this the ancient cultivation method? Was it really only for fated people? Instead of talking about cultivation, they first talked about the essence of all things. Below, the geniuses whispered and frowned secretly. This was a fortuitous encounter, but not everyone could understand the ancient concept. It was too metaphysical. The bald rabbit did not ask what reason was anymore. It paused for a moment and directly skipped over it. It said coldly, then, what is thing? The people had yet to answer. This bald rabbit pointed directly at the people in front of it. You are a thing. He is a thing. He pointed at the sky and the ground, speaking extremely quickly. Grass is a thing. Flowers are a thing. Heaven is a thing. The forbidden area is a thing. Everything in the world is a thing. Then, have you ever understood thing? The surrounding mighty figures were silent. They had never understood it. Thinking about it carefully, this thing existed in everything in the world, but they instinctively ignored it. Just like Newton back then, everyone knew that apples would fall. This was common sense, but what was the essence behind common sense? It was because it was too common in life that they ignored it. The bald rabbit concluded. Together, thing and reason are the principles of all things in the world. This is the ancient cultivation method of our ancient sages, to understand things and to understand reason. To understand things and to understand reason. To this day, our descendants are still recognizing, understanding, and standardizing everything in the world with the special dialectical method of physics. Physics. The principles of all things in the world. They felt like their heads were about to explode. Goosebumps appeared on their bodies. They felt that they had touched the essence of heaven and earth. Buddhism cultivated physics, physics Buddha. They were suddenly shocked and pleasantly surprised. They could feel the terrifying potential. This ancient Buddhist cultivation actually pointed to the ultimate essence of all things in the world. They were even more expectant. Powerful and pointed to the ultimate essence? Is this the ancient cultivation method? In contrast, we have never embarked on the path of cultivation. The proud sons of heaven of the present generation sat below. The goddesses of the Jian family were even more meticulous in their contemplation. The ancient myths of the past were too much to look forward to. They actually cultivated such a mysterious concept. Just listening to it made them feel incomparably profound. This was Buddha. Only by understanding physics can one cultivate Buddha. The heavenly thearchs in the distance were also moved. Suddenly, the whole world was shocked. Light flashed in the sky. The heavenly beings were extremely noble. They also stood in the clouds, flashing with colorful divine light. They silently listened to the theory of physics and the way of understanding things. The principles of all things in the world. It is called physics. Is this the fundamental understanding of the world? The essence of Buddhist cultivation? This is unbelievable. We heavenly beings used to understand the world like this. We studied the essence of all things and analyzed the various components. But in the end, we all rely on our own experience. It is far from being standardized. Physics, the knowledgeable heavenly beings silently muttered these two words. They conversed with each other in a scholarly manner. They felt that the warriors of the Azure Path were indeed people who had cultivated in both chemistry and science since they were young. This was too shocking. As for the mighty figures of the mortal world, they silently looked up and only felt their hair stand on end. They had never revealed their numbers before. Now that they saw it, how many heavenly thearchs were there, it was terrifying. There were more than 70 of them. Just by standing there, they gave off an irresistible and terrifying pressure. It was as if they had traversed through the ages. So powerful. No wonder they can ignore our mortal world. Heavenly the Xianxia muttered a few words and smiled bitterly. After careful calculation, the number of heavenly emperors born in the mortal world was less than 10. But even the arrogant heavenly beings are inexplicably listening from the side. They can't force the Azure Path. Heavenly the Xianxia and the others were the leaders of the entire Shun dynasty. They felt that the Azure Path's unyielding backbone was something even the heavenly beings couldn't bend. The Azure Path followed their heart and nature. Their backbone was upright and couldn't be forced. They could only wait until they were happy. Perhaps they would tell you some things. The sky and ground were calm. A rabbit wearing a kasaya sat quietly at the top of the podium. His face was full of pride. You have all understood the essence of physics. Then, let us officially begin. The principles of all things. What are all things? Things have various forms. You, me, flowers, grass, trees, and wood are all things in the world. But what about the essence? It is formed by a type of super small particles. It is these small particles that form the world. All things, flowers, and trees are the same. They will emit a kind of energy field. Even, the Buddhist origin. The Buddhist origin is the essence that forms the forbidden area. Boom, as these words were said, the entire ground shook violently. Immediately, the entire land was in chaos. Countless celestial emperors and experts of the major clans frowned. Even the celestials in the sky fell into deep thought because of the endless secrets contained in these words. Everything was formed from endless particles, and physics, the study of the principles of all things, was in fact the study of the fine particles of all things, and the formation of any particle would condense into a kind of energy field, emitting Buddhist origin. This was a cultivation theory that broke through the limits of their thinking. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. The bald rabbit slowly picked up a flower. Look at this. Flower, it's formed from endless particles. It plucked a leaf from the Bodhi tree beside it. Look at this leaf, it's also formed from endless particles. Everyone was completely silent. Some celestial emperors conversed. It's true. I've observed it before. There are endless particles, but I feel that it's very ordinary. I don't have such a powerful divine sense, so I didn't see it. Due to talent, some celestial emperors had very strong divine senses. Some had studied the structure in this aspect, but many celestial emperors didn't have a strong divine sense in this aspect. There was a kind of loss and fear in their hearts, and they confirmed with each other. As for those who weren't mentally prepared, they felt the world spin, only feeling their hair stand on end. This was the basic physics of the world? What kind of structure was this? Unimaginable, one flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi, so this was what it meant. The true meaning of Buddhism was to explore all things everywhere, to understand the endless particles formed from the essence. Whoosh, radiance circulated. The radiance behind him shone like a colored glaze, as if a living Buddha was overlooking all living beings, releasing them from the sea of suffering, full of compassion. Endless particles arrange, converging into various life forms, stones. Its voice was cold. It raised its rabbit paw high and pinched a string of Buddhist beads. The field formed by this kind of thing comes in different sizes. However, the field and source emitted by every living being is different. Most of them are insignificant, Only a few special substances emit a shocking field. He was indeed explaining the cause of radiation. Because this speech was meticulously crafted, in a way that they could accept, it popularized this ancient cultivation system, restoring the ancient glory. After all, this was the land of the ancestors of Xianxia. Naturally, it was necessary to restore the ancient god system to its original state. Therefore, it also used some of the ancient people's knowledge, which showed how much effort was put into it. This speech seems to be filled with rare sincerity. Indeed, it's about restoring the ancient system of Buddhism to them. Suji stood in the dark with a peculiar look on his face. That's a rare show of sincerity. It was rare to see these fellows being so serious and not acting recklessly. He would seriously popularize physics and Buddha, but in ancient times, there was really no such thing. It was rare for him to be so serious, but the direction of his seriousness was completely wrong. But it didn't matter. Suji knew that they were serious. Explaining the intermolecular forces of physics and the production of radiation would lay the foundation for a cultivation system that would completely utilize radiation. It would be a cultivation method of debating physics. The entire ancient Xianxia world would move toward an unknown flourishing system, a completely different and more delicate light source radiation system. He studied the particles of matter and the aura they emitted. At this moment, everyone was shaken, revealing looks of disbelief and infatuation. The thing that explores the world analyzing the principles within. This was physics, so, the forbidden zone was a kind of energy field, every life form had a different field, and they were generally small. Silence, complete silence, they completely understood this system. It seemed to be studying the principles of things, studying the special method of using this kind of energy field. So, we were just relying on our talent before. Yeah, we didn't study the rules of heaven and earth at all. This is an evil path. The ancient cultivation method of physics is the orthodox way. The entire Purple Mansion dojo on Yunfeng Mountain was filled with waves of voices, spreading out layer by layer. Many people couldn't help but scream. Some people felt that they were witnessing a new era. They were filled with ecstasy. It was simply the prologue of the entire era. The ideas inside were shocking. It was too advanced. At this moment, above the dojo, the mysterious Azure Path was still talking about Buddhist principles and delivering all living beings from suffering. Some special substances emit different sources with different characteristics. Some are very evil. Our goal is to absorb these sources and completely transform ourselves into this kind of aggregation. The bald rabbit stood up, took out the book Introduction to Physics Buddhism, Preparation of Uranium-235 to Depression, and waved it in the air. Under normal circumstances, without these sources, we can't absorb them for cultivation. We can only create them ourselves. This is the manufacturing process, and we also borrow physics knowledge. But now, the forbidden zone is filled with this kind of energy. We don't need to create them anymore, we can directly absorb them. The celestials and the mortals were overjoyed. They liked this kind of simple and straightforward personality. After explaining the basic principles, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point to teach them how to cultivate. The bald rabbit continued in a simple and straightforward manner. The forbidden zone, don't be afraid of it. As the saying goes, as you walk, you will bleed from all orifices and fall to the ground. You will be deformed and mutated. Calamity. Demons. Curses. Those are all because we don't understand, so we are afraid. Fear comes from the unknown. As long as we understand physics and follow the method of materialism, the truth will be revealed. He smiled and continued confidently, as for the cultivation in the future, the physiques can be inherited from the experts. Buddha physique, divine physique, sacred physique, and all kinds of physiques are a kind of benign abnormality. Just like in the forbidden zone, many pregnant people live nearby and give birth to children who are deformed and freaks. This is very normal. Don't be superstitious, don't panic. Suji, he had a terrible toothache. Why did the meaning suddenly change as he spoke, and become refuting rumors and dispelling superstitions? However, the various forces below were shocked and revealed expressions of understanding. After all, the forbidden zone was very terrifying. Recently, many pregnant people came close and gave birth to many deformed children. They were all cursed by the people in the villages and towns as inauspicious, infected with curses, and demons descending. So this was the reason. I see. That's the reason. The puzzle has been revealed. Many people were discussing. Before the forbidden zone gave them a lot of uneasiness. The bald rabbit was still enlightening the people, showing his divinity in front of the people, helping them overcome their misfortunes. The so-called gods are nothing more than powerful living beings. As for the omens, demons, curses, and misfortune that countless people fear, they are nothing more than that. You have a different outlook and a different mentality. When you become stronger and understand the physics, you will no longer be afraid. All the mysteries of the world will disappear around you. In this world, only weakness is the original sin. The bald rabbit put his hands together, and endless light flickered behind him. He was full of compassion as he enlightened the people. Physics, understanding things to the end, is the only way to the truth of the world and uncover the secrets. Boom, the people below suddenly exploded. Countless people felt as if a new world had been unfolded, and they were wild with joy. The previous fear, the forbidden zone, all kinds of ghosts, and strange great horror, now they thought that it was nothing more than this. The celestials were also not calm, and revealed deep thoughts. Obviously, this was a path of man conquering the heavens, exploring the rules of the world, and leading to the ultimate. Physics? So this is physics. Physics is the way of immortals. They were completely convinced by this ancient cultivation method. The bald rabbit stood up, and finally went straight to the main topic. However, that is just an ancient cultivation system. The ancient Buddhist sect delivered all living beings from suffering, and they were compassionate. We, the later generations, have not awakened that kind of positive Buddhist source. Now, it is all negative energy, and we need everyone to work hard together with us. He had some players wander around below, and he passed some medicine to them for them to absorb. Next, we will begin to enter my sect. Everyone, don't be too excited, because it will vary from person to person. Some kind of body mutation will occur, and hair will naturally fall off. Getting rid of the 3,000 strands of worry is inevitable. Everyone revealed expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Hair falling off? But, it is just skin. The bald rabbit stood up, and he said solemnly, hair is the source of worry, the source that prevents us from becoming stronger. Come, pry open the door of physics with us. Break through the bewilderment and fear of the forbidden zone, and use your intelligent head to observe the light, and represent the light. Voila, a sacred glazed light sprinkled on everyone's faces, and this moment was imprinted on the murals of history for eternity. In the 468th year of the celestial realm, the ancient Buddha gave a sermon at the Purple Mansion Dojo of Yunfeng Mountain, breaking through the void, overcoming adversity, dispelling doubts, and enlightening all living beings. Buddhism began to flourish. We are heading straight for the ultimate path. The rabbit was wearing a kasaya and gestured to the players below to distribute medicine. It slowly rotated the Buddhist beads in its hand and occasionally knocked on the wooden fish beside it. Today, as long as you join the sect, you will be taught without discrimination. Its voice became deeper and deeper. Hair sucks our brain nutrients. It stood up. Hair is a hateful worm that takes root in the head. Boom, it took a violent step forward and made a loud sound. Hair shrinks our brain development. It constantly nibbles away at our wisdom, making us fall into the sea of bitterness, unable to think clearly, and also making us have 3,000 threads of worry. The kasaya rabbit slowly opened its arms. Today, you and I will get rid of our hair. We are all from the same sect. The iron fist of materialism will eventually disperse the ancient existence of the forbidden dark area. Eliminate confusion, superstition, and fear. Use a rational mind to light up the light of wisdom in the future. Boom, it was wearing a kasaya. At this moment, its head flickered with endless golden light. It was dazzling and majestic, as if an ancient saint from a temple or church had descended to the world, wearing the vast divine light of eternity. The people below were silent. Even the celestials were moved. They hurriedly used the gene medicine that was distributed and felt a stimulating ray spreading through their bodies. They gently touched their hair. It actually fell off in large handfuls. With a light grab, the entire smooth and white scalp was revealed. Even the hair follicles were gone. There was no pain during the process. It was very natural. They sat cross-legged and felt their bodies wrapped in endless warmth and heat. Bathed in the divine light, their throats were dry. They put their palms together and closed their eyes with benevolent expressions. We have traced back to the past mythical history. And embarked on the path of the ancient immortals. History. Distant history always made people yearn for it. The glory of the past 1,000 years made people yearn for it. However, what was history? The so-called history is a group of people cheering hand in hand. At that time, they thought that they had done a small thing casually. They were all laughing, happy, and even thought that it was very strange. Suji pondered for a moment and said with a smile. He looked at the bald rabbit in front of him who was preaching and the people who were excitedly distributing medicine and leading the people to cultivate. These players were proud to popularize their new sect. He was also happy and proud of himself for popularizing science and reviving the glory of his ancient Xianxia ancestors. After all, in their eyes, their ancestors had really come to this land. Moreover, an unknown ancient glory and war broke out, and there was a special kind of hometown complex. Right now, they were naturally going to investigate history. Suji was dumbfounded. Most of the time, the beginning of history wasn't sacred or solemn. It was just like these fellows, messing around and laughing. But history will praise them and deify them. They are a distant legend. 470 Deva years. The Buddhist cultivation system expanded. Everyone practiced Buddhism, planted Bodhi trees, and walked the 6 pure paths. It was at this moment that history returned to the right track from the wild and primitive era. It was precisely stepping onto the ancient path of cultivation and reviving the ancient cultivation methods. They had once sat on the high-speed track of talent and rapidly rose to glory, but it was also because of their talent that they neglected to develop their original cultivation system. Only now did they begin to build a firm foundation. Deva Realm Year 473. The expansion of Buddhism was unstoppable. The various dynasties discovered the power within and could resist the ominous omens of the Forbidden Zone. Buddha enlightened all living beings, and even many mortals who couldn't cultivate stepped onto the path of cultivation. The lineage of Buddhism focused on nature, wisdom, and comprehension. Only those who were good at physics could be the elites of Buddhism. They could suppress the world and fight for a spot on the elite roll. Some of the elites, princes, and saints couldn't keep up with the path of cultivation, and soon, some were eliminated. One by one, the geniuses from poor backgrounds shone brilliantly on the path of cultivation. Dewey Bodhisattva went west and entered the southwest Forbidden Zone to explore the ancient ruins. He obtained an immortality herb from the ancient divine source. Bhikkhu Bodhisattva looked at the murals in the Donghuang Forbidden Zone. During that time, he killed a big demon that was infected by the dark Forbidden Zone. Many bodhisattvas appeared, stunning everyone. But in the end, they all cultivated the Buddha of killing and controlled the radiance of death. The traditional radiation brought death everywhere they went. No one comprehended the ancient righteous Buddha that saved the world. Moreover, they vaguely didn't want to spend time in that illusory place. Saving and purifying the world was obviously not good at combat strength. What they wanted was that unparalleled battle strength. Rather than searching for ways to weaken themselves, they might as well cultivate the Buddha of killing and spend more time killing and fighting for opportunities. Only then would they be able to stand out in this era. Deva Realm Year 474. I see. On this day, a beautiful little nun with short hair sat in the depths of the bamboo forest. It was Suing Luo. Although she was trapped in the Forbidden Zone and couldn't personally listen to the preaching, she followed the news from the experts in the sky and scattered the Bodhi seeds. She fused them into her bloodline and started to study physics. She belonged to the last batch of cultivators. At this moment, she sat in the bamboo forest outside the Forbidden Zone for 3 years. Day after day, she studied the bamboo and wanted to comprehend the path of life. She didn't come to fight and kill, but for her mother. Ever since the outbreak of the Forbidden Zone, Mother Su had yet to recover from her serious injuries. She was infected by the terrifying curse and her body became thinner and thinner, almost turning into a walking skeleton. She was different from others. Her temperament was gentle like water and very calm. She didn't have a competitive heart and didn't wander around the forbidden zones to train her combat strength. She didn't even deliberately make a name for herself. Another day passed. This is the principle of Buddhism. Buddhist will and demonic will are but a single thought. Boom, in an instant, divine light illuminated the entire bamboo forest. The faint light enveloped the entire bamboo forest and quickly mutated. The bamboo was infected and deformed, but it didn't wither. Instead, it became more luxuriant. Under this radiation, it achieved some kind of special stimulative evolution. It turned into a special kind of Buddha bamboo. Infecting all things, purifying all things, turning into fellow disciples. Is this the path of Buddhism? Mysterious, great, and unfathomable. Contaminating the world. Buddha's light illuminates. I see. She couldn't help but laugh heartily. A 12-leaf golden lotus flower appeared on top of her head. Her body was translucent and emitted a faint Buddhist fragrance and Buddha's light. She reached out and plucked a strand of Buddha bamboo leaf. In less than 5 years, with my realm, I will definitely sweep through all realms and become the Buddha celestial arch. She revealed a gentle smile. They think that they can only increase their realm through battle, but they don't know that Buddhism is a branch of reasoning. Understanding the principles, understanding the flowers, plants, insects, and fish, and cultivating one's character is the right path. She heard that this ancient branch was neutral and peaceful. She felt that it was a method for cultivating one's character and not born for killing. And to observe the world, one must have a pair of discerning eyes. Look closely at all things in the world. The collision of all things forms field and light. Once you understand it, you will understand all things. She already had a heart of glaze and saw through all things in the world. The great Tao of physics was already in front of her. On this day, after 5 years of enlightenment, Suing Luo comprehended the Tao in the bamboo forest. In one day, she comprehended the ancient orthodox Buddha. The world was shaken. Countless people came to ask for advice on Buddhism. Within 800 meters, it was all Buddhist land. A temple was built in the bamboo forest. It was the Wu-wei Sumeru Temple. On the horizontal board were these 5 golden words. Some local people quickly came to live in the Buddhist land and became her disciples. They enjoyed the purified land, resisted the forbidden areas, and extended their lives. Her voice resounded throughout the world. A man does not fight, so no one in the world can fight with him. Water nourishes all things, but does nothing. She was known as the Wu-wei Sumeru Buddha Patriarch. The world was beginning to appear. The ancient divine Tao of ancient Huaxiao was completely revived. Countless experts came. When they saw the Wu-wei Sumeru Temple and the golden light that was like an ocean, they couldn't help but be shocked. This was too terrifying. This is the Buddhist land? In the darkness, it protects the people. As soon as we enter, even we feel like we're about to be assimilated. We feel like we're about to be purified, turned into Buddhas and disciples. It's not just us. Look at these bamboos, even the animals and flowers here are affected. Maybe in the future, they can gain wisdom and convert to Buddhism. That's right, this Buddhist land is very mysterious. Look at this macaque in the bamboo forest. After being converted to Buddhism, it has a total of 6 ears. It's like a spirit and is looking at us. In their eyes, this land was very horrifying. They originally thought that the killing power of the life-killing Buddha was even more astonishing, but they didn't expect that the righteous Buddha was the true powerful one. Delivering all living beings from suffering, as well as all kinds of miracles and mysterious powers, it was very exaggerated. It was no wonder that the ancient people revised Buddhism as a traditional orthodoxy. There was a reason for it. Because not only did it benefit others, but it also made them stronger. As a result, the experts immediately changed their murderous nature and respectfully went to ask for advice. In just a few days, they actually disappeared in the temple without any news. When everyone went again, they found that these heroes of the current era had actually turned into the Buddhist disciples of the Wu-wei Sumeru Temple. Their eyes were devout, and they didn't listen to the outside world. They were respectfully chanting sutras, reforming all living beings. They suddenly felt a sense of fear. On the other side, when a certain heavenly emperor once again descended on the animal path, he happened to find some strange azure path warriors. They chased after him while crying bitterly. We have a Tao that is not inferior to those Buddhas. We hate them so much. They were the sects that cultivated the Tao, and they were devastated. Those bastards were originally far inferior to them, but they didn't expect to monopolize it and secretly ran to the mortal world to develop. It was said that there were powerful Buddhas who began to comprehend many mysteries, and even righteous Buddhas began to popularize. The Buddha's light shone, and the world was a Buddhist land. With that terrifying assimilation nature, if they didn't make a move, there would be no place for them in a few years. The internet was completely in an uproar. The battle between physics and chemistry began. The Tao of the mortal world is changing, even a pig sitting on the wind can fly to the sky. Who are you calling a pig? On the contrary, it's you bastards who planted spies here and informed us of our reactions at any time. That's too much, everyone was chattering. After all, in traditional online fighting games, there were all kinds of sex fighting. Many of them were competitions between players, and gang battles were for fun. Where there were people, there would be rivers and lakes, and there would be gratitude and grudges. Naturally, the current situation was more enjoyable. That bald donkey. Does anyone dare to fight with me? Humph, if you want to fight, then fight. I will let you understand that the weak don't deserve to have parents. Suji, what the F***ck are you talking about? Ding, these guys were about to pick up their keyboards, but they were quickly muted. He was speechless. Where there were people, there would be a war of words. Both sides were clearly systems that loved to learn. Wasn't it better to compete with each other seriously in learning? Was it because of the hair that caused the root of disdain and discord? However, it didn't matter because the conflict between factions was more interesting. It was not good to be a pool of stagnant water. Another reason was that they brought these cultivation systems to the mortal world, but they couldn't affect many things. After all, with the repulsion of the heavens, it was difficult for them to stay for long. 478 years of the heavenly being realm. The azure path was brought to the mortal world by a heavenly emperor. After a few communications, he opened a dojo to talk about the ancient Tao cultivation lineage, the Khanate Chi. The news came. The four directions are called the universe, and from ancient times to the present, it is called the universe. Today, I will talk about the Tao of the universe. Boom, such words were so domineering. Instantly, the world swarmed over. Everyone rushed over, wanting to listen to the cultivation of this lineage. In the dojo, the Tao of cultivation is different from physics. It is to investigate the principles of things. Observe the things in the world and analyze the principles within them. A tree man wearing a grey Taoist robe said. On it was an exquisite and mysterious yin and yang 8 trigrams. The periodic table of elements was written on each of the 64 trigrams. It was obvious that he came prepared. The competition between the orthodoxies was just that cruel. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and said calmly with the demeanor of an immortal, "Our ancient Taoist lineage cultivates chemistry." There was a commotion below. They didn't understand. What was a Taoist? What was chemistry? That tree man Taoist slowly opened his mouth, his voice like thunder. The Tao is nature. The rules of the operation of all things in the world is the great Tao. The great Tao is formless, but it gives birth to the world. The great Tao is emotionless, but it operates like the sun and moon. The great Tao is nameless, but it nourishes all things. The Tao is nature, and humans walk the great Tao. They are called Taoists. As soon as this short outline of the orthodoxy was finished, the people below instantly fell silent. They only felt their hearts tremble like thunder. This short and simple sentence was too profound and mysterious, as if it contained the mysteries of the universe. It was too terrifying. Nature is the Tao, Taoists walk the path of nature. Just like Buddha, it is also a cultivation system that leads straight to the ultimate. It was as if they saw a group of ancient people from tens of thousands of years ago. Their black hair draped over their shoulders, dominating the world, and all living beings bowed to them. They walked on the great Tao, controlling the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. What kind of peerless style was that? What is chemistry? The Tao is nature. The Tao is nature. Chemistry is the study of the changes of nature. The tree man was still holding the horsetail whisk in his hand. He looked down and pointed at the sky, the earth, the mountains, and the rivers. He sang and danced, not bound by the rules of all things, not bound by the nature of mud. Do as you please. The sun and moon shine by themselves without being lit by man. The stars are in order without being arranged by man. The birds and beasts are born by man. The wind moves by itself without being fanned by man. The water flows by itself without being pushed by man. The grass and trees grow by themselves without being planted by man. The passage of the oceans, the transition of matter. The study of the changes of all things, is chemistry. As soon as these words came out, the world collapsed. At this moment, everyone who heard it felt like they were surrounded by an indescribable sense of suffocation. They had thought that the true meaning of the world was physics. The principle of matter, the essence of form. Once they understood it, they would understand the basic material structure of all things in the world and control the source of light and field. It was the only ultimate power. This was unbelievable, but they had accepted it in the past. In the past few years, they had entered Buddhism and gradually understood its profoundness. However, at this moment, their newly established beliefs were shattered once again. Because someone told them another word, chemistry. The study of the changes of all things in the world, this was also a mysterious cultivation technique of the ancient Xianxia gods. It stood side by side with Buddhism and pointed to the true meaning of all things. The ancient Tao had also created an unimaginable number of gods and Buddhas in the ancient era. They were the ancestors of the ancient immortals of this land. This was enough to make all the heavenly emperors, geniuses, and experts of the major sects feel restless, as if they were being hit by multiple waves. At this moment, apart from shock, they could only look up to it. This is the second ultimate cultivation path. Even the heavenly beings were whispering. They felt that their so-called pride in the past was just a frog in a well, a laughable ant in this era. May I ask, the essential difference? Heavenly Emperor Xian said slowly. You've cultivated Buddhism, it's not good. When this treant saw that Heavenly Emperor Xian's head was bald and 6 of his tranquility roots had been removed, he couldn't help but feel pained. He came a step too late and was still forcefully harmed. Those guys didn't have hair, so they wanted to trick others into falling with them. As for the essential difference? The Tree-Man Taoist priest smiled and slowly stretched out his hand. Taoist masters transformations. All the transformations in the world are covered within it. All living things in the world are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. One quality will please another, one will restrain another, and one will dominate another. Whoosh, he stretched out his hand, and flames appeared out of thin air. After the flames burned, they actually turned into water and slowly flowed on his hand. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Fire out of thin air? It was clearly a cluster of flames, but after burning, it turned into water? How could there be such an illogical thing in this world? This is chemistry. The Taoist slowly rose into the air, and an explosion actually appeared when he stretched out his hand. Everyone revealed strange expressions. With such a low realm, he could actually fly in the air? Did he break the shackles of the realm, and what was that explosion? They couldn't understand what was going on. Just like when they first saw the Buddha, they felt that it was strange. This is the study of the transformation of all things. The tree man floated in the air and said softly, it can decompose water to produce gas, burn fire to produce water, and decompose water to produce light. According to this principle, there will be many extraordinary transformations from that one thing. This is the Tao. If you want to learn it, I can naturally teach you. On this day, Tao cultivation was born. The people who cultivated the Tao were like vegetables. Gradually, they flourished and were no weaker than the Buddha. Chemistry and physics began to flourish, the internet was also in an uproar. Ha 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 ha. Are you people sick in the head? This is the first time I've seen such serious nonsense. He laughed like a madman. The Tao of chemistry and the Buddha of physics are just right. I don't believe that there were no such myths in ancient times. I even think that the 9-year compulsory education in the modern world, where we study chemistry and physics seriously, is clearly to inherit the heritage of our ancient Xianxia. Brothers, let's rise for the sake of learning. The top scholar of science in the college entrance examination is here. If he were born in there, he would definitely dominate the ages and crush all the geniuses and princes. He would destroy all the methods of hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, and boron. He would only regret that he was not born in this world. Everyone was very excited. They had completely revived the ancient civilization. They were deducing two major systems by themselves. How could it be faster than the entire world? Come to think of it, the future of this world was about to change. Whether it was the dark forbidden zone or the ancient great sage, it was barely possible to resist. But according to our speculation, the style of this era is already very obvious. Yes, history is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the ancient era of the ancient gods and Buddhas hundreds of millions of years ago, which is also the ancient era of Xianxia. It corresponds to the thousands of years in Xianxia. At that time, a terrifying war broke out and all the gods and Buddhas fell. It is very likely that it was a battle between chemistry and physics. Everyone nodded. That was indeed the case. The second stage is after that cataclysm. There are no immortals in the world, and the world is also broken. That is the chaotic ancient era. This era should correspond to our Qing dynasty. Because it happened that no one ascended during the Dharma-ending era, this is also an explanation. If this era had developed normally, there should have been people cultivating the immortal spirit. However, a big shot from the Samsara temple appeared and directly established the 6 paths of reincarnation, monopolizing the entire world. Therefore, there was no immortal era before there was another immortal spirit who broke through to the 8th level. Everyone fell silent. This terrifying unknown culprit was a bit scary. The third stage is now. The path of immortality has been cut off. Zhu Wuxian and the ancient existences of the Dark Forbidden Zone want to overthrow the emperor who controls Samsara and rebuild the path of immortality. After some speculation, the entire vast and huge world was completely clear. It was full of flesh and blood in front of everyone. In front of them, they should first resist the ancient existences of the Forbidden Zone. Click. Suji turned off the tablet. They have really begun to influence the entire world. Just as I guessed, no matter how weak they are, they will find ways to pry open the world in various ways. Seeing this scene, a strange expression appeared on his face. This style was very strange. Don't you think his style is wrong? But it is also very classical. Investigating things to the end, all things change. It was even very grand, far more metaphysical than the previous world, belonging to the true transcendence. It looked like it had a strong foundation, more quaint, and more celestial. But if you said he was right, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. As expected, this world has been played with by them. Suji stared at these players again and found that they had begun to fool the celestial emperors of the mortal realm, regularly bringing them into the mortal realm. When there was a repulsive force, they would then return to the animal realm. After all, the animal realm was a low-level world, the flow of time was very slow, and it was not that lively. It was naturally good to be able to enter the mortal realm. Regardless of the trouble, it is enough that the era is at its peak. They will also witness history. Suji smiled and suddenly walked on the streets of this world, looking at the people on both sides of the road. In fact, they can even more directly witness the history that they have already changed. What would happen if they entered the mortal realm every once in a while, 1 day in the animal realm, 10 days in the mortal realm? This caused them to enter every once in a while and witness an era of rapid development that was changed by them. This kind of online game mode was very good. Although they had witnessed the era that they had changed in the past, they had all seen it on the web. The flow of time in front of them was different, so they could more directly see this and continue to enter to see the changes that they had brought to the future. Only with a sense of participation can you feel the depth of history. Suji felt that his mode was very perfect. They will soon enter the mortal realm a few more times, and the entire land will spread some of the legends from before. They will see the system that they have deduced completely develop into a great world. Of course, this would only happen if their lifespans were long enough. With the current trend, if they did not break through, this group of players' lifespans would be almost up, and they would probably be eliminated very soon. Even if they broke through to the Celestial Emperor, they would only be 80 years old. But speaking of the great world, Suji's gaze gradually lowered. They are at their peak, and I reckon that they are going to cause a ruckus. I have to make the ancient existences in the Forbidden Zone more realistic. Actually, these dark forbidden areas were quite easy to mold. Forbidden mountains, pitch-black forbidden lands, all sorts of strange phenomena, and even the remains of the ancient existences sealed in amber were just the surface. They looked good but were useless. The radiation from the god source amber was real, but the broken limbs inside were equivalent to a kind of internal coating pattern. It was just for show, but once it melted, people would find that it had long decayed with time. As for the so-called Forbidden Zone, all he had to do was to make it into a heavy radiation zone. Radiation zones were strange to begin with. They were deformed, mutated, and oozed pus. There was no need to do anything more exhausting. However, how should the ancient existences of the forbidden zones of the ancients be molded into peerless demonic beings? They were all peerless celestial emperors with exaggerated combat power. They were not easy to mold. Suji knew that he did not have that many talents under his command. The inner world before him, the Rubik's Cube of the 6 paths of reincarnation, were his direct Zerg troops, but they were still growing. He thought about it and felt that it was difficult. Previously, he had created the 18 levels of arcade hell to gather faith. Zhu Wuxian, Su Huanjun, and the others did not need real combat power. By the time they needed to appear in front of people, they would have completely gathered willpower and grown. They would no longer be fake. In the eyes of people, they were as strong as they thought. However, the stronger they were, the more willpower they needed to absorb. The energy was equal. But what about now? There was no time for them to grow in the forbidden areas. These newly born ancient existences of the ancient forbidden areas would soon be born and start an earth-shattering war. Not only did they have to fight, they had to have an advantage, and they could even crush them. However, this is still a part of the world's improvement, allowing this world to have more potential. The 18 levels of hell are already brewing a bunch of peerless existences, and if this forbidden land develops as well, it will also give birth to a bunch of peerless existences. The 9 Transformations Mysterious Arts portable world was his true foundation. But it's a bit difficult to raise a group of ant guards in the inner world. He blinked helplessly. Ta. Suji walked in the dark mountains. Radiation was everywhere. Emerald green vines, pitch-black soil, and the damp, gloomy environment gave off the feeling of a chilly wind. I do have to create some restricted areas, but these restricted areas aren't conversions of faith. They should be real living beings. Suji pondered for a few seconds. Because how could faith be gathered? Some recite him, worship him, praise him, fear him, fear him. The existence of these ancient forbidden areas had long been forgotten by the passage of time. Moreover, hell was still fine, as it was a one-on-one game. However, if it was somewhere in the forbidden areas, they would have to gather the faith of countless creatures, and they would have to create great dragon veins, turning the entire world into a formation. As such, this path could not be taken. As for the Dragon Balls, he didn't build a dragon vein, its mother was the entire planet, so it naturally had no such worries. It can only be a real living being, but it won't be a problem for me. I'm a super ancient god with vast knowledge. Suji had a look of contemplation as he squatted down and touched the black soil full of radiation. It was wet, and there were many black withered branches in between. As a level 9 super ancient god, in the eyes of outsiders, I've lived for at least tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Although it's just role-playing, I can be considered to have 20 to 30,000 years of experience. The entire world was developing at the same time. But adding up the total time, it was 20 to 30,000 years. The older the existence, the higher their vision, and the wider the scope of their knowledge. After witnessing the systems and civilizations of many worlds, they would naturally be able to easily solve any problem. For them, as their understanding of the world deepened, it gradually became no longer a secret. Although Suji had not broken through to level 9, nor had he truly lived for tens of thousands of years, nor did he have the level of thinking of peak level 8 powerhouses like Medusa, Dicky, and Carolyn, but his vision was the broadest. This was because he had built a sand table to deduce the civilization system, allowing the people in the sand table to open up many paths ahead of them. He had even been able to continuously communicate with these existences and steal their systems, thoughts, and wisdom. He was standing on the shoulders of everyone. Walala, Suji stretched out his hand. Additional Rubik's Cubes appeared once more, slowly hovering in the air. These were the extra Rubik's Cubes that he had created for Jiwushan and the other arcade game life forms. Now, he wanted to add more life forms to the reincarnation system. Moreover, it was a special life form. Suji wanted to try something new. The unique ancient race that created the reincarnation system, outside of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Looks like I'll have to research here for a few more years. Once the species is created, it won't be any weaker than the demon core lineage or the humans of the primordial era. He directly pulled out the gene bank and produced an ancient Bodhi tree that could be seen everywhere. Fuse with the demon core gene. Suji adjusted the potion as he muttered softly, those ancient Bodhi trees from before were all radiation trees, planted as rice fields. How could they be true ancient Bodhi trees? The demon core can transmit knowledge and store knowledge. This is the true Bodhi tree. Under the ancient tree, one will gain enlightenment and be enlightened. Walala, Suji allowed the Bodhi tree to fuse with the demon core gene. After a few tests, he planned to turn the original star fruit into a demon core, accumulating a lot of knowledge. He ate one and crushed the demon core. Not only would the demon core contain a lot of energy, but the knowledge stored within would also be transformed into a type of divine will, rushing into the brain. This concept already had a lot of foundation and was relatively simple. However, there were still many difficulties to overcome in practice. It took Suji 8 years of time, coupled with his own demon core microchip's super-fast calculation speed, to achieve this. Suji had accomplished all of this. Very soon, a lot of cultivation knowledge was injected into the demon cores of these apple-like fruits. The fruits turned into advanced AI computers that could store knowledge and perform calculations. It was like an ancient tree with many iPhones growing on it. This is still not enough. If this is the case, it would only be a fruit that stores knowledge. The calculation ability of the demon core fruit would be irrelevant. I want each fruit on this tree to be like a neuron, calculating with each other and forming a brain. 1 year, 5 years. Gradually, as it continued to experiment and fail, the ancient tree branch started to grow strange. The form of the tree began to change. At first, it was a lush, round, and lush broccoli. Then, it gradually turned into a magical tree that looked like a brain. Most of its leaves had withered, and its bare branches were round and smooth like snow-white tofu. Then, it stood on the ground. Thump, thump, true energy stirred. It was like a wriggling brain. Every branch was like a neuron that had split open. Every fruit was like a neuron that stored information and memories. It was as if he could see a mysterious brain that was rooted in the ground, slowly beating. It was like the heart of an ancient god or demon. It was very strange and horrifying. This is enough. Suji frowned. He kept lowering his head and raising his head, writing the experiment record in his notebook. I've written a lot of knowledge and some memories into each of its chips. It is an ancient existence. It has been asleep for too long and has forgotten a lot. Suji gently flipped his palm and wrote a number on the Rubik's Cube. The real name X1000 represented its unique structure. The forbidden zone of the ancients was also Suji's experimental ground. Not only did he want to create opponents for them, but he also wanted to explore and develop these extraordinary creatures. If these creatures could really develop, he might be able to put them into a new world sand table, or he might have other uses for them. The forbidden zone itself was only a testing ground. At the same time, it was also to create a more powerful personal guard. Suji did not hesitate and turned to leave. I've given some interesting memory fragments some impressions. As for the rest, you can imagine it yourself. The entire brain continued to slowly wriggle in the deepest forest of the forbidden zone. Thump, thump, the blood vessels wriggled like fat snakes, and the strange brain constantly pulsed. The neuron demon core fruit was like the nerves of a brain, slowly converging. Who am I? A faint voice resounded from the brain. After a long time, it seemed to recall something. It was some memory fragments. I am the Lord of Samsara of the secluded mountain during the ancient chaos era. I once fought with that person to control the Tao of Samsara. I was defeated by one move and lost the entire world. All that was left was a brain. Over the years, I hid in the depths of the forbidden zone. In today's world, He has already become the Lord of Samsara and controls the 6 paths of Samsara. This world has experienced too much destruction, and only the 6 paths and 6 races are left. Back then, there were more than 100 races in the world. How glorious was the secluded mountain Samsara race! It was filled with emotion as it saw some fragments. In that era, that person and I were the closest to the law of Samsara. The 2 emperors fought. Although I lost, I still stood and grasped part of the incomplete law of Samsara. I can still incarnate into half of Samsara. The voice suddenly weakened. It's another new era. I've been asleep for too long, and my cultivation is actually so weak. I have to be more vigilant and rise again. A few days later, a mutated leopard passed by the strange brain tree. It could feel the great temptation of the condensed neuron fruit. It could not help but swallow it. It chewed on the core of the fruit. Instantly, the leopard convulsed and fell to the ground. It only felt that its simple and crude brain was being attacked by a huge stream of consciousness. All kinds of mysterious cultivation methods appeared, and it was enlightened. It was replaced by another consciousness. The leopard got up again and slowly walked into the distance. Go out, a fragment of myself. Go reincarnate and experience the glory of this life. Return to my brain before I die. This is also a kind of reincarnation. In this mortal world, I cultivate the supreme technique, multiple neurosis. I reduce my own memories and turn into thousands of incarnations. Only one of me can be reincarnated. I am also a small reincarnation. Back then, I was a step behind. In this life, Lord of Samsara, I want to fight again. Suji was wearing the black robe of the King of Hell. He was already wandering in another forbidden area. Such a unique existence, Suji did not want to make too many of them, but he wanted to make it more varied. And this tree was equivalent to hundreds of others. The strength of the forbidden area, as well as the level of strangeness, would not be seen as a flaw in the eyes of outsiders. The system of Buddhism and Taoism was flourishing. Others were rising, but so were they. They were on the same starting line, and fierce sparks would fly. What's more, Suji had helped these existences in the forbidden area. That reincarnated brain tree, the Bodhi Dao fruit tree from the various eras, is the strongest, and also from the most ancient era where the path to immortality was severed. It took a lot of effort, but it's also a taboo existence from other eras. Suji thought for a moment, and suddenly had an idea. Since there are experts from the ancient forbidden areas, there are naturally those who only have their brains left, and there are naturally those who have their bodies split apart. Not only is there a reason for them to become weaker, but there are also more experts. Yes, I'll inherit a portion of their limbs. Suji's figure flickered, and he vanished where he was. And since it's a forbidden area, it's better to create something that conforms to the style of the ancient era. In any case, I'll just casually replenish the numbers. There's no need to worry too much about it. I'll pass on my memories to them, and there's no need to care if they die. After all, the existence of the forbidden area has long surpassed lifespan, and their memories have been eroded by time. It's normal for them to be unable to endure it. After all, it's not true monstrous great sages that can slumber within. Some celestial emperors who are close to becoming sages will also do the same, choosing to slumber in the forbidden area for fear of death. Therefore, there are strong and weak opponents. Somewhere in the forbidden area, a mutated ape was resting on a large tree, its entire body rotting. Clearly, compared to large animals, its resistance wasn't as strong, and it couldn't hold on any longer. All of a sudden, it seemed to have some kind of instinct, as though something in the distant mountains was guiding it, and it slowly walked over. After half a day, in a pitch-black crack in the earth, it discovered a hairy ape's limb, wrapped in yellow amber. It instinctively reached out to touch it. Its whole body quivered, and it fainted on the ground. When it woke up again, it had inherited some ancient memories. Its intelligence was very low, and it was somewhat vague. I've obtained some inheritances, the most ancient tribe of apes. Human King, 2 epochs ago. Emperor Tianming, it vaguely saw some ancient tribes of apes. They were similar to the Australopithecus, hairy, hunchbacked, and had very long black arms. They were fighting and roaring furiously. In the end, Emperor Tianming led the ancient apes of that era to rise and cultivate. Following each era, the ancient apes evolved in cultivation and shed their fur. I've inherited, one of them, a total of 4. If we fuse, we will restore the most complete Emperor Tianming ape inheritance. I'm a Tongbi ape, in another place. In the pitch-black depths of the mountains, an old and mature monkey was leaning on a tree, holding a long staff and looking at the sky. Evidently, it was very mystical, a demon that had survived an ominous event, and already had spiritual intelligence. I'm a red-bottomed horse ape. Are there 3 others, in the depths of an even more fissured area? The largest amber stone was as tall as 3 people. A young monkey couldn't help but roll in, but an accident happened, and it was solidified by the amber. Different from the others, it didn't have time to be born, and was completely sealed in the amber. In its vague memory, it began to absorb the energy in the amber, and began to cultivate. But gradually, the entire amber stone was covered in a layer of turbid dust. An action Sumeru temple. Suing Luo let out a cry of surprise. She lowered her head to look at the 6-eared monkey in front of her. Originally, it had gained intelligence in her Buddhist land, and was one of the few intelligent animals under her command, and its organs had mutated. Unexpectedly, this little monkey had entered the nearby forbidden area a few days ago, and obtained some kind of inheritance from the ancient forbidden area, just like her. Coincidentally, a Buddha-like player was listening at the side, and he felt his hair stand on end. Looking at this 6-eared monkey, he didn't expect that there would be some correspondence in the legends of Xianxia. The internet was instantly in an uproar. Brothers, even the 4 great monkeys of the ancient Xianxia legends have revived. Quickly analyze it. As expected, the Almighty who wrote the Journey to the West was not simple. It's very likely that he had heard of similar legends, and thus wrote it down. Ah. This is too interesting. Suji had already walked into the other forbidden areas, wearing an emperor's robe, and recorded new special numbers, which all started with an X. He also found some deformed races, and imparted the inheritance to them, making them think that they had revived from the ancient times. This was a strategy of casting a wide net, and there would always be some that could rise up. Suji walked and stopped from time to time, casting his net in many of the radiation-restricted zones. He did a second version update to this world and made some adjustments to the data. He gave some special creatures an inheritance and gave them some fragmented memories. They thought that they had revived in the past and lost all their cultivation, so they began to cultivate again. I woke up from the ancient times. In this era, my cultivation level actually fell to this level. How long have I been sleeping in the source of God? After strolling around every restricted area, he felt a lot more relaxed after he was done with all of this. His busy days had come to an end. He just needed to let things develop and welcome his great era. He was a rather lazy person to begin with. This way, it's very satisfactory. Suji also added the radioactive waste that he had collected from the power station over the past few days in the restricted zone to make the radiation even more intense. Let the 6 paths of Tao embark on the path of cultivation, and let the ancient existences in the restricted zone cultivate. Double the cultivation, double the happiness. The entire world is exploring the path under my guidance, fighting against each other and slowly moving forward, recreating the glory of the ancient myths of the past. Let them fight first. Only when there is competition can there be progress. Suji liked this radiation system. After a while, Suji walked out of the restricted zone. He had spent more than 10 years planning. Times were different now. The Taoist lineage was at its peak. The sky was filled with cultivators in Taoist robes. In the sect, a Taoist sat in the middle of the dojo, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He was carefree and handsome, preaching from a high place. Taoist cultivators cultivate the yin and yang qi. One step further, there is the third qi, the 3 pure ones. And there is the yin and yang. Yin and yang are the 2 poles, the 2 poles give birth to the 4 divisions, the 4 divisions give birth to the 8 trigrams, the 8 trigrams diagram. The Taoist gently stretched out his hand, and a blurry black and white yin and yang fish appeared in the air, mysterious and profound. There are 64 trigrams, Qian, Kuan, Sun, Dui, general they correspond to the abbreviations H, He, Li, Bi, Bi, the Taoist spoke as he slowly drew a periodic table of elements. Everyone below was in awe. Taoism, this is the truth of the world. Someone sighed with emotion. Suji's expression changed slightly. He felt that something was wrong, but it didn't matter. They weren't really playing with pure chemistry. They were using qi as the carrier of energy, just like how most other systems used blood as the carrier of energy. As for what gas to choose, whether it was hydrogen, helium, or oxygen, it wasn't important. The so-called symbols are just tadpole characters. Taoist goose symbols, oracle bone script, we don't understand them either. In a sense, this is very ancient. They began to walk their own path. Thinking about it carefully, it really suited this Xianxia world, China, and as a world of online games. However, Suji found that there were fewer and fewer talented people. There might not even be 1 in 100, but it wasn't that there were fewer people. Instead, as the population multiplied, the number of ordinary people increased. Many people who practiced Buddhism were ordinary people, but their talent still gave them a huge advantage. Maybe in the future, most of them will be celestials, and they will slowly advance. Suji tapped his chopsticks and listened to the surroundings. Some ancient existences in the Forbidden Dark Zone had awakened in advance. They had already been noticed by others, and some powerful figures in seclusion had also begun to come out. Many powerful figures appeared in the Taoist and Buddhist sections. In the Taoist sects, the reincarnated black and white impermanents had great achievements, and they were one of the leaders of the Taoist sections. In the Buddhist sects, apart from Suing Luo, there were also several powerful figures who had established Buddhist lands to deliver all living beings from suffering. As for a certain Li Sanqing, Suji's expression became strange. Li Sanqing's hellfire talent was the worst kind of talent, just a little stronger than ordinary people. Although he was weak in combat, he was still very heaven-defying. He could remember reincarnation, but even with Xianxia's help, he was only at an average level in this life with his combat instincts. He couldn't catch up to the start of this golden era, and he had just died of old age. I can only wait for my next life. Suji stood up, paid, and disappeared. He planned to go to the celestial realm, because in the past 10 years, Shangguan Man had also reincarnated, and he had secretly gone to the celestial realm. Because of the celestial realm, chaos was coming. The celestial realm. A terrifying news came. Emperor Yun, Lord Yun Zhongjuan, and the other celestial emperors, after cultivating the new Buddhist system, their strength increased greatly, rising to a mysterious realm, but they couldn't resist the corrosion of time, and they began to decay. They did not want to die, so they entered the netherworld to be reincarnated. They studied the divine source amber and came up with a method to seal themselves into a deep sleep. They used a certain frequency of benign Buddhist radiation to greatly reduce the aging of their bodies and achieve the effect of a deep sleep. The streets were orderly. One after another, palace maids dressed in light yellow dresses walked over with palace lanterns in their hands. Their faces were flushed. The sleeping ritual was right in front of them. Yuan Xinghua and Bai Xiaojun, these two game IDs, were quite special. At this moment, they were in a group of luxurious palaces, muttering. Yuan Xinghua said softly, "Did you see it online?" "Huh?" Bai Xiaojun didn't react. They were sent to the celestial realm to participate in this ritual. After all, their 7 children already had some power in the celestial realm. Yuan Xinghua smiled. "It's quite lively on the internet now." As expected, the 4 great spiritual monkeys have appeared, proving the truth of our human evolution. Bai Xiaojun? She had only been away from the internet for a while. What did the 4 great spiritual monkeys in the forbidden area have to do with the history of human evolution? It didn't match at all. At most, it was a description in Journey to the West, and there were records of it. Yuan Xinghua looked around, and carefully said softly, "Young. There's already an analysis on the internet. According to the inherited memories that the 6-eared macaque obtained, it came from the ancestor of the Second Era, Emperor Tianming." Bai Xiaojun nodded. This was a well-known view of the world. In the previous era, it was Zhu Wuxian. 2 eras ago, it was Emperor Tianming. She didn't know how many eras the path to immortality had been broken, but it felt like it had been 3 or 4 eras. The first era was the chaotic era, the beginning of the path to immortality. Yuan Qinghua coughed twice. Who is Emperor Tianming? The ancient ape clan is the ancestor of the human race in the current 6 paths of reincarnation. The humans of today are no longer the humans of ancient times. It's very likely that the humans of the era of gods and Buddhas have all gone extinct. The humans of today are the ancient ape clan of 2 eras, which is the branch that Emperor Tianming led and developed. In the obtained memories, there were 4 great spiritual monkeys in the ancient ape era of Emperor Tianming. What's in Journey to the West? It's also about the 4 great spiritual monkeys. Once you connect the dots, you'll find that the ancient ape era of Emperor Tianming corresponds to the Middle and Late Ming dynasty of Journey to the West. And according to the analysis of Jihu, Journey to the West is about the ancient ape era of Emperor Tianming. The evolution of monkeys into humans is actually the origin of human evolution. It's our Chinese Darwin's theory of evolution. Hiss, by Xiaojun sucked in a breath of cold air. Journey to the West seems to be about 81 hardships, but it's actually about the origin of human evolution, the origin of 2 eras. This is the truth hidden in history by the ancients, and we're only discovering it now. It can't be. Journey to the West. Bai Xiaojun was in disbelief. Yuan Qinghua said, let me add another piece of evidence. How did the ape clan slowly become humans in the era of Emperor Tianming? It's cultivation. What did they cultivate? Radiation cultivation, radiation shedding, radiation causing mutation and evolution, which is how they became humans. Bai Xiaojuan's eyes widened in shock, and she put down her teacup. What? So it's an early ancient coder who studied hard and went bald, which is how they evolved into humans. Love of learning. He suddenly remembered the words of the Buddhist sermon. Hair sucked the nutrients from our brains, hair made our brains atrophied, less hair meant intelligence. No wonder the biggest difference between monkeys and humans was that they were covered in hair. It turned out that the people of the 6 paths of reincarnation in this era were mutated by the ancient nuclear war, and the ancient ape clan evolved into humans. But of course, at that time, they should have suffered the torture of these radiation-restricted zones. He had indeed seen some mutated apes in the radiation-restricted zones. They were extremely bald, and their bodies were like albinos, without a single strand of hair. Yuan Qinghua nodded. What's the story about Journey to the West? The story of a monkey going through hardships and 80 years of hardships to obtain the Mahayana Dharma is probably about the hardships of evolving into humans. This is the Buddhist theory of evolution. It was pointed out a long time ago that our great China is hundreds of years earlier than Darwin. Bai Xiaojun was silent for a while, and she sighed. Radiation, causing evolution? I see. There were indeed many big shots on the internet, and they could analyze so deeply. And they didn't doubt it, because it was completely correct. 2 eras, radiation in the restricted zone causing hair loss, both sides had 4 great monkeys. Emperor Tianming also led the apes to evolve into humans. Journey to the West might really correspond to the ape era of Emperor Tianming. Suji sat at the tea table next to him, sipping his tea, and was silent for a while. Cough, 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 there is a crazy discussion on the internet, and some people have even begun to search for other similar histories, thinking that they might find other truths. But these are just the game's background. Shuebai laughed and joked, after all, this is the game, the history of human evolution in the 6 paths of reincarnation, experiencing nuclear radiation, cultivating Buddhism, and evolving. Our more ancient human beings on Earth probably didn't have this kind of treatment. After he finished, he began to change the topic. By the way, those in power are sleeping. Why did they call us up? Who knows? Anyway, aren't we going anywhere? Probably just to watch the ceremony. Yuan Qinghua rested her chin on her hand. Emperor Yun and Lord Yun Zhongjuan, these 2 monsters, are also cultivating Buddhism. Their power is unfathomable, and they might really be half a step into the sage realm, or even comparable to the likes of Dao Chongqing and Dicky, who could beat up more than 10 people of the same level. People like Medusa were not even comparable, they were not in the same level. Who knows? I haven't seen them go all out, and they hide it well. But with their talent, they can beat up more than 10 people of the same level, especially Emperor Yun, who is passively kneeling. Who can stop him? With their talent and cultivating Buddhism, they might really be comparable. Tisk tsk, so what if they are strong? They are about to be sealed by the source of God, and it is said that they paid a huge price to be frozen inside, and won't be able to recover easily in the future. The celestial realm is about to fall into chaos. Fengtian and Fengtian are probably going to rebel against Yuntian. Yes, Yuntian Holy Land, with Emperor Yun and Lord Yun Zhongjuan as their last trump card, even if they invite the sages sealed in the source of God, when the invasion is over, they might not have enough resources to reseal the source of God, and they might die of old age outside. That would be a joke. Suji listened quietly. The celestial realm was indeed going to change. Although Xianxia reincarnated in the celestial realm, he was from the Fengtian region, and although he didn't remember his previous life, as a celestial, he might not continue to be loyal to Yuntian. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from below the tea house. The barbarian fairy is here. The barbarian fairy is here to sell delicacies. Truly delicious delicacies. She is wearing a veil, covering her beauty. A charming and beautiful woman walked out from the crowd. She wore a white veil, revealing half of her cold and flawless face. Her figure was perfect and fiery, and her slender and smooth legs were like the most exquisite and flawless porcelain. Suji looked over. Shangguan Man had also reincarnated. She was now 17 or 18 years old, and was a famous dish, the beauty of the celestial realm, a bowl of bewitching soup that could make men dizzy. Although she was a famous beauty, she had always felt inferior, and had a unique sense of beauty. She felt that she was ugly, so ugly that she couldn't be seen, and always wore a veil. Mangpa of the underworld has also reincarnated. Different from the black and white impermanence, she directly reincarnated into the celestial path. However, as a member of Hell, she had some privileges similar to Li Sanqing and had some memories of the past. Only when she died and reincarnated and returned to the underworld would she be brought back and remember herself. I am a little speechless. Shangguan Man was influenced by herself, and her sense of beauty isn't right. In this world, she sees ugly as beautiful. She looks really good now, but she still wears a veil. She feels like she is so ugly that she can't see anyone. Suji sat in the distance and was speechless. He didn't directly interfere. This was probably the side effect of being a Mangpa. After all, in the past, she looked at her ugly self in the mirror and smiled like a fool, stroking her hair. However, in so many years, she is the most proper person that I don't need to worry about. Suji felt that Shangguan Man really didn't have it easy. She worked so hard and ended up with such a side effect. However, after Suji investigated the officials and barbarians of this world, he went back to his old business. Although he didn't open those indecent brothels, he opened some indecent restaurants. It was all bewitching soup. Don't think that after becoming a Mangpa, her talent wouldn't grow because she didn't train in the reincarnation cycle. In fact, that wasn't the case. Her job was a great way to train her talent. Her soup now had a talent similar to bewitching soup, able to make one dizzy. This was why the people of the cloud world fell head over heels for her. It wasn't purely because of her looks, but also because of her delicious food. The requirements of the underworld godhood was to train one's talent, which was why it was so hard to choose. If you randomly chose someone whose talent didn't match. In the daily work of the underworld, if you couldn't train your talent, you wouldn't be able to keep up with the times. It didn't matter if it was strong or weak, it was more important that it was suitable. This was why Shangguan Man's soup talent became a Mangpa. However, it is necessary to train the heart in the mortal world. Suji lowered his head and looked at Shangguan Man. She smiled gently, giving one a soul-stirring pure beauty. She cooked for everyone. Who knows how many people fell for her dress. Her talent might not be any weaker than Yun Emperor. What was Yun Emperor's talent? Unknowingly, a shadow had been planted in his heart by the aura of a monarch. What was Shangguan Man's talent? Bewitching soup, femme fatale, unwittingly addicted and unable to extricate himself. She bewitches people and turns into a bootlicker. Suji looked down at Mangpa, who was surrounded by a group of infatuated men. Innate talent is very strange, but a truly powerful innate talent isn't purely about direct combat strength. Rather, it's about using all sorts of strange innate talents to control people with powerful combat strength and make them serve you. That is the true disposition of an emperor. Without a doubt, Shangguan Man had come to the realm of heaven not only to experience life, but also to take advantage of the chaos to stir up trouble. He wanted to find a great enemy for the underworld. First, he wanted to become the leader of their era. The Tao of heaven is really going to be in chaos, and the Tao of the human realm is also in chaos. Perhaps, this is also the time for us to rise. Su Ji sighed as he stared at Bai Xiaojun and Yuan Qinghua in the distance. The two of them were still chatting about the structure of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Brother, I heard that Li Sanqing died of old age 2 days ago. He returned to the underworld and threw himself into the arms of the king of hell, Bai Xiaojun suddenly said. Yuan Qinghua nodded. Yes. What was their first task after preaching the Tao in the mortal realm? Of course, it was to find Li Sanqing in the mortal realm. After all, others didn't know who Li Sanqing was, but they had spies in the underworld and were proficient in all of this. Naturally, they had to find this node of fate. It was just that when they found Li Sanqing, he only had some small achievements. He had some foundations in his place, but he was already old. At that time, the players had a quick discussion. On the surface, they could help, after all, he was only at the 5th rank. It wasn't impossible to help him cultivate and break through again to live a second life. As the founder of Buddhism and the Tao, they could still trick some holy lands and mortal dynasties to help. It was just that in the end, they chose not to interfere. Why? The reason was simple. Li Sanqing had to completely rise in a certain life, blow the horn of counterattack, and win in one strike. And not casually become a celestial emperor in a certain life. Because the good karma accumulated in this life was huge, he would directly ascend to the celestial realm, just like Xianxia. Therefore, in Li Sanqing's memories, he instinctively refrained from growing stronger. He suppressed his cultivation base, and also refrained from performing too many meritorious deeds. In order to prevent that from happening, he had always maintained the level of the mortal world, a constant cycle of reincarnation. It's good that he died. The two discussed. After all, this is the rise of a great world. If he reincarnates quickly, he should be able to make it in time for the upcoming golden age. Bai Xiaojun nodded. Suddenly, she looked below the tea house and couldn't help but sigh. Brother, this woman looks so beautiful even with her veil on. If she takes it off, she will definitely be able to cause the downfall of a city. I don't know who can get their hands on such a woman. Indeed. Yuan Qinghua said in a low voice. She belongs to Cloud Sky. Right now, she is already secretly recruiting forces. Don't look at her because she is only at the 4th rank. Some of the celestial emperors behind her have already started to invest and support her, worshipping her as the future Holy Sun, allowing her to fight for the position of the next celestial emperor, and the Holy Sun in Fentian is the reincarnation of Xianxia. Although he is only at the 5th rank, he is very fierce. After all, he still has the power of his previous life. And in Fentian, there is a mysterious man who suddenly appeared. He is a man without talent. His name is Zhang Taiyuan. 100 years ago, he descended to the mortal world and entered the forbidden area and obtained some kind of shocking opportunity. No talent? It is very rare to see a man without talent. Bai Xiaojun was shocked. A man of heaven 100 years ago, isn't that a matter of 10 years ago in the mortal realm? Those forbidden areas have just appeared. But of course, talent is no longer absolute. A person's aptitude in cultivating the Buddhist Tao will also play a large role. They chatted about the situation of the celestial emperor. With these 3 young geniuses in the lead, undercurrents began to surge. Of course, there were more than 10 other geniuses who were slightly weaker. They were also secretly roping them in. The 70 or so 7th-stage celestial emperors of all sizes were investing in the younger generation. Did they think these celestial emperors were stupid? They didn't fight for the position of the next celestial emperor, but instead foolishly supported and fawned on geniuses who were a few realms weaker than them. They weren't stupid. Because these celestial emperors knew that their talent was there. The rulers of the future era would definitely be the likes of Emperor Yun and Lord Yun Zhongjuan, who had exaggerated battle prowess to the point of fighting more than 10 great saints. Only that kind of freak battle prowess could rule the celestial emperors. Only now would they look favorably on those who might break through to the great saint realm in the future. Worshipping the future holy emperor was a kind of investment. As the founding hero, he had the greatest credit. At this moment, the ceiling of the celestial emperors of the 6 paths of reincarnation was extremely high. Right, could this woman be the reincarnation of Mengpa? Yuan Qinghua suddenly thought of something. The gods of the underworld will regularly reincarnate into the 6 paths of reincarnation to experience the hardships of the human world. According to Mao Yao's hint, the black and white impermanents were the first to descend, followed by Mengpa, who also disappeared. His Majesty of the Samsara Temple has also disappeared. It is suspected that he is walking in the human world, or has already reincarnated. The underworld had also changed dramatically these days. Bai Xiaojuan's eyes instantly narrowed. He hurriedly looked at Shangguan Man below, and felt that it was more and more possible. Liking ugly people, liking to feed soup, and liking to look in a small mirror all day long, wasn't this like Mengpa? Holy shit, side mission? Should we take the opportunity to suck up to her? Or take the opportunity to win her heart? They looked at each other, and their breathing quickened. Who was Mengpa, the main ruler of the underworld? She was the most important boss-level boss in the entire 6 paths of reincarnation. Even if we know, so what? Do you want to eat sh*t? We don't dare to go up. Although as players, our 5 senses are blank, and we may not fall for her bewitching talent, her bootlickers have already been bewitched. It's not good if they go up and eat us alive. They looked down, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Bootlickers, they were the most unreasonable. What did it mean to be a femme fatale, to win a smile, to make fun of the feudal lords? A glance back and a smile could charm 100 people. The cause of a country's downfall was no joke, therefore, although they weren't bewitched by the talent, they didn't dare to go close, lest they were beaten to death by those bootlickers. They could only hide in a nearby restaurant and watch. At this time, in the entire tea house, except for a seemingly calm young man drinking tea, and a white-haired old man next to him keeping accounts, it was empty. Everyone went down to fawn. Bai Xiaojun quietly pointed at Su Ji, who was drinking tea next to her. She lowered her eyes and secretly glanced at his pants under the tea table with a pitiful expression. Shoo! Life is already so difficult, let's not look at other people's infertility. Yuan Qinghua hurriedly shook her head, and hurriedly asked him to look away. Huh? He took out a black book, and seemed to be silently recording something. On it was written life and death, or something? I can't see it clearly. The two muttered. Whoosh, just as they were chatting, the sky suddenly brightened. Holy Buddha's light shone in the sky, the wind blew, and the clouds surged. A light mirror gathered, reflecting the entire bottom of the clouds. It's starting, the God Source seal. Countless devas slowly looked up at the sky. A large amount of resources and Buddhist light slowly shrouded them and solidified into a solid substance, converging into a piece of amber made of a special material. Gradually, both Yun Zhongjuan and Emperor Yun were sealed in 2 different gelatinous substances, as if they had turned into insects in ancient amber, sleeping for an unknown number of years. The sound in the sky was so great that the entire city could see it and watch the ceremony. Su Ji held the tea, put down the black book of life and death in his hand, and also looked up. The ancient God Source seal really did come up with a similar method to carry out a seal. At this time, a beautiful girl with a slim figure and a cold and elegant appearance slowly sat down in front of Su Ji's table, and held a cup of tea. Sir, don't you want to go outside to see the ambitious Emperor Yun abdicate? Or, to see and taste the dishes of a beautiful woman below? The woman seemed to be familiar with him, and very naturally sat opposite him and asked. She seemed to see Su Ji's confusion. She pointed to the empty tea house and said with a crisp and charming smile, apart from the 2 strange-shaped husband and wife trees, there is only you in this tea house. The surroundings were indeed empty, and Shangguan Man's enchantment was very frightening. The 2 trees in the distance were distressed. Why didn't a beautiful woman sit down with us? We 2 trees are much more handsome than that young man. However, when they took a closer look, the man's appearance, temperament, handsome and strong body, thick and lush black hair, was indeed rare even for devas. Unfortunately, he was not good in that aspect. Speaking of delicious food, I also have delicious food. Here. The beautiful girl slowly took out a bodhi fruit and placed it on the table. This fruit tastes sweet and delicious. Su Ji was silent for a while, and he looked at this devas girl for a while. Or, do you want to eat something special? For example, the girl blushed, stuck out her tongue, and peeked at Suji from time to time in an unusually cute manner. Myself? The two trees' faces darkened. Can you do this just because you are handsome? Throwing yourself at me, Suji took a sip of tea, put away the black book on the table, and asked curiously, how did you find me? How did you know I would appear here? Why? Don't you like girls? Or, do you like boys? The girl smiled innocently, and her voice suddenly became as loud and muffled as a majestic bull. That's fine too. I can be a man or a woman, and I can like anyone. F*ck, the two trees at the side were stunned when they heard the burly man's voice. What kind of monster was this? Sure enough, nothing good came out of it. They thought this beautiful lady was a romantic encounter, but she turned out to be older than you. They muttered, and their mouths never stopped since they came in. They were truly talkative. Suji just looked at the girl in front of him. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it was interesting. He had underestimated the people of the world after all. Evildoers, monsters, they were all very terrifying, and their wisdom was close to that of a demon. He had hidden in secret for so many years, and traveled everywhere while hiding his identity. It was an almost impossible miracle to find him. No one had been able to do this in any of the previous sand tables, but someone had created a miracle. Even though he had never seen his true face, but he had captured him alive. Even Suji had never seen such a change. Suji could not help but ponder for a few seconds, recalling some things, and asked, "You followed the Azure realm?" The two trees next to him were stunned. Before they could react, an even stranger sentence slowly came out of Suji's mouth. "You found Li Sanqing because of this?" Li. 3. Sheng, the two trees next to him were completely unsettled. At this moment, they felt like they were shrouded in a black fog. It was even more frightening than when they talked about the truth of human evolution in Journey to the West. These three words meant too many things. Could it be that Li Sanqing's death was not due to old age, but some dark and terrifying ancient taboo existence had found him? Did he really die of an unknown cause? Screenshot. Screenshot. They quickly took screenshots. They felt that this was very frightening, and the waters were unimaginably deep. The girl was still smiling. You guessed it, it was indeed Li Sanqing. Lord Samsara, am I the first person to capture you in this era? Boom. As soon as these words came out, something in the heads of the two trees next to them exploded and shattered. All they felt was fear and trepidation. Lord Samsara, as soon as these words came out, the surrounding people instinctively stared at the appearance of this young man. Was this the true appearance of this mysterious ancient existence? The hands of the two celestial maids who were serving the tea trembled. In the restaurant, the white-bearded old man was at the entrance of the second floor doing his accounts. Suddenly, his hand holding the abacus stopped. As employees of the celestial tea house, they had seen too many confidential discussions. Even Emperor Yun and the other powerful figures often came to the tea house to drink tea. Nothing that the two of them had said previously could move them. However, at this moment, the words "Samsara of His Excellency" were enough to make their minds go blank. These two big shots? One of them is the Supreme Existence who controls the life and death of the six paths of reincarnation, His Excellency of Samsara? The two players widened their eyes. However, Suji's expression was calm as he slowly poured the tea. The clear water flowed into the teacup as he looked at the young girl with an almost perfect face. From the moment he took out the Bodhi fruit, Suji knew that it was a test. Because that Bodhi fruit was very special. The person who ate it could obtain the ancient inheritance and memories. It was also a method of possession. The person who ate it was the Bodhi fruit tree from more than a decade ago. It used the multiple neurasthenia to cut itself and reincarnate. The girl in front of him was also one of them. Although it had only been more than a decade since he was born in the mortal world, it had been more than 100 years in the heavenly realm. Presumably, this tree had long since lured a young girl who had entered the forbidden region to gain experience. She had eaten the Bodhi Dao fruit and taken over her life, and was now hidden in the celestial realm. Most likely, it already had several incarnations of the celestial realm in the celestial realm. Very powerful. Suji said with a smile, "Your brain is indeed powerful." The girl licked her lips with a morbid excitement. It's not impossible to find you in the vast land. But I also relied on a certain amount of luck. I inquired about the news and structure of this new era and found that information about the netherworld had been leaked everywhere in the past few years. Then I guessed that the person remembered when he was reincarnated, but I infiltrated many places and couldn't find the person who remembered the netherworld. The human realm is simply too vast. When I saw the unimaginable Azure realm, I secretly followed them, and found Xianxia. This is an ancient existence in the forbidden zone of darkness. He actually caught the emperor of the Samsara temple who was traveling in the mortal world. Yuan Qinghua and Bai Xiaojun looked at each other with widened eyes. This person is too ruthless. There is always a higher mountain. They were so excited when they found Xianxia, thinking that no one would know. In the end, someone took advantage of the situation and used their hands to find Xianxia. It turned out that the players killed Xianxia. What kind of setup was this? This was a mysterious existence from the ancient Forbidden Zone, whose intelligence was close to that of a demon. They were shocked. The girl raised her hand and slowly spun the celadone teacup on the table like a spinning top. I made Xianxia eat the Bodhi fruit, controlled him for a period of time, and obtained his memories. At that time I only wanted to understand the secrets of the underworld. After all, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated in 100 battles. Ever since then, I've learned much about the structure of hell, as well as its components. Her voice was leisurely. However, when the two players and the Devis maidservant heard this slow and leisurely voice, they felt a strange sense of comfort and were completely entranced by the process of secretly setting up a trap. This step sounded easy, but it was very difficult to put it into practice. The white-bearded old man at the side seemed to be calculating the accounts with his head lowered, but he quietly put down his abacus and slipped downstairs. Her voice was leisurely. I've been asleep for far too long, and I've forgotten much of the past. I only remember that I was once a failure of an era, so the first thing I did when I woke up was to re-understand the structure of hell. This was inevitable. But it wasn't until a few years later that I reached out to the Devis and discovered the existence of a Devis who were born, very similar to a god on the bridge of helplessness in hell. She should be referring to Mengpa. Yuan Qinghua and Yuan Qinghua finally reacted. If they could feel it, then how could the ancient existence who had stolen Xianxia's memories not sense it? As soon as the other party reached out to the Devis, they already knew that it was the reincarnation of Mengpa. After all, it was too difficult for such a dazzling and obvious person to happen by chance. So, I sent people to keep an eye on her, 1 year, 2 years, until today. It's been 18 years and 3 months in the Devis, and more than a year in the mortal world. She lowered her head, poured another cup of tea, and took a sip. Then why keep an eye on her? When I found her, I wanted to see a person. I guessed that if His Majesty wanted to leave the underworld and travel the mortal world, he might come to see her. There's a certain probability of this. If there's a probability, then it's worth doing. If there's a probability, then it's worth doing? Suji found this very interesting. No wonder she found him. Because he did come to see Shangguan Man, who had reincarnated. Of course, this time, he came to see the end of the era of Emperor Yun and Lord Yun Zhongjuan. If there's a probability, then of course we have to do it. The so-called miracle is just some kind of low-probability event. Do you know who can create a miracle? She asked. What kind of person? Suji asked. She smiled, as if she was talking to an old friend, and sighed, people who clearly know that it's impossible, but still want to try. And those who never try, who think that this thing is definitely impossible, they will never create a miracle. So to create a miracle, first of all, you have to believe in the miracle itself. The so-called miracle is a low-probability event. To create a miracle, first of all, you have to believe in the miracle itself. Suji pursed these few words, carefully savoring the deep meaning within. In this world, the most exciting, the most ups and downs were the unbelievably weak defeating the strong. This was called a miracle. And almost all the geniuses of the era, the great men, the heroes, they all had one characteristic: they could do what others couldn't, create many miracles in their lives, defeat incredible opponents, create unimaginable skills, exceed the limits of everyone's ideas, and so on. Only then could they climb to the peak of the world and become eternal. Therefore, this person in front of him had the talent to create miracles. The ability to defeat the strong as the weak was enough to make Suji marvel. In this long era, only the great men who believed in the impossible and successfully created miracles. The other party, this tree, was extremely bold and had terrifying intelligence. It should be known that its current realm was still very low. After cultivating for more than 10 years, it was only at the 5th level. At the 5th level, it dared to secretly plot against him, the supreme existence in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation, to be able to catch me in the vast land. This is an incredible miracle. Suji suddenly laughed. Very good. Some of the broken memories that he had given her blossomed into some interesting flowers. It was very beautiful. His hard work back then did not go to waste. The tree's neural brain tree was made up of countless computers. It cultivated multiple nervous system weakening, causing its intelligence to be very terrifying. And it is obviously not enough to just squat down and watch her. The secluded mountain prefecture lord lowered his head and smiled. Because there are countless men surrounding her. I have to confirm that when that existence descends, I will definitely be able to detect it. Otherwise, if he comes and leaves secretly, I will not know who he is. What's the use? But how do I confirm it? Appearance? Other than the most trusted Mangpa, no one in the entire world has seen him before. Even the mysterious existence in Li Sanxing's eyes was always shrouded in divine light, and he could not see his true appearance when he was traveling in the mortal world. But, speaking of true appearance. She stared at Suji's face seriously. Your Majesty, you are really good-looking. This is just the truth. Suji sipped his tea, unmoved. The secluded mountain prefecture lord chuckled. Then, using aura to confirm it? That's too vague. Battle power? That's even more impossible. But, I know of a way to confirm it. She looked around. Yuan Qinghua's eyes widened, looking at the emptiness around him. He immediately reacted. That's right, ordinary talents would not be able to tell. But Meng Po's talent was different. In front of such a femme fatale, she did not run over to be a lackey, but instead watched quietly from afar. That was most likely it, too strong. This ancient emperor from the depths of the Forbidden Land was too intelligent, he was simply a ruthless person. The two of them continued to take screenshots. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, the more the existence from the Forbidden Land listened, the more shocked she became. So, when she sat down to seduce him, she purposely probed him to further confirm his identity. Finally, she confirmed that he was the most ancient forbidden existence from Hades that had descended to the mortal world to travel. Until now, the two of them still felt like they were in a dream and found it hard to believe. Then you have successfully found me. Suji smiled. As soon as Suji's voice landed, the entire tea house was completely silent. He really controls the 6 paths of reincarnation and controls the life and death of all things. This Emperor Yun and Lord Yunzhongjin have just been sealed, but this supreme existence has been traveling the immortal realm all this time. In the distance, the white-bearded old man who was settling accounts slowly walked over with a group of heavenly emperors and a group of young saints. He was in disbelief. Even the most outstanding geniuses, Zhang Xiao, Zhang Taiyuan, and Shangguan Man, were among them. However, the Shangguan Man of this life clearly didn't recognize him, nor did he remember his past life. He had clearly assumed the identity of a prodigy of the heavenly Tao and was looking at him with shock and curiosity. This supreme being who is said to be in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the life and death of all humans has silently descended upon this tea house? Suji did not look at the mighty figures who were swarming towards him. He continued to stare at the woman who had been calm all this time. You've only been revived for a dozen years, but you can do this and find me. It's not easy. So, you're only here to find me? No, of course not. She finally revealed her goal. I plan to kill you and create an incredible miracle. Today is the day when the world resumes the path to immortality and the emperor who controls the 6 paths of reincarnation falls. As soon as the treasonous words came out, like a bolt from the blue, the world stopped, and the entire tea house fell into dead silence. Kill the reincarnation emperor? Is he going to fight on the immortal path in this life? The air suddenly became deathly silent. In an instant, the entire tea house was scared out of their wits. It was as if they had turned into a piece of frozen amber. The expressions of the mighty figures were like lifelike statues, showing all the expressions of the world. These words were really disgraceful. Who in the world dared to say them? They were afraid that if they died in the reincarnation cycle, they would settle old scores with them, never to be reincarnated, and suffer the pain of the Avicii scorching hell. They rushed over, unable to imagine the shocking changes at this time. Emperor Yun and Lord Yun Zhongjuan, the two celestial emperors who had ruled the Celestials for hundreds of years, had just abdicated and were sealed in the source of God, heading towards the future. Less than an hour had passed. In the tea house, an extremely mysterious and unknown ancient existence that seemed to have walked out of the dark forbidden area actually found the supreme reincarnation emperor who had descended to the mortal world. And at this time it was even more shocking. How dare you speak such arrogant words? Finally, someone reacted. Immediately, an old white-haired celestial emperor scolded angrily, his face flushed with anger. How dare you offend the supreme of heaven and earth? You must be killed. A celestial stepped forward and shouted in a low voice, his hair standing on end. The Reincarnation Emperor is the sect of the Great Tao, the ancestor of all spirits, and reincarnation encompasses everything. Reincarnation is one, and it can transform into countless living beings, including life and death. Such an existence is not something you can blaspheme. Someone roared, his face flushed. The surrounding people felt their hands and feet go cold, and they all cursed. They were afraid that this reincarnation emperor would vent his anger on them, kill them all, or even destroy the celestial realm. At this time, they directly attacked this mysterious ancient existence to show their loyalty. This person has been asleep for too long and accumulated too much resentment. He should have gone crazy. Some people at the side shook their heads and sighed, including Xianxia and Shangguan Man. They already didn't remember their previous lives, but as a celestial saint, they sighed. They didn't expect the existence of this ancient forbidden area to be so stupid. They originally thought that they could catch the traces of this existence, see through its true body, and have demon-like intelligence. Who knew he would be so stupid? In the face of the surrounding Deva scolding, the woman just smiled, sat steadily in her chair, and spun her cup. You guys are the stupid ones. But that's only natural. In the boundless ages and epochs, there are many people who are ignorant and follow the crowd. How many peerless heroes can there be throughout the ages who can see the world clearly? There are only 2 or 3 of us. I've said that miracles are essentially low-probability events. You don't believe in miracles. You don't challenge and try. Therefore, you will never be able to create miracles themselves. The surrounding celestial beings were all red with anger. How was this a miracle? The probability was not even 1 in 100 million. Anyone who challenged the Samsara official monarch would die here. If there's no probability, then increase the probability. If there's no possibility, then increase the probability. The secluded mountains prefecture lord did not look at them, and continued to mutter softly, as though there was no one around. Just like how I found my real body, isn't that a miracle too? Didn't you think it was impossible before? The surroundings were completely silent. Finding him is already an unbelievable miracle. However, killing Lord of Samsara today is a miracle with an even lower probability. She muttered to herself as if there was no one else around. What the hell? What kind of technique was this? It was too vicious. Yuan Qinghua and Yuan Qinghua looked at each other. This self-proclaimed secluded mountains prefecture lord was a philosopher and an ancient probability mathematician. However, it was undeniable that he was charismatic. In the ancient times, he was definitely a charismatic leader with countless followers. Suji also felt that it was interesting. He seemed to be cultivating the Tao of the mortal world, creating this Bodhi Tao fruit tree, and then in the various restricted areas and all sorts of ancient living beings. It seemed like only a few decades had passed, but in reality, it had been more than 100 years in the immortal Tao. It had seeped into the immortal Tao and used the flow of time to grow to such a stage after 100 years. It was already very terrifying. You really want to kill me? Suji did not get angry, and instead laughed. Your current realm is still too low. But I still have to ask, how are you going to kill me? Suji laughed as he asked, and passed him a cup of tea. The secluded mountains prefecture lord generously received the tea, and his expression was still calm. I don't remember when we fought, it was too long ago. But perhaps, when we were fighting for the throne, we drank tea like this? Then, let me tell you, how am I going to kill you? The surrounding people could only feel their limbs turning cold. The conversation between these two terrifying existences was like a flood or a ferocious beast. It was too scary. Their words were mysterious, and their thoughts were hard to read. Suddenly, they had the urge to escape this tea house. Who didn't know, this mysterious existence from the ancient restricted area had used some special methods to control this weak young celestial girl. He was not afraid of being killed, and so was unrestrained. But they were afraid, their real bodies were in the tea house. Actually, everyone, you don't have to be too afraid. The secluded mountains prefecture lord raised his head slightly. You should have heard of the legends of the underworld. Di Ting listens to the 6 paths of reincarnation, and is almost omniscient, so no one dares to resist. But is it really so omnipotent? The voice continued. If it is really omnipotent, and knows everything about this world, why would the existences in the restricted areas still be in a deep sleep? They would have long found their hibernation locations and killed them. If it is really omnipotent, how could the prefecture lord not know that I am here, waiting in the dark, when he came to the mortal world? The surrounding people were stunned. After thinking about it carefully, something was indeed wrong. Could it be that the Di Ting and the Book of Life and Death did not know about everything in the world? The secluded mountains prefecture lord continued. There is no existence that can observe and monitor the entire vast land, the flowers, birds, insects, fishes, trees, mountains, and rivers. There are tens of billions of living beings, so how could it know every single place? The so-called Di Ting is just observing and listening to the memories of the dead on the road to the Yellow Springs. She smiled. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, the dead cannot keep secrets, so we just have to be wary of the dead. Be wary of the dead, the surrounding celestials' pupils dilated. The dead cannot keep secrets. As long as one was wary of the dead on the road to the Yellow Springs, the Di Ting would not be able to eavesdrop on their secrets in the mortal world? The amount of information in this was too much. How intelligent were these celestials? In an instant, they understood the meaning behind it. For example, existences like Lord Yun Zhongjuan and Emperor Yun often exchanged secrets with the other celestials. After all, there were only 2 of them, and they could not directly rule the celestials. They definitely had trusted subordinates, but after the celestials died and returned to the Yellow Springs, their secrets would naturally be known. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, only the living can keep secrets. Someone suddenly murmured, and there was a feeling of enlightenment. A surge of blood rushed to his head, and his head started to buzz. Even if they were about to die, the celestial emperors would conspire to prevent the death of the celestial emperors from being known by the Yellow Springs, and seal them in the source of God. Even if they were about to die, they had to find a way to force them to live. Only by living could they keep secrets. Then, in the dark forbidden zone, there might not only be some ancient celestial emperors in slumber, there might also be some of their trusted subordinates, celestial emperors, or existences with the combat strength of half-sages, in slumber to keep secrets. Then, their view of the forbidden zone would have to change. There would probably be many ordinary celestial emperors in slumber, and their combat strength would not be that strong. Yuan Qinghua and Yuan Qinghua felt like their brains were about to explode. Holy shit, this person is so ruthless. This was to eliminate the people's fear of death, to extinguish the gods in their hearts. Only by not fearing gods and ghosts could they muster the courage to resist. What the hell, I'm the reincarnation official lord, so I directly killed it. This is teaching others how to rebel, hide their secrets, and continue on the path to immortality. Bai Xiaojuan's scalp went numb. This is killing people's hearts, an expert at playing with people's hearts. But Bai Xiaojun looked at the mysterious reincarnation official lord. He was still sitting quietly on the spot, sipping tea with a calm expression. He did not seem to be afraid of being exposed, and did not stop or kill this celestial girl at all. Why aren't you killing her? Bai Xiaojun said, this is getting more and more complicated. If you kill this celestial girl, you won't be the reincarnation official lord. With that brain of yours? You only want to kill? Yuan Qinghua, who was at the side, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and patted the tree's shoulder. because there's no way to stop him. Even if we stop him now, he will definitely send his doppelgangers to spread the news in the future. Since we can't stop him, then we won't stop him. Yuan Qinghua had an understanding look on his face, and hurriedly took another screenshot. These two big shots are too scary. No wonder they are the ancient emperors, looking down on the masses. If this were to be uploaded, the outside world would definitely explode. Bai Xiaojun nodded her head, tiptoed, and curled up in a corner. These ancient emperors were not people that they, who had only lived for a few decades, could see through. Initially, he felt that this secluded mountain official lord might be a fool. Now, he had an incredulous thought: could it be that he was really going to create an unbelievable miracle? Was there some kind of shocking plan, and a counterattack to kill this ultimate boss? This was too exciting. At this point, the secluded mountain prefecture lord continued to speak. As for the ancient beings in the restricted areas, they were in deep slumber within the source of God, concealing their aura. In the dark ruins, they occupied less than 3 meters of land. If one did not know their location, it would be like searching for a grain of sand in the vast ocean. It would be extremely difficult to find. Suji nodded his head. That was indeed the case. Diting would not be able to find or hear them. As for monitoring the entire world, if Suji did not use the authority of the subbrain of the bug hive, it would be impossible for him to monitor them at all times. Even with the ability of the subbrain of the bug hive, it would be impossible for him to completely monitor all the living beings in the world. Suji usually just kept an eye on the few gods and focused on monitoring them. I am indeed not omniscient and omnipotent. Suji sighed. This sentence was referring to the identity of the reincarnation official lord. It also meant that even if he was the creator of the sand table, he would not be able to monitor everything. There were too many living beings, he actually admitted it. Yuan Qinghua's expression was anxious. He felt that he did not understand again. Bai Xiaojun thought for a while, and then said, because there is no difference whether he admits it or not. It is already the truth. The restricted areas are right there, and he could not possibly clear them out. Now, the restricted areas occupy 1/3 of the land, and this might not be the entire area. In the future, more ancient lands will appear. Hiding in the mountains and rivers and sealing their aura is only 3 meters. To find the sleeping ancient living beings, we would have to dig through every inch of the land. At this point in time, no one in the tea house could remain calm. They could only feel waves crashing against their nerves. At the same time, they felt a sense of disbelief. It was as if this mysterious ancient being really had a way to kill this great Tao emperor who had descended to the mortal world and controlled the lives and deaths of the people. The surroundings were still deathly silent. The secluded mountain prefecture lord suddenly spoke. He acted like a young lady and said gently, "You have suddenly descended to the mortal world and visited incognito. I don't think you have samsara with you. Is this a heavenly treasure?" This sentence was very critical. The expressions of the surrounding people became anxious. Suji nodded his head and did not deny it. He smiled and replied, "I don't have it with me. Samsara is the foundation of the entire world and cannot be used easily. If he did not use the abilities of his main body, he would not be able to summon samsara from afar. That was a mecha made for his main body and was much bigger than his main body. He also did not want to use the abilities of his subbrain, main body, and the other 2 clones. That would be too shameless. He was not that despicable. Instead, he was truly the emperor who controlled the cycle of reincarnation. He did not bring samsara with him? Alone? The expressions of the surrounding people became weird. If he remembered correctly, His Majesty of the Samsara Temple had cut off the path of immortality in ancient times, preventing the birth of immortals in the entire world. He was the supreme emperor who said, "Before I become an immortal, there can be no immortals in the world." As a celestial emperor, he alone blocked the path of immortality and buried several generations of mighty figures. But no matter how strong he was still a celestial emperor. Since he was a celestial emperor and they were all of the same level, that meant the celestial realm powerhouses looked at one another. Suddenly descending to the mortal world, he was all alone, without any close guards or confidants. These conditions might already be the greatest opportunity in this era. They were all ambitious people. Their eyes shone brightly and they seemed to have been moved by the words of the secluded mountain prefecture lord. A bunch of untamed wolves are starting to move. Yuan Qinghua was speechless. Just a moment ago, they were still speaking righteously and praising the emperor who had descended to the mortal world. It's impossible for these fellows to reach this step without being ruthless and shrewd. Bai Xiaojun sniffled. The celestial realm is a place where a large number of reincarnated monsters are gathered. Each of them was killed by a wolf pack. That's right. Otherwise, how could the two of us have been fooling around for so many years? It's precisely because these celestial beings are all extremely shrewd and can't be fooled. Yuan Qinghua was deeply moved. However, everyone is a celestial emperor, everyone is at the same level. You youngsters of the celestial Tao, you've never seen the world. The Deva emperor's eyes glittered brightly, but after exchanging glances, they took a step back and shook their heads. There was a certain probability, but it was almost ethereal. Such a terrifying venerable sovereign was blocking the path of cultivation alone, cutting off everyone's path. Eras were destroyed one after another. They didn't think they had the ability to win. Weighing the pros and cons was a wise move. Ta. As time flowed, the Deva emperors completely filled the tea house. After all, the situation here had alarmed the entire heaven's path, and even the six paths world. If it wasn't for the fact that the mortal realm didn't receive the news, the heavenly monarch would have come to pay his respects to this most mysterious supreme existence. Ha. At this moment, the secluded mountain prefecture lord suddenly laughed and looked coldly at the crowd. This is what I'm saying. You people will never achieve great things. This opportunity is already rare, and there's already a certain probability. But you still think that this thing will definitely not happen. That's why I said that you people will never create miracles, because you don't believe it. The word don't believe stabbed into their Tao hearts. The surrounding celestial emperors' faces instantly turned red from the ridicule, but they still didn't say a word. Yuan Qinghua and Bai Xiaojun huddled together and exchanged glances. Damn. They're working together. Bai Xiaojun shouted. Damn. Connecting the previous and the following. Yuan Qinghua was also shocked. So from the start, he had been laying the groundwork, using words to slowly lure them to create a miracle, to fight for that sliver of chance of survival, and to continue on the immortal path. This was because the secluded mountain prefecture lord had yet to recover his battle power, and could only rely on the present celestial emperors. That was why he had set his sights on them. Such a brilliant plan was interlinked. But it still failed. These people still don't dare to attack. Yuan Qinghua felt a little disappointed. This battle of wits was very exciting, and the counterattack was at this moment. There was indeed a chance of winning. After all, the celestial Tao had over 70 celestial emperors. Surrounding and killing a celestial emperor, that was really possible. Although they were all ordinary celestial emperors, other than Yun Zhongjuan and Emperor Yun, none of them had the battle power of a sage. It's a pity that we've used up all our plans, and at the last moment, it still doesn't work. Bai Xiaojun muttered to herself. But no matter what, to be able to do this is already very impressive. This is the limit of a counterattack. I'm a fan. From today onwards, I'm his die-hard fan. I'm also a die-hard fan. I love it. Defeating the strong as the weak, scheming against the supreme existence of heaven and earth. Reincarnation Emperor is so cool now. They silently wrote down the words and pictures, and sent them out. The leader of the ancient Forbidden Zone, scheming against the mysterious Emperor of the Reincarnation Hall? A philosopher, a probability scientist, a scientist of miracles, a mathematician, has appeared out of nowhere. There was a wave of discussion on the internet. Their gazes turned back. At this moment, this young lady was still laughing. She laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. She mocked loudly. You bunch of scum. If you don't dare, if you don't go, you will never achieve great things. This is the difference between me and you. As long as there's a certain probability, even if it's just a sliver, it's worth a try. After all, how can there be a perfect method in this world? Now that there's a probability, such an opportunity to conquer the immortal path is something that all the previous eras could only dream of. After all, the immortal path has been broken for countless eras, how can it be easily overturned? There was silence. Suji sniffled, finding it interesting. He had worked very hard. Crazy calculations, but it was still very difficult to achieve. This miracle was too difficult, and it was not easy to create. Who would dare to hit him? And Prefect, who controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation, could decide the life and death of countless people with a single thought. Moreover, it wasn't as simple as losing or dying. After death, he would be punished in hell. Suji quietly swirled his teacup, his expression indifferent. Suddenly, someone laughed coldly and cupped his fists towards the reincarnation emperor. Then, he turned to her and said, "You have evil intentions, you should be punished. You lied to us, and conspired against the ancient sages. Using your life to fight for it, without paying any price. If you win, everyone will be happy. If you lose, you won't feel any pain. Is this the plan?" At the side, someone said sternly. "You, the existence of the dark forbidden zone, have been eating humans for generations. You are the source of the world's calamity, and now you want to create chaos. You're disrupting my vision." Suji stared at her, smiling as he sipped his tea. He felt that he didn't need to do anything, and he would be beaten to death. At this moment, the secluded mountain prefect was laughing and laughing. Suddenly, he stopped and lowered his gaze. "Who said that I won't pay any price this time? The price I'm paying is equally huge. If you don't believe me, look." She looked towards the crowd of Sky Emperors. The crowd followed her gaze and saw Zhang Taiyuan, one of the 3 chosens. This person was the one with no talent in Feng Tianzhong. "I'm paying a price. All of you have seen it. It's my identity." Zhang Taiyuan revealed a strange and sinister smile as he looked around. "You." The surrounding Sky Emperors had goosebumps all over their bodies. They retreated and created a circle, allowing Zhang Taiyuan to stand alone in the middle of the crowd. To think that Zhang Taiyuan is actually one of the incarnations of an ancient being, he has been hiding among us for a long time. No one would have thought that as early as 100 years ago, this ancient forbidden zone existence had secretly infiltrated here. He even disguised himself as a genius and sat on the high position of a holy sun. Countless celestial emperors placed bets on him, helping him seize power behind the scenes. This was too frightening. He was trying to steal the fruits of the immortal Tao. If he really became the ruler of the immortal Tao, the consequences would be too terrifying. "Kiki, are you revealing yourself to show your sincerity and the price you have to pay? Fool. If you continue to hide, you might really rule the immortal Tao in the future. That would be terrifying. But now, it's like you've cut off a huge trump card. We have our guards up against you. Not to mention that Zhang Taiyuan has already been crippled, there's no way you can infiltrate our upper echelons." Everyone was laughing coldly. Zhang Taiyuan's expression was still calm. He didn't care about the mockery and ridicule around him. He revealed a steady manly demeanor, like an elegant gentleman. "Yes, I originally wanted to stay until the end to fight for the throne. This identity is the most important. I've spent a lot of effort and paid a price to get to where I am today. Unfortunately, something happened. Hence, I gave up this chess piece that could rule the world. I didn't hesitate to expose myself and try to attack the Samsara official lord. A gentleman has what he wants and what he doesn't want. Can you do this? Can you be so determined?" Zhang Taiyuan was still speaking. "This is the greatest opportunity. Even in the future, when the era rises and is 10 times more prosperous than it is now, it might not appear again." No one spoke. Zhang Taiyuan was still talking to himself. "I know the probability of this happening is low, but I still chose to pay the price. What is a miracle? The miracles of every era won't come to me by themselves. This is me. I'm different from mediocre people like you. You're destined not to reach the peak. Because of you. No guts. No ruthlessness." Some people were still laughing. Their laughter was getting louder and louder. "Ha ha ha. You're still trying to deceive us? Exposed? Is this sincerity? We accept your sincerity, but we won't go against the ancient holy venerable emperor." Their voices were loud, but they lacked confidence. Even they had to admit that the wisdom of this ancient existence was too terrifying. Even they were moved by his words of encouragement. However, the stronger they were, the less determination they had. They weren't willing to give up their lives to try. The price of failure was too high. It was easy to know but difficult to do. This was the bloody reality. No, I'm not trying to persuade you. I've long guessed that you'll refuse. Zhang Taiyuan suddenly smiled and looked at them meaningfully. He lowered his head and murmured, to many ordinary mortals, they can also create miracles, but do you know what kind of situation they usually face? What situation? Someone's scalp went numb, feeling a little uneasy. There's only one situation. There are no exceptions. Chaotic times. No matter how stupid, how timid, how good at crying, if forced to a dead end, they'll try to risk their lives. Together, they'll use their blood and tears to write the heroic hymn of the era and create miracles. Only then will they write an epic for the future generations, a bright future. As soon as he finished, suddenly, a piece of news came from afar. Not good, Lord Yunzhong and Emperor Yun's divine source has been secretly shattered by someone. Their surroundings went numb. They felt like they had been tricked from the beginning. Suddenly, an old celestial emperor looked at the celestial emperor beside him. Former Phoenix Emperor, aren't you in charge of looking after them? Are you in charge of sealing them in the temple? The divine source had just been sealed, and there was no time to store them in the Forbidden Land. Shattered, the middle-aged man called former Phoenix Emperor shuddered. The two emperors had paid a huge price to fall into a deep sleep, and now that they were forcibly awakened, they would definitely target him. He was already not far from death. Former Phoenix Emperor's scalp went numb. I heard that there was a Lord of Samsara here, so I asked Quasi-Emperor Benshi, who was guarding nearby, to enter the coffin on my behalf, and I came over myself. Countless people felt their heads explode. Quasi-Emperor Benshi had an extremely good relationship with the Holy Sun Zhang Taiyuan. How many things had he done? At this time, he spoke a lot, seeming to persuade them, but in fact, he knew that they would not be persuaded. Was he secretly stalling for time? Because of the outbreak of this matter, all the celestial emperors of the heaven-human realm had come, and even the celestial emperors in charge of the major positions were all present. Because all the celestial emperors did not want to miss this opportunity. This was human nature. And they had never imagined that someone would dare to use this gathering place to attack the divine source. Because once it was broken, Emperor Yun and Lord Yunzhong would definitely die of old age, and they would definitely punish that person, that force, and massacre the entire heaven-human realm. Enemies, allies, and even the celestial emperors of the mortal world would not do such a stupid thing, and let these two saints come into being. People were the most terrifying before they died. Not to mention an ambitious person whose life had been cut off. No celestial would do something so suicidal. Even the mortal world would not dare to, unless they wanted to be massacred. The only way was, everyone silently turned to look at Zhang Taiyuan. Yes, I was courting death. Zhang Taiyuan looked at the surrounding celestial emperors, smiling brightly. I said, I also paid a great price. Everyone was completely silent. This kind of arrangement, this kind of calculation, so when he said that he was courting death, he did not deliberately expose himself to die, but in such a way, and only the identity of the celestial emperor could allow his subordinates to approach the divine source. This was really a trap, advancing inch by inch towards his inconceivable goal. If he said now that he wanted to rebel against the Lord of Samsara and resume the immortal path today, no one would laugh at him, because now, it had already been realized. He's indeed formidable. Suji was taken aback as well. Even he had to admit that he was impressed by Zhang Xian's meticulousness. In the next second, a terrifying aura slowly descended, the ground cracked inch by inch, and the entire tea house quickly collapsed with a bang, turning into a pile of sawdust and ruins. Thump. Countless people instinctively knelt down, as if to respectfully welcome a terrifying existence. Rumble, thunder stirred the dark clouds. An existence filled with the power of a saint descended, the brilliant heavenly power as if doomsday had arrived. The man held a bloody head in his hand. It was Quasi-Emperor Benshi. Emperor Yun was burning with anger. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on a young man who was drinking tea. He made up his mind. Those who are interested, follow me on the immortal path. Evidently, Emperor Yun already knew all the information when he said this. Quasi-Emperor Benshi, who had turned into a head in his hands, must have told him this when he was alive. But after telling him, he could not avoid being killed in rage. After all, he had destroyed his source of God and destroyed his vitality. You, an ancient dark forbidden existence, secretly plotted against me. Then as you wish, I don't have much life left, there is no way out, why not fight for a miracle? His imposing manner grew. Emperor Yun strode forward, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Yun Zhongjuan followed behind, shouting coldly, disperse all the celestials in the heaven cloud realm, quickly go to the heaven worship realm to take refuge, tell them to shut up, do not tell the other celestials what happened here, also, the old celestial emperor stays. The celestial emperor who believes his cultivation can no longer break through, stay. Voluntarily stay, celestial emperor stays. The young generation of heaven's pridelings, saints, leave quickly, do not delay. The easily angered Yun Zhongjuan was even more furious at this moment. Clouds and mist surged around him, swallowing and spitting out fine dewdrops, looking very terrifying. The celestial realm had just started cultivating Buddhism, the accumulation of source of God was insufficient, they could no longer produce two portions, which also meant that the two of them were sentenced to death. How could they not be angry? How could they not be angry? They would die in less than a month. No one dared to plot against them when they were alive, but after they died and were sealed into a deep sleep, someone actually thought of them. Originally, they were already considered dead. They were sure that no matter how the people of the present age fought for power, they would not care about them. Who would dig up the graves of two dead saints, not afraid that they would come out and fight back, but at this moment, if they were really plotted against, they would not be able to fight back, they would have to help him fight. Emperor Yun? Suji slowly stood up, his leisurely expression finally turning serious. This was the first time he really met the ambitious Emperor Yun Zhongjuan, but he did not expect it to be such a special situation. Suji thought to himself, this time, he was just going to wander around casually, but he actually exposed my identity and is really going to make a move against me. Suji turned to look at Zhang Taiyuan, feeling that life was a bit strange. Yes. Including the one before him, this was already the second miracle. To be able to find his true self in the vast sea of people and reveal his identity was an unachievable miracle. And the third inconceivable miracle, that meant he had defeated himself, right? If the three miracles were combined and all succeeded, then this great miracle would really be legendary, fate, or, more words of some sort. Perhaps the future generations would record that an ancient emperor who had cut off the path to immortality, who was in charge of the reincarnation of all living beings, who had defeated all enemies throughout history, had actually been casually wandering the mortal world, and had been discovered by someone, and had fallen on a ridiculous day. How tragic. It seems like there are quite a few exceptional freaks that have appeared in these eras. They actually created inconceivable feats, wishing to defeat those stronger than them, approaching me step by step, wishing to defeat me. Suji thought to himself. If there's no probability, then increase the probability. If it's impossible, then increase the possibility. Zhang Taiyuan's voice was loud and clear. He took a step back and said with a smile, if you don't try, how will you know that you can't achieve a miracle? Bam, Zhang Taiyuan's body suddenly exploded. So noisy. Emperor Yun stretched out his palm, and Zhang Taiyuan instantly turned into a bloody mist. He stretched out his hand again, and the celestial girl also turned into a bloody flower. Screenshot. Screenshot. Yuan Qinghua and Yuan Qinghua were watching the live broadcast, and their expressions changed. The probability of a mathematician, a philosopher, and a researcher of miracles finally exploded on the spot. In this era, things were not going according to the rules. Shouldn't it be developing slowly, strengthening the system of Buddhism and Taoism, toppling the small bosses, and finally fighting the final boss? This era had just begun, and they had yet to develop, and now they were going to fight the final boss. However, there were no small bosses, because they had yet to develop, and the gods of hell had just been recruited. This was not going according to the rules. This is probably reality. Bai Xiaojun heaved a sigh of relief. How could it be done according to the rules? How could life be predicted by you? Too vicious. Yuan Qinghua looked at Zhang Taiyuan, who had already exploded, and could not remember how many times she had said this. Although they knew that the secluded mountain prefecture lord dared to do such a thing, it was definitely not just these two doppelgangers, and there were also celestials hidden in the dark, and they could be watching secretly. The scheming of the big bosses is too exciting. It is even more exciting than the plot of a movie. Let's go further away for the live broadcast. Feeling the pressure of the anger, Yuan Qinghua and Bai Xiaojun hurriedly curled up further away, shivering in fear, so as not to be implicated. They were looking forward to it. When would they be able to be like this terrifying ancient being, overlooking the world, and scheming against everything, using all living beings as chess pieces? It was simply too cool. Bai Xiaojun said in a low voice, this quasi-emperor Binshi shouldn't be the doppelganger of the secluded mountain prefecture lord. After all, if a restricted area being were to come back to life, his cultivation would definitely not be that high, and he would not be able to possess such a strong person. Why would this quasi-emperor listen to him, and risk his life to destroy the source of God? It is impossible for ordinary people, but who is the secluded mountain prefecture lord? He is the lecturer of ancient mythology. Yuan Qinghua thought of the terrifying words and murmured, not revealing his identity, using his name as the celestial saint to trick this quasi-emperor, and for the glory and future of the celestials, tell him that this is the only chance, and that he has to seize it, force Emperor Yun and Lord Yun Zhongjuan to attack, and possibly kill the other party. It is very reasonable for him to do some ideological work. Bai Xiaojun thought back to the words just now, shivered, and hurriedly nodded. Let's go. In the distance, the crowd continued to disperse. Zhang Xiao, Shangguan Man, and the rest were all forcibly evacuated. At this point, Suji was not in a hurry to act, and allowed them to disperse the crowd. As a reincarnated official, he naturally would not kill and destroy, and that would be extremely evil. This was because killing too many people was not good for the underworld. Not only would it increase the workload of the underworld, Fengdu Ghost City would be full, and they would not be able to train, and would lose the meaning of reincarnating. At this point, Emperor Yan's gaze focused on this reincarnated official. He did not expect his true appearance to be like this. He was a handsome young man, and he had a lazy and casual look on his face. You do not bring reincarnation with you, and you are alone. This is indeed an opportunity, but, is there really an opportunity? Emperor Yun smiled, and gradually, many celestial emperors gathered behind him. There were 74 celestial emperors in the celestial Tao, and now there were 57 celestial emperors left. They were all too old, and some of them could not break through in their cultivation. The number was huge, and it was shocking. Suji looked at him. Emperor Yun, in this era of the 6 paths of reincarnation, you are the first celestial emperor to rule the human Tao, animal Tao, and celestial Tao. You are also the first celestial emperor of the human Tao tribe, White Emperor, Li Shuibai, who led the people to slash and burn. Of course I found out who I was in my previous life. Emperor Yun avoided talking about his past as a human emperor. At this point, he had completely taken on the identity of a celestial being. He said, Zhang Xiao, in the future, he will be the current me. Even though he did many things in the human Tao, and perhaps in the underworld, he may have plotted for the rise of the mortal Tao, but from the moment he entered our celestial Tao, I knew that he was already part of our celestial being lineage. He said coldly, Zhang Xiao will be the next Emperor Yun. After I left, I was not worried, but speaking of him, I realized that our experiences are so similar. Whoosh. The people on both sides of the street were retreating, like a racing lantern. He clasped his hands behind his back, and his eyes seemed to see through the distant years. I vaguely remember that when the Shao Kingdom was still around, the Shao Kingdom's ruler, Zhang Xiao, told me this. Humans always have to take the first step and let out a roar. There is no revolution without blood. If one does not challenge, if one does not probe, one does not know the opponent's background, one cannot defeat the opponent, and one will forever be shrouded in the shadow of a celestial being. The destruction of the Yao Kingdom today will eventually become a spark of hope for tomorrow, a bright flower blooming in the long history of the future. Everything that happened today is to pave the way for future generations. His eyes were somewhat dazed as he stared at Suji. He is the mortal Tao, and I am the celestial being. The mortal Tao, the animal Tao. The Azura Dao warriors who were traveling between the two realms hurriedly searched for a few top sects and mortal dynasties, and announced the news of what was happening in the celestial being. They could decide what to do. They did not know how to handle it. This time I will be going to fight an unimaginable opponent. There is almost no possibility of me coming back, because I am too old. A white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion sat on a rocking chair and slowly stroked the little girl's head. He looked at the sky, and his tone was extremely carefree. Suddenly, he stood up and used a slender gray wooden sword as a walking stick. He staggered step by step like an old man on the street. He was too old, and every step he took seemed to be extremely strenuous. In the animal Dao. Splash. A clear snow-white waterfall poured down from a mountain stream. The sound of insects and birds chirping resounded in the emerald-green forest. A snow-white elk slowly lay at the root of a tree, full of happiness and attachment. The Celestials are not on good terms with us, but we still have to increase our chances. Next to the waterfall, an old tree slowly opened its mouth and rose from the ground, rising into the sky with boundless might. The elk stood up and chased after the figure, running madly into the mountains and rivers. Finally, it stood at the top of a cliff and looked at the sky, neighing endlessly. In a secret room. Ancestor. An emperor in a dragon robe lowered his gaze. This is the stage that the existence of the ancient forbidden zone created for us. A white skeleton slowly grabbed a snow-white leg bone and put it on its body. Crack. The bone was inserted into the leg, and the sound was slow and deep. We are too old, and cannot keep up with this new era. As existences of the past, in the new era, there is no divine source seal, and we will almost certainly die. Why don't we disperse the last bit of golden light? Bam! He flashed and went straight into the sky. This kind of thing kept happening in the mortal realm and the animal realm. Many descendants who were not informed had shocked expressions. They knew how long their ancestor had been in seclusion, and how terrifying the power he had once possessed in that era. But at this time, the great emperors of the present era all left at the same time, indicating that they were going to fight a mysterious opponent. Who was that opponent? What was even stranger was that they all showed expressions that they would never return, and did not intend to return. This was enough to show that the enemy was inconceivable, in the sky above the entire cloud heaven realm. Pooh! Streaks of meteors of various colors shot over, tearing through layers of space, as if they were meteors cutting through the earth. Countless black clouds rolled in the sky, and it was dark without the sun. Existences covered in golden light were dazzling, and there were also pitch-black killing Buddhas whose radiance pierced through the clouds. The radiance of black and white intersected, and air currents surged and held, regardless of day or night. Dang! Black and white light flashed in the sky. Suji stopped and looked around at the celestial emperors rushing over, as well as a large number of celestial emperors. I didn't expect that it really did it, and it really created a miracle. There is a trace of a chance that it wants to fight me, but in the end, he was silent for a while. I already don't know how strong I am. At this moment, not only were there 57 celestial emperors from the celestial realm, but there were also celestial emperors from the mortal realm and the animal realm rushing over. There were a total of 8 of them. The old man, the treant, and the skeleton. The aged celestial emperor of an era had arrived. These 8 celestial emperors that came from other realms had solemn and steady footsteps, as if they were going to meet the god of death. With every step they took, they felt as if all the blood in their bodies had solidified. Fear, depression, and shock. What kind of feelings would he have when facing the ruler of the underworld who ruled over the cycle of reincarnation? Was that an eternal emperor who controlled the lives and deaths of their people? The reincarnation lord who crossed the entire immortal path alone? I have not become a god. There are no gods in the world. Just this sentence alone was enough to make one's mind tremble. They had never thought that there would be such a day. Facing the venerable sovereign was like facing fate itself. Ta. Tap tap. His footsteps were slow, and his mind was full of thoughts. The streets were broken and the buildings were extended. At this moment, the great emperors of the current era walked over and finally saw the true appearance of this hazy existence. His face was handsome, elegant, and indolent. His black clothes were very fitting, giving off an otherworldly and elegant feeling of a noble young master. Is this the ancient venerable sovereign? The monarchs opened their eyes and looked over in disbelief. He looked too young and immature, as if time had never left much of a mark on him. The Cloud Emperor ignored the other celestial emperors who came from different paths. He only swept his gaze across his surroundings and said coldly, "The 4 early-stage celestial emperors, retreat to the back and set up the array." In an instant, the 4 of them retreated. They knew that their aptitude was mediocre. Breaking through to Heavenly Emperor was still the limit. Within a small realm, the disparity was still very big. Initial stage Heavenly Emperors generally could not last more than 5 moves in the hands of peak Heavenly Emperors. If he didn't retreat, he would probably be shaken to death by such an ancient existence. But initial stage Heavenly Emperors were in the minority in the end. The majority of Heavenly Emperors increased with time, at least cultivating to middle stage. 26 middle stage Heavenly Emperors set up the formation outside. Yun Zhongjuan chuckled and suddenly turned his head. Everyone has their own talents and battle techniques. The remaining 25 peak Heavenly Emperors follow us and fight. With an angry roar, he launched his attack. All kinds of brilliance were born. I have never interfered with the operation of the world. Life and death have their own destiny. If you want to attack me, I will not be angry. It is human nature to break through to a higher path. Suji did not look nervous at all. He seriously immersed himself in his role, but as if he was looking at a group of insignificant passers-by, he spoke with confidence and assurance. Are you all here? Are you all the people in the world right now? Emperor Yun did not say a word and rose into the sky. Yun Zhongjuan's hands burst into mist. Lord of Samsara, please die. Bang, huge waves rolled out. In an instant, a terrifying aura mixed together. Blossoms of Buddhist light blossomed, and patches of chi flames burned. All sorts of Buddhist and Taoist secret arts were unleashed with astonishing might. Although many celestial emperors were people from the old era and were on the verge of death, they still cultivated in the 2 great systems that were not low. The most exaggerated ones were Cloud Emperor and Lord Yun Zhongjuan. Not only did they have heaven-defying talent, they had broken through to the 7th level Buddha Celestial Emperor and the 7th level Tao Celestial Emperor. Cultivating in the 3 great systems at the same time, their battle prowess could be said to be heaven-defying. They had already completely stepped into the Saint Realm. Rumble, the entire concentrated attack descended upon him. The huge and vast city wall of Cloud City in the heavenly cloud realm could not withstand it and broke. The largest imperial city in the entire celestial realm collapsed in the collision. Boom, Suji was still floating in the same place, motionless. Their endless power disappeared like a clay ox in the sea. Generally speaking, a person who can fight 10 ordinary celestial emperors is an early-stage great sage. Suji's voice was calm. A person who can fight 20 ordinary celestial emperors is an intermediate-stage great sage. A person who can fight 30 ordinary celestial emperors is a high-level great sage. A person who can fight 50 ordinary celestial emperors is a high-stage great sage. The voice was leisurely and pierced the heart. Yun Zhongjuan and Emperor Yun only had the battle prowess of an intermediate-stage great sage. Their battle prowess was 21 and 23 respectively, while the rest of the ordinary celestial emperors were mostly 1. Adding them together, it was just a little more than 100 ordinary celestial emperors. In fact, Yun Zhongjuan and Emperor Yun each stood half. At most, they only had the battle prowess of 2 superior stage saints. No, it's not like this, Emperor Yun roared angrily. His long hair fluttered, and the coldness in his eyes increased. Our scattered numbers are not twisted into a rope. 100 of us added together is at most 1 superior stage saint. No, we are not even as good as 1 superior stage saint. Rumble, they couldn't help but attack together again. Beams of 5-colored light and divine flames with terrifying aura swirled and struck the figure of Samsara official lord in the center. The attack actually disappeared again. It was as if the attack had reached another dimension and didn't get close to his real body. Whoosh, the light dissipated. A huge crater appeared in the entire celestial cloud realm like a natural moat. The entire city disappeared, and only Samsara Emperor was still floating in it. What kind of technique is this? Is the gap between us that big? It didn't even hurt a strand of hair, Emperor Yun Zhongjuan and Emperor Yan's expressions changed drastically. This kind of battle prowess was unimaginable. All of them attacked together, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Are you all done? A hint of disappointment flashed across Su Ji's eyes as he thought about the gains and losses. I have cultivated countless superimposed systems. No matter how many of them there are, they are just small fries. They can't even break through my defense. Mirror reflection. Su Ji silently recited Emperor Greatjoy's move. As the move of Emperor Greatjoy in the past, an era had passed and he had already mastered it. Gotcha, the space seemed to crack. Their attacks just now seemed to have materialized into a rapid counterattack. The entire ground was covered by a multicolored ball of light, which ruthlessly shot in all directions. The color of heaven and earth changed. Our attack? Absorb and reflect attacks? Emperor Yan's expression changed drastically. He completely understood the terror of this move, but it was too late. In the next second, the entire world was covered. Whoosh, the light illuminated the celestial cloud realm for more than 10 seconds. A terrifying and brutal pressure washed the entire land. The light dissipated. The land was dead silent. The intense radiation melted the entire land into crystals, and cracked dark red stones were everywhere. Standing in the shattered land, everyone disappeared, leaving only Su Ji and the others standing there quietly. They're too weak. Numbers can never surpass quality by piling up. It's just like the qualitative change and concentration of energy at a high realm, which allows an ant god to easily kill a gigantic celestial emperor. Su Ji sighed slowly. These two were already comparable to Di Qi and Dao Chongqing in the past, but they couldn't affect him even if they worked together. Because of the successive generations, he was already too strong. He didn't even know how strong he was. Just one move of Emperor Greatjoy was already unstoppable. What was so terrifying about Emperor Greatjoy? Any number of attacks would be ineffective, and attacks of lower tiers would even have their energy absorbed by him. That was why in that parallel magma era, even if the three pillar gods calculated countless worlds, they could not find the ability to defeat the Emperor of Greatjoy. To defeat Emperor Greatjoy's mirror body, he couldn't use any tricks. He could only use his strength to crush it. I went to the tea house and didn't expect a war to break out of nowhere. They plotted against me. Just as Su Ji was about to turn around and treat it as a small matter, he suddenly frowned as though he wanted to see through another world. He didn't die. Teleportation. Emperor Yun, your intelligence is close to that of a demon, and indeed not inferior to secluded mountain prefecture lord. You want to create a miracle? You want to reverse the impossible? Su Ji smiled faintly as he stepped in and disappeared. Not only do you want to test me, you want to make use of my counterattack to fake your death to buy more time? Space was torn. I can't do it anymore. Emperor Feng stumbled and fell to the ground. This was his innate spatial talent. But at this moment, he took everyone away at once, using up all his vitality. Emperor Feng. Emperor Yan's expression was calm as he watched Emperor Feng leave. This was once his opponent and now his subordinate. He whispered into Emperor Feng's ear. We will win. That secluded mountain prefecture lord has opened up a stage and handed me the authority to create miracles. Everyone's lives are in my hands. The fate of the entire world. Hand it over to me. That's great. Emperor Feng's consciousness was blurry as he slowly closed his eyes. His lips curled into a blissful smile. In his long life, he knew that Emperor Yun had never gone back on his words. He had never lost before, and this time would not be the same. Emperor Feng left. Emperor Yun was still silent and choking. Only he knew that this was the first time in his long life of ruling over the heaven realm that he had made a promise that he wasn't confident of. But, that terrifying monster is really strong, Emperor Yun panted heavily as he chuckled. Thinking back to the scene just now, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Some kind of special method. As long as the opponent is of a lower realm than you, any group attack would be useless? It's my fault. I should have guessed it. His gaze turned sinister as he laughed coldly. In the ancient times, there were many great emperors. In the entire era, there would definitely be hundreds and thousands of experts. But countless of them had failed. This means that there would be no use in fighting with numbers. He, we still have a chance to create an unbelievable miracle. A low probability event? This was all within my calculations. He would sense our fake death and rush over. He would need 5 seconds. Emperor Feng fought for 5 seconds for us. Emperor Yun couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the intense explosions in the distance. Rumble, the rings of intense light and loud explosions rumbled over and were about to reach the land. However, it was because of the terrifying energy that they were able to cover their tracks. If there's no probability, then increase it. If there's no possibility, then increase it. The so-called miracle, if you don't try, how will you know that you can't do it? We all have all sorts of talents, Soul Snatch Emperor. Emperor Yun said coldly. An old heavenly emperor slowly walked out. He was the beginner heavenly emperor. His battle strength could be said to be extremely weak, but his talent could be said to be of little value. However, Emperor Yun spent a lot of effort to nurture these 4 people with extremely low talent into heavenly emperors. Naturally, their talent was very strange. Soul Snatch Emperor took a deep breath and understood the meaning. Emperor Feng's body is too strong. I can snatch his soul at most for 3 hours. After that, I will definitely die. That's enough. Emperor Feng's spatial talent is too important to us. Today, we Celestials will definitely fight a bloody battle. Soul Snatch Emperor snatched his soul. Form Emperor. Emperor Yun cracked his lips and laughed wildly. Ka, a strange scene happened. Other than Emperor Yun, all the heavenly emperors' bodies suddenly shrank crazily, turning into small insects. Their bodies shrank, and along with the high compression of energy, these super small heavenly emperors' breathing was like a howling gale, piercing through the clouds. Talent, Form Emperor? Compression structure? Suji looked from afar, approaching quickly step by step. He raised his eyebrows. It seemed that shrinking one's body was of little value, but it was a heaven-defying talent. It could also compress the energy in one's body. The celestial Tao really had all sorts of monstrous talents. There was no strongest, only the strangest. This is the Emperor Yun of the past. Suji's gaze finally became more solemn. Back then, he schemed against the entire Xiao nation, causing Xianxia, who was the strongest in this generation, to surrender without a fight and commit suicide. Such a character, such an ambitious person. It was not that he could not win against secluded mountain prefecture lord, but because he was in a deep sleep, there was no way to compete with him. Fusion Emperor. Emperor Yun raised his hands high and shouted. A blood-colored halo shook in the sky. Chi. One by one, the small heavenly emperors rose into the sky, as though they were moving through space. They merged into the huge Emperor Yun's skin, as though they were squeezed into mud, causing many strange ripples. In the entire land, only Emperor Yun was left. Soul Connection. Emperor Yun roared angrily, covering the sound of explosions in the distance. There was a loud bang. Another heavenly emperor made his move. It was as though Emperor Yun and all the small heavenly emperors in his body were completely connected, becoming his heart, stomach, kidneys, and other similar organs. A formless and terrifying aura sprouted. The combination of the 3 great talents allows us to become one. Then, let's begin. Emperor Yun slowly rose into the sky, his voice cold. Suddenly, there were various sounds coming from his body. Life combustion. Power tripled. Mental barrier. Thorns reverse stab. Impact absorption. Body of clouds and mist. Tao technique strong immunity. Shadow incarnation. Suddenly, Emperor Yun raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Fusion. Talent combination. All kinds of talents exploded, his muscles bulged, his bones sounded, and the entire world's strongest talents were gathered together. There were a total of 65 types. At this moment, it was as though some ancient living being had descended, as the waves of power filled the heaven and earth, causing the world to tremble. Countless terrifying powers collided and fused again and again. Second light form. He roared, rumble, a terrifying aura bloomed. His body completely evolved. His skin shed his flesh and blood, turning into a hazy silhouette of a war god, as though it was a projection of a higher dimension. His whole body shone with a flawless glazed light, and boiling hot lava slid down his body like dewdrops. That's Emperor Yun. In the distance, there was a moving team that carried the entire heavenly cloud realm. Xianxia raised his head, looking at the terrifying Emperor Yun's silhouette that shrouded the earth. His throat was dry and filled with intense fear. Just by looking at him, he felt as though a terrifying meteor had struck his brain. He couldn't pry or look directly at him. A terrifying shock rolled and pulsed in his brain. What kind of gorgeous ultimate creature was this? Celestial the Arch? How could a mere Celestial the Arch be so powerful, the most powerful inhuman Celestial the Arch in history? Emperor Yun gathered the 65 talents of the entire heavenly great emperor and started the final battle. Shangguan Man held a little girl's hand, suppressing her fear, and said in a hoarse voice. She looked into the distance and raised her head. Child, you have to remember, this is the last dignity of this pure talent era, the pride of the entire era, she choked. And the last resistance of the entire era, whoosh. A cool breeze blew. Golden light covered the bamboo forest, illuminating a glorious scene. In the inaction Sumuru temple, Suing Luo led all the believers in the temple and silently chanted. She didn't pry into what happened in the immortal realm, and she couldn't pry. We can't do anything. We can only pray. Her expression was calm and peaceful as she continued to lead everyone in chanting. However, her palms were full of sweat, and her grip on the prayer beads had dents. This world couldn't have no future. Deep in the forbidden area, a voice slowly sounded from a mysterious ancient Bodhi tree that had already migrated somewhere. I just said, there is only one way for mortals to write a miracle. In the final clash of desperation and courage, fighting with your life on the line, you can write a song of praise for history, a brave future. If you don't try, how do you know that you can't create a miracle? The branches of the tree swayed slowly, strange and mysterious. There was a holy light revolving around them, and Tao fruits hung from them. You should know that those who want to create miracles are often the miracles themselves. A vortex spiraled in the sky. The ground was covered in a dark red halo. The explosion in the distance was still spreading and shaking, with the power to destroy the world. Suddenly, a figure of light walked over. That lazy young man in a black robe made a soft sound. He seemed to have noticed that there was only one celestial emperor left here, and his expression became solemn. Emperor Yun was terrified. Fear was instinctive. Even as a formidable celestial emperor, he was no exception. Because he had just seen with his own eyes the terrifying divine power that far exceeded his by countless times. In this celestial emperor realm, no one could imagine how high this existence had reached. Only Emperor Yun himself knew that at this moment, he was truly facing an ancient emperor, the eternal taboo that cut off the path to immortality, and the terrifying pressure brought about. But he was gradually replaced by calmness. As his trembling heart calmed down, an intense courage grew. At this step, this is the only step I can take. This is the power that the world gave me, the courage of those celestial emperors, He violently raised his head and roared at the sky. A terrifying sound wave washed over the entire land like a shock wave, shattering and destroying everything. Emperor Yun opened his mouth. The overlapping sound was as if 10,000 people were roaring at the same time. It was spectacular and tragic. At all costs. Life, dignity, pride, give up everything that can be given up. Defeat him. Defeat that inconceivable existence. Emperor Yun reached out and grabbed. In the air, a dazzling icy water formed from the clouds converged, and a precise silver spear appeared in his hand. Miracle. The so-called miracle. Created by me. Today is the final chapter of the old era. Today, we shall conquer the ancient path to immortality. He roared loudly, and his scarlet eyes were suddenly filled with the madness of a martyr. Yes. The fate of miracles is in my hands. He silently leaped into the sky. I shall press forward with indomitable will. Kaboom! In an instant, a silver lightning illuminated the world. He held an icy spear and pierced it into that existence's chest. Endless light sprinkled down, as if carving his figure into an eternal mural of history. Puff! At this moment, the shining spear seemed like it was about to pierce his chest. Suji had just arrived when he was faced with such a vicious attack. For the first time, he felt a sense of danger that caused goosebumps to rise on his skin. He felt a strong sense of death. This crazy man's attack had exceeded the threshold of mirror reflection and could not be forcibly absorbed. A monster like Heavenly Emperor, too strong, this person is too strong. Suji could not help but reveal a look of disbelief. He is more than 100 times stronger than ordinary Heavenly Emperors of the same rank. Naturally, Medusa would not compare. In terms of quantity alone, she was 129,000 times stronger than ordinary Heavenly Emperors. One must know that Di Qi and Dao Chongxing were only more than 20 times stronger than ordinary Heavenly Emperors because it was more difficult and unnecessary. After all, at this level, they had already begun to think about breaking through to God. It was meaningless to continue to climb the ceiling of Heavenly Emperor level. Crack, in the next second, Suji's body moved quickly, ready to dodge the spear. Emperor Yun's face was cold and fierce. Almost at the same time, he growled, "Want to leave?" Condense. Crack, the talent instantly solidified the surrounding. Like a clay ox entering the sea, nothing could resist. Suji's face darkened. There was no way to retreat. He directly clenched his hand into a fist, his flesh and blood contracted, and punched fiercely. He laughed. It is indeed not easy for ordinary Heavenly Emperors to reach this level of exaggerated combat power. Then let's have a head-on fight. In this world, weak cultivators who did not cultivate physical strength but only cultivated talent and spells, what was there to be afraid of in close combat? Ancestor Witch True Body erupted, Martial Emperor Body erupted, entire race physique erupted. In an instant, the hardness of the three major body systems reached a terrifying limit. Compared to a Heavenly Emperor of the same size, his whole body was 480,000 kilograms. One must know that ordinary martial emperors were only 20,000 to 30,000 kilograms. Although Suji's main body did not cultivate martial arts and lacked energy, martial arts cultivation required a huge amount of energy to replenish the body's nutrients, but the super small clone had abundant energy. Naturally, it cultivated martial arts at the same time and even cultivated any system to pave the way for the main body's future cultivation. It could be said that at the same cultivation level, the clone's cultivation system was more complete than the main body, and its battle prowess was countless times stronger. His three great Heavenly Emperor avatars were the ultimate Heavenly Emperor existences that gathered all the systems, foundations, and secret arts of the entire Sand Table world. Die! Emperor Yun roared in anger. His eyes were dyed red, and he looked like a peerless god of war who had walked out of death. His eyes were burning with flames, and his will to fight was raging. Fish, the spear collided with the fist. The high temperature produced by the high-speed friction and collision was like a blazing meteor. The snow-white radiance instantly split open like a supernova explosion. Boom boom boom. Dense streams of light vaporized matter. The expansion of energy almost turned the entire land into elementary particles. The violent particles drifted between the two figures, like stars in the sky, magnificent and magnificent. Within his body, the celestial emperors were overjoyed. He was fooled. We're going to win. This is the most powerful innate skill for close combat, the spear of magical power. It is the culmination of all of our divine abilities, a consummate technique of the celestial emperors, the various magical techniques of the life-killing Buddhas, Buddhist cultivators, and Taoist cultivators are all condensed into a single point in the form of a spear before striking out. Breaking the surface with a single point. This is the concentrated power of more than 60 people twisted into a rope. It's 3 times stronger. This spear can't be taken head-on. Bam! In the next second, Emperor Yan's eyes widened. He was directly sent flying with his spear by a punch, smashing deep into the ground. His ears were filled with whistling sounds. Emperor Yan's mind was filled with shock. What a terrifying body. The people of today don't cultivate their bodies at all. Is this some kind of ancient system that cultivates the body? I've clearly superimposed so many combat innate skills and enhanced them, but he still used his body to take my attack head-on. Emperor Yun pondered until this point. He fell deep into the ground, and his body suddenly exploded. Space trickery. His arm disappeared without a sound, as if it was missing out of thin air. In an instant, he punched behind Suji. Bam bam bam, his left leg kicked towards Suji's head, and his right leg kicked towards Suji's back. Attacks came from all directions. Emperor Feng's ability? Su Ji smiled. Bam. Looks like I have to be serious. Emperor Yun really wants to create a miracle. If I'm not careful, I might really fail. His expression calmed down a little. His body suddenly expanded completely, and he completely entered a terrifying battle form. Martial Dao body plus Witch True body, plus all the cells of his race. They represented defense, recovery, and high-density mass. The three major systems added together did not equal 3, but 30, this was a qualitative change of a collapse of mass. Removing the hollow organs and the solid clay high-density body, even the mass was compressed to the point that it was comparable to a super white dwarf. Moreover, at this time, when he activated his battle true body, there was no explosion of flesh and muscles. He was like a strong and sturdy giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. The fine clay cells did not have the characteristics of muscles. His whole body was still condensed, but it was emitting a faint light. His meridians were slowly expanding, and that was the liquefied qi in his body. Niwa true body plus Pengu true body? Su Ji lowered his head to feel it. For the first time, he seriously tested his own strength. Together with the physique of the Celestial Emperor Martial Cultivator, in the middle, this is the current ultimate form of the body, all the Sand Table's body cultivator strength unified. He slowly reached out his delicate and scholarly fist, 1 point. Emperor Yun flew out directly. His chest caved in, as if he had been hit by a star. It was as if a piece of iron had smashed into a fragile eggshell, shattering into pieces and turning into mist. Monster! Emperor Yun took a deep breath. His body gathered, and he stood up unscathed. Of course, he knew that in close combat, the one with greater mass would have an advantage. He also had a group of reduced celestial emperors in his body, and used the form emperors to compress their mass. But still, he could not compete. In reality, the celestial emperors of this era did not train their bodies. They were all weak Dao cultivators. Perhaps after training their bodies, they could let the form emperors shrink their bodies to be on par with Su Ji. I am immortal. He stared at the reincarnation official lord, this incredible ancient existence, a living super monster. I have the combination of various great talents. I am almost a perfect ultimate creature. The combination of various talents made him immune to physical and mental attacks, forming a kind of cloud and mist. All kinds of incredible passive abilities gathered in his body. Kill. He stood up, raised his spear high, and attacked crazily. Inside his body, the ancient great emperors communicated with each other, constantly integrating. What kind of monster is this? If immortals really exist in this world, I'm afraid this body has already been tempered into an immortal's body over the long years. Celestial emperors can't move it at all. High-density body, seemingly without internal organs, solid structure, it's simply indestructible. This body should be the strongest and most troublesome problem. It can't break through its defense at all. No matter how many there are, it's useless. It's no wonder that the ancient talents of each era are all failures. They can only die with grievances. Then how do we deal with this? It's not as simple as 1 + 1. We have already surpassed an ordinary peak celestial emperor's battle prowess by 117 times. This is 2 great accomplishment sages with 50 times battle prowess added together. The celestial emperors discussed frantically, looking at this scene in shock. Boom boom boom, Su Ji walked forward step by step. He bombarded Emperor Yun's body with his fists. Emperor Yun received spear after spear, waving his divine weapon like an undying god of war descending into the world. He kept shattering, exploding, and reforming. Both sides clashed head-on, without any fancy tricks at all. It's useless. Lord Yin Zhongjuan's cloud mist body is not afraid of physical punches and kicks at all. There's also the Blade Emperor's Thorn's counterattack talent. Any punches and kicks that hit his body will reflect part of the damage. Such punches and kicks are not only ineffective, but they will also beat himself to death. They communicated. But in the next second, their expressions changed drastically. They felt that Emperor Yun's power was weakening slightly. He was really injured by the punches. Generally speaking, it was impossible to be killed by a punch. But when the density of the punch reached the limit, the body was also dying. If this continues, we can completely kill him in one day? A celestial emperor calculated carefully. The body of a venerable emperor is too strong. It's indestructible, and the reflected damage is completely absorbed. It doesn't hurt or itch. Someone seemed to feel something. How is this possible? Is Emperor Yun purely immune to physical attacks? And the impact absorption talent absorbs 99% of the impact force first, and the rest falls on the immune body. How is this possible? This was too terrifying. Without these two talents, Emperor Yun's fragile magic-type body would probably explode in an instant. There was no other possibility, after all, that extremely fierce mythical body. They looked at the venerable emperor outside waving his fists slowly and steadily. His face was calm, but they only felt horrified. Their understanding of monsters was renewed again. We used all kinds of strongest talents and gathered them together to form a kind of mutual cooperation. But we still can't achieve true immortality. We can't drag this on. We can only use our last trump card. The celestial emperors communicated in his body. At this time, a celestial emperor talent that had been stored for a long time directly exploded. Boom! Shadow body explosion. Emperor Yun's shadow slowly walked out and was eaten alive by Emperor Yun. In the next second, his power suddenly soared by 2 times. Future of life! He roared fiercely. This terrifying, heaven-defying talent came from a celestial emperor who had been painstakingly cultivated to the low-level celestial emperor. He had the terrifying ability to control time, but usually it was so weak that it was not practical at all. Because it needed to overdraft a huge amount of life, even death, as the price. This is? In the next moment, Suji felt a strong sense of uneasiness. An unknown power spread in his body. He instinctively closed his eyes. The surroundings suddenly stopped. Emperor Yun clearly knew that it wasn't that the surroundings had stopped. Instead, it was that Lord Samsara's entire body's time and thoughts had suffered a terrifying super deceleration. Lord Samsara's time was almost stopped. It was 100 times slower than normal time. Boom. Lord Samsara. He raised his spear high and his gaze was cold. You are still a celestial emperor, but your sense of time is affected. Die. Da-da-da-da. The frenzied attacks landed on Lord Samsara's left eyelid. With an extremely precise degree, the spear tip landed on the same spot repeatedly. Amidst the frenzied attacks, Emperor Yun's face turned red. His eyes flickered with a fierce glint as the spear tip landed crazily. The future path to immortality will be opened by me. Inside Emperor Yun's body, the celestial emperors looked outside and roared crazily with their eyes wide open. We won. Every second counts in a battle between experts. If you can't move, only death awaits you. It's not as simple as reducing time. It also reduces the body's healing speed and other aspects. Da-da-da, the spear landed crazily. Finally, a small hole seemed to appear on his eyelid. It was as small as the pores on his nose. Even the eyelid. Emperor Yun's expression changed. His figure flashed. Whoosh, he floated to the side and attacked the eardrum in his ear with the ice spear, trying to pierce through his brain. Da-da-da-da. After repeated attacks, a hole suddenly appeared in his eardrum. It was the size of a needle tip. Emperor Yun waved his spear rapidly and turned into an afterimage. He raised his head and roared at the sky. Bastard! Go to hell! The spear shook crazily. The horrifying overlapping waves were like shock waves. Just the aftershock alone shook the entire heavenly cloud realm. This is great. It's different from the eyelid that can't be pierced. His eardrum is already leaking. A celestial emperor who was on the verge of collapse shouted excitedly. His eardrum is expanding. We have hope. An old white-haired man stared. That's it. Lord Yin Zhongjuan also roared excitedly. The blood vessels in his brain seemed like they were about to burst. Blood surged in his head. That's it. Pierce through the head. If this continues, we have hope of winning. The future of life. The Celestials called it the absolute frozen time forbidden zone. This kind of talent was almost heaven-defying, impossible to resist. Just like the monsters of the 3 realms, this was a special characteristic that even the gods would fall for. Crash, time seemed to be frozen at this moment. The Lord of Samsara was like a still white statue. He had a handsome and slender figure and was dressed in a black robe. His face was as beautiful as jade. He was frozen in midair in a still posture, as though he was punching out. So what if you're the Lord of Samsara? So what? Dizun? I've absorbed almost all the strongest talents of this era. Infinite attack, infinite defense, no damage, and indestructible. I'm already the legendary ultimate celestial emperor of this world. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, Emperor Yun stood beside the ear of the Dizun, like an indestructible god of war. His hands turned into countless phantoms, and the densely packed spear tips landed on the same spot, the weakest eardrum. Boom 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 boom, the surrounding space kept shaking, crackling, and dense photon currents ignited the air, radiating with airflow, turning into a blow that could destroy the earth. The space in the eardrum began to collapse, turning into a distorted vortex. Sizzle, the Dizun's eardrum expanded slowly, and then healed slightly. His injuries are healing. Is he awake? The human realm's skeleton celestial emperor's expression changed. How can it be so fast? Sacrificing the life of the time emperor, taking away the time of life, it shouldn't be so fast, he's not awake. This should be a self-healing speed, how is this possible? All the celestial realm's celestial emperors, who had extremely strange and powerful talents, felt their scalps go numb. It must be known that this absolute stillness of time reduced his body's sense of time, recovery speed, and reaction speed to a state where it was almost at a standstill. Depriving him of time at this moment was equivalent to reducing his self-recovery energy by 99%. But even so, his recovery speed was still terrifying. Then, under normal circumstances, what level would his recovery speed reach? Perhaps his destroyed body would heal almost instantly. A desperate thought flashed through their minds. Unbeatable. Even if Emperor Yun merged with all the celestial emperors, it was beyond the limits of their combat power, and he still seemed to be standing on the other side of the ocean, as if he was not a living being of the same dimension. One man can defeat 10 men. This thought appeared in everyone's mind, and they felt a chill run down their spines. It was no wonder that such an existence could not be defeated in the ancient eras. It was simply unheard of. Everyone, don't panic. We've opened up the possibility of victory. He seized the 1 in 10,000 chance. That's right. Now, we've almost reduced the speed of Venerable Sovereign's recovery and stopped his time. So what if he's an ancient giant? At this moment, it has already broken through his weakest eardrum. Their expressions gradually stabilized. This was because no matter how strong one was, there was no way to resist this domain of time freezing. Attack the opponent's eardrums, the weakest point, and reduce the recovery rate to the limit. Isn't the so-called miracle defeating the impossible? No matter how powerful an invincible being is, he can still use an ant's tiny lever to move the entire world. This was no longer a matter of courage, but rather that there was no way out. They had to brace themselves and fight to the death. Rip. The ice spear bombarded the same spot in a frenzy, and the eardrum finally expanded continuously, completely turning into a hole. However, it was still healing at a visible speed. If there really is a miracle. Emperor Yun's expression darkened, and he could not help but say. Now, we have to enter the brain from the ear. This is the only way to win. His decision-making ability and combat talent were naturally shocking. In the instant they exchanged blows, he realized that his opponent was too terrifying, and he could not break through his defense at all. Thus, he instantly came up with a plan to stop the opponent. He originally wanted to pierce through the opponent's eyeball to enter the brain, but who knew that he could not even pierce through the eyelid, let alone the eyeball. He could only go through the weaker eardrum. Emperor Yun snorted coldly. Form Emperor. The Form Emperor understood. He started to act quickly. He rapidly shrunk Emperor's body, but he had already shrunk to the size of more than 60 celestial emperors. In addition to Emperor Yun's body size, it was almost beyond the upper limit of his control. Gurgle. Endless blood flowed out of the Form Emperor's mouth and nose, staining his 7 orifices. He looked extremely ferocious. Emperor Yun's body size, I can no longer shrink to the size of the eardrum, because I have to shrink the size of us in my body to an even smaller size. We're finished. He turned his head and looked at the surrounding celestial emperors. He suddenly wanted to speak calmly and tell them this despairing news. Now, piercing the eardrum was useless. Because he could no longer do it, but he wiped the blood that flowed out of his eye sockets, and just as he was about to speak the truth, "Form Emperor, hang in there. Please, you must use this power to save the entire world. The immortal path cannot do without you." The voices of the surrounding celestial emperors rang in his ears, encouraging him, waving flags and shouting. These celestial emperors had been completely aroused, and there was no way out. Save this world. The Form Emperor's body was covered in blood. He was a man of few words, and for a moment, he did not dare to speak the truth to deal a blow to these celestial emperors. Fear, depression, shock. If he told them, how would they feel when facing the ruler of the underworld who ruled over the reincarnation of the world? Waiting for the judgment of fate, this was really too despairing. At this moment, he clearly understood that facing the Lord of the reincarnation of the underworld, facing the venerable emperor, was like facing the death of reincarnation, the entrance to the underworld, the path to the Yellow Springs. He himself meant an irresistible fate. Facing death itself. As for them roaring to save the world? This word was too foreign to him. It was too stupid. In a trance, the Form Emperor thought of a long, long time ago. It was a period of youth, and a scene flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. In a classroom. The bright sunlight shone down, and a young boy looked at the green grass outside. An old celestial stood at the top of the classroom, slowly writing the word dream on the stone wall. "Children, tell me, what is your dream?" the old man said. One by one, the students began to speak enthusiastically. "Is there a need to say it? I want to become a celestial emperor. Ha ha ha, I want to save the world and rule the world. I want to become strong and protect the people I love. I also want to save the world. I want to become the strongest, receive the love and respect of the people, become the symbol of an era, and protect the entire world." The old man smiled happily. "Very good, children, this is a very good dream. We celestials have a future because of you. I believe that with you, the era will be full of sunshine and miracles." The old man suddenly stopped the lonely boy who had been looking out the window. "Xianxia, what is your dream?" "Dream? Only children talk about dreams, and adults talk about reality. I will talk about the reality that I want. I don't like to communicate, I don't get along with people, and I don't like to talk to those who are full of sunshine. I like to hide in a dark corner alone. I want to shrink, so that no one can see me and don't talk to me. What a shady guy. He always pretends to be an adult. He looks very mature. His dead fish eyes are so scary. He always looks lazy. He claims to be an energy conservationist, but he doesn't play with us. This is too shady. I want to save such a lonely guy." The teacher slowly pointed at the word dream written on the wall. "It's a very interesting dream. No wonder your talent has become an obsession. You have become smaller, but I hope that you can still be more sunshine. Life is full of expectations and brilliance." When he was young, the classroom in his memory became blurry. As time passed, his young peers grew up, and their edges and corners were smoothed out. Save the world? Become a great man? Look into the future? Their various great dreams became unattainable and were torn into pieces by the cruel reality. He still remembered that many years later, when the scholars from the same hometown gathered, time had changed their faces. The passion of youth was no longer there, and time had filled the corners of their eyes with wrinkles. After a drunken night, a group of classmates howled and cried. "None of our dreams have come true. Save the world? Become the celestial emperor? Rule the era? That's ridiculous. If this great world of immortals needs to be saved by mediocre people like us, that would be an incredible miracle. Speaking of which, everyone's dreams have not come true. Xianxia, your dream is the only one among us that has come true." Everyone turned to look. At this time, he was still curled up in the corner, as if he was invisible and lonely. He wanted to shrink himself again and again. Suddenly, someone said. "He said that it's not a dream, but a reality." In an instant, there was dead silence. He looked at these people who encouraged him, just like in the past. Since he was young, he knew that reality and dreams were two different things. Also, what was the point of thinking about these useless things now? When people were about to die, they would always think of some strange things. We've already lost, he suddenly murmured. Even though he was an extremely realistic person, he did not dare to tell them this reality. He could only delay and try his best to continue to forcefully shrink Emperor Yun's body size. As he crazily used his strength, large amounts of blood flowed down from the former emperor's face. The overload of power caused him to walk towards death. His body was breaking apart. Maintaining the body size of more than 60 celestial emperors was already his limit. Adding Emperor Yun, even though he was a peak celestial emperor, it was almost impossible for him to complete the burden. We've already lost. We can't win against Dizun. He wanted to say that again, but he choked and felt that he could not say it. He carried the weight of the entire world on his back. More than 60 celestial emperors, Lord Yun, Emperor Yun, all focused on him. You people should know that in the world of adults, there are no dreams. Only children talk about dreams. Adults talk about reality. The former emperor's eyes were full of mockery. He was ready to speak. Former emperor, hang in there. You're just a little bit away. These voices were still lingering in his ears. In the end, he fell silent again. Dreams and whatnot are too laughable. However, there's no turning back. I just don't want to die. He was still squeezing out every bit of potential in his body. He shrunk, as if he was compressing his body size crazily, burning and shattering matter. He ruthlessly crushed them together and walked towards death. He did not notice that an indescribably huge aura was slowly rising from his body. His mind was still full of thoughts. I just suddenly want to go back and have another drink with them on a sunny afternoon. I just want to hide in a corner and listen to them talk about ordinary days. I just want to say to them, just one sentence, just one sentence. He clenched his fists and cried in a hysterical voice. I want to go back alive, and tell them that I've already realized your dreams of saving the world when you were young. Boom, he was hysterical. It was as if the deepest part of his soul was roaring angrily. His soul seemed to be soaring. His talent broke through some kind of limit in an instant. His body released a five-colored glazed glow. A feeling of freedom and comfort surged from the depths of his heart. This is? His eyes widened. Emperor Yun's body suddenly shrunk to the size of a soybean. He was exquisite and exquisite. The high density of mass compression caused the space around him to faintly collapse. It was as if he had become a high-quality white dwarf. It's possible. We won. Has it already succeeded? Emperor Yun has shrunk. Ha ha ha, the path to immortality has been severed. Today, we'll resume it. Countless celestial emperors were shouting crazily, crying and trembling with excitement. Yes. The former emperor threw away all the words he wanted to say and turned to confidently encourage the crowd. Don't be afraid, everyone. There's no need. To me, this is just a very simple matter. I was very confident just now. Now, we've already won. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good. You broke through the limit, former emperor. Great sage. Other than me and Yun Zhongjuan, you're the third. Emperor Yun laughed heartily in his heart. Kill. In the next second, he drilled into his eardrums at the last moment. His eardrums were also recovering rapidly. I've finally entered my brain. He was full of heroism. He was in despair just now. He knew the strength of the former emperor the best. He could not do it at all, however, he still tried. He could not tell everyone that he had lost and make them despair. At that time, he could not just sit there and wait. He had to do something. Moreover, he could only hope that the former emperor could achieve a breakthrough and create a miracle. He took a big step forward. His expression was solemn and cold. He had an astonishing battle intent. The corner of his mouth curled up. He also sighed with emotion. Former emperor, you should know that no one is born to be a king. You should know the horror of fear and despair. You should be able to surpass it and conquer it. You should also conceal your fear and fear. You should be the backbone that inspires your companions. How could he not feel fear and fear just now? However, he did not show it. As the king of everyone, he was not allowed to retreat. In the vast eras, many people would discover that the leaders of each era, the sovereigns, often had astonishing charisma. They were the backbone that gathered the people. However, were their leaders' charisma innate? Was it innate? No, they knew how to control and gather the people around them. They had to overcome their fear. After experiencing and understanding these, they had the possibility of reaching the peak. The so-called miracle is made up of small miracles. Breaking through the impossible, breaking through the limit again and again. The Cloud Emperor rushed into the air canal. It was pitch black all around. When they entered the brain, it was as if victory was right in front of them. He clearly understood that no matter how tough the surface was, there would always be a soft weakness. The core of the brain and the soft brain tissue could not be tempered like steel bars. So what if it was like steel bars? As long as they damaged it a little, if they damaged a little, it was enough to paralyze the entire brain. This was the essence of flesh and blood. This was also the essence of life. No matter how talented you were, no matter how outstanding you were, no matter how powerful a celestial emperor was, they could not escape from this fatal weakness. There were no exceptions. Our dream has come true. At this moment, the reclusive form emperor also started to roar. His face was filled with childlike longing for the dream. He started to believe in his dream. Because he had really created a miracle. However, in the next second, the joy on their faces quickly froze. Where's the brain? Dizun, Lord Samsara, why don't I see the brain? In the brain, there is an unimaginably delicate sea of liquid, like a buffer. Is this monster really immortal? I can vaguely feel that there is something in the middle. Kaboom! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook. Not good. Time's up. The Time Emperor has already. The celestial emperor who controlled time could not hold on any longer and died of exhaustion. In the entire space of the brain, they only felt an unprecedented pressure descending from the void. The space actually shook horrifying ripples, and some kind of ultimate will was awakened, like an unknown ancient beast opening its eyes. A cold voice hung high in the sky. Two eyeballs slowly turned and looked at the dark sea flowing in the brain, at the shrunken Cloud Emperor. What are you still waiting for? There are no dreams in the world of adults. It seemed like a lot had happened, but in the blink of an eye, time had stopped for less than a minute from piercing his eardrums to entering his brain. A minute could easily change the outcome of a battle. Even a second of stillness was enough to determine the outcome of a battle. But, the difference is too big. Emperor Yun lowered his eyes and murmured. The desire to fight in his eyes did not diminish, it burned brightly. Just like what he had said previously. He was another Xianxia, just like how the Tao of the realm Xianxia of the Xiao nation declared war on the immortals. He knew that there was not much hope, but he still chose to declare war. He was willing to become a tyrant who destroyed the Xiao nation and be scolded by his descendants. Was he stupid? Was he overestimating himself? No, because he understood that someone had to start, someone had to find out the path. He knew that the secluded mountain prefecture lord was using him to test the waters, but he still chose to be used. This was because the stage had been laid for him. This is the end. Suji said slowly. Emperor Yun raised his head and looked at the pair of eyes that were looking into his brain. Humans have to take the first step, and let out a roar. Everything that has happened today is to pave the way for future generations. He raised his spear high and looked at the pair of eyes in the sky. In the thick and mysterious sea, he pointed at a 5-colored crystal that was floating in the distance. You are not brainless, your soul is placed somewhere else. It is that crystal, right? What do you want? Suji laughed. You are like a turtle in a jar. Now that your eardrums have healed, you are trapped in a cage and can't even get out. Emperor Yun suddenly laughed. This is a cage, and also the last chance in a hopeless situation. You will be able to fight back. This is the inside of your body, how are you going to fight me? He took a step forward. Your shocking body can't descend here. Your strong fists and legs are useless. Instead, my body has shrunk, and my body is not much weaker than yours. If you want to attack me now, you can only use Dao techniques and supernatural powers to attack me, but that is not your forte. The Cloud Emperor raised his head and looked into that pair of eyes. It was as though he was looking at the eternal sky, a cold and indifferent ancient celestial lord. Emperor Yan's eyes were cold as he continued. At the same time, not only am I immune to punches and kicks, but I am also immune to all types of magical techniques and energy. My innate talents are stacked on top of each other. No matter what kind of attack I receive, it is impossible for me to die. His entire body was emitting a glazed light, and his body was a hazy silver. It was as if he was a projection of a higher dimensional world, and all attacks were disregarded by him. The qualitative change formed by the superposition of his various talents was too terrifying. Suji's eyes widened and he laughed involuntarily. Who said? I'm famous for my body? Emperor Yan's face turned pale. Suji ignored his shocked expression and continued to speak calmly. Why would the Samsara official lord not cultivate Dao spells? Punching with brute force? My body is merely one of the many combat abilities I've developed over the years. In my mind, it's simply walking right into a trap, and I'm going to be ruthlessly scoured by all sorts of Daoist techniques. Kill! Emperor Yun shouted coldly. In such a situation, there was no longer anything to fear. He pointed his spear at the multicolored crystalline monster core in the distance, and silver lightning surged. Whoosh! In Suji's mind, under the gaze of two huge eyes, a Daoist technique golden body appeared in his mind instantly. It was formed by endless Daoist techniques, radiance, radiation source, and vital energy. The golden body's expression was cold. It walked in the sea of his mind, and the terrifying chi spread out, destroying heaven and earth. All sorts of formless Daoist technique circulated. Die. The Daoist technique golden body opened its mouth slowly, and a ray of light shot over. Crack. In the next second, Emperor Yan's body was covered fiercely, and the terrifying lightning covered every inch of his body, disintegrating him into the most primitive energy particles, and splitting him apart like a dense rainstorm. Whoosh! In the next second, Emperor Yun slowly reformed. The expressions of the celestial emperors in his body changed completely. This is too terrifying. The energy shock absorption has already absorbed 99% of the energy, and the remaining energy has already started to slowly disintegrate when it reaches the immaculate energy body. They were all horrified. It was only at this moment that they realized that the terrifying body physique that they were most afraid of was just a side effect. The Daoist techniques of venerable emperors were also extremely terrifying, and they had never used them before because they were not worthy of using them. It turns out that we've always been like ants. It was as if all their pride and hope had been ruthlessly crushed at this moment. At this moment, like the form emperors, they finally understood completely. They raised their heads and looked straight into the cold eyes of the Lord of Samsara, venerable emperors. Looking straight into his body meant that they were looking straight into an irresistible fate. They were looking straight into death itself. No, we still have a chance. At the last moment, Emperor Yun slowly raised his head. When he truly saw the terrifying combat power of the original body, Emperor Yan's expression was completely calm, and he slowly clenched his fists. We are still immune to Daoist techniques, and we can still fight, we still have many trump cards. He calmly looked at the pair of eyes in the sky, and the time-stop space was just one of them. He raised his spear high. World-destroying star explosion. The world suddenly turned pitch black. Particles of energy condensed, showing colors that did not belong to this world. The exploding stars fell with the meteors in the sky, shattering into countless small pieces. This celestial emperor with star talent lost all his life and flesh, and everything was burned, turning into brilliant fireworks. A path was suddenly split open in the sky, and it went straight to the demon core. Kill! Emperor Yun's cold murderous voice, and he took a big step forward. This spirit infected all the celestial emperors, and they all pounced forward, using their lives as the price to combine similar talents. Super space-time fall. He stretched out his hand, and Emperor Feng's talent completely exploded, combining with the other talents, turning into an invincible attack. It was as if a supernova had descended, and space started to collapse. An unknown black hole engulfed and absorbed the surrounding matter, light, shadow, and electricity. It was as if everything in the world was absorbed into it, leading to the unknown end. Crack. The celestial emperor controlling Emperor Feng shattered, and the other 3 celestial emperors also headed towards death. Thunder shadow. Endless lightning split open. Golden light pillars tore apart the entire sea of brains, and crackling sounds could be heard. It was as if the gods of the ancient creation myths had sent down thousands of thunderbolts, shaking the heavens and earth. The sky was completely torn open. Emperor Yun raised his spear, and with an indomitable might, he broke through the opponent's layers of Taoist techniques, ignoring the defense of his body, and resisted all attacks. Every kind of heaven-defying divine ability was not much weaker than the time-stop space, and the celestial emperors paid the price with their lives. This kind of attack, isn't it enough? Emperor Yun's face was cold, and his body was covered with terrifying flames that shook the heavens and the earth. He broke through rapidly, and wanted to smash the central demon core not far away. Then, let's try this move. He took out a rope and bowed to the sky. I don't ask to be born on the same day, but I ask to die on the same day. Crack, the rope sank into the void, and there was a vague connection. He took out his spear, aimed it at his chest, and stabbed it hard. A huge hole appeared on his body. At the same time, a hole appeared on Dizun's spiritual Taoist technique body. He raised his head and roared angrily. Wheel. Return. Mansion. Monarch. Emperor Yun roared angrily, and the sound of clattering did not stop. He madly waved his spear and pierced his body. His body kept exploding, and inch by inch, it turned into surging silver electromagnetic waves, exploding and condensing again. The Taoist technique golden body of Lord Samsara was also exploding. His boiling blood rushed to his brain. All the eras. All the talents. All the beliefs. All the lives. All gathered here. Emperor Yun's voice was deafening. This is my last and strongest trump card. Dimensional paper cut. Crack, in the void, it condensed into a black and white divine artifact scissors and slashed towards the powerful Tao Law sovereign. It brought with it a terrifying chaotic impact, and wherever the scissors passed by, the physical particles were actually reconstructed and flattened, turning into huge two-dimensional scrolls that spread out on the ground. Boom, Dizun's Dharma idol was slashed. His entire body was flattened and turned into a huge two-dimensional drawing. It floated softly in the air like a thin piece of rice paper. Crack, but in the next second, the flesh and blood wriggled, and the rice paper gradually recovered its human form. Even this move can be recovered? But Emperor Yun had already taken the opportunity to break through with various Taoist techniques, and rushed straight to the central demon core. But I've already won. Crack, he pushed away all obstacles, grabbed the demon core, and squeezed it hard. Bang, cracks were everywhere, densely packed together. Endless radiance erupted from the cracks, beautiful and magnificent, carrying with it a 5-colored radiance. Crush it, we've won. Emperor Yun roared, his eyes extremely ferocious and scarlet. After sacrificing the talents of 62 celestial emperors, we finally cut open all the paths. We've won, the dream has really come true. The remaining few Emperor Xing cried, but they were all cheering for Emperor Yun. They cried tears of joy. The eras would remember this scene, and it would be engraved in eternity. Within millions of years, history would record that on this day, the Lord of Samsara, the ancient Dizun who crossed the entire path to immortality, fell. Splash, bright golden sunlight shone down, illuminating the road ahead. Thud thud thud. The surroundings were filled with a desolate breeze. On the pitch-black ground, there were broken fences and broken walls. The huge power destroyed the entire heavenly cloud realm. Suji walked on this broken ground and found that it was almost shattered. It was uninhabitable, and turned into a heavily radioactive zone. It could be considered a natural forbidden zone. Life is but a dream. Who knows if they're not a creature in someone else's dream? Suddenly, he used his little finger to dig in his ear and threw out a soybean, which he casually threw on the ground. I don't know when they will realize that from the moment I opened my eyes, from the moment they saw my eyes, they had a beautiful dream in my mind. Eternal life of the Grim Reaper. In the brain, the world was created when the eyes were open, and the world was destroyed when the eyes were closed. In the time between the eyes, it was the time of life and death. You look at the scenery on the bridge, those who look at the scenery look at you from above, the bright moon decorates your window, you decorate other people's dreams. There are no dreams in the world of adults, even if there are dreams, it's just a dream. Entering my brain is simply courting death. He smiled, feeling very helpless. Their bodies had merged into one, but there were too many gaps between their souls. They were easily pulled into a dream in the brain. No matter how many groups there were, they could not compare to a strong individual. The civilization of the world is ultimately focused on nurturing the heroes of the insect race. He looked into the distance. Return to the underworld, close your eyes again, destroy that dream world, and throw all their souls out. In the brain, the dream continued. At this moment, the heavenly cloud realm in the dream had already turned into ruins. But this tragic war was won in the end. Emperor Yun and the others defeated Lord of Samsara. They left Lord of Samsara's brain, and the entire world cheered. Emperor Yun, Lord Yun Zhongjuan, and the former emperor returned as heroes. This was a final war with their lives on the line. But in the end, an incredible miracle was created. The path to immortality was overturned, and their path ahead was unstoppable. The entire land of the heaven cloud realm was like a piece of cheese gnawed by mice. It became pitch black, and ravines and cracks filled the land. Teams of celestial beings were shuttling back and forth, repairing this world that was riddled with holes, rebuilding, and clearing the land of the uncertainties. Although we won this war, the price we paid was too tragic. But it was all worth it. Yes, this was a stage that the ancient forbidden area schemed against us. Although they were using us, it was also an opportunity. Samsara, His Excellency didn't bring along his samsara. He was alone and traveled incognito. He entered the mortal world and was ambushed. This was his weakest moment, but he was still so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. But in the end, we gathered together and defeated fate, creating all kinds of miracles, yes. The former emperor also created a miracle and broke through. Did we really win? Suddenly, I have a feeling of not knowing what to do. It's like a dream. Almost all the celestial emperors of the old era have fallen. All the familiarity is leaving us. Someone raised his head, and unknowingly, his face was already covered in tears. Heavy rain fell from the sky, crying for the common people. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sky was raining heavily. Lord Yun Zhongjuan, the former emperor, and the others held umbrellas and wore long black robes. They stood quietly in front of the tombs of the celestial emperors, crying uncontrollably. The boundless rain was mixed with tears, and many celestials were wailing. But the world was still in a state of jubilation. Many things were waiting to be done, and everything was thriving again. But the price paid for this war was too high. Emperor Yun and Lord Yun Zhongjuan originally only had 1 month left to live. Now, they only had half a month left. The soul link shortened everyone's lifespan. At the same time, Emperor Yun and Emperor Yun were about to die. But, as long as we win, all of these chips and heavy bets will be worth it. They said. A new monument to the hero was erected on the ground. Countless family members wept and cried, praising their courage for opening up the future for the distant future. In the last half-month of his life. In the end, Yun Zhongjuan left. After experiencing this battle, he had completely come to terms with it, and he had become carefree and casual. This man, who used to be irritable and stubborn, and appeared to be extremely timid in love, and had a thorn in his heart, finally chose to find that thorn in his heart at the last moment. He found the reincarnation of a woman from a mortal tribe who called him a hero when he descended to the mortal world when he was young. Yun Zhongjuan was drunk and told her his true feelings. His face was flushed red and he said with a sobbing tone. I've defeated destiny, and I've become a hero. Back then, I used to mock those stupid people, mocking those so-called heroes. They clearly couldn't win, but they stood up and died. What a laughable belief and behavior, but today, I've also become the person I used to hate the most. The rain poured down. The woman who was as gentle as water was already looking at him in the Wuwei Sumeru temple in the golden bamboo forest. Her face was already covered in tears. I like heroes, just like how I like you. The woman gave him the best answer. The woman walked into the hall with him. The two heroes were a match made in heaven. The entire immortal realm offered their best blessings. He obtained the happiness he wanted. Emperor Yun also left. After this battle, he didn't choose to enjoy the cheers and love of the people. In the last half-month of his life, he quietly left. The so-called glory and praise of heroes, writing songs and poems for him, that was never his home field. He was afraid of the excitement. He liked to be alone. He liked to curl up in a corner, look at the mountains, look at the rivers, and feel the passage of time. 3 days later, he went back to reunite with his former classmates. In a new gathering, he still sat quietly in a corner, listening to his friends who grew up with him talk. He still curled up in a corner and shrunk even more. He liked this atmosphere very much. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and murmured softly, "I've realized your childhood dreams. I've saved the entire world." The people around him smiled brightly and punched him hard in the chest. "You're really something." In the last half-month of his life, Emperor Yun didn't have any personal matters of his own. He didn't leave any time for himself in the last moment of his life. He lived and rested as usual. He chose to sort out the scars of the war and rule the world again. He held various court meetings and was busy with all kinds of trivial matters after his death. Someone said, the Cloud Emperor dedicated his entire life to his people. The last private matter of his life was for the development of the entire celestial realm. This was a benchmark of the old era. But in the end, it would also disappear in the vast torrent of history. They won, but they also lost everything. The wheel of history is moving away. The Emperor Yun we are familiar with, the great celestial emperors of the ancient era, have been buried in the mortal world with victory. In the new era of Buddhism, the talented have stepped into the real world of cultivation and are rising. Countless immortals looked at the ruins. The old, the children, the women, and the young. They suddenly remembered a sentence from the Azure Path, the surging Yangtze River flows east, the waves wash away the heroes whether it's success or failure, it's all gone, the green mountains are still there, and the setting sun is red. Half a month later. The mortal world. The sky was high and the clouds were thin, and it was vast and boundless. Under the setting sun, a tomb stood tall. On the stone tablet was written Tomb of the hero Xianxia. This tomb was built for Xianxia, Emperor Yun's lifelong opponent. The three of them stood on this land again and welcomed the final death of their lives. I still remember that in the Xiao nation, you roared and declared war on the immortals. It seemed unbelievable, but in fact, you used your life to pave the way for the whole world, to take the first step. Emperor Yun looked at the tomb and poured a cup of wine on the soil in front of him. Today, just like you, I let out the roar of an era. The only difference is that you failed. You thought you had succeeded, but in fact, you were tricked by me. And now, I have won in this roar. But, is this really the case? Emperor Xing and Lord Yun Zhongjuan stood at the side. When they heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Could it be that our current victory is fake? Did the Lord of Samsara fake his death and escape? Is he still living in the dark somewhere? Is he preparing to recuperate and make a comeback? Emperor Yun stood in front of the tombstone and suddenly raised his head. Our lifespans are coming to an end. Many times, is life really just a dream? It's really hard to judge. He paused. But whether it's true or not, we are walking towards death. Our lives are coming to an end. This is indeed a beautiful dream before we die. Even if this victory is like a dream, we have lived through the rest of our lives. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky, and a pair of eyes appeared. They were like the sun and the moon, carrying with them the vastness and coldness of the ages. I respect the heroes of every era. This is what you deserve. In the real world. In the Tao of the mortal world, Wu-wei Sumeru Temple, the holy land of Buddhism in the mortal world, a pure land. Suing Luo pinched her Buddha beads and opened her eyes suddenly. She ignored the confused Buddhists around her and was full of shock. Emperor Yun, lost. It's too terrifying. He's unimaginably powerful. Is he really just a celestial emperor? In her eyes, everything seemed to be destroyed. The ultimate creature formed by Emperor Yun was clearly immune to all kinds of Taoist techniques and punches. It was clearly an indestructible being that could not be killed, it was actually beaten to the point where it could not fight back, she finally stopped time and drilled into the other party's brain, but it seemed to have disappeared into thin air. She could not see what was happening inside at all. In short, it was as if he had been forcibly destroyed in an instant. The soybean that was casually taken out from his ear fell to the ground. It was the concentrated corpses of Emperor Yun and the others. The entire process was so simple and violent that it made people's hair stand on end, in the depths of a certain restricted area. The epic Bodhi fruit tree was also completely silent. He had probed the other party's true appearance and seen through the true body of this existence, but he had never expected it to be so powerful. It was as if the great Tao was the simplest. His punches and kicks did not have too many complicated moves, and he had completely wiped out the other party. Could such an existence really be defeated? He could not help but wonder. But in the end, this is the remnant of the celestial beings of the old era, and they only relied on their talent. Emperor Yun and the others were originally eliminated. They were born at the wrong time and could not catch up to the most brilliant era. Even if they cannot succeed now, they can use their lives as a final contribution. To him, this was a great victory. He had probed the true appearance of the Samsara Lord in the mortal world, and found out part of this existence's abilities. He had also captured Mangpa, who had fallen into the mortal world to reincarnate. At the same time, he had cut off the foundation of the celestial realm. Now that the celestial realm was in chaos and in ruins, they no longer had the ability to encircle the dark forbidden area, the war between the two sides. To him, this was a great victory for him. Finding out part of its abilities and paving the way for the future is enough, a faint voice rang out in the deep mountains. The new era will eventually rise. Isn't the so-called miracle the result of repeated failed explorations, and the road paved by mountains of corpses and seas of blood? But in the dark, everyone who had witnessed this battle was completely silent. They were completely shocked by this battle. Celestial Realm Year 548, 7th of June. Emperor Yun and Lord Yun Zhongjuan were in deep sleep, and the secluded mountain prefecture lord schemed against them. The celestial beings encircled the Samsara Lord, and the venerable emperor suppressed the world with one punch. His combat power was unprecedented, and the 6 realms and 3 realms were shaken by him. He was the first person in history to do so. This day had an unprecedented impact on the entire 6 paths of reincarnation. The heavenly human realm had changed greatly, and the underworld had been reincarnated. The sovereign's hidden identity had been completely exposed by an ancient forbidden existence, and his true body had been revealed. The underworld, which only existed in ancient folktales, had completely surfaced. At this moment, it could no longer be hidden. People discovered ancient historical myths. The legend of reincarnation really did exist. The Lord of Samsara is the sovereign of the entire world. Such an existence, a being who lives in reincarnation, is invincible and unrivaled. There's no need for people to fight back and anger such an ancient existence. Less than half a month had passed since then, and many believers appeared in the beast path, celestial path, and mortal path. They believed in reincarnation, and many Yama temples were set up in various places. People started to offer incense. Shangguan Man's reincarnation could no longer be hidden. It had been exposed by that forbidden existence in the tea house. The entire heavenly human realm knew about it. At this moment, Shangguan Man was still wearing a veil. She was extremely beautiful, and she still didn't know about her past life. Her heart was filled with confusion. The sovereign, the Lord of Samsara, had secretly come to the heavenly human realm to see her. Had she caused the ambush? Had everything happened because of her? She was clearly so ugly, so ugly. But at this moment, she already knew that she could not become the saint of the heavenly human realm. No one would follow her, so she chose to commit suicide and enter the underworld. If she really was a Yin god in the underworld, she would understand everything after entering reincarnation. Crack, a bolt of lightning flashed past. A long and narrow path suddenly appeared in the pitch-black world. Gradually, light appeared. The light grew brighter and brighter, and finally, it opened up. It was a long path, with bright flowers blooming on both sides. It was like an ocean of dreams. This path was filled with dead pedestrians. Upon closer inspection, they were actually celestial emperors, lined up densely. There were unprecedentedly many experts on the Yellow Springs Road. Oxhead and Horseface maintained law and order on both sides of the Yellow Springs Road. They looked ferocious and ugly, and their bodies emitted a shocking pressure, giving off a cold and cruel feeling. "That's Emperor Yun, Lord Yun Zhongjuan. And Shangguan Man is here too." The heavenly emperors couldn't help but smile bitterly when they saw the giants that appeared behind them. They had truly been defeated miserably. Everyone had fallen into the palm of that existence. From the moment they entered their brains, there were all kinds of unknown suicides. Perhaps it was already self-directed and self-acted, but they were still full of passion and struggle. Now that he thought about it, he felt like he was a ridiculous monkey. "I didn't expect to meet you in such a manner. Granny Mang, you've actually entered our heaven's realm. I thought highly of you back then and thought that you were a decent junior. Your talent is as great as mine, and you have the ability to rule." Emperor Yun looked at Shangguan Man silently. At this moment, there was no longer any meaning in fighting. Shangguan Man was also puzzled. "I don't know either. I'm actually a Yin god from the underworld, a reincarnated deva. I'm so ugly." "It is indeed quite ugly." Yun Zhongjuan sneered at the side. Shangguan Man didn't understand. She touched her face and realized that she had entered the Yellow Springs Road after death. She had become wrinkled, old, and hunched. "Ah. I've become beautiful," Shangguan Man exclaimed as she covered her face. Her sinister face was filled with joy. The people at the side were completely stunned. Could this be the aesthetic standards of the underworld? Beauty is seen as ugly? Emperor Yun pondered in silence and was greatly shocked. So that's how it is. In a world where life and death are diametrically opposed, ugly and beautiful are diametrically opposed. Only in the underworld, ugly is seen as beautiful. Gradually, as people entered from both sides, Emperor Yun and the rest finally arrived at a huge palace. On the top of the palace was the words Fengdu Underworld. Next to it was a mirror with the words Mirror of Sin written on it. At the top, there was a sinister-looking Yin god dressed in a judge's robe. He sat high up and held a book of life and death and a judge's brush. "Your Majesty, who are you?" "Emperor Yun." The middle-aged man spoke softly and looked at the judge above. "I knew the consequences the moment I attacked. Rebelling against the underworld, wanting to wipe out the book of life and death, seizing power, and committing the most heinous crimes. You will be sent to the Avicii scorching hell." In the reincarnation hall, Suji sat on the chair and closed his eyes, waiting quietly. "Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord, you are too vicious." Suji opened his eyes slowly and felt a little helpless. "As expected of the brain convergence tree that I created." His original intention was to follow the traditional development. Emperor Yun and Lord Yun Zhongjuan would fall into a deep sleep before the three great saints would race against each other and the next new era would begin. All sorts of talents would emerge and the era of Buddhism would descend. The gods of the underworld would also take the opportunity to cultivate in Buddhism and become a force. As the ghostly deities of the underworld, they would control the order of the cycle of reincarnation. He would first nurture the small leaders, and after these small bosses were defeated, it would be his turn. Who knew that the moment he appeared, he would find a loophole and go straight for his main body? What amazing foresight. Such a demonic person, reality never goes according to the script. Suji sighed. Without a doubt, these people with intelligence and talent were the absolute elites of the generation. Would they follow the script? They calculated everything, looked for many possibilities, and went against the natural order. Each and every one of them was an ancient hero. Unparalleled and ruthless. Perhaps in the future, when the true era arrived, the heroes of the era would rise and they would indeed have the ability to defeat him. Would he be unable to stop them from becoming immortals? After all, it was the combined power of the old era, and they almost failed. Furthermore, the secluded mountain prefecture lord had indeed plotted against him and escaped unscathed. It seems like I have created a terrifying opponent for myself. Suji smiled faintly. He did not intend to use any external forces to locate him using the subbrain of the worm nest. If he used such a method to defeat his opponent, then what was the point of creating him? Since he was the reincarnation prefecture lord, then he would have to rely on the forces in his hands to find him. After all, time was long, and a battle of wits and courage was quite interesting. Ta, 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 At this moment, Shangguan Man walked in slowly and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I have caused you to be in danger, and your true body has been found. Please punish me. As Mengpa, she had just retrieved her memories and understood her experiences in the mortal world. Because of her reincarnation, His Majesty had gone to investigate, and the existence of the ancient Forbidden Zone had schemed against her. This time, she was incognito and fell into a huge crisis. It was all her fault. She had neglected too many things and attracted attention, which was why she was targeted. If she had hidden part of her talent and was not so obvious, she would not have been discovered. To think that she had wanted to rule the immortal realm with great fanfare. This time, she had reincarnated for more than 10 years, and her identity had been discovered. She had even been schemed against, and implicated His Majesty. She could only commit suicide and return. To her, this was a huge humiliation. Everyone has to go through trials and tribulations. Suji sat high above, draped in the robes of the King of Hell. He calmly said, people grow through failure after failure. I can pay for you. Just be careful next time. Shangguan Man was silent for a while. Your Majesty, please punish me. I am no longer qualified to be Mengpa. Suji shook his head. I will remember your punishment for now, and punish you in the future. It is natural that you were schemed against by such a terrifying existence. In the future, when you grow up, you can just defeat him. Without you, it would be a great loss to the underworld. Shangguan Man stopped talking. After a while, she said, what about those losers in the mortal world? They are on the road to the Yellow Springs. How should we deal with them? Suji smiled. As the leaders, Emperor Yun and Lord Yun Zhongjuan were sent to the Avicii Hell to suffer the pain of reincarnation. Naturally, the rebel leaders of this era would be imprisoned in the 18 levels of Hell, just like Zhu Wuxian and the others. They would be played with and controlled by others. I'll find someone to develop their moves, Shangguan Man said. Suji, on the other hand, was very calm. After all, he had to put some real people into Arcade Hell to communicate with Zhu Wuxian and the others and suffer together. Hell would become a real hell sooner or later. If he rebelled against himself, he could, however, failure also came with a price. Furthermore, they were allowed to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Their talent was simply too eye-catching, and sooner or later, they would be taken back by someone. They were not allowed to continue reincarnating in the cycle of reincarnation. Hell was also a place for tempering themselves. As for the other participating celestial emperors, according to their negative karma, they have all been thrown into the beast realm in recent lives, Suji said slowly. He wasn't afraid that these talents would be taken back to the celestial realm. This was because they had lost the memories of their previous lives and were no longer members of the celestial realm. At the same time, they had the repulsive force and could only live in the beast realm, so they were naturally members of the beast realm. A large number of powerful and talented celestial emperors had been reincarnated into the beast realm. The structure of the entire world was about to change, yes. Shangguan Man turned and left. Suji was silent for a moment and stretched. After sorting out the arrangements for this chaos in the underworld, he slowly went out to look at the internet. The netizens were very lively now. The online forums were in an uproar. It was really like a pool of boiling water. The existence of the ancient forbidden area, capture Lord Samsara alive. As soon as this sentence was posted, the thread was filled with people as they were trying to grab onto the popularity. Screenshots. Screenshots. One by one, the images were displayed, along with text descriptions. The reason was that the development of the situation was beyond their expectations. As the screenshots were pieced together, the scene in the restaurant left everyone speechless. In the image, the Treant couple was sitting in the restaurant. They were shocked and their expressions were written all over their faces. What kind of monsters are these? As for the two beings, they were sitting at the table and chatting with murderous intent. At the start, everyone was listening with great interest. Until, Lord Samsara, am I the first person to capture you in this era? As soon as this sentence was said, everyone felt as though they were being torn apart. Their minds were struck by lightning and their bodies shuddered violently. They felt their hair stand on end. This sentence was really cool, they immediately reacted. what they had just said was just a test. They had really caught the other party's tail and viciously captured the place where the other party would land. Such scheming, such forbearance, just thinking about it made their scalps go numb. When the netizens saw this, their interest was piqued. This melon is too delicious. What the heck? What a stroke of genius. Such a setup is too cool. What kind of battle is this? He managed to capture the other party's true body amidst the sea of people. This is the game between fierce men, the hot-bloodedness between men. Melon eater, Lord Samsara has always been hiding his identity in the underworld. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Everyone was in a heated discussion and their faces were filled with shock. This was too good to watch. This was a true ancient expert. His intelligence was close to that of a demon. Very quickly, many screenshots were posted. Everyone was completely excited. They prepared their melons and fruits and continued to watch with great interest. This was probably a movie with a plot? Next, they saw the unique personality of the secluded mountain prefecture lord. He was a logician, a scientist of miracles, and his verbal skills were maxed out. He managed to fool all the celestial emperors in the restaurant. He analyzed it directly. Only the living can keep secrets. Lord Samsara is not omnipotent. Miracles are low-probability events. Along the way, he covered a wide range of topics. Many people did not quite understand and felt that there was no point in saying all this. It seemed completely unrelated, but some intelligent people would ponder over his words and repeat them many times before they could understand the deeper meaning behind his words. This was a kind of psychological suggestion effect. It seemed like the three analyses were completely unrelated, but in reality, it was constantly lowering the fear of these sky emperors, hinting that their enemy was not invincible, inducing struggle and hesitation in their hearts, and finally, resistance. What kind of godly person was this? Everyone was filled with admiration and curiosity. If this act is too successful, won't he be beaten to death? A longtime anti-fan netizen exclaimed, "This is an expert from an ancient forbidden area. That's more realistic. What movies, what moronic novels, old monsters who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, yet they still acted like the wise and far-sighted Chunibu who didn't know how to analyze the pros and cons. They provoked, courted death, and were instantly slapped in the face. They didn't exist at all. That's why I'm always flaming them in the comments section. Everyone, learn from this. This is the correct way to show off. I'm King convinced. Ancient forbidden areas, there really are ruthless people from the ancient times. Everyone, listen to my analysis. This is the real king of acting tough, a real expert. I personally think it can be summed up as the law of acting tough for the strong act tough to the stronger ones, the weak act tough to the weaker ones. Everyone? They thought about it carefully and suddenly felt that it made sense. What was the point of those tall, rich, and handsome men driving luxury cars to act tough to the poor? Anyone else would have the ability to do so. What was the point of those Xuanhuan protagonists who relied on their advantages and the strong to act tough? Anyone could do that. It was easy for the strong to act tough to the weak. They only knew how to bully those weaker than them. What was there to brag about? But it was different now, the strong act tough to the stronger ones. This was a very difficult skill and an extremely terrifying challenge. For example, the secluded mountain prefecture lord was the real king of acting tough. He was obviously very weak now and had not recovered. He was only at the 5th level, but he still dared to act tough in front of the strongest Dizun in the world, the supreme existence in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was not something that an ordinary person could act tough. Why don't you try it on another person? This was called ability, this was called acting tough. Acting tough. Acting coquettishly. Damn. Listening to this analysis, it is really awesome. Society, this is 2F** King Society. Acting tough master, please take me in as your disciple. Master. I want to tattoo Peppa Pig too. I want to ride my electric donkey and act tough in front of Rolls-Royce. I want to be strong too and act tough in front of an even stronger person. In an instant, the screen was filled with comments. These idiots are full of strange theories. Some of the proper players were speechless. Acting tough, such a vulgar word, not elegant at all. This was obviously the secluded mountain prefecture lord's plan. But it had to be said that this move was too amazing. Everyone, stop spamming the screen and continue watching. That's right, let him act tough for a while more. Unfortunately, he will be beaten to death very soon. Everyone felt that it was a pity. This was a ruthless and ambitious person from the ancient times. His calculations were shocking, but ultimately, the difference was too big. In front of them, he came out to capture the real body of the reincarnation prefecture lord and acted tough, shocking the entire tea house. He even strengthened his own power and announced to the outside world that the underworld was not omnipotent. All these actions were already very terrifying. But that was all. Who knew that in the next second, as more and more screenshots were sent out, this secluded mountain prefecture lord became calmer and said something that shocked the heavens and earth. I intend to kill you. I intend to create an unbelievable miracle. Today is the day the people of the world walk the path to immortality. The emperor who controls the 6 paths of reincarnation will fall. Everyone was stunned. Another sentence that was full of pretentiousness and could enter the top 10 golden sentences of the year caused them to explode. Their minds were blank. Kill the reincarnation prefecture lord? Damn you, Wall King. Will you die if you don't act tough? Wah 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 wah. Is Master going to rush out of the universe? Did I hear wrongly? In an instant, all the netizens were shocked. Everyone looked at the accompanying words in the screenshots and could not believe their eyes. What kind of concept was this? To act tough in front of an ant and an elephant was already very powerful. But now, he was smiling and saying that he wanted to kill you. Even Mount Xiaoming, who had been driving crazily, was speechless. He thought that he was the leader of the industry, but he did not expect that there would always be someone higher than him, following which, many screenshots were sent out. The secluded mountain prefecture lord continued to talk about miracles and bewitched everyone. Then, he revealed a new trump card, Zhang Taiyuan. Outside the tea house, people started to exclaim, the source of God that sealed the 2 celestials was also secretly destroyed. Seeing this, the crowd finally understood that he had exposed the true identity of the Samsara official sovereign in the tea house, not only to persuade them to attack, but also to divert their attention and secretly move the 2 celestial emperors, forcing them into a dead end. Mount Xiaoming said, too strong. Everything is linked together, talking and fighting. This kind of scheming, I have goosebumps all over my body. I am willing to call him the strongest. Shocked, alright. Even first generation Xiaoming was scared *+. Everyone was completely convinced. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was too strong, the ancient taboo of a generation was to act tough. He did not do anything other than move his mouth and created a miracle by attacking the reincarnation prefecture lord. Whoosh! In the eyes of the crowd, the reincarnation prefecture lord had already stood up and was surrounded by the celestials. He smiled calmly, frowny face, I don't know how strong I am anymore. The netizens were silent for a while. Then, they realized that a war was about to begin. He came to the mortal realm alone without the reincarnation divine weapon. He is in trouble. I feel that he is going to die. After all, no matter how strong he is just a celestial emperor. Die my ***. You all think that the secluded mountain prefecture lord is strong, but have you forgotten that he was once defeated by the old era? He can only survive by hiding in an ancient forbidden land. What a bunch of pigs. It's obvious that the reincarnation emperor, who is still wearing a calm expression, is the real super monster. Everyone came to their senses. The reincarnation prefecture lord was an even stronger existence than the secluded mountain prefecture lord in the ancient era. His intelligence and talents were the most terrifying. Could it be that the calm reincarnation prefecture lord was the real hidden act tough king? Brothers, I can already feel the domineering aura of the emperor from afar. Mount Xiaoming Che knew that this was not good. Was the second act tough king going to attack? Immediately, everyone's gazes became tense. They stared intently at the next existence to be surrounded and killed, wondering what would happen next. Soon, the pictures of the fight were released. His Excellency Reincarnation had used an absorption spell. All the attacks from Emperor Yun and the others were useless and were reflected back. F***ck. They're dead. I've seen this kind of anti-group attack spell at the Great Joy Emperor's side. As expected, His Excellency Reincarnation couldn't be bothered. All schemes are solved with a slap. All schemes are destroyed with a punch. I don't know how strong I am anymore. Now that I think about it, this is the real act tough king. Suddenly, everyone stood on His Excellency Reincarnation's side. Sure enough, the following screenshots were destroyed in an instant, and there was not even a single corpse left. But just when everyone thought Emperor Yun and the others were dead, a new picture appeared. Emperor Yun and the others had faked their deaths to escape and were secretly planning a strategy. Xiao Mingyu, Meng Mei, Great Emperor Alchemy, come again, what kind of fight was this? Fuck your second uncle. You can even do this. Emperor Yun had no intention of fighting at all. He only wanted to attack together with more than 60 celestial emperors to test the waters. Then, he would use his teleportation talent to fake his death to escape when the celestial emperors counterattacked. Was he toying with them like monkeys? Xiao Mingyu took a deep breath. He felt that he should calm down. This Emperor Yun's battle talent is too terrifying. After being tricked, he forcefully woke up and came up with such a strategy in the face of such a complicated and unfamiliar situation. Everyone was silent. None of these big shots were easy to deal with. His Excellency Reincarnation, I'm in trouble. Why does everyone want to counterattack me? Defeating the strong with the weak and overcoming the strong with little effort? Subsequently, they saw the Cloud Emperor making use of this period of fake death to fuse crazily. Countless terrifying talents gathered together, and the Cloud Emperor directly turned into a super monster that was immortal and had infinite defense and attack power. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone's scalp went numb. All kinds of talents were stacked together, but the most terrifying thing happened. Even if everyone was condensed into one, they still couldn't defeat His Excellency Reincarnation. Boom 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 boom, fists collided wildly, and all sorts of colorful lights flickered across the land. It was as if two gods in the world were engaged in a pinnacle battle. Mom, someone is cheating here. This is the Celestial Emperor? You're telling me this is the Heavenly Emperor? Am I seeing things? F***ck. If the Cloud Emperor is a cheat that allows him to lock his health infinitely, defend infinitely, and attack infinitely, then what kind of cheat is Abyssal Prefect Samsara? Everyone was astonished and shocked. His heart was filled with excitement. It was too exciting. He had never seen such a satisfying battle of wits and wits. All sorts of trump cards were revealed. These big shots wanted to defeat the strong with the weak. Even if they were extremely weak, they didn't despair. They wanted to create a miracle of fate. They were extremely daring and wanted to defeat the reincarnation venerable emperor who ruled over the ages. So cool. In front of the computer, someone was shouting excitedly, pulling a group of dormitory mates and shouting, I now acknowledge the pride of these people. He's really too strong, too determined. Everyone watched it, and it was even more satisfying than all kinds of hot-blooded blockbusters. This kind of special effects, this kind of moves, all of them beat those movies, especially in the end, when Emperor Yun raised his spear high. At all costs. Life, dignity, pride, all that he could give up. Defeat him. Defeat that inconceivable existence. At this moment, it was like a bolt of lightning in the darkness. That burning and unyielding figure seemed to be eternally engraved in the murals. It was too shocking and earth-shattering. Many people shuddered and instantly became his fans. Following that, the two of them entered the pinnacle of the battle. Emperor Yun used his talent to stop the venerable emperor's sense of time and bombarded his ears crazily. In the midst of extreme grief and hot blood, he finally blasted a small hole in his eardrum, intending to enter directly. However, the form emperor could no longer shrink. An extremely heroic scene appeared. Please, you must use this power to save the entire world. Only children talk about dreams. Adults talk about reality. Dreams are too laughable. However, there's no turning back. I just don't want to die. Ah. The form emperor in Emperor Yun's body let out a hysterical roar, as if the deepest part of his soul was roaring. When these words were heard, countless netizens' minds buzzed. They could not help but have a strong resonance that came from their bones. Only children talk about dreams. Adults talk about reality. This sentence was too shocking. It was as if it was talking about their own lives. As they grew up, their edges and corners were gradually smoothed out, and they succumbed to reality. They no longer believed in dreams and miracles. They suddenly felt like tearing up. Really, wasn't the former emperor also a majority of them? After entering society, they no longer believed in the so-called miracles. Dreams were something that only teachers taught when they were young. However, in the end, he still created a miracle and found that original heart, sob sob sob. You must win. We will definitely win. Emperor Yun, former emperor, you must win. At this moment, countless netizens in front of their computers were boiling with passion. They could not help but clench their fists and roar. Finally, as if under everyone's roar, a miracle happened. They finally broke through their limits and became the size of soybeans, drilling into the brain. Everyone was wild with joy. They also felt tears streaming down their faces. At this moment, their eyes were in a trance, and they grasped their teacups tightly. It was as if they also recalled their childhood dreams and believed in the miracles of this world. Work hard, work hard. As long as I work hard, I can kill my way out of millions of people. Others say that I'm overestimating myself. A small county is not bad, but I've dreamed of becoming a star since I was a child. I've been drifting in Hengdian for 7 years, but I still persist in this ridiculous dream. I believe that I will be the second Bao Cheng and stand out. In front of their computers, many drifters who pursued their dreams silently shed tears. They planned to continue to persist in their dreams, believing that they would also stand out one day and create a miracle. However, a terrible thing happened. The world suddenly fell silent. A venerable emperor slowly stood in the sky and said quietly, "What are you still looking forward to? There are no dreams in the world of adults." Whoosh! The wind suddenly became dead silent. Silence. A deathly silence. The pitch-black land began to become silent. All the people in front of their computers became silent in the instant they roared. They clenched their teeth, and their widened eyes were filled with terror. They just sat in front of their chairs absent-mindedly. Thud, no one knew what happened in their heads. The venerable emperor slowly took out his fingertip and dug a soybean out of his ear, as if he had casually abandoned all the hopes of the whole world. Then he quietly turned around and left. Whoosh, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They only felt that their bodies were frozen, as if they were soaked in the extremely cold ocean of the North Pole, unable to breathe. Everything had ended so suddenly. The end of the dream was so calm that there was not even a ripple. For the venerable emperor, it seemed to be a natural scene. It was as simple as going to the supermarket to buy 2 pounds of vegetables on the first day of the new year, finding 2 rotten vegetable stalks among them, so he just threw them on the ground and casually walked home. What are you still looking forward to? There are no dreams in the world of adults. At this moment, everyone felt that their throats were being strangled, and they couldn't say a word. It was as if they had just witnessed a miracle and hope, and had just stood up like a man, but the cruel reality had cut off all their hopes and dreams. What was the most profound in this world? Although they didn't want to admit it, the sad ending was the most profound, and the regret of failure was always the most silent. After a long time, Qi Mingyu also had mixed feelings. Destroying them seems to be just a trivial matter. I have to say that this is the real act tough king. Perhaps we also call him the miracle crusher. He symbolizes death and reincarnation, the end of the dream. Everyone was shocked into silence. Xiao Mingyu continued to speak. If you look closely, you'll notice that he's been calm from start to finish. He sits in the tea house and watches the others create all kinds of miracles one after another. He talks about his dreams and determination, and then makes all kinds of shocking counterattacks, defeating the strong one by one. He was watching everyone's hard work and passion. Yes, he did not speak at all. He just watched quietly. He was not as talkative as the secluded mountain prefecture lord. From the start to the end, he only said 2 or 3 sentences. I don't know how strong I am. What are you all waiting for? In the world of adults, there are no dreams. Just these 2 sentences. Everyone had goosebumps all over. These few sentences revealed a strong sense of personal emotion. It was as if he was a cold and eternal existence. With a wave of his hand, he cut off everyone's hopes, bringing with him a sense of death. They were stuck in a quagmire and could not fight back. The Miracle Crusher, a specialist in dealing with miracles, philosophers, probability scientists. Xiao Mingyu continued to speak. He is too strong, really too strong. He is so strong that it is indescribable. Even in the mortal world, so what if he found the real body through a series of deductions? In his eyes, it might just be a grasshopper's performance, and there was no need to pay much attention to it. Because in the endless years and eras, he'd seen too many miraculous counterattacks and all sorts of brilliant strategies. What he wanted to do, since ancient times until now, was to lightly slap them to death, then turn around and return home, leave the mortal realm, and return to the underworld. Hiss. Clearly, this moment had truly frightened everyone. There was no immortal in the world. This was the true unparalleled hero. One person had blocked the entire path to immortality, blocking the way of eras. Come to think of it, he was the strongest act tough king since ancient times. Scary. Even after so many eras, I can still feel the terrifying aura of dominance, passing through time and space to pounce on me. This is my master. Just a few sentences, but they are all classics. Everyone calls him the Miracle Crusher, but I prefer to read his name as the Terminator of acting tough. Master, please accept me as your disciple. They finally understood what was going on. They had used all kinds of schemes to their limits, and at the same time, they didn't play by the rules and directly attacked the final boss, forcing him to reveal his true body. But what was the use of that? All kinds of brilliant strategies? The miracle of a counterattack? If one were to look on coldly, it would be directly ended. There was a lot of discussion on the internet. What did this incident represent? A big shot analyzed, it was equivalent to a new version update. This group of ancient existences from the old era had fallen heroically after a fierce struggle. If the previous era's version was called Emperor Yun's reign, perhaps after this storyline, this new expansion pack could be called Flourishing Age of Buddhism. The calamity has passed, and the remnants of the olden era have all died. They are destined to be too old, unable to board the great ship of the new era. At the same time, it is equivalent to paving the way for the new era, allowing it to flourish. Indeed. I seriously suspect that the secluded mountain prefecture lord has his own plans. After all, with the departure of Emperor Yun and the rest, the absolute rule of the Celestials will disappear. This will give others a chance to rise. For example, their restricted area, or our beast Dao. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed so. If Emperor Yun and the rest were still alive, the Celestials would have 60 to 70 celestial emperors. Their first target would be the revival of the ancient restricted area, suppressing the old rulers. Yet, in front of them, they effortlessly defeated the most terrifying opponents, the Celestials. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was definitely one of the strongest rulers of the ancient restricted area, and his plans were flawless. Indeed, although the secluded mountain prefecture lord has benefited, we have also benefited from it. The beast Dao will probably reincarnate many powerful beings. This is an opportunity for the Azura Dao. In the next era, the Azura Dao will flourish. Our players will exceed the number of celestial emperors in the future. 70 of them? What a joke, we have hundreds, or even thousands of them. The Azura Dao will flourish and be unstoppable. Cough cough cough, it is indeed a new iteration update. Calculating the time, it is just right. The second batch of open beta players has a total of 10,000 players. They have just finished the final round and are preparing to enter. This is a new era with 1,000 things to do. Ha ha ha, the golden age of Buddhism has arrived, and our new batch of players has logged in. The cloud sky is dead, and the yellow sky shall rise. Cough cough cough, the new version is released, and we have also seen the final boss. What should we do? Too ferocious. Everyone was discussing. It was obvious that the great voyage era of the players had arrived. In the future of the beast Dao and the mortal Dao, there would no longer be an undefeatable celestial being above their heads. At this moment, the entire forum was in an uproar. As a game that was open to the public, many players were very passionate about it. There were many things that could be discussed, and all of them were debating endlessly. It was very lively. At this moment, Mao Qiao stood up and explained the situation in the underworld. Brothers, those dead great emperors have entered the underworld to queue up, and it is very full. Just now, Mengpa suddenly found me and asked me to design the skills of Cloud Emperor and Lord Yun Zhongjuan. Everyone, it was too tragic. They had to be punished after their deaths. They had committed the most heinous crimes, especially the two leaders, Cloud Emperor and Lord Yun Zhongjuan. They were sent to the underworld. They were going to be locked up in the burning hell of Avicii, and they would be toyed with and controlled like Zhu Wuxian. So tragic? But the skills still need to be designed. Cloud Emperor's ultimate skill is the one that makes people kneel. Lord Yun Zhongjuan's ultimate skill is obviously the Cloud Mist body, which can avoid and be immune to attacks. Some people who were sad and moved just a moment ago immediately became excited and set up shackles for them. It was simply heartless. That's right. Boss, do you have any tricks to get us into the underworld? We want to farm too. Let's follow the final boss, it's wonderful. Mao Qiao heard someone's question, but he himself was not too sure. He said, in the new version, they will probably recruit a batch of temporary workers to help manage Fengdu as ghost soldiers. Mengpa was tricked by this move of hers, and she is regretting it. Let's see how she does it. She has the intention to recruit more people, and after the new players come in, some of them will probably receive hidden missions. Then I will choose to join the underworld. Temporary workers? The kind that manages cities? That's not bad. The new version started, and everyone was talking about the new ideas and the battle just now. They constantly analyzed and concluded the battle, and the more they analyzed, the more they felt that it was amazing. That was the best solution at that time, and to be able to achieve that level was indeed a miracle. But this level of miracle was not enough to win. Their analysis was also for the sake of becoming stronger in the future, because in this game, it was impossible not to go bald. Knowledge was power. Someone even said the OEM factory of Mabao is about to start work. I can already foresee a new wave of figurines, statues, pillows, posters, and books coming out. Samsara Official Lord, Cloud Emperor, Secluded Mountain Official Lord. 3 popular characters. Boo-hoo. My various workers' manga, movies, figurines, and peripheral products are not selling well. Save the children. Why are you still following movies, anime, and series? Isn't this kind of plot good? Aren't the mythical characters handsome? Amidst the noise, many people expressed that they wanted to enter the underworld to chase after their idols. They wanted to personally play with the few arcade machines, play with the bodies of Lord Yun Zhongjuan and Cloud Emperor, and control them. It was much more fun than playing with the figurines of their idols. The chance to play with one's idols is probably the only place where one can do it. Then, in the underworld, they could even ask Samsara Official Lord for his autograph. The underworld camp was still very tempting. Of course, there were also people who expressed that they wanted to enter the forbidden area and find Secluded Mountain Official Lord to be their master. They wanted to learn from him and become a philosopher or a scholar of miracles. All in all, everything was going well in the new closed beta. A new era had arrived. Suji turned off the internet and did not continue to read the comments. He was happy to have some free time. The underworld had lost many powerful people, causing it to be crowded. However, Mengpa was very serious about the matter of the underworld being crowded and reincarnated. He did not need to do anything at all. Although I was caught out of thin air. My inner world is already in order, and everything is running on its own. He looked at the underworld, and then at the arcade hell. That was a soul. Space. On the pitch-black ground, Emperor Yun and Lord Yun Zhongjuan were trying to get close to Zhu Wuxian, Su Huanjun, Qi Tiandi and the rest. There were more than 100 of them. Because of the incense from the underworld, their intelligence was not lower than that of ordinary people. Emperor Yun and the rest did not notice anything amiss. However, it was obvious that some of their ancient memories had been sealed for too long and had been forgotten. No matter how Emperor Yun and the rest asked, they could not remember. Suji's eyes were calm as he retracted his attention from the arcade hell. The endless hell has also formed. Endless suffering, endless suffering. But from another perspective, isn't this a new world? A world that does not need to go through the cycle of reincarnation? This place would become a world with its own order sooner or later. He calculated the time. He had set up in the Forbidden Darkness area and created all sorts of ancient beings. Then, he was unintentionally messed up. Now, he had wasted more than a day's time. In a few more hours, the ancient lava land should be almost done. The time on the stone star would arrive at the previously deduced world-line civilization defeating the meteorite. Now, it was about to become a reality. Tomorrow, Zack would probably appear, defeating Cell from the future and transforming into his final form. Then, he would fly into space and shatter the meteorite, ending the end of the world. It was not just the stone star. Other planets, although not deduced, were lucky enough to get on the superfast train and develop their civilizations. However, they were not as strong as the stone star. But they were all brand new civilizations. Gravity, ecological environment, metal soil composition, they were all completely different. Logically speaking, Carolyn would probably come over very soon. La Azura Path would go over as a guest. Both worlds would have a friendly discussion, discuss the concept of scientific development, and declare that both sides' territories were sacred and inviolable. Should he bring some players to have a get-together between both worlds and travel over? I'm afraid that they'll mess around and embarrass themselves. Suji suddenly felt conflicted. But the timing was quite suitable. A catastrophe had just ended here, and Buddhism had just begun to flourish. A new batch of players was about to enter, a new temporary dungeon, similar to the plot of the ancient temple dungeon on Mercury. He thought for a while and decided not to think about it. No matter what, there was still half a day. He had to wait for this world's light source radiation system and innate chi system to be completely developed. Suji temporarily left his doppelganger in the underworld. It was already dark outside. But it was good to have a butler. He never had to worry about food and household hygiene. His focus was completely on taking care of the orchard outside, as well as the basement. For Suji, this kind of farm life in the countryside was very poetic. He leisurely had dinner in the living room, then began to sit on the sofa with his legs crossed, sorting out the experience of this battle. After all, he did not fight much, so he had to absorb experience. Now that he had tried it for himself, he realized that his great accomplishment battle prowess was really quite exaggerated. Although Medusa could not be compared, and he would be killed in an instant, apart from this guy, it seemed that there were almost no opponents in the Celestial Emperor realm. There was no other reason, just that the passive skill was too tough, and his body was too hard. It was so hard that he could not move even if he stood there. But now that my doppelganger has cultivated martial arts, it is the final complete form. My main body does not have the energy to cultivate this, so it is not that heavy. Suji felt that if his main body cultivated this thing, above the Nuwa real body and the Panga real body, his weight would completely change, and he would probably really be 480,000 kilograms. He would be simply a humanoid tank. But in reality, it was impossible. Martial arts seemed to have no threshold or bloodline, but the energy required was too great. All kinds of great nourishment, absorbing and accumulating energy. After all, how did his weight come about? It did not come out of thin air. Large amounts of food and energy replenishment were more energy-consuming than the other systems. That was why he did not dare to cultivate this thing. Cultivating martial arts was all about nourishment. The poor studied and the rich learned martial arts. However, it was clear that after cultivating this third system, he would become extremely strong. It was too difficult for him. Suji felt that his energy problem was still limiting the progress of his cultivation. It was the only bottleneck he was currently stuck in. After all, after deducing each realm system to this point, the accumulated foundation was enough for him to mature and break through to the 8th level of God. But this matter could not be rushed. Although he had just harvested a wave of leeks, the harvest was not small. I have to increase my farming efforts. Suji's mind was full of new ideas. But farming on Mercury is obviously not as extensive as in that small universe. It seems to be more convenient there. We'll talk about it tomorrow. He looked at the starry sky outside the window, returned to his room, and fell asleep quietly. He felt exhaustion sweep over him like a tide, and soon, his consciousness was submerged in sleep. Normally, celestial emperors of this level would not need to sleep, but Suji was not only used to it, it was also because of his bloodline that caused him to sleep half the time every day. The pain of an immortal was so simple and boring. The next morning. The sun was shining brightly. Suji got up, lifted the quilt, and stretched. He felt refreshed all over. The furniture in the house had already been reinforced. Normally, he was fine, but when he was asleep, he could not control his power. One breath could destroy the house, and the bed could be crushed by him. After all, this kind of weight was no joke. Suji's brows suddenly twitched, as if he was summoned by some living being. Oh, it's Carolyn. Suji immediately realized that it was a means of communication that he had left behind. It was probably the other side of the universe. After all, he had not seen her for the past few days. Every day, she was responsible for the ascension of the planet. Even if she was an extremely powerful high-level god, it was still very hard for her to spit out 100 acres of the planet. Even if she was really a hard-working bee who created the planet. He was probably exhausted to the point of wanting to die. It's my fault. I didn't go to visit her and bring some lunch boxes every day to express my condolences. These 2 days, I was busy creating life in the Forbidden Zone, and I was ambushed. I forgot that she has been working so hard here. Suji felt ashamed. At the very least, he should have brought some food and cheered her on at the side. He directly entered the microcosm world and looked at the development of the situation here. If she really wants to communicate with the 6 paths of reincarnation, let her bring some players over to develop some ecology. Suji had a bad feeling, but he still had to see how it would turn out. After all, the flourishing Buddhist civilization over there was indeed going to develop. The vacuum civilization of the small universe also needed to develop. Whoosh, Suji appeared in a flash. In the center of the entire world was a huge yellow planet, emitting a hazy halo, and around it were small planets of various colors, like stars, rotating in a specific orbit in the air, rotating in all directions. Whoosh. A long-haired, snow-white porcelain god stood quietly in the sky above a planet. What happened? Suji walked over slowly. Carolyn pointed to a stone planet in the distance. They shattered the meteorite and started a new era. Suji followed her gaze and saw Zack, the Great Elder, and Android 18. The previously deduced world line had happened in reality. The concept of the omnipotent God, the planet that created the multiverse, standing on the world line between the past and the future, was already familiar to them. Although now, after breaking through the Celestial Emperor, they could no longer predict the future of the era, but they did not know that the concept of the omnipotent God, creator had already been deeply rooted in the hearts of people. Creating a planet, standing on the world line between the past and the future, the omnipotent God creator. From a deceptive point of view, the great power of creation was already somewhat similar to the original version. Over there is the planet Cybertron. She then looked to the other side, at a sci-fi planet full of skyscrapers. Many tinder seeds with their own consciousness, which are similar to Dragon Balls, embedded in the mechanical armors inside their bodies, forming a special mechanical civilization. Suji followed her gaze. These 2 civilizations were now flourishing. A group of celestial emperor-level powerhouses had appeared. As for the other planetary civilizations, they did not have much time to deduce the future for them. They were still in the primitive indigenous period, belonging to the natural overgrown type. She smiled, standing in the starry sky, and said, "At this time, there are a total of 17 planets, with various races and civilizations living on them. But in fact, if you think about it, it is similar to the ancient lava domain back then. Each domain, the Stonewall domain, the Blazing domain, also has unique life and species. In front of us is equivalent to an expanded ancient lava domain, and those separated domains are small planets." Suji also subconsciously realized that it was indeed so. He had a deep understanding and replied, "It's just that it is enlarged step by step. In essence, it is the same. If it is a small village, what is divided are the people in the houses in the village. If it is a country, it is divided into towns and cities. If it is a small universe, it is naturally divided into planets." Carolyn also smiled. This was the nature of the world. One small circle after another formed a big circle. Living beings lived in circles, just like a 7th-order celestial emperor who had broken through to the 8th-order god seemed to have jumped out of the long river of fate and transcended the mortal world. In fact, it was just another large circle, another cage, being watched by life from a higher dimension. The truth of the world was that simple. She said, I called you over not only because it is almost time, but also because I thought that perhaps we can have a friendly exchange with that world of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It is also because of the appearance of an evil planet. Were the two worlds really going to have a friendly exchange and visit? Suji took a deep breath. He did not expect that she had been thinking about this all along, but it was only natural. They all had the same basic system. They were both radiation sources and innate chi, so the exchange was mutually beneficial. As for model worker, he still could not bear to refuse. Also, you found a very evil planet? Suji said in surprise. It should be a naturally growing planet. How evil is it? He was curious on the spot. Because whether it was the stone planet or the Cybertron mechanical planet, they were all artificially guided. It was not that they were bad, but there were traces of their artificiality, forcefully following their path. But because of this, they also lost the unknown. Nature was great. It gave birth to all the incredible miracles of life in the world, and it had more possibilities. Some naturally derived species, on the contrary, had certain characteristics that they could not even imagine. Or rather, it could be said that it was a completely new and unknown path. Very evil. She pointed to a medium-sized red iron planet. Their life form system is so strange that it is unbelievable. They do not have a physical body, and they use a special frequency of radiation to form living beings. Perhaps you can call them digital. Digital? Digital camera? That was Suji's first reaction at the mention of digital. Then, he inexplicably thought of the red and white video game consoles of the 80s and 90s, the Little Tyrant, King of Fighters, Pokémon, black and white pixel cubes, and then Mosaic. Digital planet, just how strange was that? Suji felt that as a partner of the planet, he had just returned to his inner world, the 6 paths of reincarnation, perfecting the worldview of a few ancient forbidden areas, and this had already brought him a new surprise. As for the topic of bringing those fellows over for friendly negotiations and interviews, he instantly ignored it. After all, he had just recovered from the game players of that world. Digital? Suji asked. Digital. Perhaps you can call it that. Carolyn was indeed a mad life scientist, passionate about life structure modification and genetic engineering. You know, when I first created the cell race, it was the crystallization of the biological civilization of the Isidal people. This is a special kind of foundational high-energy cell. It is very simple, equivalent to a clay football. It has no cell wall, no cell nucleus, no DNA, and other complex structures. It is just a delicate and precise football structure, with endless possibilities. This was no exception. After all, the original concept was that one was everything, and everything was one. The cell race itself was the ultimate structure of genetic programming for this group of mad scientists known as the Protoss. They believed that it was theoretically the most perfect basic life programming form. And why did it have endless possibilities? It was precisely because its structure was extremely simple, forming one, possessing the possibility of everything, and having endless futures. The power they spoke of was not viewed from the current technological level of the Isidal people. They believed that 10,000 years later, when their technological civilization had developed to an immeasurably profound level, the entire race structure would still have limitless possibilities. The simpler it was, the more possibilities it had. It coincided with some sort of hidden logic. Digital is related to the cell race? Suji reacted. Yes. Carolyn smiled. You know, the cell race no longer has a genetic programming spiral structure. This was something Suji understood. Currently, most life forms had a DNA location that stored life coding information. However, the cells of the entire race had been simplified to the point where there were no genes. How could they pass on their lineage? Suji had no idea. Carolyn explained. What is the fundamental use of the gene bank? We once carried out the Isidal genetic engineering project. All the wise men of the civilization worked together to analyze the spiral structure of tens of billions of genetic sequences and discovered the function of the genetic structure library. The main reason is that the physiological structure of a life form is too complicated to differentiate into bone cells, hair cells, blood cells, and all kinds of other precise structures, the amount of data stored was naturally very large. For example, when a person is injured, there is only bone left in that area. On the bone cells, flesh cells, and skin cells that are completely different from one's own would need to be regenerated. How would they be regenerated? It was necessary to store the genes of the flesh cells in the bone cells. Only then would they be able to produce flesh cells with a different structure from their own to repair the body. Therefore, almost every cell had the ability to reproduce other hair, bones, and blood cells to form a gene bank. As long as there was a single cell, it was theoretically possible to rebuild an entire person. That was why there was such a complicated database of stored information. What was a whole race of cells? There was no differentiation of other cells, only the simplest of clay cells. Therefore, there was no need for such a complicated genetic database. Therefore, there was no need for a gene bank like this to be unafraid of being infected by the grand unification virus. This is the strongest virus immunity that the Ashutl people had invented. Suji? He immediately reacted. So you guys were still thinking about the grand unification virus? You guys couldn't forget about this fatal zombie virus that had destroyed your civilization. The grand unification virus targeted the genes of this life form. The infection targeted the genes, and now they had come up with a direct cure. I don't have genetic DNA, I am one. Let's see how you can infect me. Too ruthless. At this moment, Suji finally understood how much technology and intense resentment the Ashutl people had poured into this whole race life structure. Back then, when the Pillar God virus couldn't infect the entire planet, I knew that it was the bane of all viruses. I could infect number 18 because she wasn't a pure whole race. She was a synthetic human with the DNA of other organisms. Suji pondered. The whole race does indeed possess infinite possibilities. It might really be the life structure of the one and only true God creator in the future. After all, what did the ancient Chinese philosophy say? Chaos was one, and all things were born. Pure clay life cells. It seemed simple, but the amount of technology required to achieve this was too great. The whole race could indeed create all things. Clay cells could create all kinds of life forms, although they were essentially just clay organisms with external appearances. As for the black hair, that was just clay silk with melanin. Suji sighed. Then, this digital life form is related to the whole race of cells? Somewhat. Carolyn's expression was calm. She stretched out her hand slightly, and a translucent screen appeared in front of him. On it is the evolution history of this evil planet over the past 200 years. Whoosh, the screen showed a planet rising into the sky. It was the first moment of ascension. This was a medium-sized planet. It was a snow-white ceramic planet that was as beautiful as a work of art. It had a surface area of 100 acres, and its interior was an intricate structure of vital energy and meridians. Its function was very simple: to levitate, emit gravity waves, and absorb the organisms on the planet. Whoosh, very soon, a white porcelain god standing in the starry sky gently stretched out his hand, and a large amount of soil and glaciers covered the white porcelain planet. Life and plants that had been prepared long ago and were suitable for the gravity and ecological environment of the planet were thrown over, and the initial reproduction began. The main life form of this planet was a simple structure similar to paramecium. It was half the height of a human, and its body was wrinkled. It did not seem to have high intelligence, and its adult IQ was only similar to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. The trees were all kinds of short shrubs, and there were more than 10 types. As for these vacuum plants, in the cold and lonely vacuum universe, there was no atmosphere to protect them. They had long evolved to the point where they had the ability to absorb ice to replenish their moisture. Other than paramecium, there were some simple animals that were completely beasts, such as beetles and small animals. They belonged to the lowest level of beasts. At this point in time, the initial intelligent life forms on this planet were finished, Carolyn said. Carolyn said, I don't have much hope for this planet. Although intelligent life has already evolved, its intelligence is not high. It is only the age of a 6- or 7-year-old child. I believe that even if 1,000 years have passed, it will still be a simple, primitive planet. At most, it will only know how to build houses and fight back with wooden sticks. Other alien races will invade. Indeed, their intelligence was too low, Suji replied. This was very normal. Back when I was making my deductions, I had placed most of my computing power on the entire species. The other species were all wild, and I would occasionally take a look at them. Although most of them were intelligent life forms of varying levels, there were still very few species with medium or high intelligence. Most of them were these low intelligence life forms. They were placed on the planets to make up the numbers and become the main characters of the era, but he did not have much hope. After all, in the entire universe, the lowest level of life forms were naturally the most common. And the ones who put in the effort were the two main characters of Planet Stone and Planet Cybertron. What happened next? Suji asked. He lowered his head and looked at the primitive planet of Paramecium. It was a very primitive and barbaric forest. There was nothing strange about it. But generally speaking, this planet would never undergo species evolution in 200 years. These Paramecium were definitely still Paramecium, the lowest level of life forms. It was not the Genesis time flow. Could it be that low-level species like them could evolve on their own? Self-evolution was an ability that only high-level intelligent species possessed. They embarked on the path of cultivation and took the initiative to improve their life level. Later on, something special happened. It also exceeded my computing power. Sure enough, the miracle of nature cannot be predicted by calculations. It has infinite possibilities. Carolyn's expression became a little strange. She once again controlled the translucent screen to play. This is the history of their development in the next 200 years. Take a look yourself. Suji turned his head to look. On the large screen, the entire planet's development history was clearly recorded. It was as if it was a fast-forward movie. With the passage of time, the Paramecium and various plants formed the ecology of this world. These insects had a very short lifespan, only 5 or 6 years, but their reproduction speed was comparable to that of ants. After more than 10 generations and 40 years, only some subtle population differentiation had occurred. The Paramecium had split from pure emerald green to emerald green and dark green creatures. Normal evolution time is too short. After more than 100 years, the population differentiation and adaptation to the environment will at most lead to a change of skin. Suji saw this and felt that life should go on like this. But, Suji suddenly saw a note of fate. He clearly saw a Paramecium dig through the thick soil, enter the core, and directly contact the body of the planet with all the cells. Then, this Paramecium reached the reproductive period and could not find a mate. It actually lay on the ground, facing the entire planet. Suji felt that this scene was quite normal. He did not have any special emotions. It was like seeing two indescribable puppies on the road. After all, there were many such species in the natural world. Many animals behaved like this. It was a very normal life reaction. For example, teddy bears could also face the air when they entered a certain period. Have you seen animals in the animal world? Even dolphins during this period would look for various kinds of kayaks or other small boats, but the next second, he froze on the spot, because he saw many Paramecium. Due to survival reasons, they could not find a mate, so they imitated this Paramecium and began to face the entire planet. Next, Suji saw that this strange behavior became the habit of this species. It lasted for more than a decade until one day, the entire planet suddenly became pregnant. The planet, it was pregnant. It gave birth to a ceramic Paramecium that screamed wildly. Baluru! The father of the short and wretched Paramecium shouted. His insect pheromones sent a signal, and he cried tears of joy. He couldn't find a mate because he was too weak and couldn't reproduce. This was a gift from the earth to him. He firmly believed that this child was extraordinary. It was the offspring of the entire planet and himself, a great and sacred life. He walked out of the ground and raised the baby high. Ulu! Ulu! Whoosh, a ray of golden sunlight shone down, as if the origin of the ancient myth was forever engraved in history. When Suji saw this history of the evolution of the planet's creatures, his mind was struck by lightning. He felt like his entire body was about to explode. Yes, a short period of time is not enough for a species to evolve substantially. However, the mixed glue between the species is also a way to evolve a whole new species. Carolyn's expression was also solemn. She stared at the image of the little ceramic Paramecium and said calmly, "This species does not know that their era has opened a whole new era, and the historical murals will not remember the glory of this era. Even I have to admit that this is a miracle of life. It is difficult to replicate because there is life isolation between species. After that, I tried this many times, but to no avail. I also experimented with species from other planets and found that they could not produce offspring with the entire species. This seems to be the only case. In the end, I can only attribute this to the special genes of this paramecium. It produced some strange chemical reaction with the entire species, resulting in a fusion. It can actually produce normal offspring with the entire species, and the probability is unimaginably low. I tried again and again, but there is no chance of success. The miracle of life, Suji also sighed. The genetic isolation of two species was not absolute. Tigers and lions had an extremely low probability of giving birth to liger-type beasts, but most of them were incomplete and deformed. This is amazing. He had mastered the ability to evolve, but he could not understand the essence of evolution. The evolution of life was always filled with incredible miracles and futures. Perhaps in the future, level 10, level 11? Only when he became a true god of creation could he understand the essence of life. Boom. Suji clearly saw that with the birth of the first special ceramic paramecium, it was extremely heavy and had a huge advantage. It began to reproduce continuously. It continued to be intimate with the earth and used a strange fire totem to carry out sacrifices. The process was extremely grand. The era of the sacrificial clan was born. With generations of descendants, their genes were completely close to the genes of the entire species. Their strength became enormous, and their weight increased by more than 70 times. Their structure became extremely simple, and their cells became simple balls. Like the cells of the entire species, they gradually lost their gene sequence structure. What would happen when a species lost its gene structure? Suji saw it. These ceramic paramecium lost their original tentacles, skin, and cell structure and gradually turned into a pile of mud. Every member of the species did not have the same appearance and structure. Their appearance was all kinds of mud. It was like a little boy casually using clay to make a bunch of strange creatures. The entire species did not have the same appearance. "You are you," they roared angrily. These primitive creatures thought that Mother Earth had punished them. Although it made them stronger, they lost their sense of self and became deformed. They began to worship crazily and held all kinds of strange tribal rituals. Without DNA genes, this species has lost the inherent form of life. Suji's expression became strange. There are all kinds of ugly descendants, no one to mold them. There are all kinds of appearances. Then, something even stranger happened. In these ceramic clay paramecium, the disease of Mother Earth's punishment was still spreading. The structure of their circular cells became more and more simplified. The cells were decreasing rapidly, and the size of the cells was also expanding rapidly at the same time. They even became cells that could be seen with the naked eye. They were also becoming more and more deformed. They were like lumps of clay mud monsters that were randomly made. The gene chain had completely collapsed. Suji saw the scene and was shocked. Are they returning to their ancestry? The creatures have lost the stability of the gene chain and degenerated from a multicellular organism to a unicellular organism? However, Suji's worry was unnecessary. They continued to degenerate and became creatures made up of hundreds of thousands of cells. Then, they were completely fixed. Only hundreds of thousands of cells. When Suji saw this scene, he felt that the scene was extremely shocking. Those who did not see it could not understand this visual feeling. To an ordinary person, a large creature with only hundreds of thousands of cells was too frightening. It was difficult for him to understand. He would only respond with an "oh" because he could not imagine it. He did not understand the concept of hundreds of thousands of cells. Then, to him, a normal isodal person's cells were about 100 trillion cells. At this time, there was a comparison. Hundreds of thousands was just a fraction of a fraction, but it was still unimaginable. But when he saw it, he was shocked. It was like a bunch of mosaic creatures, pixel animals. Each large pixel particle was clearly visible. Suji had goosebumps. What kind of strange creature was this? Carolyn was silent for a while and was full of emotions. Now you understand how strange it is, right? When I thought I was strong enough, this miracle of life brought by nature made me feel how small and laughable my individual life is in this vast universe. She looked at the low pixel animal. In a sense, life is just made up of particles. If we use the pixel resolution of the modern isotope people, we humans are high-definition animals calculated by trillions of pixels. We need a microscope to see our mosaic, and in front of us. She stared at the pixel life before her. And in front of us, this monster, in our eyes, is like a 1080p pixel, looking at a two-dimensional creature from a high latitude. Other than the fact that life was a circle, she also mentioned another fact. The essence of the world was originally pixels made up of particles. The evolution of life is always full of mysteries and unknowns. Carolyn continued to play this mysterious creature of the entire planet. Obviously, this was not the end of the degeneration. These pixel life soon began to fight among themselves. At the same time, with a few generations of evolution, they quickly got rid of the spherical cells. This was because the spherical cells were too soft and did not have a strong inlay ability, so they quickly abandoned them. In a short 50 years, the spherical pixel cells began to form the shape of large cells, such as squares and octagons. Thanks to this inlay cell cube structure, the hardness was comparable to bone cells, and they finally stood up. They were no longer lumps of mud. In Suji's eyes, it was like the passage of time. He saw pixel mosaic animals fighting each other, and even the trees were made up of pixel cubes. Looking at this pixel planet, it was as if he saw Minecraft, a bunch of cube animals waging a heroic forest war. Rumble, two groups of pixel animals fought each other in the primitive jungle. On one side were pixel creatures formed by octahedrons, and on the other side were pixel creatures formed by cubes. The first pixel war, cubes versus octahedrons. The battle between the two pixelated creatures stopped because the pixelated creatures were defeated. The animals formed by the cubes were more compact, but they were also too stiff. They were not as agile as the octahedrons. The cubes were defeated. This is a kind of crude pixel creature formed by large cells. This is a truly rotten and strange civilization. It's different from the past. After all, it's a flesh and blood civilization, and humanoid life forms are too uniform. This kind of structure is very special. They don't have DNA. Perhaps they can develop a different civilization. Suji sighed when he saw this. He continued reading. Year after year passed. Even more terrifying things happened. The evolutionary history of the entire planet could be said to be magnificent. Half a year later, these cubes were defeated by the octahedrons. They could only leave Mother Earth's core and lose the ability to reproduce. In desperation, for the survival of their race, they could only try to attack other plants and other beetles. Woo! Loo! This was accompanied by a cheer from the cubes. Under the bright sunlight, the offspring of a cubes and a vacuum plant was born. It was a pixel seed. The entire tribe was like a sacred fruit. 3 years passed. A pixel tree grew. The trunk of this tree was not the traditional circle. It was rooted in the ground, and it was black and glossy. Even its leaves were in the shape of a regular green square, made up of smaller green squares. Even with this special leaf, the sunlight could still shine through the mottled leaves. It was still beautiful. At the same time, these pixel trees had absorbed the radiated clay cells of the entire tribe. They were even more adapted to survive in vacuum, and their branches and leaves were flourishing. An old elder of the pixel tribe was very excited. At this time, the tribe already knew how to record their own civilization. He picked up a stone slab and silently carved this moment of glory. Woo! Loo! Under the fine sunlight, countless primitive animals surrounded this pixel plant, cheering and jumping for joy. The creatures of the later generations looked at this dusty slate and saw the most ancient tribal myths and history, recording this scene into the eternal history of this planet. Suji's expression changed slightly and became strange. They can even give birth to descendants of trees. With a smile, Carolyn said, "That's why I said that they're an extremely sinister race. However, this is only natural, and even inevitable." She explained, "What is their greatest characteristic? As a life of flesh and blood, without the most fundamental cornerstone of life, the DNA gene strands, they were made up of simple and crude cubes. They seemed inferior and crude, turning into the most primitive single-celled organisms. But in reality? Without the genetic sequence, there would be no genetic isolation. Suji was silent. Genetic isolation was reproductive isolation. In the natural world, anyone who had studied biology in high school would know that all life forms were isolated in this aspect. This came from the differences in the DNA strands of the genes. But what if they didn't have the genetic sequence? There would be no isolation. This special species was equivalent to combining with any life form, producing a more unique pixel life form. Is it another kind of infection? Suji looked at the originally short vacuum plant. Its original characteristics were still the same, and its appearance was similar, but it had changed into a pixel style. This was a cell structure that was different from the rest of the race. Although there was no DNA, it still had the material of flesh and blood cells, and it could allow the original species to retain its original characteristics to the greatest extent. It's not infection and assimilation, but it's definitely different from the Pillar God virus. It's not nasty, and it doesn't have the ability to destroy natural disasters. Carolyn said with a smile, I've observed carefully. They are not an extinct species of life, but the descendants of other organisms, forming a brand new cell structure. Suji nodded. In theory, this is the case, but this planet is occupied by them. Even if they don't destroy the original ecological plants, they will be squeezed out of the space and soon become extinct. The following era was obvious. The cube pixel tribe began to frantically combine with other organisms, beetles, all kinds of trees, meat and vegetables, giving birth to all kinds of new species, expanding the population in preparation for war. On the other side, the octahedron pixel tribe was not to be outdone. They began to try to assimilate animals and plants, but they discovered that their octahedron crystal body structure was very unsuitable for contract species. As a result, due to the insufficient number of people, they began to lose in the war. In this war of pixels, it was the octahedron tribe's turn to be defeated. 10 years passed. The entire world, this pixel planet in front of them, even the trees were cube pixels, showing how terrifying their expansion was. As for the octahedron pixel tribe, they were crazily suppressed to the point of extinction. In the end, they also found their own way out. They discovered that they could assimilate many non-living things, for example, all kinds of ores, crystals. As a result, they began to turn into multicolored crystal and pixel animals. They were magnificent and extremely hard, and they quickly launched a counterattack. Suji, it was one thing to have children with living things, but this side was even more cruel. They could even give birth to non-living things and stones? This isn't giving birth to offspring, but some of the tribe members actively devour some metal structures, allowing their structure to approach the hardness of gemstones. Carolyn's expression was still calm. Don't forget that they are originally clay ceramic cell life forms. They belong to the same type of crystal and have strong compatibility. As long as they weren't born. Suji's expression returned to normal. Eating stones and metal to increase the hardness of the structure was still acceptable. Soon, the third pixel war on this planet began. This time, both sides made progress. It was the Flesh Cube tribe against the octahedron tribe. The war lasted for more than 20 years, and both sides had victories and losses. At the same time, the entire world gradually became devoid of real living animals, and they all became pixel cell structures. Their appearances also became neat and tidy. They were no longer the previous sticky round cells that could only lie on the ground as sludge. Instead, they became cubic cells with inlays, could stand, and their appearance also became regular. They were even a little cute because they were mosaic creatures formed by countless cube cells. Moreover, as the structure of the era increased, their body shape was no longer reconstructed back to the previous paramecia, and they no longer looked like beasts that walked on 4 limbs. They even gradually lost the ability to walk on 4 limbs, and some of them became pixel tribesmen that walked upright. Because there was no fixed form inherited by genes, they could still change by themselves. Suji. Was this the one was the whole, the one gave birth to all things, and the entire race with infinite possibilities? Suji looked at the planet, and he had a deep understanding of the term all things and the mother of all things. This is their current situation. Carolyn's expression was solemn. This is very strange. I can't guess what changes will happen in the future. Suji also had a strange expression. Can you imagine the pixel games in the 80s and 90s of the last century? A bunch of creatures piled up with rough graphics formed a planet. It's very interesting. Yes, a planet that combined all the cells of the entire race and turned into an unprecedented NDA-free gene chain creature. Whoosh, as the two talked and laughed, they had already left the planet's development that had been observed for 200 years and slowly descended on the planet. The trees were not cylindrical, but tall, square trees. The animals were also made up of various cubes, but they were not of a single color. They had eyes, mouths. One had to admit that the cells of the entire race were terrifying. One type of cell could replace all the differentiated cells. Two exquisite white porcelain figures walked on this pixel digital planet. Their bodies were exquisite, as if they were two different types of life. Two high-definition, exquisite, and elegant gods stood in a world of rough mosaic quality. They are no longer the original Paramecia now. They are considered a new life, and their intelligence is also developing rapidly. Especially their weight, it is also very heavy. Although it doesn't matter to us, we have to be careful. Carolyn reminded him with a smile. Now the two tribes are still at war, especially the people of the Cube Pixel tribe. They are obsessed with finding new species and expanding their population. If they see us, they will probably want to attack us and turn our descendants into pixels. Suji, so ruthless that they want to attack every new creature they see? Expand a race branch. Suji was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. He looked at the square trees around him and was not in a hurry to study their ecology. Instead, he said, this tribe is all barbaric, violent, and murderous. They are like beasts that only know how to reproduce and fight. They have no civilization, so we should create some disasters to oppress them and urge them to develop. Carolyn replied, that is exactly what I intend. Now the two major tribes are approaching peace because they no longer have any conflicts. The octahedral tribe still worships Mother Earth and continues to reproduce. As for the square tribe, they can reproduce like normal creatures. One lives in the Earth's core, while the other lives on the surface. Carolyn nodded. She was also extremely interested in the development of this civilization. Crude flesh and blood life without DNA was a completely different life form. She said regretfully, it's just that the Grand Unification virus is a genetic evolution virus, so it is not effective against them. Otherwise, we could use it again. Suji was not surprised. Didn't you say that you wanted to invite the Azure Path of another world to come over for a friendly discussion and cultural exchange? Carolyn nodded. The exchange and discussion of Tao between the two worlds were all part of the same system. In her opinion, it was necessary. After all, both worlds were under the rule of the ancient gods. Friendly exchanges and mutual improvement were a matter of course. Then let's just combine the two matters into one. Suji said with a smile, if we let the Azure Path survive in this world and interact with them, there will definitely be a war between the two sides. Carolyn was shocked. She frowned and hurriedly said, after all, they are guests. We should treat them with friendliness and courtesy. You should know that these square pixel tribes are very barbaric, primitive, and violent. When they see different creatures, they will bind them to the tribe and want to give birth to new life. Suji shook his head, his expression extremely calm. It's fine. They are already used to this. Carolyn still did not understand. In her eyes, these were two different things. Inviting the Azure Path of the Six Paths of Reincarnation as a guest. The exchange of civilizations between the two worlds would naturally be held on the most prosperous stone planet or the sci-fi planet Cybertron. Only then would they be able to show their greatest strength and respect. Although 200 years had passed on this digital planet, it was still the era of the indigenous civilization. It was very crude. This was not the way to treat a guest. Moreover, with the barbarism of the indigenous people, they would definitely capture the Azure Path. The consequences would be unthinkable. They are guests after all. If we let them help our world develop civilization and work for us, will it? Carolyn said after thinking for a while. Suji smiled. Many gods were like this. After a long period of time, the concept of life and death had also become weak. They would not pay attention to the vast number of living beings, but they would still pay attention to existences of the same level, just like how humans respected others. Would humans respect insects and microorganisms other than their own kind? Normal people would not look at how many ants died in an ant nest or how many bacteria died. These were creatures from two different dimensions. There was no such thing as human rights. She was respecting another world that was ruled by an ancient deity. It's okay. Suji's expression became calm as he explained, the warriors of the Azura Path are a very hot-blooded, combative race that likes to challenge difficulties. Carolyn could not help but feel puzzled. Is there really such a righteous race? You will find out after a while. Suji sighed and smiled. They're passionate about solving anyone's problems. No matter how painful it is, they'll bear the burden and never give up. As long as they're given some inconspicuous rewards. In fact, most of the time, they don't even need to be rewarded. No need for rewards? Carolyn did not understand. How could there be such creatures in this world? Suji continued, they're very worry-free, and they'll take the initiative to scavenge for rewards while they're helping you. They'll pluck the feathers from the geese and leave nothing behind. You'll even have to be wary of them scavenging everywhere so that you won't suffer too much. I see. To sum it up, they are very hot-blooded, upright, and stingy thieves who like to challenge difficulties? Carolyn was deep in thought. She felt that there was something wrong with this. As Suji listened to her description, she also felt that something was wrong. Wasn't this Segalava, the one who couldn't possibly work? However, she might have accidentally seen through the nature of those guys. As expected of a genius scientist. Impressive indeed. Suji thought to himself. In the end, he also felt that this was an excellent idea. Killing two birds with one stone, it could be considered as getting rid of a huge worry in his heart. With a flash, their bodies were also covered with mosaics. They directly turned into their own kind of creatures and walked on this land, observing their primitive tribe from afar. After a few days of observation, although they were barbaric, the way they fought was not bloody, because their limbs were all mosaic. This is a planet that abides by harmony and love. Suji sighed with emotion. He walked around the surface and found that the cube tribe civilization had developed into a regular ecosystem. Flowers, trees, animals, and plants were all assimilated into a self-propagating ecosystem. The surface was where they lived. As for the octahedron tribe, they lived in seclusion underground. They followed the most primitive style, reproducing with Mother Earth in order to continue their own species. At the same time, they were increasingly assimilated by the ores, turning into octahedron crystal pixel creatures. Mutual non-aggression. They had already occupied their respective territories and entered the peace zone. In 213 years, it has developed to this extent. Even Suji felt incredible when he looked at the unique ecological environment of this planet. This might be the world he wanted. Every world had all kinds of mysterious and unknown life forms and structures. If they were all flesh and blood, then it would be too boring and monotonous. Thinking of this, Suji said to Carolyn, soon, they should be able to come in. Didn't you say to develop the diversity of civilizations? Their species' characteristics can indeed evolve, and it might bring us a surprise. Surprise, it was indeed a surprise. Suji held his chin in the living room with a serious look on his face. He came back to his senses and looked at the bright morning sun outside. It had only been a while since he got up and went to Carolyn's place to take a look. It was only 9:30. Perhaps, with the second batch of players entering, it is indeed time to hold some special dungeon activities. Your breakfast. The ceramic housekeeper walked out with a bowl and handed over the day's food. Okay. Suji took his breakfast and took advantage of the early morning leisure to leisurely browse the forum at this time. In the online forum. Just after 9:30, a large number of new players began to log in. This batch had a total of 10,000 players. They began to be placed everywhere in the animal road. According to the fighting ranking, they were divided into 3 levels, animals, insects, and plants, and transformed into various ecological animals. Pet elf, I'm coming. Super evolved form. I have already researched my own evolutionary route. Steel Garuru. Novice village is undoubtedly the animal road. When I become rich in the future, I want to enter the underworld, play arcade games, and play with Cloud Emperor's body. I will let him understand my power. Feel fear. Ultimate, me forced arrow. I want to enter the human realm, go to the ancient forbidden area to find a big boss, learn from him, and learn the art of acting tough. The strong will pretend to be stronger. Wah wah wah. My broadsword is thirsting for blood. Suji was very leisurely in the countryside, but it was only 9:30, and the entire forum was in an uproar. It could be said that it was bursting with excitement. They had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Almost every day, there would be a major plot development, and it was abnormally explosive. Especially yesterday, when Cloud Emperor and the others died. That kind of plot scene, all kinds of battles of wits and courage, and the wisdom was earth-shattering, and today was the beginning of a new era. Their batch of new players had entered. Yesterday, Cloud Emperor and the others, the remnants of the old era, had died. How could they not be excited about the golden age of Buddhism? Ding! Suddenly, an announcement appeared in front of everyone. This update will enable the recording mode. In the situation where the flow of time is not equal and the live broadcast cannot be carried out, the recording can be carried out and broadcast to the outside. Recording. Everyone burst into tears on the spot. Finally out. Of course, they liked screenshots, but it was too cumbersome to keep taking screenshots of certain things, and then connecting the pictures into animated videos. Now that this function was opened, it was a great benefit. This hardcore team is becoming more and more humane. Being able to record and broadcast also means more in-depth content. Is it because they know that our batch of players will definitely improve in the future and often enter the other two paths, and the time is not equal, so they specially opened it? I'm really bursting with excitement. There were all kinds of opinions. At this moment, everyone felt that this was the best era. Previously, they had only witnessed the vast wheel of history in the live broadcast. Heroes wrote epics, civilizations wrote songs of praise, but today, the mythical history that belonged to them had finally arrived. On the other side, in the celestial realm, Xianxia was still the pig-breeding celestial emperor, responsible for producing hungry ghost realm warriors, to replenish the celestial realm's combat power that had been greatly reduced recently. However, as his wife, Bai Xiaojun, with the help of Yuan Qinghua and his sons, secretly ran away during the Heaven Cloud Realm's great extinction. I'm free. This treeman stood on a mountain in the animal realm, roaring loudly, tears streaming down his face. The scene of that time was still in front of him. Mommy, you must remember to come back. The 7 children had tears in their eyes, looking very cute. I'm your father. Bai Xiaojun touched their heads. But he still left in the end. He could still clearly remember the group of cute children just now, as well as the reluctant farewell of the children's mother, Yuan Qinghua. He couldn't help but feel emotional. From now on, I'm free. He grabbed the relic that he brought out from the ancient Buddhist temple. As the #1 inheritor of Buddhist cultivation, he was naturally very confident. Especially now that he was already at the 5th level, although he wasn't a celestial emperor, he was already very powerful among the players of the same realm. The new open beta has begun. He thought about it and secretly wandered in the animal realm, planning to gather with the majority of the players to study physical Buddha and defeat the other sections. But the next second, there were footsteps in the shadows of the forest, and a horse had slowly walked out of the darkness. Lord Reincarnation has set up a new stage to recruit all the Azure realm in the world. I wonder if you are interested? The voice was gloomy and hoarse, as unpleasant as metal scraping against each other. Bai Xiaojun was slightly startled and asked respectfully, "Can I go to the underworld?" His heart was burning. Hidden mission. A glimmer of hope. Soon after the server opened, many new players and veteran players were randomly invited. A piece of news on the internet was completely stirred up. As expected, the second expansion pack has been released. The flourishing of Buddhism, the farming style of the underworld, has officially begun. I knew it. The main storyline of the battle style is to fight against the underworld. The main storyline of the farming style is to help the underworld farm. 2 camps. I've already joined the hidden mission. Sweet. According to the statistics, they found that most of the people who received the hidden mission were a new batch of players. This group of cute little people kept showing off on the internet, very happy. But it was inevitable. Now there were only about 100 old players left, and 10,000 new players. In terms of probability, most of them were new. At this time, Cat Jump began to explain. Everyone, don't be anxious. This is just a pre-selection. You see, they are just here to inform you to work hard and wait for the assessment. I heard from Mangpa that the assessment requirements have also been released. You have to reach the 3rd level of cultivation within a month and cultivate both Buddhism and Taoism to have a chance of being selected. Only the first 300 people will be selected. I heard that the recruitment this time is personally led by His Excellency Reincarnation. 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 His Excellency. His Excellency, everyone was excited and their hearts were burning. Who was His Excellency Reincarnation? Dream Crusher, pretentious Terminator. They had seen the remnants of the old era destroyed with their own eyes yesterday. Who could resist such a terrifying power? It was good to have a spy in the underworld. They could leak some hidden information to them at any time. This was the importance of farming favorability with NPCs. Look at Cat hopping around. Did you think he was working for free? But the favorability was raised. This was a chain mission. With such a high talent requirement, it must be a super hidden mission. Could it be that they are selecting confidants? Could it be that they are recruiting disciples? All of a sudden, everyone became extremely excited. Of course, some big shots directly guessed. It's very likely that it has something to do with what His Excellency Reincarnation was doing. Didn't he disappear with the reincarnation? This world poses no threat to him. He might be planning something outside the realm. Another world outside the realm? Yes, it's a stage set up. It might be some kind of high-dimensional world or space-time that we can't see. Everyone had goosebumps. It was really difficult to see through His Excellency Reincarnation because he was too mysterious and powerful. So ruthless. He's just a celestial arch, and he's already busy with some other world? This world of the 6 paths of reincarnation is a broken world. Just like the ancient temple in hell, he only monopolized it in recent times. There might be some hidden opportunities or secrets in a more distant era, so he's working on this. How fast was the flow of time inside? Suji found a place to eat breakfast and arrived at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The first 300 people were directly gathered in the morning. They were especially diligent, and their qualifications were definitely not bad. Then, let's begin. Suji elegantly took a napkin, wiped his mouth, and put down the fruit. In the underworld, Mangpa looked at the group of players and told them the truth. This time, His Excellency will discuss with another world for a mutual visit, and you will be part of the exchange. Another world, visit? Exchange? At this moment, all the players' expressions changed. The significance of this was too great. Another world? That's just too exaggerated, okay? One had to know that the other worlds had yet to conduct an exchange. They originally thought that it would be the 3 realms, Lava Land, and Ancient Tree Planet, but not them. But who knew? They would be the representative team of a civilization, going abroad for a friendly visit? F***ck, did I hear wrongly? This is the rhythm of getting rich. It's worth dying. I want to see foreign countries. Tui. Beautiful girls from an alien civilization. Countless people were so excited that their faces turned red. Soon, under Mangpo's lead, they passed through another world. A vast planet appeared in front of them. Planet, a universe world? F***ck. F***ck, F***ck. The 300 players felt a surge of excitement, and they could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This was a universe-level civilization. They were directly shocked. At this moment, a white porcelain creature, wearing a priest's robe and holding a scepter, said elegantly, "Everyone, welcome to our world. I am the #1 priest under the command of all gods." Omniscient? Grand Priest, they quickly whispered to each other as they looked at the mysterious white alien dressed in a gorgeous priest's robe. They secretly winked at him. The Grand Priest. Omniscient seems to be the supreme ruler of this universe? That's scary. Is this the ruler of the universe? Are we going to be rich? Ha 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 ha. I guess it's those who couldn't get in. I can already imagine their hopeless, helpless, and pitiful gazes after missing this opportunity. The gamers laughed heartily and felt smug. On the day of the beta test, strange encounters, special missions, instance dungeons, and hidden professions. This was the treatment of a main character. The first Grand Priest was calm. He saw their arrogance and thought that this was the characteristic of this race. They were bold and often acted crazily. He even showed a trace of pity. In the vast universe, there were all kinds of civilizations and races, and there were many who were born with incomplete genes. However, such races usually went extinct after a short time. What a weak and ignorant life form, he didn't know why the two omniscient gods would communicate with such a weak and narrow world. It was unnecessary for them to treat each other as equals. Only the first Grand Priest knew that the omniscient gods, who created planets and traveled between the past and the future, possessed great power comparable to the law of cause and effect. However, he maintained his professional and gentle smile as he introduced to Mengpa in the language of the 6 paths of reincarnation. This is our world. Standing here in the vast universe, we can see it clearly and see the whole picture. What a terrifying world. Shangguan Man was silent. She knew that she was a frog in a well. She came from the streets and was not like the first Grand Priest, who was born holy and had not experienced much. She was more observant and could tell that the first Grand Priest was looking down on them. It was just like how a city dweller looked down on a country bumpkin from a humble village. The gamers stood in the endless vacuum world and gazed into the distance. It was as though they were looking at a beautiful painting of the starry sky. The floating planets were inhabited by countless lives and had various ecological environments. None of them were dead planets. I was so scared that I peed my pants. Every planet here is incomparably huge, comparable to a world. This small universe is 10,000 times bigger than all the worlds we've seen combined. At this moment, all of them had their mouths agape. They were both excited and dumbfounded, as if they were Granny Lu who had entered the Grandview Garden. What was big? This is called big. It was as if the people of the inland had only seen lakes since they were young, and now they were finally able to see the real sea. Normally, at this moment, people would fall silent and feel inferior. The number 1 priest looked at these natives, waiting for their reactions. However, they burst out laughing. Mother asterisk cur. This feels so good. This trip is so enjoyable that we're going to explode. This is the advantage of following the Samsara official sovereign. He has already established diplomatic relations with other worlds. Everyone floated in the air. What do you mean by one small step for humanity, one giant leap for the earth? This was it. When Apollo landed on the moon, he thought that he had transcended the era. But now, compared to himself, he paled in comparison. They had just entered the game, so they didn't waste any time. They took a big step into space and interacted with the civilizations of the universe. Too vicious. The game development team blew it up. They were like a tourist, crazily taking screenshots. Slap 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 slap. Moreover, they could already imagine the envy and jealousy of the others. Even Bai Xiaojun felt that the bitterness was over. The sadness from this separation of her family had dissipated quite a bit. This was the arrival of a fortuitous encounter. The first priest instantly fell silent. Could it be that they had lost their minds? Had they suffered too many blows? Why were they all so excited? Shouldn't they feel despair? Shouldn't they feel inferior? Don't be rude. Beside them, Mengpa looked at these people and warned them sinisterly. Yes. They hurriedly made respectful gestures. They knew that Mengpa was the leader of this world-famous exchange. She was talking to the number 1 priest under the other party. The rulers of both worlds hadn't arrived yet. But of course, they weren't worthy of being received by such a person. At this moment, the number 1 priest led them forward, passing by planet after planet. And these players were extremely excited. They crazily took screenshots and tried to take pictures of the planets along the way. Although they weren't very detailed, they felt that it was getting more and more terrifying. That planet looks like a sci-fi planet. It's full of high-rise mechanical buildings, and there seems to be a universal battleship? I can't see clearly, it's too far away. But just this planet alone is as big as a world. that planet over there, what are they doing? Oh my god, a huge golden energy dragon is flying out of the surface? It's soaring in the clouds, and countless people are praying below? What are they doing, making a wish to the dragon god? I really want to go down and take a look. What kind of mysterious civilization is that? It's too interesting. It was too cool. They kept passing by, looking at the planets, only feeling extremely excited. The world was so big, and there were too many possibilities. This was a real sandbox world, infinitely bigger. These planets had all kinds of civilizations. Just going to one of them was enough for them to play until they were old. And at this moment, the priest at the side completely lost his cool. He directly introduced, these planets were all created by our God, God Quan. All the planets are the children of God Quan, including us, the great priests, who are responsible for repairing the planets. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. These planets were all created by God Quan. Planets could be repaired? How could they be repaired? Was it like a bicycle that could be repaired at will? They did not expect the number one priest to have the divine power of creation to repair a planet. This was too terrifying, they could not understand in an instant. This was directly beyond the scope of their understanding. Originally, they thought that they, the netizens, were all keyboard gods. What was there to pretend for? What was there to pretend in front of them? They were all very knowledgeable. They had seen 8 to 10 types of top civilization systems. They had also seen the destruction and birth of civilizations countless times. Previously, they had even seen extraordinary concepts such as parallel universes and world lines. But in front of them, creating planets, the number one priest saw their expressions and was very satisfied. Finally, he was afraid of God Quan. But in just a few seconds, they revealed such a shocked expression. They were happy and excited again. F***ck, this is too terrifying. God Quan, could he be considered a kind of planet creator? A huge planet life form that continuously spits out small planets? Is there really such a huge life form? Everyone's face turned red. The number one priest, he felt uncomfortable. What kind of strange creatures were these? Why did they only know how to smile? Giggle foolishly? You don't understand their language, you don't know what they are laughing at. He suddenly did not want to receive these guys. He was dumbfounded. Suddenly, he felt very strange, gloomy, and his hair stood on end. At the same time, their screenshots and videos were constantly being sent out, including the major research institutes and the players. They were all shocked. Planet-level civilization. This is an even bigger world. Have we finally come into contact with this level? A low-level civilization that far surpasses us Earthlings. Hurry up and record. Hurry up and record. This is the most precious data and information. According to the current image, it seems that this universe also uses a vacuum system. The light source, radiation, and innate chi have a certain connection with our ancient Xianxia civilization. Could it be that the ancient Xianxia people of ancient times had already set foot on the ancient path of the starry sky, and then the world shattered? The 6 paths of reincarnation were a small fragment, and this world in front of us is the broken main world? In the research institute, the big shots were analyzing and constantly sorting out their thoughts. After all, in the ancient temple of hell, everything developed too far away, but it was a magnificent and prosperous ancient era. It was very likely that this universe planet was also a fragment of the world back then. After all, although the systems of the two great civilizations were generally different, there seemed to be some similarities. At this time, after flying continuously, they finally arrived at their target planet and slowly stopped on it. At this time, all the players were completely silent. They could clearly see that this was a planet with pixel cubes. The trees, grass, and animals were all made of cubes. It was like the famous game, Tetris. Have we transmigrated into a retro pixel game? It's not the same as our style. At the same time, they also thought of this type of sandbox game, Minecraft, as well as a more controversial game, Mini World. This is where you belong, and also a trial. The first priest threw them on the ground and left with Mengpa. He was not willing to talk to them at all. Let's go to a planet and observe our civilization, he said to Mengpa, and the two of them directly flew away. A group of people stood on the ground. They looked at each other and directly shut themselves up. Survival in the wilderness, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the gravity of this planet was too terrifying. It was practically crushing them, and they felt like they were carrying a few hundred kilograms of weight on their backs. They were even limping when they walked. Does anyone know what the hell this is? It's like a harmonious, friendly, prosperous, and powerful world with all mosaics, someone said softly, looking at the strange scenery around them. They were like fine animals with high resolution entering a rough world with low resolution. They were forcefully reduced in latitude. I don't know, but the only thing I know is, if you want to get rich, you must first pluck trees. Someone said that he would directly try to pluck a tall, square tree with lush square leaves growing on it. Crack, after painstakingly plucking a leaf, it turned out to be like a steel ingot. It was incomparably heavy, and he almost broke his hand. Not only is the gravity strong, but the creatures in this world are also terrifyingly heavy. This is a high-quality and high-energy level world. Bai Xiaojun was no longer calm. According to this ratio, even if I'm a level 5 creature, I might not be able to defeat some powerful beasts. Outside, it was a complete uproar. What planet is this? It's too scary. It's terrifyingly heavy. This is my world? Ha ha ha, as expected of a farming player. It's so cool. It's scary to think about it. Pixelated creatures in the real world? Darwin smiled and said, is it finally Newton's turn? All the netizens were silent. This godly turn of events was unbelievable. And the major research institutes were also completely silent. They looked at each other, shocked and terrified. Go investigate. Go investigate. The person in charge slammed the table. The network company of this game actually used a pixelated game to describe a real planet world. Previously, everyone simply treated it as a popular sandbox game, but now, then we. Someone was silent. I suspect that they are aliens hiding on Earth, the person in charge said solemnly. He was a cautious person. How could this world be so similar? How could the things in the game conform to the laws of evolution in reality and have the same biological planet structure? Why couldn't the alien species look the same? Why were they so similar? It was necessary to investigate it to prevent trouble before it happened. But after a pause, he still said, by the way, ask them about future updates and changes. All the underground research institutes were secretly hurrying to check the water meter of a certain pixelated sandbox game. However, life on this side still had to go on. On the internet, many people were excited as they looked at the pixelated world. Even the trees were made of straight black cubes with square-shaped leaves growing on them. What's my world? Someone asked. After all, there were still many people who had not played it before. Oh, it's a sandbox pixelated game that's popular all over the world. Foreigners and Chinese have many loyal fans. Most players who like farming and leisure have basically played it before. In China, it's translated as to be a god of creation. Generally, the game starts with cutting trees and then using 4 pieces of wood to build a workbench. The workbench can be synthesized with various recipes to make wooden swords, wooden sketches, wooden shovels, and all kinds of technology. After entering the Wooden Age, it's Stone Age, and then the Iron Age, someone explained and released a few screenshots. Many people saw the screenshots and were instantly shocked. It was exactly the same, however, that was a game. It had a pixelated style and was very cute, but placed on such a strange pixelated digital planet, it gave people goosebumps. Oh my god, this is too exciting. At this moment, the internet was in heated discussion. The group of players who were left on this planet had already started to get busy. On this planet, other than the fact that the soil is not a cube, there is also a very fine high-resolution image. Even the trees and animals are cubes. Even some small beetles and flowers are visible as colorful mosaics. They are heavy and hard, and their density is almost the same as that of iron. The players gradually realized that something was wrong. Will there be villages and tribes? Will there be all kinds of pixelated monsters? How can there not be? There definitely will be. We vaguely saw some large beasts in the sky just now, and some traces of tribal civilization. The surrounding players discussed, and then they looked at Bai Xiaojun. After all, he was considered a veteran player here and was very strong. The others were mostly new players. Furthermore, he was a parent of 7 children, so naturally, he was much calmer. Everyone, don't panic. What is the first condition for a game? Calm down. Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath. All the newbies here who could pass the test are at least phase 3. Out of 10,000 people, 300 are elites. According to my estimation, the average strength of the natives of this planet is at least phase 3 to phase 4. Some of the heavier ones are even phase 5. So strong, no one could remain calm. But thinking about it, it was indeed the case. High-density creatures, high gravity that made it difficult for them to walk. This was a symbol of high-energy level creatures. This was not a simple transcendent planet. Moreover, this planet was born with radiation creatures and true chi creatures. It was very frightening. Then what should we do? Someone asked Bai Xiaojun. Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath and looked around. At this moment, he clearly knew that his time had come. Back in the day, he was one of the first to pay attention to this game. He even helped the great alchemy emperor gather a bunch of medical students outside to make all sorts of conjectures about the possibility of creating gene potions. This allowed him to live a second life, and when he returned, he was still a teenager. How could he not be proud? He was still proud. But later, the cute girl who paid attention to this game later than him, the System Terminator, Balloon Fish, and several other players, all successfully entered the sand table, opened up a new era, and even broke through the celestial emperor and god, showing great achievements. How could he be willing to give up? It was just that his talent was not an evolving species, and he did not have the talent to write the theory of evolution, so he could not cross the threshold. But he believed that his talent was not low, and he was also a pharmaceutical expert. Thinking of this, he looked at the others and said, "Brothers, my current decision is to first build a base. As everyone knows, this is a farming game." Everyone nodded, deeply in agreement. When there was nothing to do and no ideas of their own, farming was the right thing to do. Build a base, build a bunker, and protect themselves first, especially in such a dangerous environment. Bai Xiaojun continued, "Then, if we want to get rich, we must first cut down trees. Brothers, start cutting down trees and build wooden houses." Everyone's face darkened. If they wanted to get rich, they must first cut down trees. What the hell? Everyone said that you were very smart, that you could survive under the hands of the Celestials, and that you had some ability and high intelligence. But in the end, after so much encouragement, you really treated it as a game in real life? Then after playing with trees, do you still have to build a workbench? You are too young. Bai Xiaojun's face was solemn. You think it is very simple, but you don't know that I have gone through 7 or 8 deductions and thought deeply. You don't understand the deep meaning of the production team. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that this big boss, Bai Xiaojun smiled and said confidently, "First of all, we have to analyze from the root source. On the other side is the main plot of the combat school, which is obviously the anti-resistance camp. On our side is the main plot of the farming school, which is obviously the main plot of the reincarnation camp, which is the main plot of the lifestyle players. In front of us, why did you bring the 300 lifestyle players here? This is Minecraft. Isn't it obvious enough? This is the main plot of the lifestyle game, which is obviously to build, farm, weave, and learn life skills." Everyone was deep in thought. But vaguely, they felt that something was wrong. Bai Xiaojun was still speaking. "Then why do we start with trees? Let's not talk about games. Our best choice is to build a house with wood." "Why?" Some people's first reaction would be to dig holes on the ground. Isn't it easy to dig soil? As a caveman, this is obviously a route of death. Soil is easy to dig, but does it really have any defensive capabilities? The surrounding novice players shivered. That's right. Due to their traditional beliefs, their first reaction was to build a shelter with soil. Soil and gravel were much stronger than wood, but in front of them, on this planet, with the super weight of the monsters, the soil was simply a pile of mud. I understand now. F***ck. So that's how it is. As expected of a big boss. Trees are indeed our only choice. In an instant, some people hurriedly went to cut trees. Quiet down. Bai Xiaojun continued, let's continue our analysis. Then, the best choice here is to cut trees first. Originally, the best choice in this game was also to cut trees first. How can this overlap be a coincidence? Everyone's expression changed instantly. That's right. Coming to this mysterious pixel planet, the first thing they did was to cut trees. Could it not be a coincidence? But what was this game from Earth originally hinting at? A long time ago, a mysterious force created this game. There was such a planet in the dark, similar alien creatures. This kind of real cosmic environment that could exist in reality, and they taught us how to do it. This globally popular pixel-style game was to make us wary, to prepare for it in advance. It was terrifying thinking about it. They had goosebumps all over. As for the Spore Evolution game development team paying tribute to this game, which led to the appearance of this planet dungeon, some believed it, some didn't. Many people already felt that this was very likely not a game world. Everything in it was logical. This kind of extraordinary planet with pixel-style creatures was a real extraterrestrial creature that appeared in reality, but no one said it out loud. Bai Xiaojun also deliberately avoided this topic. She continued, obviously, we are not headless flies here. There is no main game plot. That game has already told us that this planet is paying tribute to a certain pixel-style game. Then, our process is to first cut trees, build houses, build workstations. Wait, you just said that we have to follow the normal game process and build workstations? Everyone was in an uproar. This word was too surreal. What was a workstation? Synthesis and modification. It was the core of the entire pixel-style game. There were recipes. To be able to break down trees into wooden blocks and then combine them into wooden axes, wooden knives, and even workstations. To be able to pluck leaves and combine them into seeds and plant them on the ground. If this was placed in reality, what would it be like? This was equivalent to the decomposition and synthesis of physical particles. The extraordinary side was called the quantum Taoist phenomenon. The technological side was a kind of unimaginable super-advanced quantum technology. Workstation, then can the surreal rules really be realized? Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, they really started to think that it was just a pixel-style game. It was just a coincidence that the scene overlapped. It was not a subtle sign. It was impossible to measure the rules of the entire planet according to the rules of the game. Gotcha, gotcha. Trees fell one after another as the players cut them down in a frenzy. They realized that even though they were level 3 experts who could release all kinds of simple spells, cutting down trees was extremely difficult. Cutting down one tree was exhausting. It was too hard and heavy. Even a player who used all his strength could only cut down one tree before he was exhausted. Fortunately, there were 300 players. If each of them cut down one tree, there would be 300 trees. They could tie them together and make a simple wooden hut that could barely survive the night. That night, Bai Xiaojun looked at the understanding crowd and continued, after we cut down the trees, can we really not build a workstation? Really, it can't be realized? Of course it can't be realized. That's right, workstation is the rule of the game. How can it appear here? Someone said. Bai Xiaojun smiled meaningfully. You have to know that you guys are using the rules of the real world to measure the extraordinary world. It is not feasible at all. In my opinion, our next main step has been confirmed. Build a workstation. Shush. All of a sudden, all the players could not remain calm. Build your head. You said you want to build a TV, a computer, we still have a way. Build a workstation in the game? Synthesize cubes, Bai Xiaojun said. First, we have to understand one thing. What level of ability is the decomposition and synthesis of physical matter? A level 9 world. Based on the information we have, a level 9 world is a Taoist technique of quantum phenomenon level. Only then can it carry out such precise operations, decomposing matter into the most primitive particles and reconstructing it. Then why did you say it? Someone was speechless. Bai Xiaojun shook his head. In other worlds, it is indeed necessary to reach level 9. But what about this world? The particles of this world are so big that we can almost see them. As he said this, he pointed at a black pixel tree and gently scraped off some debris. Upon closer inspection, they were all super small cube-shaped particles. The cross-section of the tree that was scraped off was very regular. It was a convex section formed by supersmall cubes. You mean? Someone trembled. Yes, the basic units of this world are too rough. They are all cubes. Therefore, I personally believe that a workstation can decompose small cubes and then reconstruct them. This is much smaller than a real level 9, right? Level 9 is 100 trillion. What about here? The composition is countless times larger, only 100,000. One can imagine how simple it is. Even a low-level one can do it. This should be the cultivation system of this world. It is a very terrifying cultivation path, a pseudo-level 9 quantum phenomenon. A workstation can decompose the pixel creatures of this world and reconstruct the structure of life. This is a special cultivation system. For example, this piece of wood can be decomposed and reconstructed into a wooden axe or a wooden sword. Leaves can be decomposed and reconstructed into seeds that germinate on the ground and give birth to new life. The future of this planet's civilization is terrifying, mysterious, and grand. If one understands it and cultivates this civilization system to perfection, I believe it will be a minor level 9, directly leading to the true path of level 9 and breaking through. Because what is level 9? Controlling every cell, 100 trillion. This requires a terrifying amount of calculation and control. Isn't it the same in front of us? Bai Xiaojun spoke with confidence. Everyone was silent. A workstation, the secret behind it was so terrifying. So that Minecraft game really hinted at the supreme truth of this world and laid a solid foundation for the future cultivation system of this world. At the same time, the workstation in this small sandbox game was the ultimate path to the supreme truth of level 9, decomposition and synthesis. Quantum level control and mastery. You should know that our next task is to really study these trees and make a simple workstation. Just like in the entire Pixel game, our goal is to play this planet into the real Minecraft world. Bai Xiaojun shouted to the other players. This is the path of us farming players. Everyone was impressed. What was a boss? That was a boss. Through the clues, layers of in-depth analysis of the game development team's intentions, the other party's good intentions. This kind of reasoning and analysis was too heaven-defying. At this time, the screenshot of the video was quickly released to the public. The entire netizens were not calm, and the most restless were the major research institutes. Level 9, the realm above level 8 gods. If level 8 was a life form that could leave the planet and travel the universe, then level 9 was another level of terrifying species form. Any level 8 god was as weak as an ant. This realm was even greater than the gap between level 8 gods and level 7 celestial emperor, the combat power of Star Destroyer. The lifespan of more than hundreds of thousands of years. An unchanging ancient existence. If there is such a level 9 existence, it is enough to protect our weak indigenous planet for tens of thousands of years. In a research institute somewhere in the United States, a white-haired old man murmured, his face full of excitement. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps came. Did you bring it? The old man asked. Yes. A young and tall agent in black brought several senior executives of the game development team of this game. These senior executives of the game development team came here, and so far they were confused. What was going on? Suddenly they were invited to tea, crimes against humanity, all we did was make a pixelated game, they were about to cry. It was not even the 18R, bloody and violent kind, cute and silly, and even the corpses were covered with mosaics. You want us to check the water meter just like this? You want us to talk about crimes against humanity? They looked at the person in charge blankly, and in an instant they felt bad. Because this scientist they had seen on TV, his status was extremely high, and he was involved in the most confidential research and development work. Seeing this level of super military big shot, they felt even more uneasy, scared out of their wits, and their scalps went numb. They saw this dignified white-haired old man with a straight back slowly turned around, extremely solemn. I just want to ask, how did you make the workbench in your game? Several senior executives of the game development team were confused on the spot. Could it be that this big boss of the military industry was also a fan of our game? They fell into a deep confusion. A game planning executive tried to answer with a face full of confusion. The production method of this game's workbench is, first cut a tree, break it down into pieces of wood, and then build a workbench with 4 pieces of wood? So simple? Workbench, according to speculation, is a mysterious system leading to level 9 power, symbolizing the supreme power of decomposition and synthesis. This old man frowned. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. The supreme power of decomposition and synthesis, this big boss of technology, we are just a game with pixel style, he tried to answer, because this is the core foundation of the game, the production of the workbench is naturally simpler. The old man sighed, and also instantly realized that they were not on the same channel at all. Then he could only ask about the origin of the game's inspiration. The origin of the game was also ordinary. It was nothing more than a sudden flash of inspiration. Or maybe it was a dream after playing a game with red and white pixels, and the dream was full of mosaic creatures. In the end, they could only take these people away. The old man in charge of the research institute took a deep breath. Perhaps, some life that came to this planet instilled some ideas into them, making them think that it was a game they created? It was too easy to affect the mind of an ordinary person. No matter what, we can only pay attention to it. The old man in the research institute had a serious expression. It may involve the legendary level 9 pixel planet? He felt a deep sense of powerlessness, as if there was a terrifying ancient existence behind the scenes, overlooking everything and ruling everything. Decomposition and synthesis, pixels, numbers, symbolizing the door to level 9, the ancient power of microscopic ruling level? Early the next morning, a group of people began to study the decomposition and composition of pixel particles. The creatures in this world did not have DNA, and they were all made up of particles, which seemed to make it easier to understand the essential structure of life. Moreover, because of their pixel structure, their huge cells, they might really be able to disintegrate and synthesize, forming a special extraordinary cultivation system on this planet, with a mysterious and unknown future. Wood reconstruction, particles turning into wooden knives, wooden axes, it seemed very possible. Workbench, with the current extraordinary civilization thinking, the netizens who were all keyboard gods all felt that it was possible to achieve, and it was not nonsense. In a sense, it was the restructuring of life structure, life alchemy. And so, the workbench plan was officially launched. The workbench symbolized the table of creation, breaking down and synthesizing the particles of the world, the key to the 9th level. Of course, there were still some who didn't quite believe Bai Xiaojuan's words, thinking that it was just a coincidence. What workbench? It was just a coincidence. This game had nothing to do with this planet. Although it was indeed possible in reality, with pixel creatures and extraterrestrial bodies made up of large granular cells, was it related to the game? Don't be ridiculous. Of course, they still believed that it was feasible and did not refute it. But deep down, they were still dissatisfied with Bai Xiaojuan's leadership. They felt that they could still fight for it in the future. However, the next morning, Bai Xiaojun spoke again, full of fighting spirit. This is the true essence of us farming players. After finishing the workbench, the next step is the smelting furnace. He spoke aloud, if the rules of the workbench are synthesis and decomposition, then a higher level furnace is the rules of roasting food. Burning life. What did this mean? The smelting furnace represents the law of fusion and transformation. The workbench is synthesis and decomposition, the Buddha of physics. The furnace is fusion and transformation, the Tao of chemistry. Hiss. All the players below sucked in a breath of cold air. There was such a deep meaning? Thinking about it, these were the two ways to change the structure of all things. Moreover, they coincidentally corresponded to the Buddha of physics and the Tao of chemistry, the cultivation of Buddhism and Taoism. Sure enough, this universe was also based on the radiation light source system and the innate chi system, and it was closely related to the ancient Huaxia god system civilization. At first, some people didn't believe it. But now, they had to believe it. One coincidence was a coincidence, two coincidences were also coincidences, but all the clues pointed in the same direction, and that was the truth. It's connected, my father. One of the tree players was stunned. The development team is too awesome. The others were also shocked, and it was a mess. It's back to the origin again. You think it's a pixel planet, but in fact, it's connected to our ancient Huaxia civilization system, just like the ancient temple in hell. It's back again after going one round. In essence, it's also the Tao of chemistry and the Buddha of physics. F***ck. Boss by Xiaojun is also awesome. She even analyzed this deep meaning. My world, so it's about our Huaxia god system. Shocked, start farming. Players who major in Buddhism, be the workbench. Players who major in Taoism, be the furnace. They were convinced. Completely convinced, indeed, none of these bosses were simple. They analyzed one by one, and they were closely linked. The game development team could not hide the secret at all. This time, Bai Xiaojuan's IQ was completely convinced. We need such a leader, such in-depth analysis of wisdom. Many people were instantly convinced. As expected of a parent of 7 children, calm and collected. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaojun became the tribal leader of this group of genius players. Days passed. They tried to create a workbench, but it was obviously unrealistic in a short period of time. They painstakingly ground a wooden knife, which was abnormally heavy and hard, comparable to steel. This is a particle cutter knife. Bah, this is a 3D printer. Countless people shouted, indicating that this was a simple workbench. The knife was also a special kind of particle synthesis and decomposition, and it could decompose many living things, so it was given a grand name. On the other side, a simplified version of the furnace had also appeared. They used a high temperature to cook food, making the most common oven, indicating that this was also a kind of material fusion, making the food delicious. They had a happy expression, and they started to use the simple tools they created to hunt some cube animals. They started to hunt in this deep forest, and they continued to expand the fortress and wooden buildings. This group of fellows sure is having a good time. Suji was speechless. However, it gave Suji a special idea and creativity. This was the prototype of a powerful mysterious system, so much so that it was currently only suitable for pixel lifeforms, tailored for them. As for the other group of cube tribes on the surface, a planet of 100 acres was still very large. Therefore, in the short few days that they arrived, they were still developing normally. Until one day, they saw a pixel cube person barging into their deep forest, completely igniting a different kind of conflict. Woo! Lu! The horn of war sounded, and a new surface tribe was discovered by the cube tribe. The entire planet entered a new era of war. The 4th Pixel War had begun. A bunch of mosaic pixel creatures rode strange black and gray pixel wildebeests. They waved their wooden sabers and charged forward. The soil on the ground had become extremely solid on such a high-gravity planet. However, when these terrifying creatures stepped on it, they still left deep footprints. Rumble, the earth seemed to be boiling, stirring up violent dust clouds. At this moment, everyone who was studying the pixels was stunned. They stood on the wall of the fortress, completely dumbfounded. F***ck. The monsters are attacking the city. People from the pixel village? Oh my god. This world is not good for us at all. Can't these pixel tribesmen exchange resources with us in a friendly manner? Yes. Logically speaking, these NPCs shouldn't be walking back and forth in the village numbly, opening the doors of their houses for us to enter at will, opening the boxes that every house must have, but we don't know why they have them, rummaging through them, and borrowing everything? Rumble, their footsteps shook the earth. They were all stunned, revealing frightened and panicked expressions. This is too ruthless. According to Archimedes' law and Fermi's law, we can calculate that each of them weighs an average of 300 kilograms. This is too terrifying. That's equivalent to the weight of a Siberian tiger. Human-shaped beast, we are going to die. The 300 people stood on the city wall and looked from afar. They were still thousands of meters away, but they felt as if the earth was being crushed by countless armored cavalry. The momentum was too shocking. Bai Xiaojuan's expression was calm as she looked around. Brothers, we are hot-blooded, we 300 warriors, why should we hesitate to fight? Everyone else thinks that we are cowards and idiots. That's just a small portion of rat **t that spoils our pot of soup. We are all righteous warriors. We are upright and hot-blooded. He raised his wooden saber high. They are strong, and they are cavalry. But we are just infantry. What do we have to fear? follow me and kill our way out. New air passes to the golden lion, cold light passes to the iron cloak. The general dies in 100 battles, the warrior returns after 10 years. He roared. Behind him roared. Countless people held long blades in their hands and wore simple wooden armor. Their faces were filled with unswerving determination and fighting spirit as they revealed hot-bloodedness. New air passes to the golden lion, cold light passes to the iron cloak. The general dies in 100 battles, the warrior returns after 10 years. Boom, the city gates opened wide. No one was content with defending the fortress. They were determined to kill their way out. At this moment, countless people had cold expressions on their faces. The 300 people were like 300 warriors of Sparta, revealing their determination to fight to the death. Looking down from a high vantage point, one could only see dust billowing as the two armies charged in front of the fortress. On one side were cavalry, and on the other side were infantry. The disparity in strength was extremely great. The recording had already begun. Woo! Lu! The leader of the tribe roared in anger, his eyes flashing with contempt. Ever since they mutated, they had become such granular creatures. Their weight and mass had the body structure of Mother Earth. They were extremely heavy and hard. These creatures were too weak. A single charge would probably kill them, however, the leader of the tribe revealed a look of admiration. The fact that this tribe dared to charge at them showed how tenacious and unyielding this tribe was. It was indeed worthy of admiration. Wu Lu. He gave the order to charge forward at full speed. He wanted to crush them alive in the next second, gotcha, but in the next second. On the other side, Bai Xiaojun braked halfway. The Pixel tribe's charge did not stop. The moment they entered the grassland in front of them, it was as if the ground had collapsed. The entire cavalry instantly fell into the ground. The collapsed ground was actually filled with sharpened wooden thorns, densely packed on the wooden planks. Woo! Lu! This was a trap, the top was covered with grass, and the bottom was filled with thorns. At the last moment of his life, the leader of the Pixel tribe let out an angry roar, ordering the entire tribe to retreat. But it was too late. In order to launch an all-out charge, they wanted to crush the enemy, so they let the warhorses move forward at the most terrifying speed. The heavier the weight, the harder it was to stop. At this moment, they were like heavy trucks, rushing towards a cliff full of thorns. They could no longer stop, rumble. A group of suicidal horsemen rushed towards the cliff, crashing into the abyss. Poochie, 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 many thorns pierced through their chests. The entire army disappeared in an instant. A moment later, Bai Xiaojun and the others walked over and ordered a group of people. Young people, do you really think that we will charge against you? Search for the injured. Bai Xiaojun ordered. Soon, a group of people found the leader who led the charge. He was struggling on the thorns, and his vitality was extremely tenacious. He was still alive. Carry him out. It took Bai Xiaojun and the others a Herculean effort to drag the little chieftain out of the cave. This monster, I'm afraid it's a high-level rank 5. It's 1,000 kilograms, it's simply inhuman. Bai Xiaojun was horrified. In the vacuum world, there are only a few ways to communicate. The mouth grows under the feet, the vibration of the ground communicates, pheromone communication, and divine sense communication. Obviously, this creature communicated through pheromone. It was very likely that its ancestors were insects, but to him, it didn't matter. Because as a rank 5 expert, he could still use some kind of divine sense to communicate, bypassing the language civilization. Compared to this indigenous civilization, they were more knowledgeable. At the side, some people were also very happy. As expected, the thorns we created in the moat are very useful. We covered it with grass and dug a circle around the city. Normally, with our weight, we would be fine walking on it, except for these monsters. This encircling trap, it's simply amazing. As expected, the game doesn't lie. This kind of trap is indeed very powerful. The surrounding people were very happy. Their acting was also very realistic, otherwise, how could they trick them into sprinting at full speed? If they did not sprint at full speed, at most, the closest group of Mosaic Knights would not be able to stop in time, they would definitely not be completely wiped out. But of course, With their ability to survive, each of them was very wretched, and they were very smart. How could they not have thought of the attack of the barbarians? From ancient wars to modern wars, thousands of years had passed. In this aspect, their accumulated experience was enough to hang these primitive planets' indigenous people. What was this called? This was called crushing of intelligence. Voila! Can you hear me? In the divine sense, Bai Xiaojuan's voice came. Wu Lu? Hello, my name is Oniai-chan. Wu Lu? Can you speak? Wu Lu? Your mother is dead. The barbarian tribe Pixel was furious, humiliating our planet, Mother Earth, sooner or later you will become my wife and give birth to my children. Let me go, if you have the guts, fight me face to face. Become your wife. Bai Xiaojuan's whole body felt uncomfortable. Where did this guy get the information from? How could he expose the bitterness of others like this? Or was it that the Pixel planet's taste was so heavy? Was the reproduction system of these Pixel creatures very special? So barbaric, bloody, and cursing your mother, but in the end, it was related to the entire planet? He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Don't blame us for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not being bald enough and not understanding the laws of physics. Bai Xiaojun began to negotiate. As barbarians, you think that weight is an advantage, that you can become a cavalry unit. I believe that it is because of this unique advantage that you can gallop on this planet, but it is also your flaw. This causes you to be invincible. You don't need to think about wisdom and strategy, you are always barbaric. Your IQ is too low. Bai Xiaojun took a step forward and said coldly. Your barbaric planet, if you are complacent, not prepared for danger in times of peace, you will be sacrificed by the creatures of other planets. The entire planet, the entire race, will become slaves. Wu Lu? Do you understand the law of gravity? Do you understand relative motion? Do you understand the formula of mass and speed? The voice in his mind kept ringing, tempting and mocking the small leader. Sure enough, this time, the other party was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't help it anymore. You killed our weakest tribe, you will die sooner or later. Because there are 7 tribes stronger than us nearby. These indigenous barbarian tribes really didn't have high average IQ, and even their language wasn't perfect. But when everyone said this, their scalp went numb. The first wave of attacks could still be solved with IQ, but what about after that? Everyone immediately fell silent and burst into discussion. Also, the next wave of monsters attacking the city, the difficulty is too high. Is this a F***King Tower defense game? Farming, developing technology, and resisting wave after wave of attacks? We have to try to persuade this guy to be a traitor, then study their bloodline and genes. A few days later, the traps were remodeled and cleared. At the same time, they began to continue to study the workbench and furnace, wanting to climb the real technical system. Also, they studied the pixel life structure of this planet. In their brains, they are also pixel blocks, composed of the same structure as their hands and legs. No cell differentiation? Their whole body is made of the same type of mysterious particle cells? Yes, logically speaking, without brain cells, the brain is full of particles, and it should be impossible to produce consciousness and soul. But this kind of particle is very strange. It can play the role of all the cells, and it can also act as a brain cell. Their soul is still stored. A bunch of mad scientists began to study. However, this time, the tribal barbarians came again. You are you. And this time, they brought tree pillars, and there were people constantly in front, knocking on the ground, slowly clearing the mines. Gotcha, the turf trap they laid was instantly discovered. You are you. They began to set up wooden pillars and spread them flat on the ground, acting as a bridge, preparing to walk in from above. Everyone fell silent, and a chill shot up to the sky. What the F***ck? The second wave, are they going to build a bridge? These guys aren't as stupid as we thought. I guess someone was watching from the side during the last war, and when they returned, they knew that we had a trap. They are very intelligent. When pure brute force can't deal with us, they realized that their martial arts are no longer at their strongest, and they are learning from us. The natives of this planet have always been very comfortable, but now that they are facing a crisis, their growth rate has exceeded our expectations. At this moment, they understood the taste of fear. Walala, in an instant, all the pixel people passed through the moat, built a bridge, and climbed over, attacking the blockhouse. Activate the second layer. Bai Xiaojun ordered. Gotcha. On the blockhouse, wooden crossbows were pushed out, and countless arrows could be fired in succession. Each crossbow was loaded with 9 giant arrows, and it had a rotating structure like a Gatling gun. This was a precision crossbow that they had built according to the most optimized structure of the modern era. Against these solid and high-density pixel people, bows, guns, and even gunpowder were not as good as this crossbow. An overwhelming rain of wooden arrows covered the sky, like a continuous spring rain, covering the entire land. In an instant, this batch of pixel people who passed through the bridge had no way out. The bridge behind them was so small, and they frantically ran backward, crowding on the bridge. Poof, the entire surface of the fan within the moat had instantly become a live target without even needing to aim. Do they think they are powerful just because they can enter the moat? This is called closing the door and beating the dog. Why does it feel a little like Plants vs. Zombies? Resisting wave after wave of attacks from the natives? Countless people sat on the wall. They still successfully passed this wave of attacks. Another few days passed, under the dumbfounded gazes of this group of players, the people of the Pixel tribe launched another attack. Extremely persevering. Very stubborn. This time, they still got people to find the boundary of the moat, and then erected logs to build a bridge. At the same time, on the back of their wooden sabers, they were equipped with new equipment, super round shield. It was thick and huge, and it even required 2 pixels to push it. They formed a group of 2, and actually began to slowly push the round shield, slowly moving forward, as if they were heavy shield soldiers in ancient wars. F***CK? They are evolving so fast? They all know how to raise their shields to prevent dense arrows. This is a type of soldier that only exists in the era of city-states. Everyone was completely stunned. These natives were definitely not stupid. They actually thought of all kinds of ways to constantly approach them. Now, traps were useless, long-range attacks were useless, the other party was almost like a lump of iron. They could only watch helplessly as the other party climbed up the city wall. Did they capture them? Don't panic. Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath. In the end, there were still measures to resist the enemy's attack. Use the last set of plans. Crack, in an instant, the entire huge city wall that was tied up by the pillars suddenly disintegrated. All the natives looked up. A huge shadow sprinkled down from the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The thick city wall turned into a huge plate and smashed down with a loud bang. The entire attacking natives were covered and smashed into meat paste. 666. Boss, you are awesome. You actually thought of this move. Too strong. They would never have thought that the city wall would collapse. The people next to her were extremely excited. Bai Xiaojun ordered, pull the lever and raise it. Someone immediately pulled a huge wooden roller, connected to a rope, and the falling city wall was slowly lifted up. The next time, it will probably be over. Bai Xiaojun ignored the cheers around her, and her expression started to change. They should be able to find a way to break through the city wall next time, but it won't be long for us either. When they launch their next attack, we'll have to take drastic measures. But in the next second, his expression changed drastically. Because he saw a new group of tribesmen coming out from the dark. You are you. They began to rush towards the city wall that had yet to rise and were about to climb in. F***CK, everyone's scalp went numb. These natives, pixel creatures, were they really that stupid? At this moment, when the city wall fell and rose again, it was a fatal weakness in the defense. They could take the opportunity to climb in. They thought that this weakness would be discovered in the next wave. They didn't expect the other party to be even smarter this time. They hit a group of people in the dark. Now that they had seized the opportunity, they also discovered this point and attacked decisively. This time, we are going to be caught. We were supposed to last until the next time and finish, who knew? The players watched helplessly as a group of indigenous people roared and rushed into the city wall with stone knives in their hands. You are you, they climbed in. Their eyes were scarlet and excited. That was a very barbaric and primitive gaze. It was as if many of their companions had died and it didn't matter. Red, excited, as if they wanted to enjoy the fruits of victory. As if they saw a little girl, a group of burly men rushed into the brothel. "You, what are you doing?" Their brains were paced and they instinctively asked. Crack, crack, a bunch of fanatical pixelated natives rushed into the city wall. They had more than one tribe. After a few attacks, they discovered the strangeness of these creatures. Several of the most powerful tribes nearby formed an alliance and attacked together. Uluru, the tribe leaders, tall and burly, slowly walked out of the darkness. They glanced at those creatures and immediately opened their mouths to divide them. "I want the one with the big butt. I want that tree. I want that four-horned animal. Our tribe wants 70 of them." Impossible. Due to the captive of a pixelated tribe leader, the players with linguistic talent had begun to understand their mysterious tribe language. This incredible pixelated race. At this moment, this player translated for them. The players standing on the other side of the city wall instantly felt their minds buzzing. Their faces turned green. Their legs went soft and they could barely stand. They were so scared that they almost fainted. To be honest, they were very happy not to kill the captives. No one wanted to die, but what was going on in front of them? The punishment for defeat, that was too hardcore. However, there were more people who thought of a deeper meaning. Although their faces are mosaic, they actually want to be mosaic. So, this is also a sign. It's not just my world. We should have guessed the evil of the mosaic beast a long time ago. Is this an ancient pixel planet that transcends latitudes and is mapped onto our Earth's mosaic concept? We actually didn't notice it. Hurry up and run. Forget it, use a backup plan in advance. Hurry up and gasify into 3 hydrogen. Countless players roared and peed their pants. They looked at the cruel and excited primitive pixelated natives and finally understood the horror of this strange planet. Run first. These days, after being attacked, they began to plan their escape. They secretly prepared hydrogen because they knew that they would not be able to stop them sooner or later, but they did not expect it to be so soon. The hydrogen in front of them was not enough for everyone to escape. At the same time, there were enemies nearby, and it was also very dangerous to fly. But they could not care so much. Charge. In an instant, countless people rose into the air. More than half of the players were stopped on the ground, roaring angrily at the sky. "You bastards, didn't you say that we were brothers? How did they become glass brothers? It will shatter with a touch. This is too cruel. Hurry up and come down. This is a good thing, we should all go together. Woo-woo, take us away." You on the ground, countless pixel tribe people began to throw stone knives into the air. All of a sudden, countless people were smashed to the ground, looking extremely miserable. In the end, only a small number of people were lucky enough to escape. Bai Xiaojun did not run away, because he was the leader. Even though he flew the fastest, he had long since become the focus of attention. You. In order to snatch the wife of the strongest tribe, countless tribe leaders fought each other. The 4th Pixel War was over. An old man from the tribe slowly carved a stone slab on the ruins of the wooden fortress. There was an ancient scene on the stone slab, the ground was covered in blood. Countless corpses stained the ground. In the sky, many powerful and mysterious extraterrestrial lifeforms descended. They floated in the void, looking down coldly at the entire planet. On the ground, countless square tribe people roared angrily. They wielded long knives and threw them into the sky, wanting to take down those mysterious lifeforms. After a bitter battle, they finally won, taking down all of them. The stone slab of this scene was preserved by later generations. However, in the distant future, when the living beings of the later generations smoothed away the dust of history on the stone slab and saw this strange mythological stone slab, they no longer knew what had happened in the ancient era. They only knew that it was a mythological epic of the tribe. It was no longer a war between the Square tribe and the Octahedron tribe, but an unknown and mysterious extraterrestrial life form. Soon, most of the players were captured. Some were even more miserable. They were smashed in the air and died instantly. Then, they came out to upload videos screaming in pain. In an instant, they were all captured, and the internet was already in an uproar. Captured to give birth again? Wait, why did you say again? They were dumbfounded when they heard this. They held it in for a long time, unable to react. Azure warriors have the terrifying talent of life evolution and unlimited potential. As expected, everyone covets your bodies. Dumbfounded, especially by Xiaojun. She's so pitiful. She just escaped from the wolf's den and into the tiger's. Laughing crazily, wahahaha, Yuan Qingwa, you must be strong. You already have 7 children. Don't let your happy family be torn apart. Dog head, at medical sweetie, although your boyfriend is already the mother of 7 children and still has an affair, I believe he still loves you. Excited. JPG, angry. 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 The above is all nonsense. Who do you think my brother Bai is? This is an opportunity, do you understand? In the future, I will be the white deity whose name will resound throughout the heavens. Countless powerhouses will fear me. Everyone in the heavens is my son. Joyous Emperor. JPG, the forum immediately exploded. Countless people's worldview and knowledge were refreshed. Everyone was stunned. Originally, everyone knew that this game was cruel and hardcore. The penalty for failure was severe, but they didn't expect it to be so realistic. The internet was in an uproar. At this moment, Bai Xiaojun was also in despair. He was a rank 5 powerhouse, but he was taken away and locked in a dark, simple wooden hut. He was at a loss. Because just now, he experienced a mosaic, indescribable, and seemingly very simple fusion process. What kind of method is this? He was speechless. It's not the traditional method, but a higher level of interaction between molecules? Is it the fusion of the essence of life particles? What happened? That method was a little hard to describe. It was a deeper understanding. It was like Vegeta and Sun Wukong wearing the fusion earrings. The two of them walked together and became one, becoming the same person. It could also be said that he was a delicate person made of sand and a rough person made of soybeans. They merged into each other's body. The integration of particles with high and low pixels, alien life was indeed different from Earthlings. Our concept was too traditional. The peculiar way of reproduction of this planet's creatures could be called the interaction between molecules? Indeed, the reproduction of advanced life is not as low-level and embarrassing as we thought. It completely ignores race. Even a tree can do it. Or should I say, pixel invasion? He almost forgot what had just happened. In a daze, the fusion of particles was like countless scattered fingers massaging his body. It seemed to be a little comfortable. This is too strange. At this moment, he felt that the world suddenly became much brighter. He suddenly received a private message. Yuan Qinghua, brother, be strong. Our 7 children are still waiting for you to go back. Come on. Ollie too. JPG, get lost, Bai Xiaojun was furious. This kind of idiotic friend only knew how to make sarcastic remarks and ridicule you crazily. He would even send you weird emojis, looking like AB*TCH. Ding, another private message. It was from his girlfriend. Bai Xiaojun suddenly felt uncomfortable. He had already gone too far before, doing a bunch of strange things with Yuan Qinghua. Now, he was afraid that it would not be, break up. He took a deep breath and opened it. Medical student Xiao Tian, come on. Be strong. It's okay for you to have 2 more children. I see them as my own. The popularity is rising again. Get some more tips and earn a few 100,000. We will soon have enough to get married and buy a house. Come on, it was quite heartwarming. There was true love in the world. Bai Xiaojun burst into tears. She was indeed a good wife. He did not misjudge her. With such a girlfriend who let him cheat and pretended not to see that he had become the mother of several other children, what more could he ask for? Not every girlfriend would tolerate him becoming the mother of other children. It was simply true love. What a strange experience. This is the real second life. Only wonderful adventures in life are interesting. I can see a wider fantasy world and future. Thinking of this, he cheered up. He walked out of the wooden house. Bits of sunlight sprinkled down. Whoosh, he saw that the people in the tribe were very kind to him. Because of the strange experience just now, he was already the wife of the chief. Wu Lu, he suddenly said. The fourth pixel war had ended. The unknown extraterrestrial had engaged in a war with the Square tribe. The Square tribe had paid a heavy price and sacrificed a lot to obtain victory. Thus, a new era had begun. For both the planet's natives and the players. However, it was clear that although the 300 players were all experts in surviving, they had finally started to lose members. More than 40 of them had been shot down and died after being hit in their vital parts. Soon, the information gathered on the internet. The players counted the number of people. Other than more than 30 lucky ones who had escaped successfully, the rest had been shot down. There were more than 220 people who had been injured. They had been divided into several tribes. Moreover, they had started to communicate about their own situation. Brothers, how are things over there? It's fine. They are treating the captives well. I'm locked in a small black house now. I'm in another tribe, next to a layer of ice. I'm probably heading south. At the same time, my injuries from falling from a high altitude aren't too serious. I should be able to survive. The other party can barely let me go in and out, but someone is watching me. I'm in a walled tribe in a dense forest. The exact location is in the southeast. When I was taken away, I was dizzy and could barely remember. However, this place is very big. The low-pixel monsters on this side like to build with wood. They also like to perform some strange rituals to worship the earth. I'm fine. I'm in the tribe. I've just left home. The food is good, and my husband loves me very much. Shush. When the other netizens saw the exchange between these guys, they felt uncomfortable. What the hell was with "my husband loves me very much"? They had gotten into character so quickly? They had originally wanted to mock them harshly and let them know how cruel this society was. However, at this moment, these players were still exchanging their experiences. Speaking of which, I resisted at first and would rather die than submit. However, now that I think about it, I'm a little happy. I think it's not bad. Me too. I was thinking about these pixel people. Do they really want to do something like Mosaic? I didn't expect them to adhere to the concept of social harmony. Their biological talents are very unique. At first, I also wanted to jump down from the building. I wanted to resist, but it turns out, it's really good. Speaking of which, it is the earthlings with fish lips that are too filthy. How can the advanced alien creatures still resort to our primitive, animal-like ways? That's right. Just look at the celestial Tao. The entire race is filled with love deities and hundreds of flowers. Just look at the pure arrow form of love. We are inferior and backward. Everyone says that platonic love is beautiful, but let me tell you now that mosaic love is even more perfect. Pixelated love is blurry yet beautiful, hazy yet cute. I used to be a scumbag who cheated the feelings of girls everywhere. Now that I think about it, it's so boring. I've come to my senses. I just want to be a gentle and virtuous wife and loving mother. The netizens were instantly shocked. F***ck. F***ck. What F*** king good wife and loving mother, you guys are poisonous. They had thought that the snakeskin players would cry for their parents and feel that they were no longer clean and pure. Who would have thought that this group of players would be so rational? They were in sage mode, discussing peacefully and rationally. What the hell was this, directly elevating to such a lofty and beautiful topic? How infuriating. This development was not at all what they thought it would be. Why did they suddenly become happy? This was not according to common sense at all. Before they could react to this topic, these people directly began to discuss and communicate at a higher level. However, according to my personal speculation, this is probably the most primitive level of communication in the structure of life. The fusion between cells, the transformation of the essence, this is the highest level of Xianxia's inheritance. Because what is the essence of life? The exchange of life information between parents. That is, the transmission of DNA in the gene pool. Another player also expressed his opinion, very rational and scientific, discussing this alien race. Now that I think about it, it's also natural. They don't have the double helix structure of DNA, so naturally, they don't have the little tadpoles that store their inheritance in the gene pool. How could it be the inferior way of beasts like humans? Naturally, it's the more intrinsic torch inheritance. This is a pixel life on a pixel planet. It's incredible. If we humans also use this method, we will also feel that it's very magical. This is a real two people walking together and blending into one person. It's unimaginable. I feel that it's impossible for us Earthlings. Because we are high resolution, high definition, and delicate creatures. They are square particles with a rough and loose natural structure. They can communicate with the intrinsic structure of the cube. This is also their unique inheritance method, and it's very difficult to replicate at present. At this moment, all the netizens were a little deranged. Even with these people's in-depth discussions and thought-provoking topics, the netizens felt a little curious and wanted to try some. Until now, we humans are still low-level intelligent life forms. Our reproduction mode is still the lowest level of natural beasts, no different from pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep. As for the higher-level extraordinary life forms, they have long been separated from us, or even better, suddenly, many people were dumbfounded. They even felt a little envious. What the hell? What kind of experience did they experience? Floating in the air, deep communication at the soul level, very elegant. Even many biologists and scientists began to become curious and joined in the discussion. Thinking about it carefully, when they reach a higher level, such as gods, these top life forms, although they can also use traditional methods to pass on their descendants, they can also be reborn from a drop of blood, detach themselves, and even use various methods to give birth to children. Many people were discussing. They felt that it involved the essence of life in the universe. Because what was life? Most of the time, the essence of life was inheritance. Of course, there were also people who did not like to discuss these profound levels. Instead, they felt that this kind of model was very novel and beautiful, and it refreshed their traditional worldview. Mosaic love, hazy, pure, and cute. It can't be captured. This new term and its meaning began to spread rapidly. Soon, it became the #1 trending topic. Even many big stars and Weibo VIPs expressed their opinions on this topic. They said that compared to the platonic love in the West, they were more inclined to like the pure mosaic love. Pixels meant hazy, cute, pure, and many other beautiful meanings. Even many big stars expressed one after another. I really hope that there are people and countries that can film such pure and hazy love in mosaic films. The internet was in an uproar. A new term had appeared and was in the limelight for a while. However, the netizens quickly returned to the game after the discussion. Pixel fusion had been personally confirmed to be the mode of transmission of these strange pixel creatures. There was no problem with the probability of success. Basically, it would definitely produce a descendant. In less than a day or two, these netizens watched helplessly as a pixelated little creature appeared. Although its face was pixelated, it looked similar to them. It even looked a little silly and cute. They were completely stunned. What the F***ck? So fast? It feels like a hug, and you're already pregnant? As simple as a celestial? You'll get pregnant just by kissing? As expected of a mosaic, it symbolizes a crab. Ha 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 ha. I can't help but sing a song. If everyone is full of mosaic, there will be no love and blood, and the world will become a beautiful human world. Countless people's faces darkened. A bunch of idiots. Can't you be more serious? You are also the mother of a child. You have to be more serious after having a child, but countless people still felt that it was very magical. This planet was simply too strange. Perhaps it really was a projection of a high-dimensional mosaic. The converged planet symbolized harmony, civilization, and peace. It's like playing some online games. When players get married, they suddenly give birth to a baby? Pet eggs? Babies can be used as summoned beasts to be nurtured? Awesome. This is too real. These players were shocked for a few days. They exclaimed that this game was indeed a national product. It was indeed a game that loved learning. Previously, they had taught chemistry, physics, biology, mathematics, foreign languages, and other mainstream subjects. What about now? Of course, no matter how poor they were, they couldn't be poor in ideological education. This was obviously teaching the rest. Art, it could even be classified as Photoshop technology. Suddenly, they unexpectedly accepted it and raised it as a baby. Life still had to go on. They even treated this situation as a development of the main plot and began to busy farming. However, this time, they started to help these strange tribes farm, encouraging them to climb to the top. Although they didn't say it to the outside world, the core idea had already been implemented in everyone's hearts. Bai Xiaojun was still the leader. He was now high-spirited and full of officialdom. He had even been called daddy by the netizens. He had even been given the classic quote, "Come and be my son." At the moment, no matter what the outside world was saying about him, he was solemnly holding a private meeting with a group of players, giving them a forward policy that they would firmly implement. A mother's status depends on her son's. Palace intrigue. Help your son ascend the throne. Close the curtains and listen to politics. Control the tribe. Now that they no longer had any means of resistance, they could only approach a period of peace. In short, this series of processes would finally allow them to achieve the goal of ruling over the tribes, subjugating them in a roundabout way, and completely ruling over these primitive, low-resolution creatures. Bai Xiaojun had already made it clear, we're going to continue on the path of crushing them with our IQ. We're going to enjoy the bedside breeze and bully the natives. All of a sudden, all the players were dumbfounded. Do you even know how to speak human language? Can't you be a little more tactful? What do you mean by pillow talk and listening to politics from behind the curtains? Is he the Emperor Emeritus? That's so heart-wrenching. Of course, the players who were captured in the tribe could only adapt to the situation. The reality was right there. They definitely couldn't beat them, so they could only obediently pretend to be obedient. Who asked them to be defeated prisoners of war? Anyway, their efforts would always be rewarded. It was good that they were alive. The hardcore of this game wasn't something that had happened in a day or two. Rather than saying that it was hardcore in the game, it could be said that it was hardcore in real life. In real life, who didn't get beaten up by society after leaving society? You said that a second life, a fantasy journey, would definitely be beautiful. Obviously, it was impossible to be the main character of an era. What was a second life? The main thing was reality. Those who were supposed to fail in society would still fail. If they got beaten up, so be it. Even in real online games, most people weren't destined to be the main character. If they didn't spend money, they would still get beaten up. They gladly accepted it. On the other hand, those who were lucky enough to escape were now wandering in the wilderness, but they didn't feel good. They were originally very happy. Out of so many people, only a few of them managed to escape. Now they were alone in the wilderness and felt that it was a bit difficult. How long could a person last? Therefore, a very realistic question was placed in front of him. Should they walk into the trap? Have children? This was too difficult. Thus, the second wave of discussion began. Bai Xiaojun said to them, according to my analysis, you currently have 3 paths. The first is to continue to wander on your own. The second is to join the square tribe. What about the third? Someone asked. The third is to join the octahedron tribe. What is the octahedron tribe? Many people's level wasn't high enough. They didn't have the ability in this area and couldn't climb to the top. On the contrary, Bai Xiaojun, who was used to the life of a captive and gave birth for the second time, successfully climbed to the top and learned a lot of secrets. Bai Xiaojun said, we can't see the octahedron tribe because they live underground and exist as underground people. From their name, we can know that they are the pixel people of the octahedron and are enemies of the square tribe. They are crystallized, metal-swallowing, glittering gemstone mosaic creatures. The underground square tribe habitually calls them. Bai Xiaojun typed a row of words. Gemstone country. At this moment, after they were captured, they finally understood the structure of this planet. Bai Xiaojun continued, they also have some strange rituals where they worship the earth. I personally think it is the best place for people like you because the square tribe no longer has any demand. The players thought about it and felt that it made sense. The octahedron tribe. Perhaps they could go. Someone asked, do you also use the method of suppressing the village wives? Bai Xiaojun shook her head, of course not, so don't worry. They won't do anything to you. At most, they will invite you to plow the earth with them. Suji's expression was indifferent. It seems that a new species is about to merge and appear. He clearly knew what the characteristics of the Azura path were. They would adapt to the environment and undergo stage evolution. In other words, they would adapt to the environment of this planet in the future and produce new species. Otherwise, why would Carolyn look forward to their path? It was because they were equivalent to a small creation creature that could enrich the ecosystem of a planet. Let's go to the neighboring planet. Suji glanced around and his eyes fell on a nearby planet. Suji knew very well that the players would not cause trouble. It was impossible not to cause trouble. It was impossible for a lifetime. Wherever they were, all kinds of strange things would happen, turning the world upside down. However, he did not care about it. He was used to it. The entire pixel planet was still in its infancy. A new era would eventually be born. They would also integrate into ancient mythology and history. As for the comments of later generations, history was a very magical concept. It would smooth out some things and leave behind their glorious deeds. They would become the heroes of history, truly upright and unyielding. Because of the special nature of their pixel planet, it will soon welcome an invasion. Suji thought. I've been there for 200 years. Because I took the express train of the World Line, there were 2 planets with absolute dominance. They have long broken through the primitive tribal era. The weak will be beaten. Currently, only Zack could fly in the universe. Although they also had the technological civilization of the High Green Planet, their development speed was relatively slow. As for Cybertron, it had reached the level of rampaging through the universe and was developing extremely fast. It was estimated that soon, the mechanical civilization would descend, and the entire pixel planet might welcome a true invasion. Although it is not as cruel as the dark forest law of the universe, it will be like the discovery of a new continent. If you fall behind, you will be conquered, enslaved, and become laborers to mine the resources on it. If we can't resist again, these players will probably change their surnames again and become wives slaves with 3 surnames along with the experts of Cybertron. In short, sooner or later, we will be enemies with other planets. It depends on when. If they were happy, let them be happy for a while. Anyway, their racial characteristics were used to improve the planet's ecological circle. As for killing them? Their racial talents were very strong. At most, they would be locked up as lab rats. As for their development of planetary civilization, they were indeed studying the system of particle synthesis and decomposition on the workbench, but it was still a long time. He did not place all his hopes on them. The true development of the entire universe still depends on the natives. Suji took a step forward lightly. My path to becoming a god is here. Walking in the dark and boundless universe, he was like the only white porcelain true god in the world. His entire body emitted a faint white light, like a transparent mirror, exceptionally beautiful. Wherever he went, the blurry consciousness of the entire planet instinctively rejoiced. They knew that their parents had arrived. As for Mangpa, she's still being led around the stone planet by the first divine priest. She's quite happy. Suji's gaze swept across the area. That piece of history has reached its final moment. All of a sudden, a voice rang out in the air, coming from Carolyn. Suji nodded and strode towards the stone star. Yes, a new history has finally begun. Xing. The moment Zack shattered the meteorite, everyone cheered and cried tears of joy. Has the note of fate been altered? The god of creation, that mysterious god of totality, is he still observing our planet? According to the analysis, it is the ultimate existence in the world. It is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. It stands at the origin and the end of the world's boundaries and possesses the ultimate quality to create everything. On the other side, Mangpa and the first priest were hiding their identities as they ate and observed the civilization system of this planet. She has been on this planet for months. When they came to visit, they happened to be connected to history, that is, Zack sent self-flying and shattered the meteorite. It's been a few months. Their battle just ended. At this moment, Shangguan Man was listening to the voices around her. Although the voices were calm, after learning about this planet, she felt her hands tremble violently. Did this planet just shatter the meteorite and defeat that cell, she thought. There's nothing worthy of praise, and it's not strong. But totality? Controlling the future and past of the world line? This was too frightening. The first priest only smiled. He brought her here to let her understand the power of this world's civilization, and also to learn about the history of Stone Planet from this planet, letting her know the terror of totality. At this moment, the final piece of history had arrived. Everyone on the entire Stone Planet saw a five-colored aurora covering the distant frozen ocean. Two ancient white porcelain gods slowly walked over and landed in an ice-sealed city. They walked on the bluestone streets and observed the culture and architectural style of the surrounding races. White skin, black seaweed draped over their heads, that's God? To totality? Everyone exclaimed, their eyes filled with surprise. Under everyone's gaze, the two figures of Carolyn and Suji were still the same as before, repeating history and eating fruits on the street. Soon, Zach, number 18, and the High Green Planet's Supreme Elder flew over. A century-level dialogue had begun. Mengpa, who was sitting in the distance, was so scared that her old face trembled. She and the first priest were still looking at the small shop next to them, hiding their identities. My God! My God! I feel like the entire planet is cheering, as if celebrating the arrival of its mother. Such supreme existences, the totality that created the planet and saw the past and future, there are actually two of them? Like everyone else, Mengpa felt that it was inconceivable at first glance. Like everyone else, she thought that there was only one totality. Don't act rashly now. This is a fated historical moment. The two gods of full gods will suddenly descend on this ice layer a few months after the meteorite was smashed. They will start a dialogue. If we act rashly, it will affect and change the history of this planet and the future of the world. Change the fated historical moment, the future of the world. Shangguan Man had goosebumps all over her body. She had always thought that the Lord of Samsara was the strongest in this world. Only now did she realize that there was always someone stronger in this world. At most, she could only be called the strongest among the level 7 celestial emperors. The universe was too big. Each world and civilization was dazzling and vast, innumerable. Not long before she arrived, she had observed the civilization and customs here and discovered that the strange history of this planet was not a traditional straight line. Zack was constantly going back and forth between worlds. World line, Dragon Ball Apocalypse. World line, I Have a Dream. She read the novels one by one. She saw the failure of the Stone Planet in the parallel universe. Zack is constantly going back and forth. I see the elegies of parallel universes. The so-called miracles have already been clearly marked behind them. From afar, she looked at the handsome white dwarf who had transformed 3 times, the frost demon Frisia. The unimaginable radiation technology Android 18. And the great elder, who had mastered the even more terrifying technology of the High Green Planet civilization, the Dragon Ball Wish. They created miracles, stepping on mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the parallel universe, they died countless times. Is it just a miracle? They didn't meet our Lord of Samsara. Any miracle would become impossible in front of him. He is the terminator of miracles. Shangguan Man's face was filled with faint pride. But the virus, Cell, Frisia, the two omnipotent gods of the parallel universe, standing at the two ends of the past and future of time. They are omniscient and omnipotent ultimate gods of creation. She hid in a distant corner, her face pale. She felt the world spin and she almost fainted. It was as if something was growing in her heart. Some kind of absolute power was shattering, and a new bud was growing. This is the God we worship. The first priest was also sighing, his eyes filled with deep longing. Omnipotent is all things. I am also given life by them. A thought from them is the destruction and birth of a planet. In the distance, the century-level conversation was still continuing. This world, in the future, will still usher in a new apocalypse, but there will be no more chances for a new beginning. The so-called crisis still requires planning, development, and preparation. Suji said the last sentence according to the script's history. Let's go. Suji and Carolyn ate fruits as they turned and disappeared into the street as usual. Before disappearing, Suji glanced at Shangguan Man in the corner one last time. He felt that it was interesting. Previously, Shangguan Man didn't look at him, but now he was connected to a new era. Whoosh, whoosh, Shangguan Man saw the true supreme omnipotent god of the world. She felt her heart palpitate, and her face turned red. She looked at me one last time? Could it be that she fell for my beauty? I belong to His Majesty. The first priest was puzzled. Beauty? Such an old, wrinkled woman actually thought that she was beautiful? Lord Omnipotent God would fall for someone like you. He was completely speechless. He had always felt that the creatures of that world were very strange. Those strange fellows who laughed earlier, as well as the leading old woman in front of him, seemed to be very strange too. Especially the ruler of that world. It was even stranger. How could she like someone with such an appearance? Her laughter was shocking and terrifying, in the starry sky. Carolyn had a calm expression. Now, we have completely connected the history we deduced 200 years ago. It also happens to be the right time to let the communicators of the other world see the conversation when we descend and see the strength of our world. Since they wanted to communicate, they had to secretly show their foundation and strength. And when was the most suitable time? The moment when they descended was the most suitable, and the impact was the greatest. All of this was still part of their calculations, to let the communication brought at the end of the era, just in time to let the emissary of the other world see this scene. Carolyn smiled at the side. Now it's really 200 years later. We're no longer interfering. At this time, other planets are also developing. For example, Cybertron has just shattered their meteorite. Another example is that Pixel planet. It's barely developing. There might be a clash between the various forces. Suji nodded. Don't think that a long time had passed. Now, they had just completely transformed the future 200 years of deduction into reality. But what about after the meteorite was shattered by two highly civilized planets? They would no longer deduce it, but there was a high chance that they would be attacked and enslaved to other planets. This was the beginning of an era. I'll make a trip to Cybertron. Carolyn paused for a few seconds and said, the meteorite there has just been shattered, and we need to do the final part of the deduction of the era. Go. Suji smiled. Carolyn left directly. Suji was not surprised, but he sighed at the magic of time. The higher his horizons, the more mysterious energy he saw, and the more he felt that the world was full of interest. Time seems to be out of order. Now, it's only connected to the end of the world line that was deduced back then. I saw Zack, number 18, and the others just now. At this moment, they really exist in reality, and Zack has just broken through the third transformation and won the battle against Cell. As Suji spoke, he had already arrived at a new planet. It was not Cybertron, nor was it a stone planet. Instead, it was a primitive planet civilization, a group of the most ordinary primitive tribesmen. Their appearance was actually similar to that of Earthlings. It could even be said that in the entire universe, among a bunch of strange vacuum creatures in this world, the creatures closest to modern humans were light blue, crystal clear, soft, and delicate humans. They had jellyfish-like skin, thin and dense translucent veins, and internal bones were almost visible. Other than that, their structure was almost the same. In particular, their skin was extremely delicate and soft, and they liked to live on ice. At the same time, they had a special property, skin transformation. They could change the color of their skin and carry out a special language civilization communication. Various skin color blocks were like colorful jigsaw puzzles, forming a special signal color block code to transmit language. And their skin could also glow. If it was really said that it was similar to a neon light material, like a jellyfish, it would glow and change color slightly. At this time, they lived on the ice and were worshipping this broken stone statue. Ram. Ram. They sent out strange divine thoughts, but this was not their language. They also had a slight divine thought, but it was not strong, and they did not need to communicate because it was too strenuous. This stone statue was the one that was worshipped. It was Cell, who had been sent flying by Zack's energy wave during the meteorite virus apocalypse not long ago. He had drifted in the universe for more than 10 years and fell as a meteor onto this planet. He was too badly injured, and it was as if he had fallen into an eternal sleep. Tap, Suji stepped lightly and descended on this layer of ice. After the deduction, he did not care about Cell, who had just been sent flying, but now he naturally had to care. Ram. All of a sudden, all the people of Ram were so scared that their skin started to prickle. Then, their skin quickly turned white, and they turned into Caucasians. What a very cowardly race. Suji shook his head. They seemed to change into the skin color of the other race to show their submission. It's like a chameleon's protective color, pretending to be the same race as the other. God? Why do they look like us? Great God, from the sky of the starry sky, these people widened their eyes as they felt an extremely powerful pressure. Their bodies flashed with all kinds of mottled colors, and their faces were full of fear. They all knelt on the ground and expressed various meanings in different languages. Suji did not care about these weak indigenous civilizations. What drove you to this planet? Suji stood on a high place and looked down at the entire stone statue. He pondered in his heart, continuing the era after the meteorite had shattered. What if it's them? You're very interested in these creatures? Where is your interest? They are clearly very weak lives, and they should not have any potential. Suddenly, a hoarse and intermittent divine thought came from the entire stone statue. Supreme God of creation. You are finally here. For Cell, his memory was still stuck at a few months ago, when he had just started a life-and-death battle with Zack. He had lost. He was supposed to win, but he had lost to fate. But had he really lost to fate? Yes. He had indeed lost to fate. This was because fate itself was omnipotent, the concept of the creator itself. He saw an invisible hand smoothing out the folds of the river of time in favor of another group of races. He saw that man, who was also his parent, but he seemed to ignore him. He had thousands of words to say. His love and joy for the parents who had created him, his reverence for the power to open up the world and observe time, and his own indifference and despair, all of which converged into a complicated emotion. Cell, why do you want to see me? It was a white porcelain god with short black hair and a white robe. His voice was calm. Ram. Ram. The most primitive natives of this planet knelt down. They surrounded the stone statue they worshipped and the god who descended from the sky with reverence. They kept kneeling and shouting the most primitive slogan. God of creation. Our parents, the parents of the whole world, you have finally come. Cell's voice was a little hoarse, but he was extremely excited. He said angrily, I want to know, why? Why? Suji stood in front of Cell's incomplete body. He had wandered in space and arrived on this planet. His body was still covered in cosmic dust, and he had turned into a curled-up statue with his head turned sideways. However, he had integrated the genetic characteristics of the entire planet stone, the powerful genes of the frost demon, the highland planet, the red beetle, and the androids. He had become the only life that surpassed everything. He was unique, and he even had the possibility to surpass everything. As the best product of the grand unification virus, he was a coincidence that had been deduced from countless worlds, and he even had the potential to not be replicated. You want to ask why? Suji smiled. Why what? Where did I come from? Am I your child? A hoarse voice came from him, full of jealousy and anger. Suji's hand passed through the skull, stirring up ripples of white mud. He took out a demon core and put it back. The demon core was enough to prove that it came from the life system of the grand unification virus. Since I am your descendant, we have the same talent, so why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? He broke the silence. Since you gave birth to 2 children, why did you interfere with their war? Because your name is Slaughter, Suji said. Slaughter? He was suddenly stunned. Killing was indeed the innate instinct of their race. From the moment he was born to the moment he became a tyrant zombie, his mind as a zombie was filled with crazy thoughts of killing, destroying everything, and eating. Was it because he was killing, destroying the planet and creatures created by his parents? But if he had already caused disgust, then why did he come? Why did I come to this world? He should never have been born. What was the meaning of his existence during that period of time in the world line that had gone through countless reincarnations, ever since a long time ago, When he saw this mysterious god of creation at the boundary of the various worlds, he had always wanted to ask, why did they have to push down their successes again and again? That was too unfair. As the days passed, intense resentment and anger accumulated in his chest. Have you forgotten? You are no longer the tyrant killer, no longer the terminator that destroys everything and infects everything. You have changed from slaughter to Cell. Suji said with a smile. This was not the Cell from the Dragon Ball, but a truly independent special life. He looked up at the starry sky, where the shining stars were rotating, one of which was the dark green stone star. Not only did they usher in a metamorphosis, you also ushered in a metamorphosis. Isn't that so? Cell. Cell looked at Suji, his body trembling. So that's how it is? Suji said, you have a sense of self, no longer just slaughter, there is kindness, doubt, greed, and compassion. You have become healthy, and you are approaching the real us. You are becoming a complete life. I'm healthy? He almost lost his voice. I am becoming complete? Everything in the world is our people, and you are no exception. Suji said with a smile. It seems that I am helping the Stone Star, but in fact, I am also helping you, allowing you to move from incomplete to complete life. From now on, you have become complete, and I will no longer interfere with the process of the entire world. You can do whatever you want. Cell suddenly became completely silent. He looked at Suji's porcelain body, delicate and mysterious, the most powerful existence in the world. I can do whatever I want. Even if I want to become you? Suji was suddenly stunned. Cell suddenly shouted, from that long journey through the universe, that failure, and infinitely close to death, I understood that victory and defeat are but fleeting clouds. Only you, only gods, can be eternal. I want to take a step forward like you, I want to become you. Become me? That was really too interesting. Suji laughed involuntarily. He saw that Cell still had not lost his essence. Even if he had a healthy personality, he was still greedy, evil, and had extreme thoughts. But, which child did not yearn for their parents? Suji did not have the thought of correcting and being a saint. Persuading him to be kind and become a righteous hero? There was no need for this world to be unified. It was precisely because of such a variety of life forms that brought brilliance to the world. Child, no one will stop you from doing what you want to do. No one will electrocute you here. With a smile on his face, Suji turned around and left. Even if you want to replace me, then go and pursue the power you want, if that is your lifelong wish. No. You can't go. Cell roared. He looked at the disappearing figure, full of hysteria. The nearby aborigines who worshipped him were quickly sent flying, and the ground was full of gravel. No. You can't do this. I want to defeat the whole world, and I also want to defeat you. He was like an angry child who had lost his toy, madly smashing everything in the room. Bang 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 bang, the meteorite with this statue as the center turned into a storm. After a long time, he suddenly fell silent. He was obviously seriously injured, but he fell into madness. This completely exhausted the last bit of strength he had just recovered, and he fell into a deep sleep again. In the darkness, it was a beam of light. He returned to the time when he returned to the World Martial Arts Tournament, absorbing the strength of experts everywhere, planning to restore his complete body. He passed by a small house and looked through the window. Dad, is this a birthday cake? A young alpine green star was full of joy. Yes, a cake for you. In front of the table, his parents said gently. Dad is so nice. No matter how the whole world treats you, your parents will never mistreat you. Kacha. The whole house shattered, buried in the explosion, and the happy family of 3 walked towards death. Ridiculous. He put away the energy cannon in his hand, turned around, and left, looking at the martial artists who were chasing after him. Why am I not born in an ordinary family? Why am I born to be despised by others for killing? Why are they my parents, but they treat me like this, changing the fate that I have already won again and again? The opponent is so weak, and even forced me to make a last stand, to return to the past to fight. I want to kill the entire planet, kill your beloved child, Zack, and then defeat you. After an unknown period of time. He opened his eyes again. The planet's natives were still surrounding him, shouting and worshipping. Previously, you asked me why I chose this planet with no talent? I did not answer because the appearance of this race is the most similar to you. His vision blurred, and he looked up at the sky. Even if he understood the cause and effect, he still chose to defeat the opponent. The starry sky was bright. Suji clearly knew that this era was truly on the right track. 200 years of foundation time had passed, and Planet Stone and Planet Cybertron had entered a period of rapid development. And Planet Pixel, with the help of the advanced technology of the group of players. And the weakest planet, Lamu, which seemed to have no potential, also had the help of Cell. 4 planets? The era is beginning. Ever since he started farming on Mercury, his cultivation began to advance by leaps and bounds. He planted Bodhi trees, harvested them regularly, and created a wave of man-made mass extinction every day. The energy of these sand table worlds was no longer the only thing he relied on. At this time, they not only provided energy for cultivation, but more importantly, they provided system deductions and the progress of the era's civilization. What was a strong person? A strong person was the accumulation of endless knowledge. For example, breaking through to the 9th grade required a strong civilization foundation. Now, the civilization system that Suji had accumulated was developing in this direction. Perhaps the 9th grade would appear soon, who knew? Anyway, now Dicky, Ermin, Phoenix, Carolyn, and a series of other peak gods had all lived for thousands of years. And the number of low-level gods had increased in recent years. Incense was huge, and people in the 3 realms had become gods one after another. There were already more than 20 low-level gods. Did they think that it was still a small area like before? It was not a long time ago. Although the mortal world and the demon world were still 100 acres each, the celestial world was already vast and boundless, and the underworld was even larger. Its area had expanded beyond compare, and in the ancient lava land, there were more than 40 gods. The 3 pillar gods were still secretly acting as the fate of the era, pushing the whole trend. Their chess pieces, Xinglin's daughter, Subaru, and the newly born corpse swordsman Du Shui, the leaders of the 3 races, were still about to break through to become high-level gods. The god realm was really not new anymore. Compared to before, the current era had matured to the point where the civilization of gods could be mass-produced. It had even reached the transcendent high-level world where the gods could die at will, and would not be hurt. Although these worlds had stabilized over the years, there were still no major changes, and there were no major changes. Suji was also too lazy to watch. At this time, he had discovered a pattern. When a world's cultivation system was completely mature, it was basically impossible to overthrow the era from within. Everyone progressed step by step, and there were not too many upheavals. The upheaval of an era often occurred at the moment when a new world system was formed and pushed forward. Therefore, Suji was currently paying attention to the new sand table. With such a mature system, in an era where there were so many gods, there were even more powerhouses at the bottom level. Even if it was the birth and death of natural metabolism, it was still a great extinction. The energy from these 2 sand tables occupied 6 levels every day, while Mercury's power plant occupied 4 levels. Perhaps, I can start looking forward to the 9th level. At this rate, the 3 realms, the lava lands, and Mercury will be stable. In another half a month, I'll be able to break through to the high-level Heavenly Emperor realm and start preparing to break through to the God realm. As for these 2 worlds, after stabilizing and maturing, they could no longer suppress their ambitions. Their gods have already started to work together to think of ways to break through the barriers of the world and contact other worlds, Suji pondered. This is a difficult problem, but it is also a necessary path. Because their mature world will probably have to come into contact with other worlds to usher in a new era and produce intense sparks. Right now, they're already trapped in a cage, unable to move forward. They've touched the ceiling and can't see the future. Myriad heavens and realms? But it's still a little hard to realize right now. He clutched his forehead and fell into deep thought. Penetrating through the sand table of every world and forming the true myriad heavens and realms, allowing them to turn into birds and fly freely was indeed my idea. But now, I feel that it's still lacking. I can't give them a new path because it's still a dead end. There are no myriad heavens and realms, but they can't take it anymore. No one could take it anymore. Ermin and Medusa were already going crazy. Ermin's lifespan was about to reach its limit. She was probably going to fall into a deep sleep and forcefully prolong her life. Didn't they see that the Alchemy Emperor was already panicking? He had already started to evolve into a spore life form in the sand table. He was putting in a lot of effort to do some big project, but there was still no answer. It was probably to save his precious disciple, Ermin. If a new species of the Alchemy Emperor appeared, who knew what kind of terrifying super life form it would be. As for the three pillar gods, ever since Suji destroyed the dream of the humanoid pillar gods, they were completely in a three-legged stalemate, not giving the other a chance to defeat them. They were also going crazy in the stalemate, trying to find a way out. Both sides were frantically breaking through the barriers of the world. Forget it, let's ignore them for now. I have to use the sand table to truly explore the path of a stage 9 powerhouse first. Suji sorted out his future world plan. After returning from Cell's Lamu planet, he found that Carolyn had not returned from Cybertron yet. He was quite curious about the mechanical sci-fi civilization of Cybertron, so he went over to take a look. Whoosh, walking across the land, Suji was able to easily locate Carolyn. She had just finished her work, so she and Suji went to a nearby machinery shop to take a look. There were all kinds of magical high-tech weapons and all kinds of tinder weapons. It was filled with a magical atmosphere. At this time, Carolyn had finally finished her work and was free. She introduced the civilization system of Cybertron to Suji. As she asked a question: those Azure warriors are actually players of a certain game? Suji, he had a toothache and felt that he was in a difficult situation. He had just settled the trouble caused by the players in Cell, and now the three-realm sand table was still in a mess. A group of gods had broken through the barriers of the world. The ancient lava land was also researching ways to go to other worlds and frantically researching space technology. Even Carolyn, who had always been quiet, was starting to make a fuss. Blessings never come in pairs, and misfortunes never come alone, that was probably it. Suji finally understood that none of them were spared from his worries. They were all stirring up trouble right under his nose. No matter how I look at it, Shangguan Man is still the most honest and worry-free. Suji muttered to himself. He hadn't realized that something was wrong with her. Although she still looked honest and obedient, in fact, in some aspects, she had begun to become strange. However, it was natural that Carolyn could discover it. With her computing power, it was a piece of cake for her to decipher the language of Earth. Back then, she had also easily deciphered the human language of the 6 paths of reincarnation. At the same time, unlike other worlds, Carolyn naturally knew about the existence of online virtual games because she came from the more advanced lava civilization of the Ashutl people. One had to know that in the current era of Earth, there were no virtual reality games. On Carolyn's side, there was already a highly mature virtual game world. Even her brain, Reaper Immortality, was originally a huge online game. All living beings lived in her mind. Suji pondered for a while, and the two continued to walk in the elegant and cold Science and Technology Museum, looking at the buildings on both sides. You still found out? Carolyn nodded and said, in reality, online games? They are playing some online game? They have a very terrifying power in them, with a feeling that only the god of creation has. She had already discovered the evolutionary talent of these creatures. Every time they broke through a realm, there would be an incredible flow of creation that was exactly the same as that aura. Tap tap tap, the two walked on this mechanical planet. In the technological machinery room, there were sci-fi machine guns on both sides of the room. They were painted black and looked a little like Gatling guns, looking extremely cool and sci-fi. Carolyn strolled around as she walked. Furthermore, when they passed by Planet Sure and saw the summoned Shenron, they would immediately shout Shenron, Dragon Ball, number 18. Suji smiled without saying a word, but he was a little nervous inside. So ruthless, not long after they arrived, they directly deciphered it and monitored it from the beginning to the end. Everything was under her control. Carolyn continued with a serious and even a little excited look on her face. At the same time, they started to talk about book number 18 in high spirits. It's very obvious that it's related to their civilization. I want to know, what does book number 18 mean? Compared to Frisia, Dragon Ball, and Cell, who are more powerful, why are they paying attention to the relatively weak 18? Suji, with just a few words, he was able to detect it to such an extent. Carolyn's intellect was truly too high, and her calculations were flawless. The things she had discovered were far more than what he had imagined, and she had even discovered Xianxia's abnormality. He had designed and deduced some worldviews based on the civilization of those online players. Suji had a headache. As for book number 18, no one expected them to discuss that topic at that time. However, it was normal. After all, other than the famous book Na, it seemed that within the circle, book number 18 was the most popular. The idiot has misled me, he didn't feel well at all. However, it would be really stupid to treat the great wisdom of this era as a fool. It was impossible for her to not realize her terrifying wisdom. He felt that it was too difficult to calm the emotions of these big shots all day long, and all of them had high intelligence. Suji's expression suddenly calmed down, and he said coldly, "Finally, you still found out the truth. When I discovered this truth, I was also as shocked as you are about this magical and mysterious species." Carolyn's eyes lit up, and she was full of curiosity. "So you were also like this back then?" Suji smiled, and said with a serious face, "It has developed to this day, and it is time to tell you the real truth." The real truth. Carolyn's expression quickly became solemn, and she quickly became expectant. From a long time ago, the ancient gods had been leading her step by step to open the curtains of the world, to see the truth of the civilization of the entire mysterious universe. Previously, they had brought her to this world, and she had seen the descent of the god of creation, and deduced the terrifying myths of the world. Now, they were going to tell her the truth of the world. Suji stepped forward, and said with confidence and assurance, "These mysterious races can indeed be called players, but to be precise, they are a mysterious projection of a higher dimension. Although they only have one life, they will not die. After death, they will return to their own world, and it can even be called a summoning. Moreover, they have existed in this world since a long time ago, and there are probably more than 100,000 of them. Or even longer? They were born long before us, and no one knows how long their history is." Carolyn's eyes widened. The ancient mythological history of more than 100,000 years ago. She suddenly thought of those chattering creatures. They had also talked about their ancient Huaxia god system, the Khanate Qi, the source of radiation, the ancient temple of Avicii from hundreds of thousands of years ago, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. They had even said proudly that they had found their ancestors, and wanted to revive the ancient civilization. If hell is not empty, I will not become a Buddha? So, it really wasn't nonsense, and it was their ancestors who were even earlier? Their ancestors had such a powerful and legendary hero? Then what about you? Carolyn's breathing quickened. She clearly knew that the 6 paths of reincarnation, which had been helped by the ancient gods, and the foundation of the world in front of her also came from the ancient Huaxia god system, because the fundamental system was the same. They were both light sources and true energy, and they were both civilizations of vacuum cells. The ancient gods were very likely related to the ancient high-dimensional projections of the ancient times, which were the ancient people of the Huaxia god system. Yes, I used to be friends with some of them, and we could be considered as 2 world-class forces interacting with each other. Suji said, back then, they were still very upright, like ordinary people, and they wouldn't talk nonsense. Now, their descendants have fallen. They have indeed fallen. Carolyn fell into deep thought, and she recalled the scenes she had observed in secret. She couldn't help but feel a toothache. Full of nonsense, so flirtatious. What did he mean by pillow talk? Listen to politics from behind the curtains, be the mother of a few children? Oh my God, are they normal people? A bunch of lunatics. No wonder the ancient gods kept reminding her. These people were very different from the hot-blooded, hospitable atmosphere of the Isidal people, and the upright internet environment. If this was the case, it would be the same as the ancient myths and history recorded in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Perhaps this was the truth. A long time ago, the ancient gods represented the ancient lava earth civilization, and the Huaxia god system, and a war broke out against a mysterious force. It was earth-shattering. It even destroyed an unknown number of worlds, civilizations, and eras. The outcome of the war was unknown. But it was already extremely tragic. The starry sky was dyed with blood, stars shattered, and countless heroes fell. At that time, the ancient lava era of the ancient gods was destroyed, and only the ancient gods remained. He became the gravekeeper of the era, and then operated the rise of the next era, which was the era of the Isidal people's civilization. It was a perfect connection, and the era of the Huaxia god system was destroyed. In fact, it was even worse for them, and their level 9 had fallen. That was why the ancient gods helped the rise of the Huaxia god system, returning the level 9 corpse to its original owner, and making it into the mechanical armor Samsara, returning it to the Huaxia god system, and at the same time helping them develop. Everything is connected. Carolyn continued to daydream, and her expression became complicated. No wonder the ancient gods, after developing the Isidal people, started to think of ways to help the 6 paths of reincarnation, and at the same time, help both sides, and this piece of land in front of her should be the shattered world of the past. Now that they have regained it, they are developing and restoring their civilization. Suji continued, since you have noticed them, you should also understand that their planet has a different flow of time from ours. They are the lowest level of worlds, and their development speed is extremely slow. In their history, they have only been ancient for a few thousand years, but to us, it is already tens of thousands of years ago. Carolyn inhaled a mouthful of turbid air, indeed. Suji was also secretly calculating. That was close. Who would have thought that the other 2 worlds were still in the midst of breaking through the world wall? Before the myriad worlds appeared, he had already completed the history of the myriad worlds. This could be considered as a foreshadowing for the ancient times of the myriad worlds. The myriad worlds was huge, and it would be enough to complete the history of this territory. Thinking of this, Suji continued. It's hard to imagine that a primitive native world moving at an extremely slow speed would have such a mysterious channel entrance, becoming a projection of a higher dimensional world. There must be some special and powerful existence controlling it from behind the scenes. Even back then, I and another esteemed friend of mine had researched it for a long time, but we hadn't been able to find out much about it. Instantly, Carolyn's mind was filled with raging waves. The super ancient god's friend was also at rank 9, so it should be that high-dimensional projection, which was a player. However, even 2 powerful rank 9 world warriors couldn't figure it out. The world was too big, it was too mysterious, and there was an existence that was hard to imagine. She was completely terrified. As for behind the scenes, it should be the god of creation. After all, their evolution talent had the aura of the god of creation. Or perhaps, it was a game of the god of creation. As for the specifics, it was hard to find out. It was like a person squatting down and fiddling with an ant nest, a way for the god of creation to kill time, or perhaps this was a natural phenomenon in the setting. They did not even know the rank 9, and only when they reached a higher level, the rank 10, could they come into contact with it. But did the rank 10 really exist? I didn't expect you to have experienced so many years and eras. Carolyn took a deep breath. Can a rank 9 world being live for hundreds of thousands of years? Of course not. Suji smiled and replied with a serious expression, even a rank 9 world being cannot live for so long. Because I have obtained the eternal blood, I exist forever in every era. Eternal life? Carolyn's eyes widened, and she almost lost her voice. Yes, the eternal blood, the blood of the god of creation. Suji slowly revealed a chilling story. Although the native civilization on their planet is so low that it's unbearable to look at it, their entertainment and culture are highly developed, and their food is very special. At the same time, they all have the blood of the god of creation flowing in their veins. My eternal blood came from that planet and was obtained from the ordinary people there. Eternal life of blood, earthlings, all the creatures on that planet had the talent of eternal life. Carolyn was completely stunned. She only felt that the amount of information was too much for her to handle. Immortality, what an enchanting word. The great beings of the world, even if they were unparalleled and invincible, could not achieve true immortality. For any strong person, the most terrifying enemy in the world was time. It had vast power and could obliterate everything. It made them old and weak, eventually leading to an unstoppable death. Immortality, does it really exist? Carolyn could not help but murmur. She had witnessed the deaths of eras. As the tomb keeper of civilization, she had witnessed with her own eyes how fragile the Ashidal civilization was in the face of time. She could not help but grab Suji's hand tightly and said loudly and hurriedly, "Really, the blood of immortality?" Suji looked at Carolyn, who was as excited as a little girl. He smiled and replied, "It's true, the bloodline of the god of creation, the blood of immortality, really exists." He stared at her fiery eyes. Suji sighed with emotion. In the world, no strong person could restrain their strongest desire in this regard, regardless of anything else. At their level, they had almost everything. Just like the ancient supreme emperors, they had the country, beauty, power, and status, but they also began to face the fear of death. In their long lives, the only thing they pursued was to move towards immortality. Even Ermin began to face this problem head-on. After the era stabilized, other gods began to envy Medusa's long lifespan, and it was this lifespan that was enough to support her incredible path of cultivation. Suji sighed and said, "That was a coincidence. Back then, we inadvertently explored, pursued, and finally went to that planet, which was the home of the high-dimensional projection. They were as weak, primitive, and inferior as described, but after careful study, we found that their bloodline talents were also frightening. They were suspected to have the blood of the god of creation." So that was it. Carolyn was completely shocked. The blood of the god of creation. Perhaps this was the reason why it was a game. This made complete sense. But how smart was she? Xianxia couldn't help but ask, but that's inconceivable. It's an even greater contradiction. Since they possess the eternal bloodline and have a nearly limitless lifespan, every single one of them will have accumulated a vast amount of knowledge and wealth. The entire planet will eventually embark on the path of cultivation or science and technology, improving the level of civilization. It will no longer be a low-level primitive civilization, and it will even improve its thinking speed and time dimension. Suji shook his head and stood there quietly, looking at the mechanical weapons in the glass cabinet. It's not as exaggerated as you think. They have the bloodline of immortality, but no one can achieve immortality. In the era I went to, their average lifespan was only around 30 years old. It wasn't until a few thousand years later that their average lifespan reached 70 years old. Carolyn silently digested the meaning behind those words. Like the most pious person, she couldn't help but ask again, why is the lifespan so short? Isn't it supposed to be eternal? Suji explained, their weak physique and lack of a cultivation system can't support their bloodline at all. Once their bloodline is awakened, it's not a good thing. The uncontrollable eternal cells will erode their body and divide infinitely, leading them to death. Carolyn sorted out her thoughts and revealed a look of understanding. Everything made sense now. Weak creatures naturally couldn't bear a powerful bloodline. At the same time, this bloodline was not the foundation of cultivation system. Just like the demon core bloodline, the bloodline of the entire clan, the foundation of the extraordinary bloodline system, this completely caused them to be unable to embark on the path of cultivation and could only be an ordinary person. Therefore, it formed an insurmountable barrier, concealing their heaven-defying bloodline that only became useful after their rise. The seemingly weak indigenous primitive and backward planet was thus formed. At the same time, she was completely excited and couldn't help but shout, "Then, can we still go to that world now? That's the eternal blood. It's very dangerous." Suji answered seriously, "I've landed on that planet before, but after I went there, it was as if we were watched by some great horror, as if we were ants. We stopped for a while and then left. That place is definitely the death zone of the entire universe, you should know that." Suji raised his head and sighed softly, "The world is too shocking. No matter how strong we are, on the path of pursuing the supreme, in the entire vast universe, there will always be some irresistible mysterious areas and incomprehensible great and magnificent life." Carolyn took a deep breath and could only nod. She had once observed a black hole. It sucked in everything, collapsed everything, annihilated everything, and eliminated all essence. That was also a terrifying forbidden zone. She believed that in the face of this kind of natural power, even a rank 9 would have no power to resist, and would also be sucked into the abyss and die. At that time, we obtained 2 portions from that planet. Suji spoke again, his voice slow as he narrated the ancient history. After we studied it, we were greatly shocked. It could be said to be one of the greatest adventures in our long lives. Along with the death of that friend, his eternal blood was handed over to the descendant of the Samsara temple. Carolyn had already investigated the history of the 6 paths of samsara. That celestial emperor's lifespan was obviously longer than he should have been. So that was why. Another mystery was solved. Suddenly, she became even more curious. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and as a pure scientist, she suddenly asked, that rank 9, the eternal life, can also die? Suji shook his head and smiled. Long life doesn't mean that they won't die. In fact, it means that they are more likely to die, because the side effect of the eternal blood is to sleep. Although we have constantly improved and reduced the time of sleep, they still have to sleep for half of their life. During this time, they are powerless and at the mercy of others. Carolyn's pupils suddenly shrank. The eternal blood has to sleep for half of its life. The amount of information contained in this sentence was too shocking. This meant that the super ancient god had exposed his weakness in front of her. Even she might be able to kill him. This also meant that he trusted her enough to place his life in her hands. This moved her greatly. At the same time, how intelligent was she? She completely understood everything. In an instant, she connected the dots from the beginning to the end of the entire incident. Why was the super ancient god in such a hurry to support the next inheritor, the rise of the Ashitl people, and even the emperor of the Samsara temple in another world? Because in the near future, he would fall into a deep sleep. In the past, he and another rank 9 had each protected each other, covering up their flaws. But now that the other had fallen, this meant that the next time the super ancient god hibernated, there would be no one to protect him, and that would be the time of his death. His opponents, the enemies that had once fought with him, were definitely waiting for this moment to kill this terrifying rank 9 eternal existence. This was a giant overlord of the universe. The supreme existence of the universe that everyone revered. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, ruling over many eternal worlds, and was once the ruler of billions of lives. Death was coming. That was why the super ancient god wanted to nurture the next generation, the next rank 9, everything fit together perfectly. Even before this, he had provoked another mysterious enemy to fight for this small universe. That's because the ancient god no longer cares about death and dares to infiltrate the enemy's camp. Meanwhile, the enemy is afraid of him. Even if there are more than 2 tier 9 worlds, they still choose to retreat, afraid of his final counterattack. She suddenly choked up. After thoroughly understanding the situation, Carolyn vaguely saw a peerless figure standing alone in front of everyone, and her eyes immediately became wet. After connecting all the dots, Carolyn realized that there were no more loopholes. The actions and logic of the super ancient deity became extremely reasonable. Is this the protection and concealment he has been protecting me all this while? Her eyes flashed with complicated emotions as she looked at this super ancient deity. Her eyes were filled with admiration and love. He bore all the pressure by himself. If I didn't notice the abnormality of those strange players, perhaps the truth would still have been concealed. A super ancient god shouldered everything by himself, and I still grew up without any worries, she sighed softly. A carefree smile suddenly appeared on Carolyn's face as she threw herself into Suji's embrace. Appearing just like a pure and innocent young girl, she quietly laid on her father's chest. Raising her head, a smile filled with longing appeared on her face. Suji was startled. What kind of blow did he receive? Did he need a shoulder to lean on? Why did he have the same expression as when the Xianxia people were destroyed? Why did his Tao heart suddenly become so unstable? He was stunned, but it did not affect his actions as he instinctively hugged the porcelain girl in his arms. At this time, Carolyn was quietly lying on the chest of the super ancient deity. Her expression was warm and gentle. She had completely understood the truth, as well as her burden and mission. In the near future, she would forcefully break through to the rank 9 realm and shoulder the terrifying danger. She would inherit the torch of the era and the heavy burden on the shoulders of the super ancient deity. No wonder he began to nurture a new generation, because he was on the verge of death. This was the only hope. Nurturing a rank 9 to replace the position of another rank 9 and protect the sleeping super ancient deity. If he cannot break through and become a new rank 9, there will be a gap in the combat power of the era. The result will be unpredictable. After he hibernates, I'm afraid the death of the super ancient deity will come. She sighed in her heart. In a daze, she recalled the distant civilization era. Back then, when the super ancient deity boarded the spaceship with the Xianxia people and stepped into the vast space, he had already hinted at many things. He told himself to be careful of the enemy and hide himself. At that time, they guessed that the enemy should be the lava era that destroyed the previous ancient era. Sure enough, it came true. Thus, she couldn't help but feel extremely uneasy. She broke away from his embrace and regained her usual calmness. She sorted out her emotions and asked in a deep voice, "How long do you have before you fall asleep? How much time do we have?" Suji was stunned. For a moment, he was unable to react. What did this mean? How much time do we have left? What time? However, he quickly came to his senses. After all, his computing power wasn't just for show. He patted Carolyn's shoulder and said to the porcelain girl, "You're not bad." Suji immediately felt very gratified. No matter how he thought about it, Carolyn was still the most stable. She had been earnestly perfecting his pocket universe. She had worked tirelessly without complaint and was very grateful to him. Sometimes, being too smart wasn't a bad thing. Now, the favorability level that had just dropped was once again full, and it had broken through the upper limit. He felt very happy. At the same time, the historical settings of the universe had been completely perfected. However, he also felt a deep sense of guilt towards Carolyn, feeling that he had let her down. She had clearly worshipped and respected him so much, and treated him as her senior. She had even wanted to be his path protector. After a pause, Suji couldn't help but comfort her. "There's still a long time before I fall asleep. Don't worry, it's enough for you to develop." Carolyn pursed her lips but didn't ask any further. She was already a high-level god and had reached a bottleneck. Day after day, she naturally found that breaking through to the 9th level was very, very difficult for any 8th-level god. Because the realm had always been a single log bridge. The further one advanced, the more difficult it became. Countless people fell from the bridge and had their bones crushed. Among 1,000 gods, it was extremely lucky for one to break through. Most of them died of old age at the 8th level. One had to know that those who could become gods were basically the most outstanding among the billions of creatures of that era. However, would she be the strongest among 1,000 peerless geniuses of that era? She didn't know. But she was somewhat confident. Because reaching the 9th level required terrifying computing power, the magic core lineage had a super advantage. At the same time, he wasn't just one person, but an entire Isidal civilization in his mind. She believed that among 1,000 gods, she was definitely the most outstanding one. She believed in the nature-defying aspects of the death god's immortality that she deduced, and she also believed that the future of this cultivation system was extremely exaggerated and nature-defying. However, there were still many questions. Could she really break through? Even if she could she become the path protector of the ancient god before he fell asleep? Even if she really succeeded, when the time came, she would likely face an enemy of the 9th level, and not just one. Could she really handle everything in the future? But the term saving the world was not unfamiliar to the hot-blooded, extreme, stubborn, and loved to say, "But I refuse," to the Isidal people. 9th level, it was an exciting and powerful term. The overlord of the universe, a giant of the heavens, an ancient existence that could live for tens of thousands of years. For someone who was only 1,000 or 2,000 years old, it was too heavy a burden. She silently put aside this heavy topic and pretended to be relaxed. "Then, can we no longer obtain the immortal blood? Because in that galaxy, there is a terrifying forbidden land." Suji also replied, "That is indeed the case. Even if we were to go, it would be extremely dangerous. At the very least, it would not be at this time." "Then, doesn't that mean that I can't obtain?" Although she was changing the topic, Carolyn still felt a little emotional. Who knows what will happen in the future? Suji brought her around the mechanical technology room, and at the same time, he said with a smile, "Perhaps in the future, there will be various ways to obtain a long life. Life is long, and there are endless possibilities." Carolyn immediately stopped talking about this topic. She directly changed the topic to the first batch of players, saying, "The evolution talent they have, we still need to guide them, let them develop in this era. After all, they are a good force, although their mouths are full of nonsense. It really makes people feel uncomfortable." Thinking of these players, her face turned cold, and she was very unhappy. She hated this kind of people who talked nonsense. Suji nodded. It was fine as long as he accepted it, no matter what her attitude was. However, as a technological civilization, they were naturally the fastest to discover, but also the fastest to accept. After all, the high-dimensional projection, the players could be seen as a certain special planetary cultivation system, a descended group. As players, they did not have much of an advantage, and they did not have the ability to die and resurrect infinitely. After all, there was the conservation of energy. But it is still better to understand the other party's civilization. Carolyn's expression suddenly turned serious. It would be much better if you could look through their books, as well as their various customs and habits. You should have a greater understanding of the ancient gods. That's why you know about their Dragon Balls and wishes. With such a concept in mind, you should be able to develop those things, right? She was completely curious, thinking about the other world. There was no one who would not be curious. She could not help but look at Suji meaningfully. Even if I can't register a social account in their world, I still want to know some things, such as that book number 18, what is it? I want to take a look. Suji, alright, this was a new thing for the hot-blooded Isidal people, because they did not have such a hot-blooded culture. In the end, Suji tactfully refused. Not to mention strange books, what information and books about Earth's civilization, what if he was led astray? If the door to a new world was opened, it would be a complete toothache. The more Carolyn looked at him, the more satisfied she was. She was completely at ease. Although he was causing trouble just now, didn't he successfully resolve it? He even had a good impression of her. At this pace, she was completely serious about developing the transcendent civilization of this universe's cells and researching the threshold of breaking through to rank 9. After all, she was under a lot of pressure now, and her sense of urgency had multiplied. She was a tool for Meow General next. The two of them continued to talk about the structure of planet Cybertron. After touring the streets for half a day, they stopped and walked. They had some understanding of this Tinder civilization. The reproduction ability of planet Cybertron was very poor. There were only a few thousand living people on their planet with Tinder. They were extremely rare on this land, and most of the entire city was operated by robots. After walking around, he left. The foundation of the civilization had been formed, and the 4 universal ancient civilizations had completed their development. The era of the entire universe had completely begun, and it was time to see what kind of future they would have. However, before Suji left, he did not notice Carolyn's expression. Although he had rejected her, she still seemed to be very interested in the civilization of that group of players and was filled with curiosity about that planet. A moment later, on Stone Planet. After the first divine priest communicated with Shangguan Man, it was impossible for him to stay by her side and analyze. Thus, she hid on this planet and lived independently. At this moment, she opened a small soup shop. She had transformed into a woman from Planet Highland and was running a shop. She sold bewitching soup, which was quite well received. At this moment, she poured bowl after bowl of soup and was filled with emotions. Previously, when I entered the 6 paths of reincarnation, I wanted to reincarnate. In the end, I was schemed against after just over 10 years and suffered a huge loss. I even implicated His Majesty and returned to the underworld in a sorry state. I've let down his support. But His Majesty wants me to take a vacation here and reincarnate here. She was very touched. It was very difficult to train in the world of the 6 paths of reincarnation. She could only come here to reincarnate. This was His Majesty's good intentions. While monitoring the communication of those people, he also wanted her to cultivate herself and improve her talent and cultivation in both Buddhism and Taoism. This round of training was over. Sooner or later, he would go back and regain his dignity. Her heart grew heavy. "Boss, give me a bowl of soup." A celestial official with a white porcelain figure slowly walked in. Shangguan Man was shocked. The surrounding guests couldn't see this porcelain figure at all. Another grand priest? "Please take a seat," she immediately said politely. This part of the universe was too terrifying. These white porcelain priests were gods under the command of all gods. They were in charge of repairing planets and maintaining the peace of the world and universe. They possessed unimaginable power of creation. "You can call me the 10th priest." With a smile, Carolyn made up a fake name before sitting down and drinking a mouthful of soup. Even she had an intoxicated expression on her face, as she was completely captivated by the soup. Delicious. The 10th divine official? Shangguan Man sat down next to him. Yes, Caroline said, I'm quite interested in your world. Shangguan Man immediately felt a bit happy. The first divine priestess didn't know how to conduct herself and completely ignored the situation on her side of the world. Thus, Shangguan Man began to explain her side of the world. After all, the exchange of worlds was originally for both sides to understand each other. After talking for a while, Caroline seemed to be deep in thought. Then, she finally got to the point. Which living being in the underworld published some underworld newspapers, novels, and books? I'm very interested in them. Can I take a look? Shangguan Man didn't care. She took out her space ring and poured everything out. After all, as the person in charge, she had saved every copy of the daily newspaper. By now, there were more than 2,000 copies of the newspaper. As for the more than 2,000 chapters of the daily serial stories, it had also completely covered the myths of the Magus world. It had even covered the rise of the primordial world, the era of the ancient gods, the era of the 12 grand magi, and the war between the two worlds. In it, Medusa, Ermin, the Tao Lord, Hermes, every character had a detailed description. Caroline was shocked when she started reading the first issue of the newspaper. Alchemy? Witchcraft? 3 witches? Evil god? 9 revolutions mysterious art? Dragon vein? Wish power? This? What the hell is this? Although there were no detailed explanations, some of the concepts in it made her feel enlightened. She immediately realized a terrifying truth. This book was actually a real world. I'm afraid these are the high-dimensional projections of the player's experiences in another world. A real world. She looked at the newspaper, her eyes bursting with endless brilliance. She couldn't help but laugh and scold, these players are so stupid. I don't know what terrible things they've leaked. In our eyes, this is not a story. She knew what this meant. The development of the civilization and the path of the system in the story was enough to produce terrifying inspirations, comparable to countless powerful epiphanies. This was all the accumulated knowledge and wisdom of other civilizations. At their level, they could already understand a lot just by reading the story. Learning the cultivation system of the other world was a great opportunity for all powerhouses. But for Caroline, the cultivation system of the other world was not the most important. What she paid most attention to was the experience and case studies of the supernatural civilization. It was useless to other top powerhouses. But for her brain, the case study of death god's eternal life, farming, and the cultivation path of the creator were simply supreme treasures. Perhaps seeing the evolution of these worlds and the advancement of the times, coupled with the cultivation system of their world, has enriched my foundation. Both aspects have undergone huge qualitative changes. I can look forward to my 9th rank. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Just now, she was still at a loss, feeling that 9th rank was still far away, but now she felt very comfortable. These players are all treasure boys. It seems that I still have to dig deeper and squeeze more. Her eyes flashed with excitement, and her gaze turned cold. She snorted, I have to find a way to squeeze them dry. She stayed here for a few days. At the same time, she constantly commented on the characters of the era, and even simulated them in front of her to compare. Alchemy Emperor? This person must be an extreme genius. His cultivation talent is not good, but his creativity and inspiration are extremely terrifying. He is an alchemy scientist in this area. Maybe he is not Mr. Levis. The more she read, the more excited she became. Mr. Levis is also not good at cultivation. Computing power was computing power after all. Inspiration, creativity, and talent. The reason why Levis was so terrifying was not only because he often had inspiration and creativity, but also because he had the terrifying computing power of the magic core, which helped him turn inspiration into reality. If this alchemy emperor had the computing power of their race, he should not lose to Mr. Levis. This person, no wonder he could create a Babylonian mythological era. Medusa, this person's talent is only above average, but his heart is stable and persistent. His passion for battle is crazy. There are many people like this in every era, but she can stand out. At this time, she also has the possibility of becoming a top expert. Ermin, kind and hot-blooded, but in fact, too conservative. This kind of person can become a top expert, but cannot set foot on the ultimate path and become a great person who creates an era. Dao Lord? This person has always been mysterious. His talent is terrifying, and his combat power is exaggerated. However, his heart is simple and transcendent. Perhaps this kind of leisurely personality is in line with the Dao follows nature mentioned in the book. His future is also terrifying. In fact, this person is the most terrifying. An ordinary person would not be able to have such a temperament. She looked at the battles and stories of the characters in the book, as if she was fighting with them and discussing the Tao. With her personality, she was naturally excited. Di-Chi, seeing this, Carolyn's pupils shrank. How can there be such a person in this world? He was born holy, and he learned the 9 revolutions mysterious art in an instant? She was shocked by the experts of each era. She closed her eyes slightly and laughed. These Azura Path are really stupid. In order to make the novel more realistic, they even added some principles and basic formulas, relying on the fact that people from other worlds do not have the ancient space bloodline. Our entire race's cell bloodline can be combined with biotechnology and space storage equipment to create a pseudospace bloodline. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. Carolyn suddenly opened her eyes. I can start trying to deduce. Is the first location here? Bang, with a crisp sound, she easily found it. Bang bang. The second? The third? She smiled. The first explosive point appeared in her body, followed by the second. Soon, there were 9 explosive points in a row, and they quickly sounded all over her body. The 9 revolutions mysterious art has been completed. Carolyn opened her eyes. And heaved a sigh. Although Di-Chi spent 100 years and I only spent a minute, my realm is higher than his 7th stage heavenly emperor. At the same time, my race's calculation ability is extremely strong. In fact, I'm not as good as him. His talent is too terrifying. He not only has a strong learning ability, but he can also innovate and perfect his opponent's cultivation technique. Pure calculation ability wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was his talent, creativity, and perfect top-notch thinking. F***CK. What kind of monster is this? You're Di-Chi in the second novel, right? Shangguan Man, who was sitting in a corner of the shop, was completely dumbfounded by the scene. She silently cursed the Azura sect. They learned the cultivation techniques in the novel after reading the novel for a while. The entire race, any random divine official in this world, were all so mighty and powerful, she felt herself shivering. At this moment, Carolyn finished reading the entire newspaper and looked at Shangguan Man with regret. Is there anything else? Shangguan Man thought for a moment and said hesitantly, yes, but the Azura Path gave them to me for fun. Let's take a look. Carolyn stared at her. Shangguan Man took out a pile of books such as Don't Make a Fuss, The Cold Master Can't Afford to Play, The Transmigration of a Concubine's Daughter, The Ultimate Little Poison Doctor, and of course, her favorite book, The Muddled Ugly Wife, The King of Hell, Please Conduct Yourself. Carolyn's face darkened. These names didn't seem to be from a serious book. Thinking of the pompous Azura Path, her face turned colder, and her impression of them worsened. She had always hated unreliable and cunning people. As for this Mengpa, she had also secretly observed her before. Her sense of beauty was somewhat abnormal. Perhaps it was due to the influence of these books. I won't fall for their tricks. She instantly lost interest and was about to turn around when she hesitated. After all, she was still addicted to reading the books. She had gained too much knowledge, which was more than what she had accumulated in 1,000 years. After a few moments of hesitation, she suddenly saw a book in the pile of books, Father's Love is Like Water, and her heart was suddenly moved. She thought of the ancient deity, her loss of self-control, and the warm bosom of a senior, a father. Compared with the pompous names of the other books, this one is relatively normal. She frowned coldly, took the book, and left. To think that Dicky really exists in reality. In the soup shop, Mengpa looked at the departing back view of the god official and felt that it was inconceivable. This type of creature is too terrifying. Is there really a monster that can learn the opponent's moves just by looking at some clues? She felt that it was very horrifying. These god officials who maintained the order of the planet were all so powerful as the children of Quan Shen? Then how powerful was Quan Shin? However, this 10th heavenly official, even among the heavenly officials, he should be outstanding, right? Shangguan Man thought about it and then tidied up the tableware with a gentle expression. She suddenly thought of the book that had been taken away. Thinking back to the plot in it, she blushed. Even though she had seen too many special tricks of tyrannical CEOs, her face flushed and she couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. Why would this book be chosen out of hundreds of books? A miracle? Perhaps, this is fate. I can only help you up to this point. Suji walked in the universe, strolling leisurely and contentedly among the many planets. He had no idea that Carolyn was hiding in the dark and reading some strange book. She was flipping through the Father's Love is Like Water book that came from a player. After walking one round, he began to organize the knowledge of his 3 clones. Each of his clones studied diligently in the sand table, causing his knowledge and intelligence to improve by leaps and bounds. Whoosh, endless knowledge surged into his mind. Endless amounts of information washed over him like tides. It was as if he could see many densely packed words piled up and arranged. He liked this feeling very much. This might be the reason why many people like to read and learn. The acquisition of knowledge was always satisfying, especially in a situation where it was reaped without sowing. Suji thought that the content of his knowledge should already be stronger than that of many gods, right? The foundation of an expert was the accumulation of wisdom and knowledge. His foundation had already been completely solidified. However, the eternal blood genetic talent I mentioned earlier is a problem, he thought. This genetic talent belongs to the Earthlings. I reckon that many insectoid experts would want to fuse with this gene. It can be said to be strong, but it can also be said to be useless. Eternal life? Was it because they didn't want to die fast enough? The flaws were too great. Moreover, there was more than one kind of immortal talent. The phoenix's rebirth from the ashes was also immortal. At the same time, it could revive and become stronger. It was truly an unkillable cockroach. It's the same circulatory weakness, but it's clearly much better. Suji smiled. However, he had no intention of fusing with the phoenix gene. Although she had solved the problem of her divine soul, the flaw on her side was also very terrifying. Her rebirth from the flames actually had 2 forms of death. The first was to be injured to death. Nirvana flame healing. This kind of rebirth was faster. For example, if one was injured in the prime of life, they would still be in the prime of life. This kind of healing type of rebirth usually required a shorter recovery time. He could even enter this state in all kinds of unexpected situations. The second was death due to the exhaustion of their lifespan. As one's lifespan grew old, one would turn into an old phoenix and reach the end of one's life. One could only undergo nirvanic rebirth and become an egg, completely returning to the infancy of a newborn, cultivating one's cultivation realm and growing anew. This was the reincarnation of one's lifespan, the period of weakness before one was truly reborn from the ashes. He had lost all his cultivation and became a baby. Recultivating, how long would it take? This period of time was similar to the length of the hibernation period. However, one was asleep and had no resistance at all, while the other was awake and had no resistance at all. During this period of weakness, they also needed a guardian. Essentially, it was the same. Suji, on the other hand, was a lazy person. If you let him have a good night's sleep, his period of weakness would be over, and he would have to start cultivating again. Would he have nothing better to do? There was no danger on earth. For him, it was just sleeping on time every day. Therefore, he still adjusted to the hibernation cycle of sleeping half a day. As for the others, Medusa did not dare to do so. Her period of weakness was even longer. Sleeping for 100 years, waking up for 100 years, sleeping every day like Suji. Did this mean that the time was intermittent and the weakness would increase? It was very likely that the strong would fight for more than a day. Would they suddenly fall asleep halfway through the fight? It was better to concentrate on a period of weakness and let Ermin guard him. Because of Carolyn's question, Suji thought about a lot of things. Eternal life. Everything in the world seems to have its own balance. No matter what kind of eternal life, it seems to be accompanied by periodic weakness. Eternal life seems to be very beautiful, but in fact, death is faster. Tao. Protector, this was not so easy to find. After all, the life of a god itself, during the period of weakness, it is impossible to self-destruct. After killing you, even your memories can be read through your corpse. The wisdom, power, omnipotence, and knowledge that you have accumulated over countless years can be obtained. It is equivalent to obtaining your complete inheritance. Who can resist? Suji continued to sort out his thoughts. The so-called eternal life was originally a kind of death. Many strong people did not die of old age naturally. Most of them were killed on the path of growth. However, speaking of Phoenix, she is about to die of old age, right? Is she about to finish the cycle of this life? Suji suddenly thought of something. At present, in the entire sand table, the oldest was Medusa, the second was Phoenix, and the third was Ermin, not to mention Medusa. Ermin was facing death of old age and wanted to enter a deep sleep in advance. Phoenix, who was older than her, should be approaching the end of her life of 8,000 years, right? Phoenix has been living in seclusion. After the era of the ancient gods, there were no familiar people in her era. Basically, she did not appear anymore. Even I have almost forgotten about her. 8,000 years. Unknowingly, 3 months of a god's lifespan have really passed. Phoenix was almost an elder at the same time as me. Time really flies, in the blink of an eye. Suji sighed, and his eyes seemed to see Phoenix somewhere. The ancient gods did not reach the end of their lifespan, but Phoenix's lifespan was coming to an end. This was indeed an urgent matter. Since there is no one to protect you, let me help you protect you. Ancient world. In the shade of the trees that were like spring all year round, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Because it was located in the cellar, directly under the surface of the wizard land, it was like spring all year round, very warm and livable. Compared to the whole surface of the wizard land which was in the middle of winter, it was very happy. And the oldest god who created this ancient world, the ancestor of the sun god, the Tao Lord who created the world, lived in a world of flowers and plants of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. In the 9 inner worlds, there were all kinds of plants and monsters. In a gazebo at the edge of a stream, a multicolored deer gave off a faint glow as it held a book called Ancient Gods. There were complicated ancient centipede characters written on it, and it looked extremely adorable. It shook its head, and its voice was as clear as a child's. In the dark, the world was chaotic like a chicken, and the sun god was born in the egg. After experiencing the 7 tribulations of the mixed element, he was ordered to come to this world to open the sky. With a roar of anger, he divided the world, burned the sky, and burned the earth. The sky was 10 feet high, and the earth was 10 feet thick. Because of this, the world was opened. The surrounding animals listened and suddenly became very happy. Isn't it amazing? As expected of the Tao Lord. Isn't that so? This world was created by Lord Tao Lord when the world was created. They were filled with longing, especially the phrase, scorching the heavens, burning the earth. The heavenly sun is 10 feet high, the earth's sun is 10 feet thick. In an instant, a mythical scene appeared. An ancient divine bird with flames all over its body descended from the 9 heavens, burning the earth and the earth. This was an unparalleled great achievement, and the billions of lives on this land had to be grateful. They were all the disciples and disciples of the Tao Lord, living in this 9 heavens. It was all peaceful and quiet, and they didn't have to worry about food or clothing. A little rabbit said, I heard that the Tao Lord's life is coming to an end, and he will be in a long period of weakness and recultivation. Other creatures may plot against him. It can't be? The Tao Lord is the first person to create the world. There must be people who are willing to stay by his side to guard against those with wild ambitions. People's hearts are hard to predict. You should know that the Tao Lord is the only creature with the talent to create the world, and he can burn and open the world. I heard that the underworld Earth Great Emperor is very kind and upright, and will definitely become the Tao Lord. It's hard to say. She has Medusa by her side, so she can't be trusted. Then the Mother Earth's green vine, the motherly model of the world, merciful and peaceful, she can't be trusted either. The heavenly Tao is the witness, merciful to all creatures, he is the disciple of Mother Earth. In an instant, the faces of these little animals darkened. The more they talked, the more they realized that in the entire 3 realms, there was actually no one who could be trusted who dared to put their lives in the other party's hands. The remaining power was the god of beautiful dream, wandering life, and the other freaks. That was even more impossible. The reason why Medusa could live was because she had Ermin, who was also the origin devil god. As a devil god of the potion system, there couldn't be any accidents, or else the system of the devil world would collapse. Just like the Mother Earth's green vine, there couldn't be any mistakes, and everyone had to protect her. Although the Tau Lord could create the world, but, damn it. The Tau Lord is clearly such a kind person. At this time, is there not a single person who can be trusted? These little animals were very annoyed. Their world was originally peaceful and secluded, even the outside world didn't know of their existence. Now, with the arrival of the Tau Lord's end, they were also pulled into the whirlpool of the world, and the great calamity was about to arrive. The 9 heavens of the demon realm were very chaotic now, and a storm was brewing. According to the Tau Lord, he was ordered to follow the ancient god of creation to descend into this world. Now that he has succeeded, he actually didn't do anything. He's too bad. Humph, he's indeed killing the donkey when it's no longer of use. At this time, he has already disappeared. A bunch of little animals were chattering. However, a small animal opened its mouth and waved its little claws, encouraging loudly, "Everyone, don't panic, it's not that the Tau Lord isn't prepared to face the calamity. The Martial God Palace has already agreed to help cover for the calamity." Ah? The Martial God Palace? The Martial God Palace that started the martial path? A small animal thought of something and said seriously, "It said that their system is very special, and it started a new era by founding the martial path. They have great merit for the common people, and even the Tau Lord is learning and cultivating the martial path." Now that there was really no one to believe, they could only choose the Martial God Palace. The deer said crisply, "Now, in the 3 realms, no one knows that the Tau Lord will be reborn. Everyone thinks that her time is up, and they are preparing to fight for her remains and wealth. At that time, the Tau Lord will fake her death, return to her childhood, and cultivate again. A spirit from the Martial God Palace will join the members, and they will cultivate again to pass the period of weakness." Everyone immediately felt more at ease. The Martial God Palace was still trustworthy. After all, what kind of faction was the Martial God Palace? On the surface, they looked like humans, but in reality, they were a faction of demons. All of them were demon cultivators, and in recent years, they had been very close to the demon realm. It could be said that they were their original race, and even some demons in the demon realm had gained intelligence. In recent years, many of them had joined the Martial God Palace and traveled the world. In their 9 heavens, there were countless plants and demons, so how could there not be geniuses? In recent years, most of them had joined the Martial God Palace. The Martial God Palace had already expanded to a large faction with 100 people, and at the same time, their elixir cultivation method was completely perfected, forming 100 kinds of complicated super elixir. Every member was a recipe for elixir. Wait, in that case, they will bring the Tau Lord's main body and primordial spirit back to their childhood, fake their death, and cultivate again among their members. Won't they have to abandon this high-level god's body? Someone suddenly said. This god's body was not inferior to the heavenly Tao, in fact, it was much stronger. The heavenly Tao's body had the 9 heavens of the immortal realm, and the Tau Lord's body had the 9 heavens of the demon realm. I don't know, but everyone should be fighting for it. A small animal was full of distress, and said, "After all, this is a world. Everyone wants to enter the Tau Lord's terrifying and peerless god's body, sit in the sea of consciousness, control the 9 heavens demon realm, and become the second noble heavenly Tao. The Martial God Palace also doesn't want to give it up. Palace Master Lin Hongfeng, Sheila, Luo Kaiwei, and Pan Shua Xian have become gods in the past hundreds of years. They want to join forces and enter the sea of consciousness of this undying god's body to resist the attacks of the realms." Ah? Won't we be exposed? Yes, if we are exposed, we will be targeted. It will be very dangerous, especially since their bodies are perfectly matched with elixirs. Killing them will also be very beneficial. But if we resist the realms, it will be the time for the demon clan to rise. After all, it is time to fight for the identity that we have been hiding for so long. In the future, the world will no longer be the 3 realms, but the 6 realms. It can even be said to be not the 3 realms for a long time. The human realm's Zhou dynasty and Shu mountain sword immortals, the demon realm's demons, the underworld's souls, the immortal realm's ancient immortals, and the void realm's demons all represent forces, and the rise of our demon clan, the demon realm. 6 realms? Don't panic, everyone. The martial god palace is very experienced in entering other experts' sea of consciousness and controlling their bodies. In the insignificant era when they rose, they controlled Messiah's celestial emperor's body and survived the danger. This is only the second time. The small animals were instantly encouraged. Snatch the Tao Lord's body, and if they couldn't, then take the Tao Lord's primordial spirit back to their original body and escape. This was the best plan. At the top of the snow-white building, a gentle breeze swept past. I don't even remember how long it's been. The Tao Lord stood on the roof, his sleeves fluttering slightly as he looked down at the 9 heavens of the demon realm. On the emerald green land, countless faint fluorescent lights sparkled. Insects were like stars in the sky, coexisting harmoniously with the plants, forming a peerless fairyland in the mortal world. Tao Lord, what are you thinking about? Are you worried about the future? Lin Hongfeng asked in a low voice. The future belongs to you. The Tao monarch raised his head, his expression as calm as ever. Many times, I didn't fight for anything. I just went with the flow. Everything flowed with the tides of history. Perhaps my era has come to an end. She smoothed her hair that had been messed up by the wind, paused, and suddenly smiled. Or perhaps, my time has never come. Lin Hongfeng gazed at this most ancient god. The longing and reverence in his heart could not be expressed in words. How could there not have been a Tao Lord era? The 3 realms had always belonged to Tao Lords, the heavenly Taos of the primordial era, as well as the 2 titans of the netherworld and the fiend realm, had long ago tacitly agreed that the reclusive Tao Lords were the most supreme figures of the 3 realms. The billions of living beings in the ancient desolate world grew up listening to the stories of the Tao Lord. When the world was created, he preached the Tao in the primordial era, established the principles of the world, established the heart for the world, and passed down supreme techniques to future generations. Lin Hongfeng felt a natural aura, as if she was embracing the warmest nature. It was gentle and quiet, giving people a sense of intimacy that was difficult to conceal. Perhaps, this was the natural law. In this world, no one knew how high a Tao Lord's realm was, or how many steps he had taken on the path to rank 9. She was too mysterious, but even the strongest hero could not resist the erosion of time. In the 3 realms world, there is absolutely no one who can defeat her, but she was defeated by time. Lin Hongfeng sighed. At this moment, Lin Hongfeng realized that the Tao Lord was a little dispirited. He let nature take its course and did not care about the current situation at all. On the contrary, the others were much more nervous than her. We will still give it our all. Luo Kaiwei hurriedly walked out and said. On the other hand, Pan Shuaxian pursed her lips. Tao Lord, how can there be such a peerless beauty in this world? Filled with an otherworldly immortal qi, aloof from worldly affairs. A pure heart of glass, untainted by even a speck of dust. She suddenly remembered a passage from Laozi. If you don't see yourself, then you are clear. If you don't think you are right, then you are outstanding. If you don't attack yourself, then you are meritorious. If you don't boast, then you are long. If you don't fight, then no one in the world can compete with you. If a Tao Lord wanted to fight for power, he would have conquered the world long ago. Several hundred years had passed in this era, and the remaining players had all become gods. The Thunder Monarch and the others, including her, had all become gods. She and her elder sister, Pan Yuxian, had discussed that they could not inform the people on Meng Mei's side. Because he couldn't trust them. On the surface, the other party seemed to be amiable to him, but what if he were to make a move against him in secret? She and the Martial Divinity Palace wanted to protect the Tao Lord. Their loyalty was not a problem, but the other forces might not. Thus, intentionally concealing myself, faking my death, and then fighting over the Tao Lord's remains is the best choice. Her entire body swelled violently, and her muscles twisted like a devil. She was like a bronze-colored mountain of muscles, and a ferocious aura surged over. She said in a low, muffled voice, the hot-blooded friendship and feelings between brothers are tempered by lifting iron. However, I don't know about others. After all, the benefits are too great. But we. How can we retreat? Shira was also encouraged. She swelled up and turned into a tall, demonic muscular man. Her muscles were like the roots of an old tree, twisted into a ball, looking very ferocious. Boom, boom. Boom, her muscles swelled up, and her entire body emitted a shocking aura. The Tao Lord stopped talking. They stood there quietly for 3 days. As the days passed, the Tao Lord's aura completely weakened and became weaker. Gradually, the entire 9 heavens began to tremble slightly. Lin Hongfeng's pupils constricted. She immediately sensed something and looked at the people around her. The Tao Lord is about to lose control of his divine body. Let's go together and guard the Tao Lord's sea of consciousness and control his body. Shira also said, those despicable schemers are probably already paying attention. They will immediately sense the turbulence in this inner world and wait for the Tao Lord's death to immediately snatch it. Their expressions changed drastically. Everyone wants to become the second heavenly Tao and rule over the heavens. Boom. Boom, the 4 gods rose into the sky. Their bodies were full of muscles, and they emitted a terrifying martial aura that could suppress the world. They were like the ancient giants in the legends who split the heavens and earth apart. They joined forces to guard the sea of consciousness. Whoosh, waves of aura came from outside. The images were revealed, and the gods were already ready to make a move. The Tao Lord was still unmoved. He quietly stood where he was, and his aura became weaker and weaker. He looked at the distant sky with clear eyes and recalled the scenes of his life. The most ancient era of the Phoenix was pursued in the desert, in the mud, in the sea, in the depths of magma, and then the era was destroyed. At the request of the God of creation, he descended into this world and split the heavens and earth apart. The era of the ancient gods, and then the era of the 3 realms, scenes of the eras flashed past. Although I've always been at ease with the circumstances, this life of 8,000 years, experiencing several eras, and living as a legend itself is exciting enough. It's enough to be rotten. Regardless of whether or not I can live again, this life has ended perfectly. Eternal life is not true eternal life. She recovered from her memories and suddenly remembered the first figure, the warm embrace, as if she had returned to the arms of her parents. My only question now is everything I've done up to your request? Does this count as truly perfecting this side of the world and opening up this flourishing age? Her eyes were indifferent, and her aura became weaker and weaker. She didn't think too much at the last moment. She just had some emotions and doubts. She never fought for anything. She just lived somewhere indifferently and stood aloof from the world. Boom, the sky was shaking. All of a sudden, gods surrounded by snow-white divine light descended. Their bodies were surrounded by all kinds of white electric arcs that swam and flashed. They were the great existences that transcended all things, the true gods of the world. They had a lifespan of 8,000 years. As ancient eagles, they soared through the eras of mortals, watching the rise and fall of heroes, the replacement and rise of dynasties. Crack, finally, someone appeared in the clouds. 5 colored light pillars soared into the sky, emitting strands of energy light particles that wandered around. Blood Emperor smiled. The heaven creator of the antiquity era has fallen. Who can enter her heaven body, sit on the spiritual platform, and control the 9 heavens? There were actually 5 to 6 gods that formed an alliance and walked over slowly. Crack, suddenly, lightning flashed again. The aura of incense slowly gathered into a prime minister holding an official token and wearing a black official robe. This old man had sharp eyes and an amazing scholarly aura. It was as if he could kill ghosts and gods with just a light shout. What's the use of you gods from the demonic world forces? Are you here to seek death? This is our antiquity god, the supreme god that opened up our world, and no outsiders are allowed to touch it. Hu Renong of the great Zhou dynasty said coldly. A peerless goddess with a broken arm sat on a glass flying sword and floated in the air. Behind the 2 of them, there were 2 to 3 gods. They were the gods of the great Zhou dynasty and the sect leader of Shu Mountain. Who is that woman? Blood Emperor and the others' expressions changed slightly. They immediately felt her terrifying aura and it was very troublesome. One Hu Renong was already very scary, and there was another one? She was the #1 mortal female empress back then, a shockingly talented demon. Lu Wenjian really didn't die. Back then, he secretly cultivated martial arts and survived, an eerie voice said. Bai Shaoxing appeared. He brought 2 gods with him. This was the force of the freaks. His numbers were small, but he was not afraid of death. Whoosh, suddenly, a faint and gentle voice resounded through heaven and earth. The voice was crisp and sweet, and it was very gentle and pleasant. It's hard to imagine that all kinds of existences would descend at this time and want to pick up his corpse. Did the ancient Tao Lord not take that final step after all? Everyone's expression changed completely. Even the underworld Earth Great Emperor, an ancient existence of the Tao integration world law, had come. They saw Ermin walking over, bathed in divine light. Her body was surrounded by the laws of death and ripples. She was like an ancient god that had descended into the world, a god fiend that was above the 9 heavens. She did not look at the crowd. Instead, she looked at a figure that was hidden somewhere in space and time. She said softly, "Level 9, how far do you have to go? You have always been carefree and focused on seeking the Tao. Even you haven't stepped into the Tao integration world, and you are about to reach the end of your life. Then, I have even less chance." Everyone's expression was completely silent. This existence had clearly reached the Tao integration world. She was high and mighty, and she controlled a part of the world. Now, she wanted to snatch another part of the world? She did not even give them, the new gods, a chance at all. This was too greedy. There were already 6 realms, and one person wanted to reach the Tao integration world and rule 2 worlds. At the same time, since this god had come, then, boom, another terrifying demon god that was 10,000 feet tall appeared out of thin air. She revealed herself, and her mountain-like body crushed the entire space. Her long hair danced wildly like black snakes, and her eyes were cold. She was even colder. She directly ignored these new gods and let them be angry to the point that they were red to the ears. Her gaze fell on the Tao Lord who had fought with her in the mortal world. As the strongest existence in this world, it is time for my curtain call. Level 9, that is too terrifying. This is destined to be a path stained with blood. Who knows how many gods' corpses will be buried in it? Hundreds, thousands? In the end, it will be filled to the brim. It is far better for me to advance step by step. You laugh at me for being stupid, and I laugh at you for going too fast and too early. I'm afraid that in the future, when I become a high-level god of the 8th level, you will still be a high-level god of the 8th level, still unable to break through, or, already dead. She suddenly smiled sweetly. Her beauty was breathtaking, but her expression gradually turned cold. Why don't you learn from me and stay in the Foundation realm for a little longer? Get stronger, explore each realm to the limit, and then you will have a chance to break through that mysterious level 9. At this time, the Mother Earth Ivy and the Heavenly Tao also walked out. Medusa, you are smiling very happily now. Soon, it will be Ermin's turn. When that time comes, let's see who will protect you when you are asleep. Why don't you follow me? Meng Mei was rich now. She created a world of incense burning in the ruins of End and was still not satisfied. She wanted to get her hands on another world. At this time, the Thunder Monarch and the others followed behind her. At the same time, she shouted at Pan Shuaxian of the Valkyrie Palace, "Sisters inside, don't fight on your own. Join forces with me and occupy this world." No one knew the truth yet. Even Meng Mei and the others were not informed by Pan Shuaxian. They all thought that the Tao Monarch had truly fallen, so they wanted to fight for the body she left behind, enter her sea of consciousness, and control this terrifying and invincible divine body. All the giants arrived. No one would choose to give up a vast and boundless 9 heavens world. This was a vast land comparable to dozens of mortal realms. This was enough to affect the situation of the entire extraordinary world and form a 6th world. If it was said that a second ago, everyone in this era was still working together to break through to the outside world and find a new world because the era had become peaceful and had reached the ceiling, then the upheaval of the 3 realms occurred once again, because the Tao Monarch's great limit had arrived. Occupy it first. Rumble. These giants of the old gods have already taken control of a world and fused with the rules. They should be high and mighty and want to monopolize this era. How about we new gods join forces? Bai Shaoxing smiled and looked at the Blood Monarch and Hu Renong, then at the sweet dream god who had left him and was alone. There were no eternal enemies. In the past, they had joined forces to suppress the freaks, and the entire world wanted to destroy them, but now, then, let's join forces. The high-level gods are too strong. We can fight together. The Blood Monarch smiled. He had always been decisive when it came to killing, so he immediately agreed. The giants of the three realms were all top-notch monsters and monsters. Almost all of them had come. Terrifying auras collided, waiting for the moment when the Tao Monarch fell. Suddenly, woo the wind began to howl. Streaks of snow-white lightning tore through the clear sky, like countless silver-white pillars supporting the sky. They were like pure white light arrows, piercing through the dark clouds and illuminating the entire universe. The Tao Monarch is already at the end of her time. This natural phenomenon. Is it so strong that the energy is overflowing? Is there such a terrifying mythical scene? Some gods looked up and murmured. The gap between high-level gods was also huge. No one knew how many steps this ancient Tao Monarch had taken on the path of rank 9 and how strong he was. Dang dang dang, a faintly discernible humming sound came from the sky and spread in all directions. Every commoner and cultivator in the entire world could hear this faintly discernible sound. It was like the echoes of a valley, the chanting of immortals, the praises of gods and demons. It was filled with sorrow and turned into countless shattered ripples. Everywhere it went, everyone felt like they were being baptized. Those who were listening began to have a faint breakthrough in their realm, as if they had received a natural blessing. This was the feedback of a supreme god's nomological laws. He's so strong without making a sound? Medusa raised his head. His skin emitted a dim luster as he revealed a look of disbelief. When he died, there was a nomological phenomenon. I'm afraid he has already touched the domain of a rank 9 nomological law. But in the end, it symbolizes the fall of an era. An era is changing, and an era is flourishing. Meng Mei stared at the sky. She had almost forgotten how long she had been here. Her lifespan was already very long. Although most of her were in deep slumber, she was undoubtedly the most ancient god, the Khanate Jianmu. She had once listened to the Tao Monarch's teachings. With her death, I have already foreseen the era changing and the vicissitudes of life. Meng Mei sighed. At this moment, they clearly felt that a certain aura had disappeared. The natural phenomenon ended in an instant, everyone vaguely felt a pain in their hearts. Some powerful ancient existence had disappeared. Their hearts were empty, and there was an inexplicable sadness. Everyone instantly knew. The Tao Monarch had completely fallen. Begin. Some people had no time to lament and were about to make their move. At this moment, whoosh, the wind suddenly stopped. A mysterious aura suddenly descended, turning into a solid aura that froze the entire world. Everything in the surroundings instantly froze. Sand, breeze, water, insects, flowers, animals, and all kinds of sounds in the distance. Everyone stopped in an instant, as if they were surrounded by frozen amber. All the gods, including Bai Shaoxing, beautiful dream goddess, Lu Wenjian, Hu Renong, and Fresh Blood Emperor, had goosebumps all over their bodies. Shock was written all over their faces. They did not know what had happened. What kind of natural phenomenon was this when one died? Meng Mei was startled. Her eyes lit up. Every time the era changes, the new and old eras change, I actually almost forgot. Isn't this? Her whole body quivered. Too strong. The Tao Monarch's merit is too great. Furthermore, she was ordered to split open the sky. So now, even that person has descended to send her off? This kind of special natural phenomenon is the supreme glory. It's him. Medusa's mouth opened slightly, his face filled with surprise. This aura. Dao Chongqing was in a trance. He remembered that it was the most ancient era. At that time, heaven and earth were shattered, and a blurry giant figure walked over. Yes, it's a brand new era. The familiar aura reminded Ermin of the earliest years. The Babylonian wizard kingdom was also a revolution of the world. She stared intently at the world where time was frozen like amber. Swoosh. In the distance, ripples swept across. A giant that was 10,000 feet tall walked over like a miracle from ancient times. His body was covered in pale white gold, with an inexplicable sense of holiness and purity. Kaboom! The spirits of all living beings in the entire world shook violently. All the gods present turned their heads with difficulty. Crack, the speed at which they turned their heads was extremely slow, as if they were watching a movie in slow motion. It was very strange. The stagnation of time and lifespan was like a boundless ocean, so vast that it made people worship it as if they were looking at the only true God in the world. How many times has it been? How many times has it been? Ermin almost choked with sobs as she looked at the giant figure from thousands of years ago. At this moment, she seemed to have traveled through the long river of time and returned to the ancient times, to the end of the Babylonian wizard era. The earth was shattered. She and Medusa were hibernating on the other side of the ocean. As the last two wizards of the old era, these two old enemies were crying and laughing at the same time. A vast ancient mythical giant slowly walked towards them. Medusa ran towards it crazily. Barefooted, he walked on the mountains and the earth. Even though it's not the first time I've seen it, it's still spectacular, she murmured, remembering that she was at the bottom of the ocean. Looking back in history, Gilgamesh of the Sumer civilization, the wizard kingdom of Babylonian mythology, and today. Is this the third time? Another note of an era? The era of 6 realms? Her gaze suddenly pierced through spacetime, landing on the figure of the Tao Lord whose aura had vanished. She saw the cold, elegant, and peerlessly beautiful figure of a white-robed woman. She couldn't help but smile. She couldn't stop her envy and blessings. When you died, there was a strange phenomenon in the world. Heaven and earth mourned and all living things wept. Even the God of creation personally came to send you off. This is a great honor. Your arrival in this world symbolizes the unfolding of a world. Your departure from this world symbolizes the fall of a world. You do not strive for anything, do not strive for the heavens and earth, do not strive for benefits, and do not strive for power. You wholeheartedly pursue the Tao and get close to nature in the deep mountains. You have a heart of glass. Although I also have a pure heart and few desires, your realm is still a height that I will never be able to reach in my entire life. Those who pursue the Tao wholeheartedly, the Tao will definitely care for them. She stared at it in awe and shock at the abstract entity that symbolized Tao itself, the ultimate, the chaos of the multiverse. The seeker of the Tao had finally been sent off by the Tao. Therefore, his pure heart and few desires in his life had obtained the reward he deserved. She was slightly startled, but then she understood. If a man does not fight, then no one in the world can fight with him. The world was completely frozen. Only a few of the most ancient gods had seen it before and knew about it. The rest of the gods looked at the mysterious giant in shock as it walked over step by step. They were like statues, frozen in the extremely slow flow of time. They could not move, and they could not even control their own lives. They experienced the great terror of life and death, the panic of not being able to control their own lives. When was the last time they experienced this? Only when they were at their weakest before they became gods would they feel such fear and awe. Then, what kind of strange phenomenon was this, or was it the arrival of an eternal being from an ancient era? They could not help but burst out with questions. Their pride just now had been shattered, and they felt that they were incomparably small and pitiful. They suddenly felt that they were cicadas in the soil. They had been stuck in the soil for 17 years in exchange for this moment of rebirth. They saw the whole rotten world and the whole bright summer sky. They saw the vastness of the whole world, and their own weakness and ignorance. Ridiculous, how laughable was he? Perhaps ignorance was not the original sin that destroyed oneself, but arrogance was. But in front of them, if this was really some kind of ancient being, just the arrival of the whole world had frozen time, that was too terrifying. In comparison, they were more willing to believe that it was some kind of natural law. Like wind, fire, thunder, lightning, mirage, and other natural phenomena, it was a phenomenon condensed by the law of nature. It should be the manifestation of the law of heaven and earth, crossing the world and descending for the fall of the Lord of Tao. At this moment, Hu Renong's face was not afraid or shocked. His expression was normal. There was great terror between life and death, but he was frozen, so he was not afraid. He only felt that he had no regrets. Since ancient times, humans have seen the world around them with all kinds of strange things. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, the sky collapsed, and the earth sunk. So they thought that there were ancient gods in the world. In ancient times, we were shocked by wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, but we gradually understood the law and became gods. Today, we are shocked by the new natural phenomenon, and we do not understand it because our realm is not enough. To the vast universe, to the big world, we are still like poor natives living in a corner. Bai Shaoxing nodded in agreement. The two knowledgeable gods were still communicating while sighing. It can be seen that the world is big, and we can't reach it. Outside of our world, there is a big world, and all kinds of mysterious phenomena naturally have a set of law and law. Just the various phenomena of the Lord of Tao's fall are great fortuitous encounters. We can see a half-step ninth stage, a new realm, maybe we can see the whole picture and explore a higher realm. But, how can such a mysterious existence be at the level of a celestial emperor? What kind of profound meaning is there? Even the Blood Emperor's face flashed with divine light. Their eyes were shining as they stared into the distance. To them, this was a rare experience of getting close to the Tao, and they could see the truth. Their hearts were also burning with the desire to seek the Tao. They suddenly felt that the Lord of Tao's path was right, to seek the Tao wholeheartedly, not caring about the prosperity of the world. They had all wasted too much time on cultivation, and their hearts were blinded by the mortal world. For the Lord of Tao to receive such honor and all kinds of phenomena before his death, it was enough to prove a lot. Time was frozen. Suji had not walked in his cellar for a long time, and he actually felt a little warm. It's too cold on the Sorcerer continent, and it's nice to have a cool breeze. The difference in temperature is obvious when I walk in my cellar. But the temperature of this cellar is also suitable for fermentation. He stepped on the emerald green mountains and rivers and looked at the frozen gods. They floated in midair like tiny mosquitoes. Suji looked at something in front of him. At this moment, in the Lord of Tao's divine body, Shira, Lin Hongfeng, and the others looked up and saw a vast holy giant that was so tall that they were numb with fear. What kind of creature is this? It's so scary. Is it a secret weapon of some gods that wants to fight for the Lord of Tao's divine body? They were talking. Suddenly, Shira spoke and remembered the ancient history, the legend of the Sumer that Messiah the Great told her, the ancient hero king, a 10,000-foot giant. It's a god of creation. Shira suddenly shouted as she remembered the most ancient legend of the world. What? Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. The god of creation. The god of creation. Just the descent of the god of creation caused the entire world's time to stop. It was as if a long, flowing river had suddenly been stopped. This supernatural and terrifying phenomenon was close to the divine power of a higher dimension. Even the gods who had broken through to the 9th level couldn't imagine it. Wait. I get it. Lin Hongfeng suddenly shouted, too excited to control herself. Sisters, according to the records of the ancient gods, the Lord of Tao was ordered by an ancient existence to descend and open the sky. Could it be? The Lord of Tao was ordered by the God of creation to descend and open the sky? Now that the mission of this life is over, is it time to take the Lord of Tao away? Some people's eyes shone brightly. The ones who were the most excited were the little animals led by Little Deer. Although they hadn't transformed, they could speak the human language and were already the mainstays of the demon world. In the outside world, they would be level 6 or even celestial emperors. Little Deer shouted to her friends, very happy. We were just saying that we should leave him behind and help open the sky. Now that he has descended, the Lord of Tao's mission has been completed. I told you, the Lord of Tao is such a good person, he will definitely. Some of the little animals cried, tears flowing down their cheeks. End of chapter 627. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.